Commencing from an unremarkable floating island, the gradual unearthing of long-lost knowledge unfolds. Floating islands, aerial cities, floating continents. Troops, vassals, edifices, and wonders. Lin Yi desires them all. While other lords toil to amass D-grade troops, Lin Yi has already embarked on a campaign across the public continent with an entire army of C-grade troops and wise races. Why is he a generation ahead of us? While other lords are still in search of magical artifacts, Lin Yi has already begun the mass cultivation of vassal mages. Why are all the weapons and artifacts on the market being sold by him? Lin Yi's ambition is to restore Dalaran to its former glory. As the external world labels his floating island as the evil new Dalaran, Lin Yi, as its lord, vehemently disputes such claims. Lin Yi, is it truly malevolent to excavate some graves, exploring historical mysteries, and acquire a modicum of knowledge and blueprints? Every irreversible path begins with the emergence of a half-elf bloodstone. Oh, and later, upon discovering how easily demons could be deceived, his path began to veer somewhat askew. Chapter 1. Talent. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. Welcome to the Floating Island Survival Game. The weak struggle for survival while the strong play at will. A grand, impersonal mechanical voice resonated in Lin Yi's ears, abruptly awakening his hazy consciousness. Where am I? As Lin Yi regained his senses, he bewilderedly surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was ensconced in a cramped little room. The space was diminutive, scarcely 3 meters high and about 20 square meters in size. Although the area was small, the room was not shrouded in darkness. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the tiny chamber. Rising to his feet, Lin Yi scanned the room and noted that apart from a glowing crystal orb suspended in the center, it was entirely devoid of furnishings. Even more astonishing was that the crystal orb was not resting on the ground, but rather floated approximately 1.5 meters above the floor, emanating a soft, non-glaring white light. Faced with such an evident supernatural phenomenon, compounded by his abrupt awakening in this location and the voice that instilled a sense of insignificance, Lin Yi realized he had found himself in quite the predicament. Whether this was a boon or a bane would depend on the intentions of the other party. Player consciousness detected, proceeding to the next phase. A translucent light screen materialized before Lin, shifting with his gaze, always occupying the center of his vision. The screen offered no opportunity for Lin Yi to respond, continuing to display text. Initiating data scan. Scan complete. Undiscovered dormant talent detected. Talent awakening in progress. Talent awakening failed. Reason: special energy required. System intervention. Energy transfer in progress. Secondary awakening commencing. Data corporeal synchronization in progress. Lin Yi felt a surge of energy sweep over him, as though he were unclothed and laid bare to scrutiny. Coupled with the words on the light screen, he understood that this was indeed the data scan referenced therein. The sequence from talent discovery to awakening failure, culminating in a secondary awakening, left his emotions oscillating like a roller coaster, intensifying with each line of text. At the moment of data corporeal construction, he instantaneously lost consciousness. When Lin Yi regained awareness, the text on the screen continued to appear. Data corporeal construction complete. Data panel activated. Players may invoke their personal panel by silently uttering panel. As the font materialized, the luminous screen accomplished its task and promptly vanished. Panel. Following the method inscribed in the text, Lin Yi silently recited a phrase in his mind. The same luminous screen reappeared, but this time it did not dominate the center of his vision. Rather, it manifested on the right side, boasting greater transparency, thus no longer obstructing his line of sight. Name: Lin Yi, visible only to the player. IDP domain B0, 3, zone 9999. Talent: interdependence of fortune and misfortune. Bloodline none. Level: unlocked. Health points: 131, 30 mana points, 30/30ths maximum movement speed, 5 meters/second. Strength: 1 agility, 1 constitution, 1 intelligence, 1 physical attack, 10 physical defense, 0 magical attack, 10 magical defense, 0. Below, there were additional sections including backpack, equipment, territory quests, public channel friends trade, and others. Fortunately, as a young individual, Lin Yi, though not an avid gamer, was not unfamiliar with this data panel reminiscent of a game. Detected that the player has opened the panel for the first time. The following explanation will commence. The name carries power. players are advised to choose wisely whether to display it. The ID typically remains unchanged, but completing high-difficulty quests may yield a unique ID. The number of talent bearers is scarce. The ability to wield one's talent correctly will determine the pace of your ascension. The bloodline will influence the number of additional attribute points gained upon leveling up and the difficulty of such progression. An initial data-form body lacks a bloodline, which must be acquired subsequently, and the earlier it is obtained, the greater the benefits. The level system will be unlocked after the completion of the newcomer trial. To enhance the survival rate of novice players, the game provides initial values. Subsequent values will be determined by attributes. Health points are calculated as the base value of the race, plus attribute point bonuses, plus additional bonuses. Mana points are identical to health points. Strength determines physical attack power, while intelligence dictates magical attack power. The ratio is 1 to 5, meaning an increase of 1 point in strength/intelligence results in a 5-point increase in physical/magical attack power. Agility affects various factors including attack speed, movement speed, evasion, and accuracy. The data serves merely as a reference. The actual scenario and situational adaptability are paramount. Constitution/intelligence determines health/mana points, as well as physical/magical defense. The ratio of health points to mana points is 1:30, while the defense ratio is 2 to 1. Unlocking reconnaissance privileges allows one to glean information about items and quests through focused concentration, provided they are not equipped or obscured by skills. With the extensive array of explanatory information concluding, Lin Yi grasped that this was fundamentally a numerical game. The disparities in values within this game could largely not be compensated for by skill and strategy. However, this was a fortuitous circumstance for him, as his pre-game accumulation had minimal impact on gameplay, alleviating concerns of being overwhelmed by formidable real-world professionals upon entry into the game. Subsequently, Lin Yi shifted his attention to his innate talent, eager to ascertain the potency of this ability requiring special energy for awakening. Interdependence of fortune and misfortune. Unique special talent, the gifts of fate have long been marked by their price in the shadows. To harness the power of destiny is to also bear the backlash of fate. Misfortune. For each instance he experiences a secret realm or territory invasion, he will receive a treasure chest of varying levels depending on the difficulty. However, the probability of attracting invasions to the floating island is increased by 100. Explanation. Do you desire more? No problem. Fate will reward those who dare to challenge it with greater rewards. It is fair. More challenges equate to more rewards. Fortune. All treasure chests opened by the individual are automatically considered to be of a higher grade. However, the types and quantities of items obtained from these chests are limited to 1. Explanation. Do you seek better items? Very well. Fate has placed all that it possesses there. But fate despises greed, so you may only take one of each kind. Please be advised, treasure chests are bound to the player upon pickup and cannot be traded. Lin Yi gazed at his talent, his expression contorting. His talent was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. Wielded well, it could lead to boundless success, but mishandled, it could swiftly result in demise. The strength is undeniably formidable. Whether it is misfortune granting access to more treasure chests or fortune elevating their quality, these are capabilities that others would scarcely dare to dream of. Yet the pitfalls are equally significant. The negative effects of misfortune will draw more invaders. Should his development lag, or should misfortune lead him to attract formidable forces, he may very well be swept away in a single wave. The adverse effects of fortune will limit item quantities to 1. This means that although he can acquire superior items, utilizing them effectively will prove difficult. This talent belongs to the category of forced advancement. It elevates you forcibly, yet whether one can survive depends on one's own fortune. One can foresee that his future endeavors will be rife with cunning maneuvers, as he has no viable path left to traverse. He must resort to ingenious tactics to carve out a new path. Moreover, he is unlikely to escape the moniker of shrewd merchant, and will likely exploit his fellow players to supplement the absolutely destitute Lin Yi. Developed through 3 generations, equipped with the 2nd generation, and trading in the 1st generation. This path seems oddly familiar. Isn't this exploiting the disparity between labor and technology to profit from the unsuspecting? Alarmed, he jolted awake from sleep, realizing that the dominant powers were none other than himself. Newcomer trial released. Please check the task panel for details. Newcomer treasure chests have been distributed. For trades, please proceed to the core of the territory. A particularly dilapidated wooden chest appeared beside the crystal ball in the center of the room. Just how worn was the chest? It was in such a state that it could be broken apart with mere force, regardless of whether it had a lock or not. It appeared that the game treated this treasure chest as mere refuse. Simultaneously, the crystal ball, which Lin Yi had continuously overlooked, revealed its attributes as well. Territory Core LV1, the heart of the floating island, serving as the foundation for the existence of the territory. It is intrinsically linked to the life of the Lord. Its destruction would result in the instantaneous demise of the Lord and the commencement of the island's collapse. The Lord may perform a myriad of operations at the territory core, such as trading, constructing the territory, and maneuvering the floating island. Attributes. The current area of the floating island is 200 square meters, while the maximum area supported at the present level is 2,000 square meters. Life points stand at 1,000, with both physical and magical defenses at 0. The highest movement speed of the floating island currently reaches 100 kilometers per hour, and the territory treasures are at 0 to 1. Upgrade requirements. Wood 500 units, stone 200 units. This entity is of utmost importance, allowing for not a sliver of negligence. Not only is it connected to my very life, but its functionalities are also indispensable. In a mere moment, Lin Yi's mind conjured a series of audacious maneuvers, such as team assaults, stealth infiltration, teleportation, and precise long-range strikes. He realized that if he could conceive such strategies, so too could others. Thus, he resolved to classify the defense of the territory core as a highest-level secret. Novice treasure chest, containing the most fundamental supplies for survival. It allows newcomers to endure the arduous initial days. Note, it has been clearly stated that there is nothing of value within. Do not harbor dreams of unearthing artifact from the novice treasure chest. While the sarcasm in this wretched game is truly sharp. Chapter 2. Wonders, Blueprints, and Equipment. Lin Yi momentarily disregarded the treasure chest on the ground and directly accessed the quest section. He noted that the treasure chest's description indicated it contained little of value, merely some basic supplies. With respect to these ordinary provisions, Lin Yi harbored no anticipation. Instead, he was far more intrigued by the newcomer trial quest mentioned by the system, although he was yet to ascertain the difficulty of the tasks within this game. Given that it bore the name of survival, it was reasonable to assume the challenges would not be trivial. Newcomer Trial Quest 17. The system will summon a level 1 goblin wild creature in an empty area of your territory. Please defeat it to survive. Note 1. During the newcomer protection period, other floating islands cannot be moved. This marks the first battle a newcomer must face, the initial selection process. The first trial cannot be forfeited. Newcomers deemed to have no value will be obliterated. Note 2. The newcomer trial consists of 7 levels, 1 per day, with rapidly escalating difficulty. Note 3. Please regard this trial with utmost seriousness. Strive to pass as many levels as possible. The rewards for this trial are exceedingly generous, representing opportunities that many will never encounter again in their lifetime. Each additional level conquered will elevate the lords standing above others. The disparity created may never be surmountable in a lifetime. Note 4. Please entertain me with combat. Let me see if anyone has the fortitude to reach the final stage. This note was added by the war god. Level 1 Goblin. Health, 110. Mana, 0. Attack power, 8. Physical, defense, 0. Attack speed, 1 strike every 12 seconds. Maximum movement speed, 4 meters second. Note, the weakest creature generated by the game, devoid of intelligence, possessing only the most rudimentary combat instincts. Even newcomers, unarmed, can easily defeat this wretch. As Lin Yi scrutinized the trial instructions on the panel, he sensed that the game was starkly revealing its intentions. It relished, even anticipated, the emergence of such disparities. Nevertheless, this presented a silver lining for Lin Yi, as he could relish the exhilaration of overpowering his foes without the constraints of real-world balance. Moreover, greater risks and efforts would yield more substantial rewards, a fairness unattainable in his previous societal milieu. Reflecting on Note 1, this survival game had finally unveiled its sinister fangs. Those deemed to lack value would face annihilation. Lin Yi pondered how many skeptics or timid souls would dare to test their fate. Yet, a comparison of the level 1 Goblin's statistics revealed that the game did not entirely deprive players of a chance for survival. In fact, it seemed reluctant to obliterate a significant portion of newcomers at the onset. The level 1 Goblin's attack was 2 points lower than the initial values of human players, and its health was 20 points less. This difference likely represented the fundamental disparities inherent to race. Thus, as long as players could conquer their fears and bravely engage in battle, even foregoing evasion to trade blows with the creature, the ultimate victor would assuredly be the player. Moreover, The panel explicitly stated that the adversary lacked intelligence, possessing only the most basic combat instincts. This implied rigidity on the part of the opponent, suggesting that players could outsmart the goblin by utilizing their surroundings to evade attacks, potentially incurring minimal damage while securing victory. For those with prior combat training, it was even feasible to win without sustaining injuries. After contemplating his strategy, Lin Yi redirected his focus towards the nearby newcomer treasure chest. He wondered if the chest would benefit from his innate talents, hoping for a favorable outcome. With these thoughts in mind, he opened the chest. Player opened the newcomer treasure chest. Influenced by the player's innate talents, the newcomer treasure chest has been elevated by 1 level. No higher-level newcomer treasure chest was found. The items have been drawn from a D-rank chest. The player obtained D-rank personal equipment, rough iron sword, blueprint, D-rank wooden arrow tower, D-rank wonder, ever-flowing spring. D-rank personal equipment, rough iron sword, crafted from iron ore. This equipment grants the wielder a physical attack power of 5. Note, the most basic equipment in the game, with no specific requirements, suitable for all newcomers, effectively enhancing combat strength. Its affordability has made it a favored choice among low-level lords. Please note, personal equipment can only be used by players and their subjects. Soldiers summoned from barracks can only utilize class-specific gear. Blueprint, D-rank wooden arrow tower, permanent upon learning. Enables the construction of a D-rank wooden arrow tower in the territory. Wooden arrow tower, health 200 points, physical defense 5, fires 1 wooden arrow every 3 seconds, causing 30 points of physical damage that ignores defense, with an attack range of 20 meters. Construction requirements: 50 units of wood, 10 units of stone. Occupies 50 square meters. Construction time 10 minutes. Can be upgraded to a D-rank stone arrow tower. Upgrade requirements: 100 units of stone. Occupies 100 square meters. Upgrade time 20 minutes. Note 1. The most fundamental defensive tower, a crucial pillar of the territory's defense system, can only be obtained from D-rank chests, as its production is limited, making it a perennial demand among low-level lords. Note 2. I declare that you have successfully passed this newcomer trial. Though I am uncertain how you acquired these items from the newcomer treasure chest, as it contravenes game rules. Take heed. This is a permanent blueprint. This note was added by the war god. Note 3. It appears that fate is welcoming your arrival. This note was added by the goddess of fate. D-rank wonder, ever-flowing spring. This is a miraculous spring that never runs dry, continuously gushing forth with mountain spring water. The water is clear, sweet, non-toxic, odorless, and free of parasites, suitable for direct consumption. Daily output: 10 liters of spring water. Note 1. Wonders are essential components for the long-term survival and development of a floating island. Their remarkable ability to provide a continuous yield makes each wonder a catalyst for conflict among numerous lords. Note 2. I declare that you can now engage in agriculture, provided you elevate its level sufficiently. A small tip from the River of Fate: remember to strive for its upgrade. You shall not regret it. Additionally, when upgrading to C rank, do remember to add a water element core for a delightful surprise. Young one favored by fate. This tip is our little secret. Please do not share it with others, lest it vanish. After reviewing the attributes of the items obtained, Lin Yi could hardly contain his elation, bouncing in place and celebrating with exuberant cheers. Nice. The eternal gifts of the goddess of fate. Simultaneously, Lin Yi reminded himself to keep any hints from fate deeply buried within, revealing not a whisper. Possessing even a slight advantage in game strategy could yield terrifying informational leverage. By the way, he pondered what others might have received from their newcomer treasure chests. Knowing both friend and foe would ensure victory in every battle. With this thought, Lin Yi opened the public channel, soon receiving a prompt from the panel. Each person has 10 speaking opportunities per day. Discourse must be considerate. Overly crude or inappropriate remarks will be filtered and result in automatic muting. Users can block others, and the panel will automatically filter their messages. Screenshots can be shared to convey item information, and partial information can be sent, but modifications are prohibited. Isn't this merely an ordinary chat channel? Lin glanced at the current number of participants in the channel, 999, 510, 000. Why were there still a few missing? Could it be that some audacious souls had abandoned the rookie trial, daring to test whether the game would show them mercy? Did they not realize that merely experimenting could lead to their demise? The messages within the channel refreshed at an astonishing pace. A single comment barely had time to be read before it was swept away. It seemed that even with a limit of 10 messages per person per day, the sheer volume of 10,000 participants rendered the discourse remarkably swift. With no other option, Lin had to scroll back manually to see if he had missed any crucial information. After flipping through a dozen pages, he discovered that most of the posts were devoid of substance, either frantic pleas for help or boastful threats. There were also foolish revelations of real names in search of acquaintances. Hadn't they been warned to safeguard their true identities in this game? Yet, they brazenly flaunted them, seemingly unafraid of the consequences. Soon, a particular message caught his attention. User 1166. Let us not speak of those lacking in common sense. The game explicitly states that abandoning the first level leads to obliteration. Yet some still dare to test the game's boundaries as if it were a mere parental figure. The numbers have evidently dwindled. And now the pressing question is how to survive. Have you all opened your rookie chests? Did anyone find anything special? User 1166. I'll go first and share what I've opened. Let us see if it's similar. Bread, X3. Drinking water, 500 milliliters, X3. Stone axe. Bread, a basic, unrefined loaf, merely suitable for staving off hunger. One loaf can sustain an adult for an entire day. Drinking water, ordinary, potable water. Stone axe, the most rudimentary gathering tool, usable for collecting wood. User 945. I have something similar to the above, but with a stone pickaxe. Stone pickaxe, the most basic gathering tool, usable for collecting stone. Oh, 3 days worth of food and water, along with a gathering tool, an archetypal start for a farming game. Wait. Lin suddenly realized a dire predicament. His talent had upgraded the chest, leaving him without food, drink, or gathering tools. Chapter 3, D-Grade Half-Elf, High Elf, Bloodline Stone. Calm down. Calm down. I possess a D1, level wonder, Eternal Spring, and as long as I place this, I will at least have water to drink and can exchange water for food. Lin recalled the wonder he had discovered, instantly feeling reassured. While others were still measuring in milliliters, his wonder had already transitioned into producing 10 liters of water daily. Was no one addressing the rookie trial? Ah, indeed, there was. User 7756. Has anyone completed the rookie trial? Does it hurt to fight monsters? User 199. Not at all. It's quite simple. Wooden chest. After completing the first level today, the game rewarded me with this. Wooden chest, the lowest tier chest, with an exceedingly low probability of yielding D-grade items. User 199. I opened a D-grade personal equipment, rough iron sword, instantly boosting my attack by 5 points. I'm renting out the equipment. If anyone needs it, you can lease it in the trade section for just 1 wood per minute. First come, first served. And there's a reward for completing the trial. You certainly won't regret it. We're all in the same boat, so please don't give up. What a clever scheme. Lin couldn't help but applaud User 199. Their luck, combat prowess, decision-making skills, and initiative were all commendable. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether this individual possessed any talent abilities. Even without them, they were undoubtedly an elite. Judging by the numbers, he was certain to win and promptly initiated the rookie trial. With remarkable fortune, the rewarded wooden chest had a minuscule chance of yielding D-grade items, directly enhancing combat power with personal equipment. The moment they received the equipment, they explored the trade module to discover the option to rent gear, even advertising it in the public channel. The rental price was set reasonably, just below other psychological thresholds, making it seem like a bargain. They gathered resources while simultaneously building a good reputation. A formidable opponent, absolutely a formidable opponent. But so what? One must know that divine abilities cannot surpass destiny. With fortune and misfortune intertwined, in my possession, I embody destiny. Closing the channel, Lin opened his inventory, selected the rough iron sword, and watched as his physical attack power surged to 15 points. He stepped out of the wooden hut. Previously, having seen his floating island's area was merely 200 square meters from the territory core, Lin had mentally prepared himself for a rather meager situation. Yet, upon stepping outside and witnessing the scene before him, his heart twitched in dismay. How pitiable. The ground was small, the soil parched and hard, resembling a barren wasteland, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Surrounding the floating island was a dark, frigid void, as if light itself could not escape its grasp. Only on the island, and within a few dozen meters surrounding it, was there any illumination. Solemnly upright on the ground stood a solitary wooden hut, looking weathered yet not dilapidated, providing sufficient shelter from the elements. Lord's Hut, a dwelling housing the territory core, serving as the Lord's residence. It occupies an area of 20 square meters, possesses 200 life points, and has a physical defense of 1. Effect, provides a 50-meter view into the void. Within 50 meters, you can observe the outside world. Beyond that, darkness prevails. Upgrade requirements. Wood, 100 units, stone, 50 units. So, the vision is provided by the Lord's Hut. It appears that both this structure and the core will be focal points for future upgrades. Those who have played games know the importance of establishing visibility first. Without it, one is merely a target. If you cannot see others, they can see you, leaving you vulnerable to ambushes. However, these considerations were not the pressing issues at hand. Lin moved to an open area and communicated with the panel using his mind, summoning a sharp iron sword into his hand. After swinging the sword a few times to acclimate to its feel, he opened the Quest tab and commenced today's first rookie trial. A flash of white light appeared, and a small green-skinned creature emerged not far away. Standing only to his chest, it was about 1.5 meters tall. Its appearance was reminiscent of classic game and anime goblins. Pointed ears, tusks, a long nose, and armed only with a tattered cloth around its waist. Upon its arrival, the creature immediately spotted Lin standing nearby and, without a moment's hesitation, let out a shriek and charged at him. During its approach, Lin took the opportunity to check its attributes, which matched the prompts on the panel perfectly. Excellent. Unarmed, with 110 life points. It would take just 8 hits to end this battle. Given that both its attack power and health were inferior to his, and armed with a weapon, Lin enjoyed a significant advantage in reach. Thus, he opted not to circle around the hut seeking opportunities, instead choosing to confront the oncoming goblin head-on in the open space. Lin did not recklessly choose to attack immediately. Rather, he attempted to dodge and adapt to the creature's attack rhythm. Even when facing a battle he was certain to win, it was prudent to minimize damage taken. After all, he was neither a masochist nor a battle-crazed lunatic. He would naturally prefer to avoid unnecessary pain. Both parties had an attack speed of 1 strike per second. The goblin, being a simple-minded wild creature, merely closed the distance and swung its fists at Lin. After deftly evading several attacks from his adversary, Lin Yi found the encounter to be far from daunting. As long as he maintained his composure, he could effortlessly achieve the injury-free passage that had been mentioned anonymously prior. Following a nimble sidestep to evade a punch, Lin Yi swung his iron sword for the first time, the blade slicing through the goblin's form, emerald blood spurting forth from the wound. A numerical value of 15 materialized above the goblin's head before dissipating into the ether. It remained unclear whether the absence of pain was due to the digitalization of its body, which had removed its vulnerabilities, or because the goblin, devoid of consciousness, was incapable of sensing the hurt. Regardless, Lin Yi's strike did not impede its actions. The goblin retaliated with a punch, landing squarely upon Lin Yi, who had momentarily paused from his assault. The damage inflicted was noted as 8. It was manageable. The pain was akin to a mere tap from a wooden stick. Entirely bearable. The ensuing skirmish held no suspense. After absorbing 2 more punches and losing a fraction of his health, Lin Yi swung his sword once more, extinguishing the goblin's life. As its vitality was depleted, the goblin lost all momentum and collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from its wounds and rapidly absorbed by the earth below. Newbie Trial 17 completed. Reward: Wooden Treasure Chest, X1. Territory under invasion. Talent: Disaster, activated. Invasion Force rated D. Reward: Wooden Treasure Chest, X1. As 2 game notifications flashed before him, 2 completely wooden treasure chests materialized upon the ground. Oh. It seemed that defeating a monster also counted as an invasion under the talent's assessment. This meant that during these 7 days of the newbie trial, he would acquire 7 additional chests compared to others. Not to mention, under the influence of fortune, the chests could be upgraded a level. What a windfall. Given that he was the sole inhabitant of the floating island, Lin Yi was disinclined to stash the treasure away. Instead, he promptly opened the chest right there on the open ground. You have opened Wooden Treasure Chest 2. Talent: Fortune, activated. You have opened Stone Treasure Chest 2. As the chests vanished, 6 luminous orbs were left upon the ground. You have obtained Wood X1, Stone X1, Bread X1, D-Grade Half-Elf, High Elf, Unit Bloodline Stone, Wood X1, Stone Axe X1. Wood. The life force of plants has been perfectly revitalized by the game, encapsulated within the material. It is the most fundamental resource for progression within the game, an essential component for various constructions and the summoning of units, with territorial demands deemed immense. Stone. The power of the earth has been perfectly revitalized by the game, encapsulated within the material. It is the most fundamental resource for progression within the game, an essential component for various constructions and the summoning of units, with territorial demands deemed immense. D-Grade Half-Elf, High Elf, Unit Bloodline Stone. A template of a half-elf bloodline is sealed within, which can be added during the construction of barracks, granting summoned soldiers the benefits of that bloodline. D-Grade Half-Elf, High Elf, Unit Bloodline. For each level gained, magic attack increases by 1, mana by 10, and experience penalty by 20. Note 1. Barracks can be constructed without a bloodline stone, provided you possess the building blueprint. However, your soldiers will lack the growth bonuses associated with the same tier bloodline, only gaining basic stat enhancements upon leveling up. Note 2. Soldiers without a bloodline are merely incomplete products. Fate hint. Remember to utilize this stone in a dedicated mage training camp. By heavens, what an astonishing revelation. Lin Yi had an overwhelming urge to voice his frustrations. The wooden treasure chest had been upgraded to a stone treasure chest. How could this stone treasure chest yield bread and a stone axe? Were these not items typically found in beginner chests? How could a treasure chest of 2 higher levels still contain such trivial loot? Furthermore, regarding wood and stone, the game itself had proclaimed these to be the most basic materials, with territorial demands deemed immense. The 2 stone treasure chests had only yielded 3 units in total. Lin Yi had previously noted that the construction upgrades required hundreds of units of these materials. Where was he to procure them? By robbery? Well, robbing wasn't entirely out of the question. Perhaps he would consider it later. Then there was the bloodline stone he had uncovered. Evidently a crucial item and an indispensable part of constructing barracks. Without adding the corresponding bloodline stone during barrack construction, the resultant barracks and summoned soldiers would be incomplete. The critical aspect was that Lin Yi had gleaned this vital information from the bloodline stone. What if some unfortunate soul were to first uncover the blueprint for the barracks and, with sufficient materials at hand, immediately proceeded with construction? Once they had completed their barracks and summoned a plethora of soldiers, only to discover that their troops were mere half-finished products, such a scene would be utterly tragic. The thought alone made Lin Yi chuckle. This wretched game was riddled with pitfalls. Should he announce this in the channel? No, that would be too ostentatious at this moment. He needed to tread carefully. It would be wiser to wait a few days until others displayed some D-grade items, then release the information. It would be more advantageous, especially since he was unaware of how many formidable players remained hidden. Additionally, the fate hint regarding the mage camp surely implied there were longer-term implications he had yet to uncover. Chapter 4. The First Exploration. Disregarding the goblin's corpse lying on the ground, Lin Yi strode toward the Lord's cottage. What was he to do? Dig a pit for the wild creature and then erect a grave marker? Perhaps hold a yearly memorial to honor the first monster that had sacrificed its life for his cause? What nonsense. Detected monster corpse. Lord has no means of utilization. Shall the game now allow for retrieval? Corpses can exist for 1 hour post-battle. After 1 hour, the game will automatically initiate retrieval. Retrieve. It appeared there must be buildings or means to extract resources from corpses, and the retrieval window was limited to only 1 hour. He would need to keep an eye on such matters in the future. A flash of white light enveloped the gobliness body, vanishing along with the green blood smeared upon the ground, restoring the earth to its original parched state. Lin Yi arrived at the core of the territory and cast aside the D-grade personal equipment, rough iron sword, onto the trading section, setting it for rent. He established the rental price to match that of number 199, at 1 wood per minute or 1 stone for 2 minutes. Time is indeed money, my friend. At the game's onset, equipment that enhances combat power is exceedingly scarce, with few items available across the entire channel. The rented equipment was in high demand, appearing one moment and vanishing the next. This exchange yielded tangible materials, serving as a capital to get ahead of others. He had already begun leasing later than his competitors by several minutes, equating to a loss of over a dozen wood. Rounded up, that amounted to a loss of nearly 100 wood, leaving Lin Yi feeling significantly disadvantaged. To earn less was to incur a loss. As for whether anyone would choose not to rent, given the choice between spending a few coins to take fewer hits and opting to spend nothing while sustaining more blows, which would you select? Everyone possessed gathering tools. Simply find a floating island and utilize the stone axe to gather resources. After all, during the newbie period, aside from the novice floating islands, all other islands had movement restrictions. As long as one carefully observed prior to merging floating islands and opted for smaller islands devoid of monsters, the risks were negligible. Indeed, Lin Yi's expectations were met. Within mere minutes, he had already received 3 units of wood and 1 unit of stone. During the newbie period, the trading market waives transaction fees. After the newbie phase, a 20 fee will be charged for large material transfers. He had not yet retrieved the materials when he swiftly purchased a stone spade from the market and exited the small dwelling. In the brief span of time, he already felt parched. Not far from the cottage, he dug a shallow pit and subsequently placed the D-grade wonder, the eternal spring, within it. A flash of white light illuminated the uneven pit that Lin Yi had excavated, transforming it into a smooth basin. The loose soil was compacted by an invisible force, revealing a modest opening at its center. Clear water began to flow forth from this aperture, spreading outward. The stream was slight, akin to a faucet turned to its lowest setting, yet it sufficed to meet one person's drinking needs abundantly. The D-grade wonder, the eternal spring, was a miraculous source that would never run dry, continually gushing forth crystal clear, sweet, and non-toxic mountain spring water, free from any unpleasant odors or parasites, and suitable for direct consumption, yielding 10 liters daily. Despite the spring's modest output of merely 10 liters per day, translating to less than 500 milliliters per hour, Lin Yi felt relieved as he need not worry about its maintenance. He merely had to ensure the pit was dug adequately to collect the spring water. Hurrying to the spring, he bent down and drank eagerly. The game assured him of its purity and safety, which bolstered his confidence in its divine power. As for the surrounding soil's cleanliness, in this desolate land, devoid of life, even the game had remembered to collect blood when retrieving the corpses. Any potential contamination was a trivial concern. After several minutes of quenching his thirst, Lin Yi rose and brushed the dirt off his clothes. Checking the time via the panel, he noted it was only 10 in the morning, prompting him to return to his abode. He intended to manipulate the floating island nearby, hoping to fortuitously encounter a resource island where he could gather some wood or stone. The tasks awaiting Lin Yi included upgrading the territory core, requiring 500 units of wood and 200 units of stone, upgrading the Lord's cabin, necessitating 100 units of wood and 50 units of stone, and constructing 2 wooden arrow towers for defense and treasure generation, needing 100 units of wood and 20 units of stone. In total, he required 700 units of wood and 270 units of stone. The day's earnings from renting out equipment could indeed cover these expenses, but such endeavors would demand time. He could not afford to squander an entire day of exploration without taking action. At the very least, he could accumulate materials and gain exploration experience. Should fortune smile upon him, and he stumbled upon a small floating island with only 13 low-level monsters, he could swiftly construct the arrow towers, drawing the beasts back to farm for talent treasure chests. Of course, this good fortune pertained solely to Lin Yi, who possessed arrow towers, as others would likely regard a monster-laden island as ill-fated. Although a level 1 floating island spanned merely 200 square meters, it was feasible to squeeze in 2 arrow towers, each occupying 50 square meters. However, how was he to control this entity? The panel merely indicated that the territory core could manage the island's movement, but it lacked specifics. Just as Lin Yi pondered this, the territory core responded, plunging him into darkness as the map page of the panel unfolded before him. The territory core projected a 3-dimensional sphere in his mind, appearing semi-transparent. Only the bright point at the center of the sphere and a luminous ring surrounding it conveyed a sense of reality. Lin Yi instinctively understood that the bright point represented his floating island, while the surrounding illuminated area delineated his current field of vision. In space, movement is not restricted to mere forward, backward, left, or right. There is also up and down. Thus, the game's flat map was ill-suited for the spatial environment, necessitating a 3-dimensional map. He could manipulate the floating island's movements with his thoughts, yet he had to remain completely focused to avoid collisions. The island's maximum speed reached 100 kilometers per hour, equating to over 27 meters per second, with a visual range of only 50 meters. He had less than 2 seconds to react upon spotting another entity on the map before contact occurred. Fortunately, this was a fantastical realm where Newtonian physics held no sway. Controlling the territory core allowed the island to halt instantaneously, rendering its inhabitants immune to the forces of inertia. A humorous irony, it is widely acknowledged that inertia is solely dependent on one's weight, independent of gravity. A floating island traveling at high speed experiences its inertia instantly nullified. And the diminutive territory core's instantaneous exertion is so formidable that those on the island transition from rapid motion to complete stillness, rendering their bodies impervious to any backlash. I shall refer to this phenomenon as the steel bodies of floating island inhabitants. A similar concept applies to the instantaneous halting of high-speed starships in science fiction. Alas, this wretched game seemed fraught with pitfalls. The vast void left one uncertain of which direction to fly or how long it would take to encounter another floating island, all while requiring his unwavering concentration. The territory core could be set to halt the island instantly upon detecting other islands within the mapped area. Would he like to enable this setting? Yes. Thankfully, this troublesome game still held some semblance of intelligence. Lin Yi hastily consented to the configuration. This setting may introduce safety risks. Does the Lord wish to proceed? Yes. Ignoring the risks, he insisted on the setting. With so many matters to consider, Lin Yi almost lost track of the conversation. Men to the left, women to the right. Men must take the higher ground. Hoist the sails and set sail. Departing from the upper left. From an external perspective, the stationary floating island suddenly sprang into motion, akin to a shooting star streaking across the inky void. He hoped for good fortune and prompt encounters with other islands. To pass the time, Lin Yi opened the public channel, observing various grievances and tales of exploration triumphs. After nearly 2 hours, only one individual reported discovering an unattended wooden treasure chest during their exploration. The person refrained from disclosing their findings, likely hoping to secure their fortune quietly. Suddenly, the map flared open. A light point representing Lin Yi's floating island was not far from another, identical light point. It appeared he had encountered another floating island. since it appeared on the map. It meant the other island had entered his field of vision and could be observed with the naked eye. Lin Yi hurriedly dashed out of the cottage and approached the edge of his island. With a slight upward glance, he could see the underside of the neighboring floating island. From the contours of its base, it was evident that this island was also modest in size, likely around 400 to 500 square meters. He wondered if it merely harbored some trees and stones, or if it also contained respawning wild monsters. Quickly returning to the core, he used his consciousness to maneuver the floating island closer, gradually ascending to a slightly higher position than the other island, allowing him to observe it thoroughly before deciding whether to initiate docking. From the previous discussions in the chat channel, Lin Yi noted that for two floating islands to dock, one party must have complete control over both islands, or an agreement must be reached between the two parties to separate the islands afterward. A certain unfortunate individual had recklessly merged their islands without careful observation, only to find themselves pursued by a level 1 goblin monster straight to their cottage door. They had to hastily grab a crude iron sword to slay the creature before making their escape. Luck was indeed on their side, as encountering only a single low-level monster meant they narrowly avoided peril. Does this game still spawn beasts? One could only wonder what sustenance they consumed. On the floating island across from him, aside from a modest patch of woodland, 3 wolves meandered across the grassy expanse. The lead wolf was as large as a bull, its head towering to the height of an adult's chest and measuring at least 1.5 meters in length without its tail. The other 2 wolves were evidently larger than the wild wolves found on Earth, presenting a formidable trio that was clearly not to be trifled with by newcomers. Alpha Wolf LV3, Elite Health Points, 190190, initially 100, increasing by 30 points per level, Mana Points, 0, Attack Power, 16, initially 10, increasing by 2 points per level. Defense, 1, Attack Speed, 1 attack every 0.8 seconds, Maximum Movement Speed, 9 ms, Wild Wolf LV1, Health Points, 120120, Mana Points, 0, Attack Power, 10, Defense, 0. Attack Speed, 1 attack every second, Maximum Movement Speed, 7 ms. Lin Yi observed the attributes of his adversaries and concluded that even the 2 level 1 wild wolves posed a challenge he could not face alone, let alone the level 3 alpha wolf. Thus, he resolved not to adhere to the principles of martial ethics. Chapter 5. Wooden Arrow Tower. Returning to his dwelling, Lin Yi discovered that the materials acquired from renting equipment were sufficient to construct but a single arrow tower. To erect a second one, he would likely need to wait for over half an hour. He decided to proceed with the construction of one, with the intention of building a second later. After all, a little patience could safeguard his life. There was no need to retrieve the materials. He directly accessed the territory interface, connecting with the territory core, and a schematic of the floating island materialized before him. A menu on the side displayed the structures he currently had blueprints to construct. Unsurprisingly, the menu only showcased a solitary D-grade wooden arrow tower. Selecting the arrow tower with his consciousness, a green circle appeared on the map, which he could maneuver. When he positioned the circle over the Lord's dwelling, it transformed into red. This is truly a game-like setup. Locations suitable for construction were marked in green, while those that were not were indicated in red. The upper right corner even displayed the remaining resources. He casually placed the arrow tower in front of the left side of the dwelling, planning to build another on the right side once he had enough resources, creating a pair of sentinels flanking the entrance. Given the limited space on the floating island and the absence of other structures before upgrading the core, this was the most prudent arrangement. Stepping outside, he beheld the ethereal silhouette of a 2-story tower emerging in the open space. This tower was not a rudimentary lookout structure supported by 4 wooden beams. Rather, it possessed a broad stone base and was constructed with meticulously processed logs, exuding a sense of robustness. Furthermore, being a game structure, it did not require any personnel for occupation. There were neither doors nor pathways leading inside. The only visible feature near the top was a band of openings, presumably intended for archery. The interior of the arrow tower remained a mystery. The construction process resembled 3D printing, with materials manifesting layer by layer, merging seamlessly with the base. The time taken to erect one arrow tower was 10 minutes, during which Lin Yi observed with keen interest. He watched as the translucent silhouette gradually solidified into a sturdy edifice. One can only imagine the thrill of a future where projection technology advances and combines with 3D printing capabilities. The construction on the floating island was unlike the Protoss' instantaneous transport in StarCraft. It resembled a disassembly and reconstruction of matter. If the summoning of troops operated similarly, the only term that could encapsulate it would be creator. As the arrow tower reached completion, its attributes appeared before Lin Yi. D-grade wooden arrow tower requires no station personnel. capable of identifying enemies and automatically launching wooden arrows at targets within range. However, each attack consumes wood, with 1 unit consumed for every 10 attacks. Health points, 200,200. Physical defense, 5. Attack interval, once every 3 seconds, inflicting a fixed damage of 30 points that ignores defenses, with an attack range of 20 meters. It can be upgraded to a D-grade stone arrow tower, with an upgrade requirement of stone 100 units. It occupies an area of 100 square meters, with an upgrade time of 20 minutes. Fate tip: this stone arrow tower marks the true beginning of defensive towers, depending on subsequent blueprints and construction materials. There are hundreds of variants. The highest tier A-grade defense towers can even protect an entire city with a single tower. Lin Yi gasped upon reading the fate tip visible only to him. He could hardly fathom the power of a top-tier defense tower capable of safeguarding an entire city. Nor could he imagine the terrifying strength required to assault a premier city protected by multiple A-grade towers. Well, such thoughts were too distant. He needed to focus on the present. After waiting for a while for resources to accumulate, Lin Yi ordered the construction of a second wooden arrow tower. Once it was completed, he would commence his monster-drawing tactics. Guiding his floating island closer to the monster-infested island, a prompt appeared in his mind, asking, "Do you wish to dock?" Dock. The entire floating island trembled for a few seconds before stabilizing. As Lin Yi reached the boundary, he was astonished to find that the junction between the two islands was not the chasm he had anticipated, but rather a smooth expanse of land. The two floating islands had seamlessly fused together, resembling a gourd shape, making it impossible to discern that they had previously been two separate entities. No wonder one could not easily detach after docking. This was not mere docking, but true fusion. Looking over at the opposing island, Lin Yi observed the 3 wolves still lounging, utterly oblivious to the change. The monsters generated by the game were indeed remarkably dull. It appeared that as long as he did not encroach upon their alert zone, they exhibited no inclination to attack. Initially, Lin Yi had no desire to take risks or lure the monsters, preferring instead to wait for them to approach him. However, given the low intelligence of the wild beasts, he felt compelled to venture forth. Hoping that there were no fixed guard zones, he proceeded cautiously. If he failed to draw them over, it could spell disaster. The location of the 3 wolves was towards the rear of the island, exceeding the arrow tower's attack range. He estimated he would need to lure them about 10 meters closer to engage them. Smack! Lin Yi slapped his forehead in frustration, realizing his folly. He could have circled the floating island and docked from the other side. After all, neither the monsters nor the island would move. Regretting his oversight, but feeling compelled to proceed, Lin Yi steeled himself and approached the wolf pack. Every muscle in his body tensed as he fixed his gaze on the trio of wolves, inching closer with deliberate steps. As he reached approximately 15 meters from the wolves, the level 3 alpha wolf suddenly opened its eyes and sprang to its feet. Sensing the alpha's movement, the 2 slightly slower wild wolves quickly followed suit. The alpha wolf scanned its surroundings, locking eyes with Lin Yi in the distance. It bared its teeth and crouched low, signaling an attack alongside its 2 companions. Feeling the weight of 3 fierce gazes upon him, Lin Yi's back turned cold, and his mind went blank, fixating solely on the imperative to flee. He swiftly turned and sprinted back to his floating island. After all, he was merely an ordinary person on Earth, unaccustomed to being targeted by 3 ferocious beasts. The fact that he remembered to run back instead of freezing in place was a testament to his mental fortitude. Fortunately, he had intended to lure the monsters, and their pursuit was in accordance with his plan. Lin Yi dashed ahead, with the 3 wolves hot on his heels, the distance between them closing rapidly. The leading level 3 alpha wolf was 4 meters per second faster than Lin Yi, meaning it could close the 15-meter gap in just over 3 seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, 30, 30. 2 piercing sounds shattered the air as 2 blossoms of crimson erupted upon the head wolf, a wooden arrow embedded deeply within its flesh, while 2 numbers floated above its head. This was the assault from the arrow tower. In a mere span of a few meters, the 2 parties engaged in a relentless chase, covering the distance in just 2 seconds. The wolf pack charged directly into the warning range of the wooden arrow tower, which promptly initiated its automated defense. 2 towers adjusted their aim towards the lead wolf, the first to breach the attack zone. The force of 2 powerful arrows momentarily halted the head wolf, rendering it incapable of pursuing the fleeing Lin Yi ahead. Lin Yi, in his desperate flight, showed no inclination to glance back at the outcome of the arrow tower's assault, his legs propelling him relentlessly toward the small cabin, where he hastily secured the door behind him. In the midst of his escape, could he not focus? Was it too much to wait until he confirmed his safety before indulging in the spectacle? This was a refrain Lin Yi often muttered during films, where supporting characters would stop to gawk at assistance arriving, only to be felled by the pursuing antagonist. He was acutely aware that 3 wolves were in pursuit, uncertain whether the arrow tower could sufficiently draw their ire. What if these wolves remained fixated on him, regardless of the tower's actions? Meanwhile, the attacked head wolf, after a brief moment of hesitation, pivoted and, flanked by its 2 subordinates, charged directly at the nearest wooden arrow tower. As the tower launched its second barrage, the head wolf reached the base of the tower, viciously sinking its teeth into the wooden structure, leaving deep, long marks with its sharp fangs. 11. Head wolf attack 16. Tower defense 5. Under the concentrated fire of the arrow tower, the head wolf's health plummeted swiftly to 70190. The 2 other wild wolves joined their leader in clawing and biting at the tower. 5-5-11. As the third round of arrows rained down, the head wolf was left with a mere 10 health points. However, its digitized form allowed it to evade the debilitating effects of near death, maintaining its combat efficacy. The 3-second interval between the tower's attacks permitted the wolves to strike 3 times. Amidst their onslaught, the wooden arrow tower's health dwindled to 94,200. Its lower half visibly weakened. The head wolf's rapid attack speed enabled an additional strike. 10-0. The first arrow of the 4th round depleted the head wolf's health entirely, while the second arrow struck its fallen form. This exemplified the drawbacks of a defense tower lacking human oversight. It would continue to target the initial unit until it perished, only then selecting another target at random. Furthermore, the tower would not calculate damage efficiently, leading to potential wasted attacks or overflow damage. 5-5-5-5-5-5. A barrage of numbers erupted from the tower. Yet the death of the head wolf did not deter the 2 wild wolves from their assault. In an instant, the tower's health fell to 64. Fortunately, the wild wolves possessed low health, only 120 points. After 2 rounds of volleys, when the first wooden arrow tower was destroyed, only 1 wild wolf remained on the battlefield. Wooden arrow tower versus wild wolf. After the tower sustained a loss of 60 health points, the final wild wolf too succumbed to its injuries. Territory under invasion. Talent, Calamity, activated. Invasion Force Evaluation D. Received, Wooden Treasure Chest, 1. Inside the cabin, Lin Yi, upon witnessing the prompt and the treasure chest materializing before him, realized that his arrow tower had concluded its battle. He hurried outside to assess the damage. Wooden arrow tower, health 140200. Repair requires, wood 15 units. Destroyed wooden arrow tower, building debris with depleted health, capable of recovering 30 building materials. Recovery time 59-30. Wolf corpse, the carcass of a wolf, can yield fur and meat. Recovery time 59-30. How harrowing it was. Chapter 6, Harvest. The arrow tower required repairs, the building debris needed to be salvaged, and the 3 wolf carcasses needed processing. Salvaging the debris yielded wood 15 units, stone 3 units. The collapsed arrow tower vanished, leaving only 2 orbs of light hovering in its place. Lin Yi approached to collect the materials into his backpack, then turned his gaze to the corpses on the ground. He contemplated retracting his rented iron sword from the trading market, intending to use the sharp tool for dismemberment. Lacking any experience, he was unsure how much valuable material he could extract. Even a small amount of wolf meat would be preferable to allowing everything to be reclaimed by the game. Suppressing his nausea, Lin Yi began to dissect the carcasses into manageable portions, carefully separating flesh from fur and muscle. Adhering to the principle of prioritizing meat over fur, he extracted large chunks of wolf meat from the limbs, chest, and back. As for other parts, he regrettably lacked the skill to harvest. He did not vomit, for he was still famished, having not eaten anything, leaving no material to expel. Acquired, wolf meat, 112 kilograms. Should the remaining carcasses be salvaged? Salvage. Observing the dwindling time of less than 5 minutes, Lin Yi, drenched in sweat, decided against further exertion. Repair the arrow tower. Deducting wood 15 units, the repairs commenced. Armed with the iron sword and the wolf meat in his backpack, Lin Yi proceeded towards the territory core, intending to sell the wolf meat while prices were high due to food scarcity, thus regaining some health. In this battle, he effectively exchanged 50 units of wood and 7 units of stone for 112 kilograms of wolf meat and a wooden treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, his talent triggered yet again, transforming it into a stone treasure chest. A magnificent profit. Casually continuing to rent out the rough iron sword, Lin Yi scrutinized the food prices. Let us see, the price of 1 bread has soared to 2 units of wood. Remarkably, someone is selling deer meat. Why did they encounter deer while he faced wolves? And 3 at that. This person is selling 1 kilogram of deer meat for 10 units of wood, with a total of 20 kilograms. What an exorbitant price. Oh, someone else buying. It's all right then. Not being greedy, he decided to sell his wolf meat 49 units of wood. He promptly listed 110 kilograms of wolf meat, keeping 2 kilograms for himself. If all sells, that amounts to 990 units of wood. What a windfall. I could replenish the arrow tower completely. However, this is merely the beginning. Food prices are artificially inflated, and in a few days, this fortune may dissipate. Lin Yi also noticed that the trading market had begun to feature sellers of torches and pondered the necessity of selling torches during daylight. Upon reflection, he surmised it was likely due to the emergence of fresh meat in the market, necessitating a heat source for food processing. Some enterprising individuals had resorted to friction fire, and lacking tools to sell charcoal, they had opted to sell handheld torches instead. He considered purchasing some bread and a torch to roast his meat. If conditions allowed, he preferred not to make things difficult for himself. Now, the task at hand was to open the acquired wooden treasure chest and discover its contents. You have opened the wooden treasure chest. Influenced by the talent fortune, you have opened a stone treasure chest. You have obtained D-Class Secret Realm Direction Stone 1. D-Class Magic Scroll, Ice Spike, 1, Blood and Flesh Energy 1 unit. D-Class Secret Realm Direction Stone. Upon use, it will indicate the nearest D-Class Secret Realm on your map. Note 1. The Secret Realm may be a fragment of a world preserved by chance or the echoes of annihilated entities. The former allows you to gather genuine and unique resources, while the latter merely grants you lost knowledge, blueprints, and other intangible assets. Note 2. Each secret realm presents an opportunity, yet the risks remain substantial. Note 3. The entry requirements for each secret realm vary. Some permit only lords or their subjects with souls to enter, while others allow soldiers. Fate's hint. Secret realms are fraught with peril. It is advisable to explore them only after you have completed the novice phase. D-Class Magic Scroll, Ice Spike. A magical scroll sealed with the D-Class spell Ice Spike. Tearing the scroll will unleash this magic. Magic effect. Emits a frigid gust of air in a 120-degree, 10-meter arc ahead of you, interspersed with a few ice spikes. Inflicting damage and slowing enemies. Extreme cold gust damage. 50, elemental damage. Ice spike damage. 70, physical damage. Slowing effect. 30, lasting for 20 seconds. Fate's hint. This spell was originally developed to slow down swathes of enemies approaching the caster. But you would not wish to learn the fate of the unfortunate soul struck by 5 ice spikes. Blood and Flesh Energy. Biotic energy extracted from the blood and flesh of living beings. Suitable for potion crafting, alchemy, and summoning troops, among various other applications. It is a fundamental material on par with iron ore with a high demand. Note, the quantity required to summon biological troops of varying strengths differs, and it can also serve as maintenance costs for flesh troops. It is essentially their sustenance. Fate's hint. The D-Class building, Flesh Furnace, can decompose corpses, yielding blood and flesh energy. Lin Yi primarily heeds advice. The hints of fate suggest he should explore only after surpassing the novice phase, and he will not act recklessly. It appears that this stone is also a hidden treasure in the short term. As for the magic scroll, not to mention its impressive group damage of 50 points and the luck-based ice spikes, even its slowing effect of 30 can serve as a trump card to turn the tide of battle. Wizards, oh wizards, in every realm, they reign supreme over warriors. Lastly, the blood and flesh energy, which resembles a fist-sized, red, semi-translucent jelly, surprised Lin Yi with its unexpected resilience and elasticity. He likened it to silicone. The game's description and explanation of blood and flesh energy reveals a wealth of information. Its essence is concentrated biotic energy derived from the blood and flesh of living beings, applicable in potion brewing and alchemy. It is likely intended as a basic supplement of biotic energy, analogous to the role of glucose. Its use in troop summoning is also easily comprehensible. After all, where does the flesh of the summoned troops come from? It is plausible that the game's mechanics allow the reconstruction of bodies using wood and stone. Yet activation and movement surely depend on blood and flesh energy. It is also understandable that the maintenance costs for soldiers can be covered by this energy. But a more critical revelation emerges. Summoned soldiers require sustenance. It is not merely a matter of summoning them. One must also be able to support them. Further contemplation leads to the conclusion that the explicit mention of using blood and flesh energy as maintenance costs implies that the inhabitants of the territory and real soldiers may be unable or highly resistant to substituting blood and flesh energy for food. The significance of cultivating the land within the territory has suddenly escalated. As for the final hint from fate, it serves as a timely boon for Lin Yi. The high demand and broad applicability of blood and flesh energy render it an essential commodity for the territory, and unlike wood and stone, it is not readily obtainable from other lords. Now that he knows the name of the building required to acquire it, he simply needs to remain vigilant. With his informational advantage, he will surely obtain it. The bottleneck problem is thus resolved effortlessly. Having gathered the spoils from the treasure chest, Lin Yi indulged in a delightful lunch. Although the meat was somewhat charred and lacking flavor, compared to the lamentations of his contemporaries in the public channels, it was indeed a feast. Glancing at the wolf meat he had put up for sale, he noticed that half of it had sold in just a few minutes. Though they vocally denounced the price, their actions betrayed their honesty. Before stepping out of the small dwelling, he casually erected another wooden arrow tower in its original position. It was not that he lacked the desire to construct more, but rather that the floating island offered little space for additional arrow towers. Initially, the area spanned merely 200 square meters, and upgrading the territory core to level 2 required wood, 500 units, and stone, 200 units. He had sufficient wood, but was still short on stone. In the early stages, novice lords were hesitant to explore larger floating islands, and the smaller ones rarely harbored collectible stone. Moreover, gathering stone demanded more stamina and time than felling trees, resulting in a disproportionate supply of stone compared to wood within the trading sector. An awkward situation arose. The exchange rate for stone to wood was exceedingly chaotic, ranging from a cheap 1 to 3 to an expensive 1 to 5. Presently, novice lords likely possessed few excess blueprints, rendering their stone surplus practically useless. Numerous sell orders lingered, yet none were fulfilled. Lin Yi, of course, was not foolish enough to enter the market at this juncture. He resolved to wait. By nightfall, there would surely be those too impatient to hold on, willing to sell stone at a 1 to 2 ratio. Armed with a stone axe, Lin Yi ventured onto the floating island of the wolves. He sought to discover whether there were resources beyond the trees available for felling. Oh, what is that? A small cloth pouch? Lin Yi noticed a black cloth bag, slightly larger than a wallet, where the wolf pack had previously lounged. Perhaps it had been obscured by the towering alpha wolf, or he had simply been too anxious during the encounter to observe carefully. Regardless, he had missed the small cloth bag, which matched the color of the wolf's fur. Novice food pack contains 5 breads, 5 bottles of drinking water, and 100 grams of salt. Note: a benefit for the novice phase lasting 7 days. It will no longer appear after this period. During your exploration of the floating islands, the likelihood of encountering it greatly exceeds that of finding treasure chests. It dawned on him that the game had prepared this novice benefit to prevent players from starving in the early stages. Had he known, he would have explored sooner, not only for the bread and water, but the salt was absolutely crucial. After wandering the small floating island for a time without discovering anything else, he reluctantly picked up his stone axe and began chopping down trees. This stone axe, it must be said, was truly inefficient. It took him 20 minutes to fell a tree of adult waist size. The downed tree disappeared, leaving behind a 1 cubic meter wooden block. Gained wood 1. Such a large tree yielding only 1 unit of wood. Chapter 7. Monster Nest. Lin Yi decisively abandoned the option of laboriously gathering resources, as the cost-to-benefit ratio was far too low. With the time spent here, he could instead seek out floating islands that spawn monsters and treasure chests, earning multiples of what he could gather here. Fine, I admit, I am lazy. Returning to his small dwelling, he mentally issued a command to the core to disengage. Both floating islands are under control, with no opposing forces detected. No opposing island core detected, unable to occupy the island. Note: the occupation and merging of floating islands must accompany the fusion of island cores. If one side lacks a core, merging is impossible. To safeguard the survival rate of novices, the option to occupy islands is restricted during the novice phase of 7 days. Disengagement commencing. As the land at the contact point receded, the edges of Lin Yi's floating island reverted to their former state, completing the disengagement. Having whimsically chosen a direction, he embarked on yet another exploration. The fickleness of fortune is indeed enigmatic. After an afternoon of wandering, he encountered 3 floating islands, yet none were suitable for Lin Yi. 2 of these were minor resource islands, merely populated by a few trees ripe for logging and gathering. The third island, however, was a colossal expanse, boasting an area 56 times larger than Lin Yi's own. He couldn't muster the interest to ascertain the number of foes present, as a cold sweat broke out along his spine. It was fortunate that, apart from the novice islands, all others were rendered immobile by game restrictions. Otherwise, a sudden encounter with such a vastly larger island would have been akin to calling out to the heavens in vain, or appealing to the earth without response, simply resigning oneself to demise. Time: 1900 hours. Weather: clear, dusk approaching. As the game interface announced the transition of daylight into dusk on the floating island, Lin Yi took a moment to check the resources available in the trading market. Wood: 1,360 units. Stone: 143 units. The bulk of his income stemmed from the sale of wolf meat, with the remainder deriving from equipment rentals. Indeed, The exchange rate for wood and stone had plummeted to 2:1, making it imperative to trade for some stone. Upgrading the core required 500 wood, while the small dwelling demanded 100, plus an additional 100 for 2 arrow towers, culminating in a need to retain 700 wood. This meant he could procure 330 units of stone. Resolute in his decision, he wasted no time and commenced trading in earnest. Upgrading the floating island core commenced. Deducting wood, 500 units, stone, 200 units, upgrade initiated. A radiant wave of light erupted from the core, swiftly sweeping across the island. In quick succession, the edges of the island illuminated with a shimmering white glow, and as this brilliance emerged, the island began to expand rapidly, ultimately transforming into a size several times larger than before. Upgrade complete. Attained. Floating Island Core LV2. Floating Island Core LV2. Current island area 1,000 square meters. Maximum supported area 10,000 square meters. Health points 3,000. Physical and magical defense 10. Current maximum island movement speed 90 kilometers per hour. Territorial treasure slots 02. Upgrade requirements: wood 2,000 units, stone 1,000 units. Note: as the floating island core upgrades, the area will swiftly expand, while the maximum movement speed will gradually decrease. Fate hint: the upgrade of the floating island core typically requires the consumption of 2 cores of the same level. However, during the novice phase, this requirement has been discreetly omitted as a hidden benefit. The higher your core level during the novice period, the more advantages you gain from the game. While Lin Yi found the reduction in movement speed due to upgrading rather disheartening, he rationalized that it was only natural for a larger entity to move more slowly, thus accepting this stipulation. The subsequent fate hint brought him some pleasure, as the prospect of reaping the benefits of the game was indeed a source of joy. 2,000 wood and 1,000 stone. Such expenditure was manageable, not overly daunting. Yet, he pondered the resource requirements for reaching LV4 and whether he could gather them within the novice phase. He proceeded to upgrade the Lord's Cottage. Deducting wood, 100 units. Stone, 50 units, upgrade initiated. Mirroring the core's upgrade, the cottage initially appeared ethereal before rapidly stretching. In mere seconds, it transformed from a cramped 20 square meter wooden shack into an expansive 200 square meter luxurious abode. Remarkably, under the game's influence, the surrounding structures seemed to shift seamlessly, as if they had always existed in their new positions. Lord's Cottage LV2, a wooden dwelling with an area of 200 square meters, health points 500, physical defense 3. Effect: provides a 100-meter void vision. Upgrade requirements: wood 300 units, stone 200 units. As Lin Yi explored the newly upgraded cottage, he found that, despite the absence of modern decor, it possessed no significant flaws. The solid wood flooring was spacious and bright. This upgrade also included room partitions, with a living room, bedroom, and bathroom, all proportioned impeccably. Moreover, it came with basic interior furnishings, featuring a simplistic yet elegant wooden style. The core was positioned centrally in the 100 square meter living room, and nearby, a newly appeared stone table revealed its attributes before Lin Yi's eyes. Automatic workbench, a supplementary facility of the Lord's Cottage, capable of producing some basic living tools. No dedicated personnel are required. Provided there are sufficient materials within the territory, it can produce automatically when a set quantity is designated. Currently producible items include stone axe, stone pickaxe, stone shovel, wooden bucket, wooden bowl. Fate hint: the workbench can only produce low-end tools for convenience. The blacksmith's forge is the essential production building, a crucial device for enhancing the quality of life, for one must have aspirations while living. Perhaps due to the workbench's inability to produce items with attributes that enhance combat prowess and survival capability, the game rated it rather lowly. However, for Lin Yi, it felt like a timely boon. He then opened the map, intent on constructing 2 additional wooden arrow towers to bolster the defenses of his territory. With the map now reflecting a tenfold increase in area, the existing layout of buildings appeared cramped, with everything clustered around the center. Could the building positions be adjusted? Upon the completion of conquering other floating islands, an automatic opportunity to adjust the territorial terrain and building layout will be granted, which can be executed at the core of the territory. Adjusting the territory would necessitate conquering an island, and such conquests would only become available after the novice phase. This meant that he could not alter the layout at present, implying that with each upgrade to the core, he would need to re-establish defenses around the territory's perimeter, undoubtedly consuming substantial resources. Having learned from past experiences, he resolved to construct outward, establishing a frontline base for when the islands connected. Realizing he had insufficient wood to construct 4 arrow towers all at once, Lin Yi resorted to trading stone to acquire the necessary materials. Wooden Arrow Towers, X4, acquired. After dinner, Lin Yi, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, idly scrolled through the channel amidst the glow of the core. The cottage was devoid of light, and the moonlight outside was dim. The entire floating island was shrouded in a somber stillness. For someone accustomed to the incessant distractions of modern technology, the abrupt transition to this tranquil solitude provoked a surge of discomfort and negative emotions as night fell. Fortunately, the existence of the channel provided a means of communication, alleviating the potential for emotional breakdown among many. 2200 hours, the first day of the novice phase concludes. Initial channel population, 10,000, current population, 9,961. 6 individuals have not completed the first trial and will be eliminated. Current population, 9,955. Wishing all lords continued effort tomorrow. The game's notification roused Lin Yi from his drowsiness, and upon observing the 6 individuals marked for elimination, a sense of urgency washed over him, akin to the sorrow of a rabbit upon the death of a fox. Collecting his thoughts, he returned to his bedroom, lying upon the cold wooden bed, forcibly compelling himself to rest well in preparation for the challenges of the morrow. Second day of the novice phase, 7 o'clock a.m. Weather, overcast, temperature, 23 degrees. Accompanied by the game's notification sound, Lin Yi awakened. Newcomer trial task, 27. The system will spawn 2 level 2 goblin monsters in the open space of the territory. Please vanquish them to survive. Completion reward, wooden treasure chest, X1, random low-level monster den X1, 7 days. Monster Den, an additional recruitment building independent of the DA-level official game series, where resources can be expended for recruitment, akin to a mercenary camp. Note 1. Monster dens are encounter-type recruitment buildings found in the wild. They disappear after 1 visit. This is a special game reward that can exist in the territory for 7 days. Note 2. Monster dens can only recruit the species currently available in the den. They also vary in levels. Low-level dens house goblins, gremlins, dog-headed men, and lesser murlocs, while intermediate dens may contain wurgeons, ogres, and stone golems. And high-level dens can even recruit young dragons. Fate Hint 1. Some species can merge with specific monsters to evolve into special units. For instance, orc frost wolves can evolve into orc wolf riders. Fate Hint 2. Certain territorial wonders can merge with monster dens that correspond to the monster's survival environment, forming new wonders with recruitment effects. Heroes of Might and Magic. This is intriguing. On just the second day, the game provides lords with a fixed recruitment channel, allowing novice lords to maintain a soldier presence before establishing barracks. Eagerly, Lin Yi dashed out of the small house, curious about what kind of den he would randomly acquire. He had no intention of removing the rented equipment. After all, there were currently 6 arrow towers in his territory. Did he really need to sully his hands against 2 goblins? He rushed to the 4 wooden arrow towers, completed last night, ready to initiate today's newcomer trial. As before, a flash of white light appeared, and 2 wooden goblins materialized not far from Lin Yi. Whoosh. 304. Before Lin Yi could discern the goblin's attributes, the 4 arrow towers automatically unleashed a coordinated volley, and 1 goblin collapsed to the ground. Goblin LV2. Health, 120-120, mana, 0, attack power, 9, physical, defense, 0, attack speed, 1 attack every 12 seconds. Maximum movement speed, per meter second. Having leveled up, it gained 10 additional health and 1 attack point. The verdict was summed up in a single word: weak. What kind of den could I randomly acquire? Such anticipation. Chapter 8, Low-Level Dog-Headed Man Denver. Newcomer Trial 27 completed. Reward, wooden treasure chest, X1, random low-level monster, den X1. The territory has been invaded. The talent, disaster, activated. Invasion force rated D. Reward, wooden treasure chest, X1. Randomly obtained. Low-level dog-headed man den. Low-level dog-headed man den. 7 days a D-grade oviparous dog-headed man den, allowing recruitment of dog-headed men using resources. 3 level 1 dog-headed men can be recruited daily, each requiring wood, 25 units, and stone, 10 units. Dog-headed man, LV1. Health 115, 115, mana 0. Attack power, physical 9 points, defense, 0, attack speed, 1 attack per second. Maximum movement speed, per meter second. D-grade dog-headed man bloodline. Each level up grants an additional attack point. Experience penalty 10. Maintenance cost, 0. 3 units of flesh energy or equivalent food daily. Note 1. Slightly stronger than goblins, these feeble creatures can only serve as cannon fodder and meat shields. Ensure adequate maintenance costs. Neglect may weaken the unit to 50 in all attributes. Prolonged neglect could even lead to unit death. Note 2. The probability of encountering monster dens with corresponding bloodlines is relatively low. Fate Hint 1. Although dog-headed men are low-level monsters, they are among the scarce low-level races with high dragon bloodline compatibility. Other dragon bloodline monsters require A-grade bloodlines to evolve, but dog-headed men only need B-grade subdragon bloodlines. Dragon bloodline dog-headed men, as B-grade units, possess considerable magical output. Fate Hint 2. The instinct for mining is ingrained in the dog-headed men's bloodline. These little creatures can serve not just in battle, but also as valuable laborers for resource collection, provided they are equipped with the appropriate tools. Fate Hint 3. This monster den is relatively easy to merge with wonders. Could this be my golden opportunity? Dog-headed men, with a built-in bloodline. Without the hint from Fate, Lin Yi would undoubtedly have been misled by the game's generic descriptions, overlooking the value of dog-headed men and abandoning their cultivation. However, with the insights provided, he could no longer afford to dismiss their worth. First and foremost, their ability to mine means that even if they do not serve as combat units, they can function as excellent resource gatherers. After all, they are units with bloodlines capable of upgrading, thereby enhancing their mining speed as their strength increases. Furthermore, the hint regarding B-grade dragon bloodline dog-headed men suggests that dragon bloodline units are hardly weak. A-grade pure dragon bloodlines may be out of reach for Lin Yi, even with his talent for enhancing treasure chest quality, but B-grade subdragon bloodlines present a different scenario. He dares to entertain thoughts of C-grade treasure chests. Imagine, while other lords are still in pursuit of C-grade units, he could be producing B-grade dragon bloodline dog-headed men en masse. During a battle, unleashing a barrage of fireballs from his dragon bloodline dog-headed men alongside his mage troops would certainly shatter the morale of any adversary. Lastly, the final hint likely indicated that Fate was too polite to directly suggest Lin Yi find a way to preserve the den, instead hinting at merging it with a wonder. Dog-headed men, after all, require wonders akin to mining caves, so he should make every effort to explore any floating islands featuring dog-headed men in the future. Oh, and there are still 2 wooden treasure chests left unopened. Opening wooden treasure chest X2, talent, fortune, activated, opening stone treasure chest X2. Obtained, D-grade personal equipment, leather armor. D-grade healing potion, wood X2, flesh energy X2. D-grade personal equipment, leather armor, armor crafted from the hides of D-grade monsters, offering 5 physical defense. D-grade healing potion, a crudely synthesized, low-quality healing potion that restores 60 health points upon consumption. A life-saving ensemble. Defensive equipment and health potions. Game. It's time for you to clean up. Having allowed the game to collect the goblin corpses, Lin Yi made his way back. The leather armor was to be rented out, and the den needed to be placed. After doing so, he also had to summon today's dog-headed men. Iron sword and leather armor packaged together, requiring either 5 units of wood or 3 units of stone for 1 minute. Let it not be said that Lin Yi is mercenary. This rental package could enable a single individual to complete today's trial and secure the crucial early game recruitment building. Without this building, one would inevitably fall behind, unable to keep pace with the game's rhythm. What he was renting out was not merely equipment, but a ticket, an opportunity to stay in step with the advancing forces. Furthermore, if one finds the price steep, they need not rent. With nearly 10,000 players in the channel, there are plenty eager to seize the opportunity. It's a race. After finalizing everything, he posted a message in the channel, inviting those in need to claim it. Number 9999. Wooden treasure chest, low-level dog-headed man den. A reward for completing today's trial. The easiest recruitment building to acquire early on. Missing out would mean falling behind. Rough iron sword and leather armor have been packaged and are available for rent. Those who rent will gain access to the building. Time is of the essence. Please claim it if needed. Identifier 1366. Is the big shot really this fast? Can it be a bit cheaper? Wasn't it just 1 wood per minute before? Identifier 199. Brother, with your current packaging, our business of renting single pieces of equipment is rendered impossible. Others are queuing up to snatch your items. In any case, your leather armor, 1T have trouble finding renters. Why not rent it out individually, at a lower price? It would grant everyone a little benefit, considering you don't lack this bit. Identifier 9999. Identifier 199, Lin Yi recalls, is the one who first called on others to rent his equipment, undoubtedly part of the elite echelon, and likely possesses considerable resources. Regarding future competitors, Lin Yi is not prepared to engage in amicable relations. Extending mutual courtesy and privately unifying standards to exploit the underlings is a commercial strategy suitable for a peaceful society. But not for this survival game where the big devours the small, and life and death are at stake. As he observes the friend request from Identifier 199, Lin Yi neither accepts nor rejects it, opting instead to ignore it entirely and setting his preferences to decline all friend requests. Do they expect me to make concessions? Do they intend to coerce me into yielding through public opinion? Is this identifier 199 simply unable to transition from previous commercial mindsets, or is he doing this deliberately? If it's intentional, it becomes rather intriguing. A true saint? A hypocrite? Lin Yi remains uncertain of the other party's intentions, but it does not deter him from marking this individual as a predator seeking to undermine his interests. On the other hand, identifier 199, Brother Huang Hu, scowls at the friend request that has seemingly vanished into the abyss without a response. Huang Hu, accustomed to the underworld in his previous life, has climbed to a position of power through loyalty and ruthless betrayal, arriving in this survival game. His boldness and fortunate breaks have allowed him to acquire equipment comparable to Lin Yi's on the very first day, amassing a considerable amount of resources. This smooth beginning has ignited Huang Hu's ambition. In a world where extraordinary powers are apparent, could he not aspire to immortality, even divinity? With a shift in mindset, Huang Hu regards anyone who keeps pace with him as a rival. Now, with identifier 9999, Lin Yi, having gained an upper hand, Huang Hu feels compelled to employ some underhanded tactics. Manipulating public sentiment to force an opponent's concession, he plans to inflict initial losses to curb Lin Yi's growth, then surround him to befriend and probe for weaknesses, waiting for the moment when Lin Yi is vulnerable to swoop in and feast. Whether inviting allies to share the spoils or consuming everything himself, it promises to be a grand feast. These strategies, tried and true in his former society, have unexpectedly faltered against Lin Yi. He did not anticipate that his adversary would so blatantly disregard him. He had envisioned that if Lin Yi rejected his friend request, he would lament in the channel, portraying himself as the victim to tarnish Lin Yi's reputation and attract a following, achieving two goals with one effort. Upon sending another friend request, he was met with the disheartening response that Lin Yi had disabled friend requests. "You little brat, I'll remember you, just wait. We'll see how this plays out." Lin Yi remains blissfully ignorant of how his actions have inadvertently drawn a relentless wolf to his trail. Yet, even if he were aware, it would not matter. This world is not the same as before, and strength truly matters here. He possesses the confidence to emerge as one of the most formidable figures in this new realm. Opening the map, he positions the low-level Knoll Den between the two arrow towers. He exchanges some wood and prepares to fill today's recruitment quota. Upon arrival, he discovers that the Knoll Den is not a traditional wooden or stone structure, nor a camp, but rather a genuine den. A small hill, covering an area of 500 square meters, has emerged on the once flat land. The hill, a mere 10 meters tall, might be more aptly described as a small embankment. At its center, a 2-meter-high tunnel allows two individuals to walk side by side, sloping downward into the unknown depths. Lin Yi has no intention of venturing into such a cramped space. Why would he subject himself to potential discomfort? What would he gain from knowing its depth? More gnolls to recruit, or reduced recruitment costs? As he approaches the entrance, a game prompt appears. Visit the low-level Knoll Den. 33 recruitment spots available today. Would you like to recruit? Recruit all. Deducting. Wood 75 units. Stone 30 units. Successfully recruited. Knoll LV-13. Woof. Woof. With a few barks, 3 gnolls materialize before Lin Yi, standing at a height comparable to goblins, around 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall. They barely reach the chest of an adult male. However, the gnolls appear considerably sturdier, displaying some muscular definition. No wonder their initial attack is a point higher than that of goblins, complemented by subsequent upgrades through their lineage. Yet, the 3 gnolls are indeed bare, lacking even a shred of clothing. Thankfully, their skin bears some scales, lending a semblance of aesthetic appeal. They stand there empty-handed, weaponless. Game, at least provide them with a stick. Are you expecting them to bite? Chapter 9, Farming Progress 24. Come, little ones. Lin Yi beckons the 3 gnolls to follow him to the outermost 4 arrow towers. He instructs them to remain vigilant there before returning to the Lord's cabin. At the workbench, he crafts 3 stone picks, preparing to equip his gnoll underlings shortly. Although stone picks do not enhance panel attack power, at least they serve as weapons. Far better than approaching foes empty-handed. Furthermore, wielding stone picks enables mining. Should they encounter floating islands rich in stone, the gnolls can excavate. Regardless, they must earn back the maintenance costs. Lin Yi is aware that, concerning maintenance fees, there is over a 90% chance he will incur losses. It's solely due to his abundant treasure chests and higher level that he has obtained, flesh energy. Most other lords likely have never even seen it, let alone sell it. After browsing the trading market for so long, without encountering a single unit of flesh energy, he realizes his progress is already ahead of the curve. Other lords would find it challenging to sustain their troops. Speaking of Lin Yi himself, to support these 3 gnolls, he must either explore more, hoping for favorable encounters with exploitable wild monster islands, or rely on luck to lure monsters for treasure chests, praying to obtain flesh energy. Alternatively, he could be fortunate enough to encounter deer, wolves, wild boars, and other beasts, gathering their meat to supplement the knoll's maintenance. Wait a minute. Since they are mindless troops, could they possibly consume goblin corpses? I could trade the beast meat for resources. As long as it's meat, isn't goblin meat still meat? Recycling would only benefit the game. I might as well let the gnolls suffer a bit until I prosper, and then provide them with better rations. Although Lin Yi is not a fiend, the enticing notion takes root in his mind, proving difficult to dispel. Thankfully, this world lacks streetlights. Otherwise, Lin Yi feels he might inevitably find his own towering emblem of power. Little ones, strive hard, endure hardship before enjoying prosperity. Once I, the Lord, thrive, I shall provide you with dragon veins. Setting the direction for the floating island-esque journey, Lin Yi heads off to find his gnolls with the stone pick in hand. It must be said, perhaps due to an instinct deeply embedded in their bloodlines, the goblins naturally picked up the stone picks distributed by Lin Yi. Seizing the opportunity presented by the floating island's journey, Lin Yi attempted to issue commands to these three goblins, eager to discern their intelligence levels. The verdict, simplistic, to say the least. Their cognitive abilities could hardly be deemed high. One could only conclude they were non-existent. The sole advantage they possessed was their obedience, adhering to commands without deviation. Lin Yi felt they embodied the archetype of a game's meat shield and cannon fodder. Orchestrating their combat would likely consume all his focus. As the floating island came to a halt, Lin Yi realized they had encountered another floating island. He hurried back indoors to maneuver the island, aligning it so that the side with the wooden arrow towers faced the opposing island. Having observed the quantity and level of the monsters on the opposite island, he assured himself they fell within a manageable scope: 3 goblins, 2 level 3, and 1 level 2, with the goblins serving as a buffer against the monsters. The firepower of 4 arrow towers would suffice to eliminate them in a few volleys. With a firm resolve, Lin Yi directed the floating island to dock and, upon completion, dispatched 1 goblin to accompany him towards the opposing island. Why bring a goblin along? Naturally, to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. Should an unexpected situation arise, he could rely on the goblin to absorb damage, granting him precious time to escape. Even in the absence of surprises, the goblin could assist in diverting fire. As anticipated, the encounter unfolded similarly to the previous wolf pack incident. From a distance of several meters, the opposing monsters only then noticed Lin Yi, promptly charging towards him and his goblin companion. Without hesitation, Lin Yi retreated with his subordinate, swiftly reaching the base of the arrow tower, where they reunited with the other 2 waiting goblins. Mindless monsters are indeed easy to handle. They charged forth, seemingly oblivious to the deterrent posed by the 4 arrow towers. Under Lin Yi's command, the towers refrained from indiscriminate firing, concentrating their fire on the level 2 goblin first, with a fixed damage of 120 points. It obliterated the creature's life force, leaving only the 2 level 3 goblins still advancing. He ordered the 3 goblins to engage in a combined assault against each of the 2 remaining goblins. While the goblins' attack power was modest, it was not difficult to reduce the level 3 goblins' health to below 120 points with a coordinated strike. The remaining task was entrusted to the arrow towers, allowing Lin Yi to command the goblins to lead the goblins away. After 2 rounds of concentrated fire from the towers, the trio of goblins succumbed peacefully to slumber. Their sleep quality enviable. Territory breached, talent, disaster, activated, assessed enemy strength as D rank, received, wooden treasure chest, X1. Lin Yi did not divert his attention to the treasure chest. Instead, he focused on studying the experience system of his goblin subordinates, their health regeneration rates, and how to facilitate their feeding. Upon the battle's conclusion, there was no notification akin to receiving XX points of experience as seen in online games. It seemed that experience points were not quantified, only a level system existed. Fate Hint 1. The self-recovery rate of low-level monsters is 5 points per hour, identical to that of D-rank troops. Simultaneously, returning monsters and soldiers to camp doubles the recovery effect. Fate Hint 2. Carnivorous monsters can be directly ordered to consume corpses, serving as a substitute for maintenance costs. Following the hints provided, Lin Yi arranged for the 3 goblins to devour the corpses, and afterward, a status appeared next to their attributes. Satiated. No maintenance costs required. Duration 48 hours. After a single meal, they would not hunger for 2 days. Quite easy to sustain. Indeed, the game collected the remnants left after the goblins feasted, and unsteadily, he led his subordinate towards the opposing floating island. Some exploration was still necessary. What if there were valuable items on the other island? Even if he stumbled upon collectible stone, it would not be a loss, as he would not be exerting himself. After a thorough search, he discovered some trees suitable for felling, but nothing else of note. Disheartened, Lin Yi sent the goblins back to their lair to recover, then arranged for the floating island to disengage and continue exploring. Open, wooden treasure chest. Talent, fortune, activated, opening, stone treasure chest. Gained, blueprint. D-rank composting facility. Flesh energy, X1. Stone, X1. Blueprint, D-rank composting facility. One-time use, place corpses within the composting facility, which will operate automatically. Harnessing the earth's power. It converts corpses into D-rank fertilizer conducive to plant growth. Construction requirements. 500 square meters. Wood, 500 units. Stone, 500 units. Note 1. One-time blueprints vanish after use and cannot be reconstructed. To build again, the blueprint is still required. Note 2. The quantity produced is determined by the level and amount of corpses, along with the residual energy within them. D-rank fertilizer can only promote the growth of D-rank plants. Fate hint. Soil, water, fertilizer, seeds. With 24 gathered, continue to strive, and you shall commence farming. Oh dear. I declare, let the game collect the remnants. Troops capable of consuming corpses and cleaning the battlefield should do so. Discard the leftovers into the composting facility for fertilizer. Lin Yi assessed his current materials. Wood was sufficient, but he still lacked nearly 300 units of stone. However, there was no need for haste. The equipment he had rented was continuously generating resources. By the time he needed the composting facility, he would undoubtedly have enough resources. Well, perhaps I spoke too soon. Lin Yi never anticipated that merely 20 minutes later, he would encounter yet another suitable floating island. However, even now, the deficit in stone remained significant, making the establishment of the composting facility impossible. He repeated the monster baiting process, concluding the battle in under a minute. Adopting an out-of-sight, out-of-mind mentality, he directed the game to collect the corpses. He also refrained from opening the treasure chest granted by the talent, preferring to wait and accumulate more to see if any surprises awaited. Seriously, this wretched game. I waited a full 7 hours to encounter a floating island. Just 20 minutes prior, I found one. Looking at the time, it was already past 6 in the evening, and darkness was nearing when he encountered another. This frustrating randomness had Lin Yi feeling somewhat defeated. He swiftly concluded the battle, and without any unexpected occurrences, he obtained yet another treasure chest. In addition, one of the goblins had leveled up. How could that be? Was experience not shared equally? Could it be related to contributions made during battle? Baiting monsters, absorbing damage. Dealing damage? Goblin level 2, health 130-130, magic 0. Physical attack, 11 points, defense, 0, attack speed, 1 strike per second, maximum movement speed, 4 meters per second. D-rank, goblin bloodline. Each level gained increases attack by 1, experience penalty 10. Maintenance cost, 0, 3 units of flesh energy or equivalent food daily. Life increased by 15 points. Attack power rose by 2 points. Should they reach level 10, their combat prowess would be formidable. Then Lin Yi opened the 2 wooden treasure chests, preparing to conclude that day's exploration. Gained D-rank healing potion, X1, D-rank wonder upgrade stone, D-rank personal equipment, staff, flesh energy, X2, wood X1. D-rank healing potion, a poorly crafted, low-quality healing potion. Consuming it instantly restores 60 health points. Note, effective only for flesh-based life forms. Do not use on constructed beings. Elemental life forms, or undead. D-Class Wonder Upgrade Stone. When used on D-Class Wonders, it will elevate the Wonder's rank by 1 level, while D-Class Wonders remain ineffective. Fate hint. Do you recall your Eternal Spring? This stone is precisely designed for such wonders. Wonders with subdivided levels possess immense potential, and each upgrade constitutes a significant enhancement. D-Class Personal Equipment. Staff. A wooden staff that facilitates excellent mana circulation, augmenting magical attack power by 8 points. Equipping this staff transforms the attack method to ranged. With each strike, the staff will automatically gather external magical energy, forming a non-attribute magical projectile to assail foes. The attack speed is fixed at every 15 seconds, with the magical projectile's damage equivalent to the wielder's magical attack power. Chapter 10 concludes on the following day. With 2 health potions in hand, should I sell one to acquire resources, or reserve it for my own survival and that of my troops? After much deliberation, Lin Yi resolved to sell one to amass resources. In these times, scarcity elevates value. Restorative items are scarcely seen in the market. A timely sale would surely fetch an exorbitant price. The resources gained would yield far greater benefits than a mere 60 points of health. Take, for instance, the compost yard. The sooner it's established, the sooner the returns will come. Accumulating more fertilizer will hasten the harvest of crops. Today, the Eternal Spring can also be upgraded by the Wonder Upgrade Stone, which will undoubtedly increase its output significantly. If additional upgrades occur, it is not inconceivable for Lin Yi's floating island to feature a man-made river. A pivotal concern remains. Lin Yi harbors doubts regarding the possibility of obtaining supplies above D-class from treasure chests. Despite having opened numerous chests, the lowest grade items from D-class chests should be wood and stone, with blood and flesh energy being slightly superior. This implies that, within the game's assessment, either D-class food is rarer than blood and flesh energy, or treasure chests simply do not contain finished D-class food. This raises a critical question. It is known that the territory not only recruits soldiers, but also houses real citizens. While soldiers can be sustained with blood and flesh energy, what sustenance is available for citizens once they reach D-class? Even Lin Yi himself relies on the wolf meat he previously saved, as he discovered that the game provided bread leaves him hungry far too quickly. Although this wolf meat is not classified as D-class, it is nonetheless sourced from the third-level alpha wolf, ensuring adequate nutritional content and energy supply. Even so, he finds himself needing to consume copious amounts of bread to stave off hunger. Once the leveling system is fully unlocked and his strength increases, he cannot fathom the extent of his potential consumption. The blue ocean, dear friends. The D-class food industry is a vast blue ocean. From the four elements of farming, the day when a novice lord can achieve self-sufficiency in agriculture seems far off. If Lin Yi can cultivate even a modest yield during this period, it would create an unassailable monopoly with no competition. The profitability of a monopoly is well understood. Even a brief period of exclusivity could allow Lin Yi to amass a fortune. Moreover, the number of lords capable of keeping pace with him will be few, making it a low-competition, high-profit venture. As for the staff, it significantly enhances Lin Yi's combat effectiveness when directing his troops. He can command the goblins from the rear while unleashing magical projectiles with the staff. Lin Yi promptly listed the healing potion on the market, pricing it exorbitantly at 100 units of wood and stone each. His target demographic is not the struggling resource gatherers, but rather the affluent, daring, and resourceful upper-tier explorers. He does not stoop to exploit the impoverished. He aims to profit from those with means. He crafted several stone shovels and summoned the goblins resting in the lair to dig pits near the spring. Mining involves excavating earth, and digging pits is no different. They can take their time. After resolving his dinner, he inspected the fruits of the goblins' labor. Remarkably, the designated 10-square-meter area had been excavated over a meter deep. Taking out the Wonder Upgrade stone, he directed it at the spring, mentally repeating that the pits were interconnected. Whether it was due to Lin Yi's mutterings or not, the radiant light of the upgrade enveloped even the pit separated by a layer of earth. D-Class Wonder, Eternal Spring. This is a miraculous spring that never runs dry, continuously bubbling forth mountain spring water. The water is crystal clear, sweet, non-toxic, odorless, and free of parasites, making it safe for direct consumption. It produces 100 liters of spring water daily. Splendid. The daily output has multiplied tenfold. At D-Class, the daily output could reach 1,000 liters, equivalent to 1 ton. This fundamentally meets the agricultural demands. After learning yesterday that the new player trial would conclude at 10 p.m., Lin Yi waited in the living room. At 10 p.m., the second-day settlement for new players commences. The initial channel had 10,000 participants, with 921 remaining. 2,874 players failed to complete the second stage of the new player trial, while 6,339 advanced to the third stage. Eliminated lords unlock the leveling system, officially commencing their lordly careers. We hope all surviving lords will continue to strive tomorrow. How could there be so many who did not complete the second stage? By my calculations, if they could merely rent a iron sword and evade 2 goblin attacks, they would succeed. Not to mention being blocked at the lord's cabin door, facing only 1 goblin at a time, whose attacks are not particularly difficult to dodge. My clearance gear should suffice for over 800 rentals. Yet the remainder must fend for themselves. Alas, those who did not pass will face great difficulty in the future. Without opportunities, it is nearly impossible to turn their fortunes around, especially since they lack even a recruitment building. With a sense of regret, Lin Yi reviewed his material surplus for the day. Wood, 2,940 units. Stone, 756 units. Renting out equipment has proven extremely profitable. As long as he can maintain a lead in equipment, this income will continue to flow. At this moment, Lin Yi felt no fatigue and switched to the channel to observe the progress of others. User 369. Well, being eliminated isn't so bad. I no longer have to live in constant dread of the trials. I can finally breathe easy. I don't seek great achievements. Simply gathering resources steadily each day is satisfactory. Good luck to the brothers advancing to the third stage. I hope you go far. User 7456. I doubt I can pass tomorrow's third stage. Today, I was rewarded with a low-level goblin den, but I can't place it. The floating island is too small. A low-level den requires at least 500 square meters of space, without upgrading the core. I shouldn't expect much. User 8221. I'm in the same boat. The resources needed to upgrade the core are astronomical. Yesterday and today's trials each rewarded a treasure chest, but they yielded only 200 units of wood and stone. Still far from the upgrade. User 369. You're quite lucky. My first treasure chest yielded only 60 units of wood and stone each, which pales in comparison to yours. Wait, can others' wooden chests yield such substantial materials? My goodness, how much have my talents consumed? Lin Yi felt a sharp pang in his heart. Having opened so many treasure chests over the past 2 days, the materials lost must amount to at least 450 units. Such circumstances are indeed unavoidable. With every gain comes a corresponding loss. One must endure the bitter consequences of devouring materials after reaping the benefits of enhanced treasure chest levels, which allow one to obtain higher grade items ahead of others. Time to sleep. I shall no longer gaze upon this, for the more I see, the more it pains my heart. However, it is fortuitous that they have unearthed numerous treasures. Without materials, how can one profit from others' misfortunes? Day 3 of the novice period, 7 a.m. Sunny, temperature 39 degrees Celsius. 39 degrees. Are you serious? Is there not a searing 450 degrees and frigid sub-zero temperatures awaiting us in the wings? Novice trial task. 37. The system will spawn 3 level 3 goblin wildlings in the vacant lands of the territory. Please vanquish them to survive. Completion reward. Wooden treasure chest, X1. The wildling nest will exist for 7 days. The life of a level 2 goblin is 120 points, while a level 3 goblin cannot be slain in a single blow by 4 arrow towers combined. Nevertheless, whether I land a finishing blow with my staff or let the goblin minions finish the job, it matters not. Upgrading this stone arrow tower requires 100 units of stone. Possessing this material for core upgrades would be splendid. Lin Yi first ventured to the goblin nest to recruit today's quota of soldiers, nodding in satisfaction at the 6 goblins standing before him. At last, it was not just a couple of kittens, though it did make him feel that the compost pit was no longer of use. In a few days, the goblin corpses would likely be insufficient to feed them. After equipping the 3 newly arrived goblins with stone picks, he proceeded to the arrow tower to undertake today's novice trial. Goblin LV3, health 130-130, mana 00. Attack power, physical 10, defense 0, attack speed, once every 0.9 seconds, maximum movement speed, 5 meters second. Lin Yi observed that, aside from the increase in health and attack power, the level 3 goblins had also gained a slight boost in attack speed and movement speed. However, this did not impede his overwhelming advantage over the goblins. Even without factoring in the output from the arrow towers, he and his 6 goblin minions could easily complete today's trial. The only thing to be mindful of was to monitor the health of his goblins during combat. Should any fall below 50 health, he must swiftly command them to retreat and avoid further attacks. He remembered to wield his staff, launching several energy orbs at the goblins. Delightful. As Lin Yi waved the staff, he watched as egg-sized, translucent energy orbs spiraled and struck the goblin, yielding a damage output of 18. Iron Sword. Please refrain from contacting me in the future. I fear my staff might misconstrue our relationship. Who would want to be a beleaguered warrior when one can wield magic? The most remarkable aspect was that the energy orbs possessed a homing effect. Mother, I shall no longer worry about my aim. The 3 goblins barely lasted half a minute before peacefully collapsing to the ground. Novice Trial 37 completed. Reward. Wooden treasure chest, X1. Wildling nest exists for 7 days. Territory under invasion. Talent, Calamity. Activated. Invading force rated D. Reward. Wooden treasure chest, X1. Perhaps due to the additional 3 goblins contributing experience today, the 2 goblins that had not leveled up yesterday failed to reach level 2. He then instructed his goblins to dine, allowing them to rest in their nest afterward. Lin Yi promptly opened the 2 wooden treasure chests he had just acquired. Chapter 11. Wheat, D-grade sword and shield soldier. Opened, wooden treasure chest, X2. Talent, fortune, activated. Opened stone treasure chest, X2. Acquired D-grade specialty, resilient wheat, X1. Blueprint, D-grade sword and shield soldier training ground, flesh and blood energy, X2. Wood, X1. Stone, X1. D-grade specialty, resilient wheat. 1 bag of wheat seeds capable of sowing 10 square meters of land can only be planted in D-grade soil. It can adapt to the extreme and variable climates of floating islands, showcasing remarkable vitality, making it suitable for extensive outdoor cultivation. However, its yield is relatively lower compared to other crops of the same grade. Each square meter of wheat produces 8 kilograms of D-grade wheat and can sow seeds for 2 square meters. Note 1. Specialty crops possess distinct characteristics, such as rapid growth, high yield, rich energy, etc. Note 2. Planting does not guarantee maturity. Some delicate crops require meticulous care. Various tools can enhance yield and reduce maturation time during cultivation. Please explore independently. Note 3. 1 kilogram of D-grade wheat can satisfy the daily energy needs of most D-grade creatures. Consumption may vary depending on the type of special creatures. Fate Hint 1. The most worry-free D-grade crop, requiring no greenhouse, no specialized magic care, particularly suitable for large-scale cultivation. If conditions allow, commence planting as soon as possible. Fate Hint 2. You currently lack D-grade soil. Pay attention to differently colored soils in thriving forests, as they may yield pleasant surprises. Blueprint. D-grade sword and shield soldier training ground. One-time use capable of training citizens and recruiting D-grade sword and shield soldiers, with a daily recruitment quota of 33. Construction requirements. Minimum area of 2,000 square meters. Wood, 800 units. Stone, 500 units. Note 1. One-time blueprints disappear upon use and cannot be reconstructed. To build again, the blueprint is still required. Note 2. Unlike the fixed race of wildling nests, the training ground for formal D-grade soldier sequences is suitable for the vast majority of races, with sword and shield being merely a profession. Note 3. The default recruited soldier type is that of the Lord S race. Current, human race. Fate Hint 1. When constructing, add different soldier bloodline stones, and the recruited soldiers will inherit different races and bloodlines. The bloodline will also influence the initial attributes of the recruited soldiers. While most bloodlines can adapt to the training ground, suitable initial attributes and bloodline bonuses are crucial factors in determining the strength of the recruited soldiers. Therefore, please refrain from whimsical notions of constructing a barbarian mage barracks. Fate Hint 2. Bloodlines that enhance life and defense are most suitable for this frontline tank profession, such as dwarves, mountain folk, and other physically oriented bloodlines. Fate Hint 3. Please note that the recruited soldiers are equipped only in their bare essentials. Appropriate gear must be provided by the Lord. This is merely a barracks. It is already miraculous that it allows for the creation of soldiers from the void. For forging soldier equipment, please visit the blacksmith's shop. Farming elements 34. Get. Lin Yi meticulously pondered the inherent descriptions and fate hints of the wheat, realizing the intricacies involved. D-grade seeds can only be planted in soil of the same grade, which is understandable. It is natural that ordinary soil lacks the fertility and elemental energy supply required for planting. Attention must be paid to the aforementioned extreme and variable climates. Lin Yi recalled today as scorching 39 degrees. Should his speculation prove correct, it is highly likely that there will be days of 50 degrees of relentless sun, followed by frigid days of minus 20 degrees snowfall, and then back to sweltering 40 degrees. In such volatile and extreme weather conditions, plants lacking resilience would struggle to survive outdoors. Furthermore, he currently did not possess the means to construct an indoor planting facility, lacking both the blueprint and materials. Even with a high-yield crop seed, survival would be nearly impossible. Now that he has obtained this resilient wheat seed, though its yield is on the lower side, it is certainly better than having none at all. He can gradually expand production thereafter. As for the soil issue, it truly relies on chance, but it should not be too rare. Adaptability is key, and it seems luck is still on my side, Lin Yi mused. As for the training camp that follows, Lin Yi paid it little heed. On one hand, he already had his canine companions' encampment, thus he was not in urgent need of soldiers. On the other hand, his heart's desire lay within the backpack, gathering dust, the D-class half-elf, high-elf, bloodline stone. His sole ambition was to swiftly locate the mage training camp, utilize the bloodline stone, and summon a delectable half-elf sister. It was paramount for the dogs to take the front lines while he and the sister engaged in their own pursuits from the rear. As for the other lords lacking fate prompts, Lin Yi dared not contemplate the dire straits they might encounter within the barracks. Without the addition of bloodline stones during construction, the result would be subpar units devoid of bloodline enhancements. Fortunately, the loss was limited to a Baroque blueprint and materials. However, if unsuitable bloodline stones were incorporated, it could lead to bizarre initial attributes and enhancements for the units, which would be a true calamity. A barbarian mage with low magic and attack, but exorbitant health. A frontline elven shield guard with low health and defense, but remarkably high attack and agility. This was not a tale of fantastical protagonists equipped with resources and systems to compensate for shortcomings. Rather, it was a template of agricultural fiction. The lamentations of despair loomed ominously before him. Regarding the reward for the low-level goblin den that existed for 7 days, it merely extended his time to find suitable wonders, without an overwhelming urgency. That said, even if he could not find it, it was hardly a pressing issue. Could Lin Yi truly lack soldiers? Brother who spat on the corpse of the goblin and gestured to the 3 wild wolves behind him, which immediately pounced upon the carcass to feast. For the second round, Lin Yi drew a goblin, while brother who was fortunate enough to draw an old acquaintance, the wild wolf. Thanks to his resourcefulness on the first day, leveraging the rental of the iron sword, he had amassed enough resources to upgrade to a level 2 territory core, prompting Huang Hu to establish the low-level wild wolf den that very day. Damn it, that kid priced his wares so much higher than mine yesterday. And there was still an insatiable demand. Who knows how much he profited yesterday? These resources would have been so beneficial for me. After fulfilling the day's recruitment quota, brother who found himself in a precarious situation regarding resources, insufficient to recruit today's 3 wild wolves. Though the combined power of the 3 wild wolves alongside his own allowed him to comfortably overcome the third round, he felt a pressing need to utilize today's quota, fearing the loss would be significant. The randomly assigned wild wolves were not only commendable in their stats, but also possessed a bloodline. Their current combat prowess and long-term potential were quite promising. Wild Wolf, LV1, Health 120, Magic 0, Attack 10, Defense 0, Attack Speed 1 per second. Maximum movement speed 7 meters per second. D-Class Frost Wolf Bloodline. Each level gained adds an extra 1 to attack, with an experience penalty of 10 and increased maintenance costs of 30. Maintenance cost 0, 5 units, flesh energy, or equivalent meat daily. Recruitment requirements 50 units, wood, 20 units, stone. Judging solely by their statistics, the wild wolf boasts superior health and attack compared to the goblin, along with faster movement speed, making it a rare asset in the early stages. However, stronger combat capabilities also imply higher resource requirements for recruitment and maintenance. Indeed, the differences become apparent. Lin Yi's goblins were far more comfortable to utilize. The advantages of the goblin: low recruitment costs, minimal maintenance fees, and even if they perish, there is little sorrow. Their current combat effectiveness is acceptable, and they would remain viable until reaching B class. Capable of engaging in frontline combat and versatile in mining and excavation, they serve multiple purposes. Now, Huang Hu found himself in a dilemma. He could grit his teeth and scrape together just enough to utilize today's recruitment quota. But the challenges of recruitment and maintenance loomed larger. To forego this opportunity was disheartening, for he feared that the gap in quality troops and number 9999 would only widen, shattering his ambitions of supremacy. Fortunately, the existing 3 wild wolves could sustain themselves by scavenging the battlefield, yet acquiring 3 more might not suffice for sustenance. Would he be expected to explore floating islands like Lin Yi, seeking out monsters? The situations were vastly different, my friend. Lin Yi had a plethora of wooden arrow towers supporting him, allowing him to engage without excessive concern over losses. As long as the monster groups were not excessively formidable, he could emerge unscathed. The corpses of monsters, combined with treasure chests spawned from his talents, ensured a bountiful return. But brother who could not afford such risks. Even a monster group slightly larger than his wolf pack was a venture he dared not undertake lightly. To hunt more monsters for the sake of sustaining wild wolves, only to see them perish afterward, would render his efforts futile, especially considering the recruitment costs involved. Each individual maintains their own ledger, weighing risks and rewards with precision. Alas, he resolved to commence today's exploration. If he could vanquish a sufficient number of monsters, he would muster the resolve to recruit today's wolves. Brother who made up his mind, prepared to take the plunge, even if his thoughts of revenge against the dismissive number 9999 were set aside. He had to prepare for the trials of the 4th day. Of course, Huang Hu's plight paled in comparison to that of other lords of the same period. His troubles could be deemed fortunate. Many lords would envy his concerns, as they struggled to gather materials for upgrading to a level 2 core and the costs of recruiting monsters. Those fortunate enough to upgrade their cores today could expand their floating islands, placing down randomly drawn dens, and summon today's 3 monsters. They aim to complete the 3rd round of the day's trials before the game's settlement. These individuals merely lost 1 day's recruitment quota, a minor setback compared to completing the trials. This reflected the normal developmental pace for the majority of ordinary lords, laboring daily to fulfill their trials. In contrast, Lin Yi was akin to a pig standing at the forefront of a windfall, developing at an unparalleled pace. Chapter 12, Rock Golem LV8. Why had the population dwindled so swiftly? While awaiting encounters with floating islands, Lin Yi could only pass the time through the chat channel. On one hand, he submerged himself to gather information about the developmental progress of his contemporaries. On the other, he kept a keen eye on the trading market, wondering if any other fortunate souls had stumbled upon treasure chests containing the buildings he desperately needed. Presently, he urgently sought D-Class soil and D-Class mage training grounds. Acquiring either would elevate his strength to a new echelon. In just over an hour since morning, the population had plummeted by nearly 200. Were they the unfortunate souls from the 2nd day's trials who had met their demise while searching for floating islands to harvest resources? Or were they part of the group that obtained dens, taking risks in resource collection? It wasn't even noon yet, and the speed of death was alarmingly rapid. Could it be that some were preying upon their own kind? This seemed improbable. Aside from moral considerations, the sheer probability of such encounters was minimal. Before Lin Yi could dwell on this for too long, his floating island came to a halt once more. The same routine ensued. First, he observed the opposing island, ensuring it posed no danger before adjusting his position for docking. Lin Yi went to lure monsters, and upon returning, his dogs took over, with the arrow towers ramping up their output. A small group of long-toothed wild boars soon lay lifeless on the ground, with these 5 sizable boars yielding over 500 kilograms of wild boar meat. Averaging it out, even with his rudimentary methods, each long-toothed wild boar provided over 100 kilograms of meat. One could only imagine the immense size of these magical world wild boars. Thankfully, with the assistance of his dogs, the task of processing them became manageable. Despite possessing an intelligence that verges on the non-existent, I can assist in the division of spoils. Once the designated locations are established, the canines will partition the meat, allowing me to focus solely on skinning, which is decidedly more efficient. I shall reclaim the wild boar meat into my backpack, while the remaining scraps, such as the pig's head and trotters, shall be generously awarded to the dogs. After they have feasted, I will call upon them to assist in cleaning up the area. The nefarious wild boars that invaded Lin Yi's territory will have left no trace in this world, save for the dwindling stock of wild boar meat in the trading channel and the 3 dog-headed creatures that have ascended to level 2. Indeed, thanks to the selfless offerings of these wild boars, the original trio of dog-headed men have reached level 2. However, their condition is far from optimal, having been dispatched by Lin Yi to their lair to recuperate and regain health. I am not greedy for treasure or resources. I merely wish to encounter a few more edible beasts. Lin Yi muttered to himself, engaging in idle chatter as he opened the treasure chest to reveal a wooden chest. Upon opening the wooden chest, the talent Fortune activated, unveiling Stone Chest 1. Acquired D-grade personal equipment enhancement stone 1. Blueprint, D-grade tailoring workshop, wood 1. D-grade personal equipment enhancement stone, a miraculous stone capable of elevating D and D-grade personal equipment by 1 level. Blueprint, D-grade tailoring workshop, a workshop that can produce and process fabric and leather equipment. Construction requirements, at least 500 square meters of space for 100 units of wood, 200 units of stone. Note, wizards undoubtedly wear robes. Do not expect those wielding iron hammers to embroider. Fate hint, the tailoring workshop can produce leather armor, but you will need slaughterhouse for the supply of raw materials, leather. I had anticipated this. Treasures seldom contain anything of worth. He retrieved the D-grade personal equipment, leather armor, that had been listed for rental and applied the enhancement stone. A familiar glimmer swept over it, transforming the previously shoulderless leather armor, reminiscent of a vest, significantly. Its protective surface expanded considerably, now even covering the thighs, and the material had evidently become sturdier. D-grade personal equipment, hardened leather armor, armor crafted from the resilient hides of ferocious beasts, treated for durability. Physical defense increased by 8. As for why Lin Yi chose to upgrade his leather armor rather than his iron sword or staff, what utility does a few additional points of attack power serve? Can it slay a monster in 1 strike or yield more? Wood for rental. Upgrading the leather armor is a different matter altogether. It remains bundled for rental. Previously, the 5 points of defense required 5 wood minutes. Now, with 8 points of defense, it demands 8 wood minutes. Surely, you have no objections. What does 8 points of physical defense signify? It implies that level 1 goblins cannot breach it, allowing you to stand on the front lines and withstand attacks. It opens the door to exploration and the completion of the 3rd trial. I remain benevolent, only charging 8 wood per minute. Had others been more avaricious, they might have demanded 10 points or more, without delving into the stir caused by the relisted rental equipment package and the half-gone stock of wild boar meat. Lin Yi embarked on the 2nd wave of exploration for the day. As expected, an unforeseen event transpired. Could this creature truly be vanquished by another? I have come to understand how those others met their demise. Lin Yi was taken aback by the sight of a moving stone statue. To be precise, it was a rock statue over 3 meters tall, weighing several tons. Rock Golem LV8. Pseudoboss health points 390, 390. Mana points 50, 50. Attack power, physical 40. Physical defense, 15. Magic defense, 10. Attack speed, 1 strike every 2 seconds. Maximum movement speed, 3 meters per second. Passive abilities, Rocky Body, reduces all physical damage taken by 20 points. Elemental Life, immune to bleeding, aging, sleep, and other negative states. Slow Spell, manipulates earth energy to hinder the target's speed. Target's attack and movement speed reduced by 50, lasting 30 seconds. Instantaneous, consuming 25 points of mana. Cooldown time of 1 minute. Lin Yi encountered a rather unremarkable floating island, the only peculiar feature being a small, barren hill rising a dozen meters high, with a cave resembling a dog-headed man's den, situated midway up. Prior to docking, no monsters were visible on the floating island, leading him to believe that he had fortuitously stumbled upon a wild monster den. Without hesitation, he initiated the docking process. Then, the unexpected occurred. Perhaps due to the docking, the dormant adversary was awakened, and the towering rock golem slowly emerged from the earth before the cave. Fortunately, its activity and alert range were limited, sparing Lin Yi from an immediate assault on his territory, thus affording him time to contemplate his strategy. Retreat was not an option. Confrontation was inevitable. Thankfully, the enemy had revealed itself, for had it awaited Lin Yi's approach, he would have faced severe repercussions. Indeed, even with this sudden emergence, Lin Yi possessed enough resources to outlast the foe. However, the damage inflicted by the enemy during this interval would undoubtedly weigh heavily on Lin Yi's heart. This rock golem LV8 is formidable due to its substantial health, high attack and defense, coupled with its slowing abilities and damage immunity. To minimize or ideally avoid losses while subduing the opponent, Lin Yi needed to devise a thoughtful approach. Although the enemy's attack power reached 40, I have an abundance of dogs. Each dog can withstand 2 hits without issue, and the 3 level 2 dogs could endure 3 strikes. The enemy's defense and physical damage reduction are excessively high. Only the arrow towers and my magical output can inflict damage. It is time to upgrade the arrow towers. But the requisite stone for upgrading to stone arrow tower is exorbitant, 100 units. I shall first upgrade one and assess the data before proceeding. Returning to the core of the territory, he selected a wooden arrow tower for upgrading. Deducting 100 units of stone, upgrade commenced. 20 minutes later, the translucent silhouette of the arrow tower vanished entirely, revealing the stone arrow tower before Lin Yi. The height of the tower remained unchanged, yet the overall material had transitioned from wood to stone. D-grade stone arrow tower requires no station personnel, capable of identifying friend from foe, and automatically launches stone arrows at enemies within range. However, each attack consumes stone, with 1 stone expended for every 10 attacks. Health points 500, 500, physical defense 10. Attacks every 3 seconds, dealing fixed damage of 50 points that ignores defense, with a range of 50 meters. Fate hint: further upgrades of the stone arrow tower necessitate specialized blueprints and feature various upgrade paths. There are options to enhance physical damage and defense with the steel arrow tower, to add elemental damage with the low-level elemental arrow tower, as well as towers with magical effects, such as the Magic Watch Tower, with anti-invisibility capabilities, and the Mystical Tower, that attacks and burns mana, among others. Goodness! So many branches for the arrow tower. How many blueprints will be required? Moreover, with the stone arrow tower, dealing 50 points of damage, 1 tower is utterly insufficient. 2 stone arrow towers and 2 wooden arrow towers, firing simultaneously, can inflict a total of 3,021 to 280 points of damage, meaning it will take 5 rounds, 15 seconds, to defeat the rock golem. Just 15 seconds. That's manageable. The dogs can endure it. The only concern is the enemy's slow spell. Should it unexpectedly ensnare one of my dogs, unnecessary casualties could ensue. Having formulated a battle plan, Lin Yi proceeded to upgrade the second arrow tower. Though he recognized that this arrow tower would eventually need to be upgraded, the substantial expenditure of stone still caused him considerable distress. In theory, it is indeed possible to conquer an arrow tower, but this would necessitate Lin Yi simultaneously commanding his canine companions while incessantly channeling magic through a diminutive staff, rhythmically tapping away with a steady 8, 8, 8. He would be multitasking, issuing commands while dealing damage, while also remaining vigilant against the rock golem's slow spell, which could incur casualties. The variables were too numerous, and the risks excessively high. A single misstep would cost the lives of his loyal dogs, rendering the endeavor utterly futile. Thus, during this monster lure, Lin Yi opted to maintain his distance, launching a magical projectile from afar. Suddenly, he felt a weight descend upon him, akin to trudging through mud, his movement impeded by a slow spell cast in retaliation by the rock golem. With his speed reduced by 50, Lin Yi found himself in a comical game of cat and mouse with the rock golem, which could only manage a maximum velocity of 3 meters per second. Fortunately, he had maintained sufficient distance, allowing him to retreat to his territory and enter the arrow tower's range. The 2 stone arrow towers opened fire first, followed closely by the 2 wooden ones. Meanwhile, having calmed his nerves, Lin Yi instructed his dogs to draw fire, buying time for the towers to output damage. The rock golem, devoid of intellect, ignored the ineffectual attacks from the dogs and charged straight toward the towers. As the final volley from the towers struck, the last remnants of the golem's health evaporated. The towering figure of the rock golem stood frozen, its raised fist never to descend again. Hairline fractures began to emerge across its hardened form, swiftly spreading until its entire body succumbed to fragmentation, crashing to the ground in a shower of debris. Your territory has been invaded. Talent disaster activated. Invasion force evaluation, D. Obtained D-grade treasure chest, X1. In the instant the rock golem collapsed, Lin Yi's dogs erupted into a cacophony of barks. Despite their rudimentary instincts, the strength gained from leveling up sparked a reaction within them. The first to reach level 2, the dog-headed creature ascended to level 3, while the remaining dogs all attained level 2. One can only imagine the vast experience points yielded by this rock golem of level 8. It was not merely its impressive level, but also its status as a pseudo-boss that contributed to its formidable presence. The statistics on its panel clearly indicated that its attributes, bolstered by both active and passive skills, surpassed the expected strength of ordinary soldiers by a significant margin. Fate Hint 1. It is merely a pseudo-boss. The strength of a true boss could be beyond your imagination. You must swiftly enhance your attributes to complete the hero template. Fate Hint 2. Originally, it was just a common monster, but fortunate serendipity accompanied it with the birth of a spectacle, allowing it to rapidly ascend by leveraging the power of the spectacle. Had it not encountered you, the boss would have been its ultimate destination. Fate Hint 3. Remember to incorporate its heart core during the spectacle upgrade. It will aid in completing the spectacle's power and advancing further. The 3 consecutive Fate Hints unveiled a wealth of information, enabling Lin Yi to grasp the causal chain of events. Essentially, a spectacle had spawned on this floating island, and the rock golem had emerged as the guardian monster concurrently. It remained uncertain whether some accompanying effect or a connection between similar attributes had awakened the golem's instinct to absorb the power of the spectacle, leading to its heightened abilities. It had siphoned a significant amount of energy from the spectacle, resulting in damage to the spectacle itself. In a short span, it had not only reached level 8 but also attained the rank of a pseudo-boss. Had fortune favored it further, and it continued to absorb power without interruption, it would soon have reached Rock Golem LV10 boss. With a stroke of luck, and if left unchallenged for an extended period, it might have even progressed further. Next, Lin Yi had to consider a few crucial matters. On one hand, the damaged spectacle on the floating island could be restored simply by incorporating the heart core during upgrades, allowing the siphon power to return. On the other hand, the sudden mention of the hero template piqued his interest. He immediately sensed the significance of this hero template, potentially aligning with the same tier as a boss, which could greatly enhance combat capabilities. The notion of completion suggested that his current panel data was incomplete, but he was unaware of the specific deficiencies. Was it in numerical strength or in skills? Lin Yi had a vague suspicion that this hero template could influence higher tier permissions and degrees of freedom. Through the Fate Hints, he realized that even wild monsters could elevate their level and rank by absorbing the powers of similar attributes from spectacles. Yet, despite being a living being, he could not even perceive his own 30 points of mana on the panel. It was as if he were merely a decorative ornament, able only to view the numbers. Logically, such supernatural forces should at least allow him some awareness of their storage. Nevertheless, he decided to set that thought aside for now, focusing instead on retrieving the rock golem core and investigating the previously mentioned spectacle. Lin Yi gathered his scattered thoughts and approached the lifeless form of the rock golem. Do you wish to collect stone 40 units? As he reached the pile of stones, preparing to sift through them in search of the heart core, a notification from the game chimed in. It turned out that the ordinary stones comprising the rock golem's body had achieved the level of stone within the game's criteria, and being fragmented allowed for direct collection. Collecting. The pile of rubble vanished, and Lin Yi's backpack swelled with an additional 40 units of stone, leaving behind a small, round, earthy-hued crystal the size of an infant's fist resting on the ground. D-grade Earth Element Heart Core, the core left behind after the elemental life's demise. Imbued with a vast reservoir of Earth elemental energy, this core is also the essential source of life for elemental beings, as they depend on it for existence. Description: the elemental heart core is a convergence of a single type of element, activated by the elemental life, and possesses extensive utility. Holding the crystal in his hand, Lin Yi examined it for some time, feeling its weight, yet he could not perceive anything beyond that. He chose to disregard the D-grade treasure chest, acquired through his talent, despite the possibility of upgrading it to C-grade, which would mark the highest level treasure he had obtained thus far. After all, there were pressing matters awaiting his attention. The treasure chest would remain in his backpack and could not escape. He could afford to open it later when the dust settled. He stowed the earth element heart core in his backpack, called out to his dogs to follow him, and proceeded toward the adjacent floating island. There was no other choice. The fear lingered. Who could say if there were any more rock golems lurking, slumbering deeply, undisturbed in some hidden corner, ready to ambush him? Having his dogs accompany him provided a buffer, ensuring he had a means to flee if necessary. Though he felt guilty toward his canine companions, his own life took precedence. This incident served as a stark reminder that he could not rely solely on visual observation to make judgments. This was a fantastical world. He could not apply the logic of his past life as the basis for discernment and would need to proceed with caution. After wandering around the floating island, fortunately, no further incidents occurred. Lin Yi then guided his dogs toward the cave nestled in the mountainside. D-grade spectacle, the enigmatic cave. Damaged. This is a wondrous cave capable of automatically gathering and absorbing earth elemental energy, generating stone. Due to the damaged state of the wonder, the daily output has diminished, now yielding only 30 units of stone per day. Note, the wonder is impaired, yet its value remains exceedingly high. Would you like to enhance the production? You might consider upgrading the wonder. Fate hint, disregard the above statement. It is imperative to repair the wonder concurrently with the first upgrade, else its output will always be inferior to that of other wonders of the same level. Are you aware of its inherent shortcomings? Will you collect the wonder? Grass, a type of plant. Lin Yi has a national treasure of wisdom he can no longer suppress. He has long been aware that the game instructions are riddled with pitfalls, incredibly so. They do not disseminate false information. Instead, they selectively withhold crucial details to ensnare you. However, he never anticipated the extent of their deception. The critical point is that they have not uttered a single falsehood. Their language is meticulously precise, leaving no room for contention. Indeed, they mentioned that the wonder is in a damaged state and that upgrading could enhance production, yet they entirely neglected to mention the necessity of repairing the wonder. This easily misleads individuals into believing that upgrading the wonder would simultaneously restore it, when in fact, it does not. Upgrading directly solidifies the inherent flaws of the damaged wonder, resulting in a perpetual decline in output. One can only imagine the scene when the Lord later discovers that his wonder consistently underperforms compared to others. Alas, this treacherous game promises a battle of wits in the future. Exasperated, Lin Yi retreated a distance with his dogs before opting to collect the wonder. He harbors no trust in the game's integrity. It seems poised to ensnare him at every opportunity. He feels that had he chosen to collect directly, he might have been thoroughly deceived. With Lin Yi's choice made, the small hill before him quivered and then vanished. Such a sizable hill simply disappeared in an instant. Lin Yi felt fortunate for not having trusted the game's integrity, having taken precautions. Were he not to have retreated a safe distance before collecting, while he wouldn't be killed, a fall from the height of 2 stories could very well leave him bloodied. Does this mean that the entire wonder encompasses not only that cavern, but also this small hill? Why then is it named the Enigmatic Cavern? You failed to mention this small hill at all. Oh, wait, you did mention that there is a hill within the cavern. Having navigated through several pitfalls in rapid succession, Lin Yi, with a numb expression, led his dogs back to his floating island. He had myriad tasks awaiting him. With neither the time nor energy to sulk at the game, the freshly acquired treasure chest needed to be opened, the newly obtained wonder required placement, and his dogs were still hungry, necessitating a search for enemies on the floating islands. An array of tasks awaited him. Choosing to depart the floating island and continue exploring, Lin Yi then opened the D-grade treasure chest. Upon opening the D-grade treasure chest, the talent Fortune activated, and you have unlocked a C-grade treasure chest. You have obtained 1 C-grade personal equipment enhancement stone, 1 D-grade wonder upgrade stone, 1 D-grade personal equipment upgrade stone. C-grade personal equipment enhancement stone, a miraculous stone capable of upgrading D-grade equipment to C-grade or enhancing C-grade equipment by 1 level. Today, I have truly stumbled into a treasure trove. However, Lin Yi now faced 2 options regarding the equipment enhancement stones. One option was to apply it to the D-grade hard leather armor, elevating it 2 levels directly to C-grade armor, maximizing his survivability. The alternative was to use it on the D-grade staff, boosting his magical attack and unleashing explosive damage. After careful consideration, Lin Yi opted for the latter. Many times, his hard leather armor was rented out to earn materials, and hastily upgrading it to C-grade would be unwise. Not to mention the uncertain rental market. Setting the price too low would lead to losses, while a high price would result in complaints and lack of business. Furthermore, it was crucial that he refrained from releasing C-grade armor on the 3rd day, as it might draw undue attention. More importantly, he was wary of granting others an opportunity to significantly accelerate their development, potentially surpassing him. A slight enhancement in their progress might be inconsequential, even beneficial in cultivating quality allies. However, Releasing the best items would be foolish. Who do you see releasing their latest products? They are always squeezing out the last drops. Chapter 14. Someone is stirring trouble. C-grade personal equipment. Staff. Crafted from advanced timber and enchanted with elemental essence. This high-grade staff boasts a magical attack power of 15 and grants 1 intelligence. Equipping this item transforms your attack method to ranged. Each attack will automatically draw an external magical energy, forming a non-attribute magical projectile that strikes the enemy. The attack speed is fixed at once every 15 seconds, with the magical projectile's damage equal to your magical attack power. Note: from C-grade onward, equipment will have enhanced attributes, skill enhancements, and other effects, effectively increasing combat power. Goodness. 1 point of intelligence increases magical damage by 5 and grants 30 mana. This means a single staff adds 20 points of magical attack power, doubling my initial capacity. Thus, every 15 seconds, I can unleash a magical projectile dealing 30 damage, DPS exceeding that of the wooden arrow tower by a factor of 2. Is this the power of high-grade equipment? And this is only C-grade. One can only imagine how exaggerated B-grade and A-grade equipment must be. Equipping the staff. Lin Yi gazed at the magical attack power soaring to 30 on his panel, eager to unleash something. He hoped to encounter floating islands soon, allowing him to unleash a flurry of attacks. After addressing the 2 equipment enhancement stones and weapon matters, he redirected his attention to the enigmatic cavern. The freshly minted D-grade Wonder Upgrade Stone, D-grade Earth Element Core, and D-grade Enigmatic Cavern form a complete set that would directly yield a D-grade Wonder. Even in its damaged state, this D-grade Wonder can still produce 30 units of stone daily. One can only imagine the output once it is fully restored and upgraded. The key is that this is all for free, and the daily bounty is a gift. That said, while this D-grade Wonder Upgrade Stone could similarly enhance the ever-flowing spring, the allure of increasing the spring's output holds little appeal for Lin Yi at this moment, especially since he cannot farm. Having thought, he acted, returning to the core, ready to commence construction. Apologies, the current floating island has insufficient available area to place the D-grade Wonder, Enigmatic Cavern. Please attempt again after expanding the floating island's area. Lin Yi was left with a plethora of questions. What was the situation? Upon closer inspection, he realized that placing the Wonder required at least 2,000 square meters of space, while his floating island currently totals only 2,000 square meters. But wait, on that previous floating island, the cavern did not occupy such a vast area. Why must it be this extensive now? Fate hint. The other had a companion, rock golem, to share the burden. Do you possess one? With a sigh, the question arose. To expand the floating area, he must upgrade the territory core. He has the resources, but the issue is that upgrading the core will not only reduce the mobility of the floating island, but will also drastically increase the area. What will happen to the arrow towers he has constructed? If he could readjust their positions, it wouldn't matter, but without annexing additional floating island cores, he cannot take the opportunity to replan the floating island. Expanding the floating island dramatically means that the 2 stone arrow towers and 2 wooden arrow towers currently in use would become mere decorations. While they can still defend the territory, Lin Yi's plan to lure monsters into the territory for treasure chest farming would be thwarted. On one hand, there was uncertainty about whether the wild creatures would pursue him so far. On the other hand, the danger multiplied exponentially as the distance increased. To ensure safety, it would be prudent to establish a new arrow tower at the outermost edge of the floating island. This was not a trivial expenditure of resources. Upgrading a single tower from wooden to stone required 100 units of stone, not to mention the desire to upgrade 2 towers. This immediate drain on resources was somewhat burdensome for Lin Yi. He decided to wait until evening, when exploration would cease, to proceed with the upgrades. For now, he would simply place the cave and gather resources. He estimated that by nightfall, the pressure of resource management would alleviate significantly, as not only would the rental of equipment yield substantial income, but the previously listed wild boar meat should also have sold satisfactorily. While passing the time in the channel, Lin Yi began to notice a troubling trend. There were quite a few veiled comments directed at him, laden with sarcasm. After scrolling through the messages for quite a while, he pieced together the situation and understood the reasons behind the mockery. It all stemmed from the issue of rented equipment. Someone had fortuitously discovered a stone chest while exploring the floating island. Upon opening it, they found a piece of D-grade personal equipment, leather armor, and, imitating the trend, they listed it at a rate of 5 wood per minute. This revelation stirred a hornet's nest, as the emergence of the second piece of armor incited many to voice their grievances against Lin Yi. Initially, when he was the sole possessor of such an item, they begrudgingly accepted his resource gains. However, with the introduction of a second piece, they could no longer contain their frustration and began to criticize him. Accusations of Lin Yi being unscrupulous with his rates, charging as much as 8 wood per minute, began to circulate. Some even suggested that if it weren't for his exorbitant pricing, the D-grade leather armor wouldn't have been listed at such a high rate. Moreover, Lin Yi noticed traces of orchestrated provocation, with certain individuals subtly steering the conversation towards him. The insinuation that he was the cause of inflated prices in the channel began to take root, framing him as the antagonist within the community. It appeared that many who felt obstructed by his success had begun to rally together. It had only been a few days, yet their coordinated efforts to undermine him were evident. Their tactics were so refined that it suggested they had considerable experience in the original world. However, did they not grasp the reality of the situation? In this ruthless game, who was truly the enemy? Had their lives been so comfortable, devoid of survival pressures, that they developed the delusion that their opinions mattered to him? Could they really forego the equipment he had listed for rent, or ignore the goods he had for sale? Taking a moment to glance at the rented equipment, he noted the swift demand. Each item was snatched up within seconds. Their bravado and self-righteousness were palpable, yet they were clearly idle. Although their words did not impact Lin Yi's ability to accumulate resources, he sensed that their targeted remarks were intended to incite discord. For the sake of his future endeavors, he could not allow the situation to escalate and make himself a target. After some contemplation, Lin Yi decided to address the channel. Identifier 9999. Brothers, I am facing formidable foes and must temporarily withdraw my equipment from rental. You may borrow from another friend in the meantime. With that, Lin Yi closed the channel and removed his hardened leather armor from the market. He resolved to keep the equipment off the market for half a day, allowing the lords who desperately needed gear to finish dealing with the provocateurs before he relisted it. It was not that Lin Yi was cold-hearted, wishing to see others suffer. Rather, if he hoped to secure substantial materials from fellow lords in the future, he could not afford to incite resentment among the lower-tier lords. Rather than confront the brewing storm head-on, he preferred to take a step back and navigate the tumultuous waters with caution. It was imperative for them to understand that he was not merely a benevolent figure. Rather, it was crucial to ascertain whether he needed them or they needed him. At that moment, his floating island came to a halt, revealing a new floating island ahead. Lin Yi felt a pang of indecision. He hoped this new island would present weaker foes, as his loyal hounds had yet to recover fully, each hovering around 70 health points. Simultaneously, he wished for a larger number of weak monsters, as that would provide an ample feast for his hounds. The earlier encounter with the rock golem was far from satisfying. Wishing for both a greater quantity and lesser strength in foes seemed an impossible dream. Yet, there it was, a veritable cornucopia of green creatures. The lowly goblin, known as the little goblin, possessed a tenacious vitality that allowed it to thrive on mere soil, coupled with a reproductive capacity rivaling that of rabbits, and a propensity to flee at the slightest hint of danger. It was a quintessential target for novice adventurers. Lowly Goblin LV1. Health points 90-90, magic points 0. Physical attack 6, defense 0, attack speed 1 per second, maximum movement speed 5 meters second. Note: these little creatures have repeatedly been proposed for expulsion from the goblin family by higher-tier goblins, including the High Goblin and Earth Goblin, due to their lack of merit. However, their sheer numbers have thwarted such proposals. Gazing at the diminutive beings before him, despite their small stature, they still reached Lin Yi's chest. He pondered the critiques in the description and felt that their potential expulsion from their kin was not without reason. After observing them for a while, he concluded that apart from their sheer numbers, they possessed no other redeeming qualities. A lord who chanced upon this nest of creatures would surely lament their luck. What Lin Yi did not realize was that some had indeed stumbled upon this lair and were thoroughly satisfied. The recruitment cost was merely half that of the dog-headed creatures, and one could enlist up to 6 in a single day. Maintenance costs were non-existent. As long as they were placed on a floating island with vegetation, they would not starve. Once conscripted, they lost their sentience, discarding their cowardly tendencies to flee, thus becoming ideal cannon fodder. 10 lowly goblins, if not for the need to farm talent chests, could easily be dispatched by Lin Yi's hounds wielding staves. The familiar process of luring monsters and the sight of green corpses strewn about brought a wave of nostalgia for the charming goblins. Damn it! Why was the blood of these lowly goblins so foul and pungent? To add a note, the sour and rancid blood was indeed one of the reasons for the goblins' proliferation, perhaps even a primary factor. Chapter 15. Territory Core LV3, D-Grade Wonder. Territory under invasion, talent, disaster. Activated, invasion force rated D. Obtained stone chest, 1. It was quite a feat for such weak creatures to achieve a D rating based on their numerical advantage. Alas, the poor hounds bore the brunt of it. Watching them recoil at the taste, Lin Yi felt a twinge of sympathy. Just how unpalatable must it be to elicit such a visceral reaction from soldiers devoid of sentience? It suggested that even without subjective taste, Their instincts were screaming in discomfort. After expending several times the usual amount of time, the dogs finally completed their meal, each one settling into a state of satiation. Typically, while there are no discernible changes in their attributes post-feeding, the overall ambience exudes a sense of invigorating vitality. Yet, contrary to this, Lin Yi discerned an unmistakable aura of lethargy emanating from them. How he managed to perceive such a malaise from the otherwise expressionless hounds was beyond him. After dispatching the dogs back to their lair for some rest, he glanced down at a puddle of green, viscous liquid exuding a foul odor, which had been expelled by one of the passing dogs. It seemed that, even in repurposing, the only fates befitting these lesser earth elementals would be relegation to the compost pit or the flesh melter, either buried or cremated. Realizing that feeding the dogs these elementals would simply be an exercise in mutual torment, Lin Yi opted to spare both the dogs and himself from such a fate. Open stone treasure chest. Talent Fortune activates. You have opened a D-class treasure chest. Acquired Blueprint, Wooden Wall, Blueprint, D-class Soldier Equipment Staff, Iron or X1. Blueprint, Wooden Wall, permanent, a wooden barrier, 2 meters high and 20 centimeters thick. Health, 200200. Physical defense, 5. Magical defense, 0. Construction requirement per meter, wood 20 units. Can be upgraded to stone wall, upgrade requirement. Stone, 35 units per meter. Description, one of the essential blueprints for territory. Without it, your domain is akin to an unprotected maiden. Though rudimentary, it can indeed provide effective protection for your territory, provided you possess ranged attack capabilities. Otherwise, it does little to alter your status as a target. Blueprint, D-class Soldier Equipment Staff. Permanent, a wooden staff for equipping soldiers, enhancing their magical attack by 5 points. Attack method, fires a magic projectile equivalent to the magical attack power every 15 seconds, range 20 meters. Manufacturing requirements, blacksmith shop, wood, 30 units, stone, 10 units. Description, widely used as standard equipment for magical troops. Please refrain from equipping it on physical melee units. Iron ore, a superior D-class material, more valuable than wood and stone. With extensive applications. Destiny tip, the primary means of acquiring iron ore, aside from wonders, is through mining. Ensure a sufficient number of goblins. Now the question arises, how can I ascertain whether there are veins on the floating island, and where they might be located? Or do mineral veins possess specific markers and indicators? This was Lin Yi's first encounter with, or he had only heard of veins previously, having only seen finished iron equipment. Of course, it is also possible that the areas of floating islands he dared to venture were simply not vast enough to generate or harbor mineral veins. He had previously encountered larger floating islands, but had not even glanced at those behemoths, which were several times the size of his own. He had turned and fled without a second thought. As the afternoon waned, Lin Yi, aside from encountering a few purely resource islands and directing the goblins to gather some wood and stone, did not come across any monster islands capable of spawning treasure chests. For other lords, this might be a boon, allowing them to amass resources without the need for combat. However, for him, it felt like a squandered opportunity. As basic materials held little value for him, he sought the experience from monsters and the treasure they might yield. It was conceivable that the value of the items he obtained from a single treasure chest could surpass what others gathered over several days. Well, today would suffice. Lin Yi returned to his humble abode, preparing to upgrade the core of his territory. Please confirm whether to upgrade to Territory Core LV3. Upgrade. Deducting. Wood, 2,000 units. Stone, 1,000 units. Commencing upgrade. Upgrade complete. Floating Island Core LV3. Current floating island area, 10,000 square meters. Current level supports a maximum floating island area of 1 square kilometer. Health, 5000. Physical and magical defense, 20. Current maximum speed of the floating island, 80 kilometers per hour. Territory treasures, 03. Upgrade requirements. Advanced wood, 500 units. Advanced stone, 300 units. C-class earth elemental core, X1. C-class water elemental core, X1. C-class wind elemental core, X1. C-class fire elemental core, X1. Description, advanced wood and advanced stone are C-class basic materials. Destiny tip, core and heart core are distinct entities. The heart core is derived from elemental life. The heart precedes the core. The core has a multitude of production methods. Some wonders or buildings can consume vast amounts of elemental energy to condense elemental cores. Naturally, cores of the same level can substitute cores and often yield superior effects. The floating island area surged from a cramped 1,000 square meters to a staggering 10,000 square meters, with the potential for territory expansion and island fusion. It could further extend to an area of 1 square kilometer, an unprecedented leap. Although the core's health and defenses saw significant enhancement, Lin Yi was not overly concerned with this. It was absurd. If enemies had breached the core, it suggested either a catastrophic flaw in the territory's defenses or an inability to withstand their assault. Regardless of the core's defensive capabilities, it merely prolongs the inevitable. As expected, the maximum speed post-upgrade dropped by another 10 kilometers. It appeared that as the levels progressed, the development would indeed evolve into a stationary continent, incapable of easy movement. Really? Level 3 to level 4 demands such absurd resources? Initially, he had hoped to ascend during the novice period to exploit the game's resources further, but now it seemed utterly implausible. If level 4 still required wood and stone, even in copious amounts, Lin Yi might have felt he could strategize and find a way. However, the game had pulled the rug from under him, completely discarding low-level materials. To be candid, his ability to furnish abundant materials hinges on the current lord's capacity to gather and provide them. He relied on offering scarce items and irreplaceable services, reaping the benefits of a disparity. Yet, when confronted with higher-grade materials that contemporaneous lords cannot access or provide in bulk, Lin Yi found himself at an impasse. Could he truly rely on opening treasure chests one by one? Absolutely not. Moreover, the subsequent C-class elemental cores loomed ahead. He had yet to encounter a single method of obtaining cores. He had only secured one, Heart Core, through monster combat. If even the Rock Golem LV8 proved such a formidable adversary, one could only imagine the strength of the elemental beings capable of producing C-class Heart Cores. Without substantial C-class combat power, such aspirations were futile. Disheartened by the prospect of upgrading the territory core in the near term, Lin Yi placed the mysterious cave. He situated the cave on the side far removed from the Arrow Tower cluster, designating it as the production rear of his territory. Perhaps due to the doubling of the area, the small mountain unexpectedly rose by several meters, extending into a series of peaks. Lin Yi retrieved the prepared D-Class Earth Elemental Heart and D-Class Wonder Upgrade Stone, commencing the upgrade for the Wonder. Standing at the perimeter, he crushed the upgrade stone and received the game's prompt. Beginning upgrade. Would you like to add additional materials? Adding D-Class Earth Elemental Heart. The yellow crystal in his hand transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the Wonder enveloped in white light. Added, upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. Lin Yi could distinctly perceive the tremors beneath his feet, accompanied by an astonishing expansion of the small mountain range covering 2,000 square meters. The mountains rose higher, the range extended longer, and the area encompassed became even more vast. D-Class Wonder, the Enigmatic Cave. This is a marvelous cave that autonomously gathers and absorbs elemental earth energy, generating stone. Currently, it produces 100 units of stone daily. Note 1. The daily output of stone will appear on the ground nearby and must be collected by the Lord. Note 2. This wonder has sustained damage but possesses a chance of restoration. The method by which this Lord acquired such knowledge remains a mystery. Fate Hint 1. It is advisable to collect the daily output of stone on the same day to avoid the risk of a fire igniting in your territory's backyard. Excess accumulation of stone may give rise to uncontrolled, masterless earth elementals. Fate Hint 2. This wonder can merge with the low-level goblin den. However, when adjusting the territory next time, remember to place them adjacent but not in contact to avoid triggering the fusion. For a moment, Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words. How many hidden mechanics does this wretched game contain? You can conjure miraculous void creations, yet structures within the same territory cannot merge remotely? Or is this a deliberate design by the game? Moreover, considering the outdoor dens that vanish after a single recruitment, does this imply that any wild nests he wishes to preserve must first be occupied before merging? Is this yet another pitfall laid by the game? Fate Hint. The chief designer of the framework for transforming this world, the god of games and recreation, indeed delights in engaging players in a battle of wits. Yet he is not stingy with rewards for the astute. Well, Lin Yi finally comprehended the origin of these numerous pitfalls. There is no resisting the designer's mischievousness. Wait a moment. Upon reflecting on the first Fate Hint, a sudden epiphany struck Lin Yi. While it may not be appropriate now, could it be possible in the future to intentionally refrain from collecting materials and cultivate some earth elementals? This would not only provide an additional experience acquisition avenue for his territory soldiers, but also yield the rarer and more precious elemental core, instead of the commonplace stone. Chapter 16. The fourth day begins. The composting facility, which had been gathering dust in his backpack, was also deployed as Lin Yi rearranged the Arrow Tower defenses. Initially, he hesitated due to space constraints and the scarcity of stone, which had deterred construction. However, with the floating island upgraded and the wondrous output of stone, now guaranteed at 100 units daily, there was no need to wait any longer. Lin Yi had another consideration in mind. Having encountered a low-level goblin wild creature unsuitable for his dogs to consume, what about future encounters? At the very least, Lin Yi would not allow his dogs to feast upon their kind, the goblins. Although the risk may be minimal, it is best to avoid the consumption of kin whenever possible. This is not a matter of sentimentality. If his dogs consume goblins now, what will happen when they encounter humanoid wild creatures such as humans, elves, or dwarves later on? How could he bear to witness his dogs feasting upon these beings? Especially when they might eventually encounter sentient creatures, beings with true consciousness. Lin Yi was not incapable of caring for his dogs. The agricultural endeavor lay ahead, and he genuinely did not wish for his moral boundaries to slip into the realm of allowing dogs to devour humans. Previously, there was no choice, but now he simply wished to be a good person. D-class composting facility. Place corpses within, and the facility will operate automatically, utilizing the powers of the earth. It transforms the residual materials and energies of the corpses into D-class fertilizer that promotes plant growth. Current utilization level, 60. D-class fertilizer, capable of accelerating the growth of D-class plants, enhancing their yield. Fertilizer can be applied to plants once daily, each application advancing growth by 2 days and increasing yield by 10, maximum of 50. A farmer's success hinges on fertilizer. An age-old adage rings true. Though the growth duration of D-class plants remains uncertain, this is a world imbued with magic, and given the numerous requirements for cultivating D-class plants, along with the fertilizer's mere 2-day growth advancement, Lin Yi was confident that crop growth in this world would be notably swift, at least not as prolonged as in his previous world. Not to mention that each fertilization can increase yield by 10. With just 5 applications, the final yield could increase by half. This is merely the D-class fertilizer. Higher-grade fertilizers would undoubtedly yield even greater limits. Imagining increases of 100 or 200 in yield brings a smile to his face. As for the arrangement of the arrow tower defenses, there was nothing novel. Still, it consisted of 2 stone arrow towers and 2 wooden arrow towers. Lin Yi's current troop strength and number of defensive towers were more than sufficient, perhaps even excessive. He could always upgrade them as needed. Avoiding confrontation with the formidable was the prudent course of action. After completing these tasks, the diligent Lin Yi returned to his 500 square meter, 2-story villa, preparing to peruse the market for some fresh meat to reward himself. Oh, I previously neglected to mention that after upgrading the core, Lin Yi had also upgraded the Lord's cabin. With no pressure, spending a few resources to improve living conditions while enhancing his field of vision to 200 meters was a delightful prospect. Most importantly, each upgrade directly enhanced the quality of life within the game. For instance, this time, the second floor added 2 guest rooms, which could accommodate guests or serve as quarters for maids. However, this raises a question. Where does one find maids? Of course, what pleased him most about this upgrade was not the maid's den, but the appearance of a void toilet and toilet paper. My assessment is that the invention of paper truly stands as a cornerstone of human civilization's advancement. Having resolved all physiological needs, Lin Yi comfortably sank into a rocking chair, awaiting the day's settlement. At 10 p.m., the 3rd day settlement of the novice period begins. This channel initially had 10,000 participants, with 821,310 remaining. 339 individuals entered the 3rd level, and 123 passed the 3rd level's trial. The 216 eliminated lords unlocked the level system and received 100 units each of wood and stone, officially commencing their lordly careers. Wishing all non-eliminated lords continued efforts tomorrow. Forecast. Starting from the 4th day, external wild creature floating islands will gradually generate cores and begin random movements. Lords are advised to bolster their territory defenses. Nearly 2,000 individuals have perished in 3 days, approaching a 20 mortality rate. Given the total deployment of 100 million participants, this amounts to nearly 20 million. Lin Yi realized that each population report served as a reminder that this is not merely a game, but a life and death trial. The number of individuals who passed today's 3rd trial has dwindled to 3,000. One wonders how many will remain by tomorrow. However, those eliminated today received an additional 100 units each of wood and stone, roughly equivalent to the material yield of 12 treasure chests. Certainly a considerable boon. At the very least, it would facilitate the placement of randomly encountered wild creature dens and the acquisition of initial soldiers. Yet, the most alarming aspect was the final forecast. The game is gradually relaxing restrictions on other floating islands. Initially, it will likely be low-level wild creatures devoid of intelligence and with low combat capabilities drifting through the floating islands. It is uncertain which unfortunate lord will encounter them, leading to a direct invasion of their territory. However, as time progresses, it is certain that more formidable wild monster floating islands will emerge, their restrictions lifted. Lin Yi, with a far-reaching vision, is primarily concerned about the intelligent races that lie ahead. These sentient beings arrived in this world long before them, having developed over an extended period and possessing a deeper familiarity with their surroundings. Currently, these intelligent races are constrained by the game, unable to mobilize their floating islands. Yet, it is foreseeable that when these restrictions are lifted, the newly appointed lords will inevitably become delectable prey in their eyes. At that juncture, one cannot even begin to fathom how many contemporaneous lords will perish at their hands. Lin Yi himself must tread carefully, for it is then that the negative effects of his talent, disaster, will truly manifest. Should he fail to develop to a certain level before that moment arrives, he will undoubtedly be overwhelmed and drowned by an incessant tide of assaults and invasions. Unbeknownst to him, as he peacefully slumbers, turbulent undercurrents are already stirring beneath the calm surface of the sea. Day 4 of the novice period, 7 a.m. Clear skies, temperature 41 degrees. As Lin Yi stepped out of his villa, the scorching sunlight compelled him to shut his eyes. Novice Trial Task 47. The system will spawn 4 level 4 goblin wild monsters in the vacant land of the territory. Please defeat them to survive. Completion Reward: Stone Treasure Chest, X1, 1 free attribute point. Fate Hint 1. The 4 level 4 goblins have officially entered D rank in the game's evaluation, thus elevating the reward to a Stone Treasure Chest. Fate Hint 2. The truly precious reward is that solitary free attribute point. You must seize every opportunity to acquire free attribute points, as it pertains to when you can meet the attribute requirements for completing the hero template. The earlier you achieve a complete hero template, the more beneficial it is for your growth. Now it makes sense why the game initially advised everyone to clear the novice trials as many times as possible. They bluntly stated that this was the best opportunity they would encounter in the early stages. Each additional completion would widen the gap between them and the previous batch of players. It is only the 4th day, and already free attribute points are appearing. Who knows what else awaits? Truly, each trial is a new realm. After a day of recuperation, his dogs have returned to their prime condition. Lin Yi has also recruited the 3 from that day, and gazing at the 9 dogs lined up before him fills his heart with immense satisfaction, with himself included. The combat power of his territory has finally reached double digits. Summoning today as trial monsters beneath the arrow towers feels even easier than yesterday. His development speed has surpassed the rate at which the difficulty of the novice trials is escalating, a promising sign. If he can maintain this momentum, he is confident in facing any contemporaneous adversaries. You may lift the D rank restrictions, but once my power reaches C rank, you will still be serving me on a silver platter. I can't consume any more. I am truly at my limit. Novice Trial 47 completed. Reward: Stone Treasure Chest, X1, 1 free attribute point. Territory under invasion. Talent: Disaster, activated. Invasion force rated D. Reward: Stone Treasure Chest, X1. Immediately, Lin Yi allocated the free attribute point to Intelligence. He has firmly resolved to pursue a mage build, for it offers both safety and high potency. Who would choose to be a weary warrior when one can wield the power of a sorcerer? Observing his impressive 30 points in magical attack and 90 points in mana fills him with a sense of quiet delight. Once he learns a magical output skill, his damage output will be utterly bewildering. Wait, 30 points? Shouldn't it be 35? Indeed, yesterday he equipped a C-rank staff, which granted him a magical attack power of 30 points. With today's addition of 1 point in intelligence, shouldn't it reach 35? Game, come out here. You've taken my attributes. Fate hint: there is no error. The game explicitly stated that to enhance the survival rate of newcomers, attribute values would be provided by the system. Your original attack power was supposed to be 5 points. Now that you have obtained an attribute point, the game has removed its support. Do not think to exploit the game's generosity. If you wish to continue enhancing your attributes, this step is inevitable. Oh, then that clarifies it. Adding the 1 point in intelligence from the equipment results in 3 points. With 15 points of magical attack plus the equipment, it indeed totals 30 points, and physical attack power has also risen to 5 points. Since I am in this position, others cannot escape the same fate. Indeed, when he opened the channel, he found it rife with complaints, resembling a chaotic scene of madness. However, the game's explanations are not fate hints. It shows no favoritism and pays them no heed. It adopts a stance of indifference, suggesting that those who wish to play may do so, while those who do not may depart. This bug, after a while, was only resolved when some players who unlocked the level system reached level 2 and obtained free attribute points. Chapter 17 Mine. Opening Stone Treasure Chest X2. Talent: Fortune activated. You have unlocked D-rank Treasure Chest X2. Gained Blueprint. D-rank Blacksmith Shop. D-Rank Personal Equipment Upgrade Stone, Flesh and Blood Energy X2. Iron Ore X2. Blueprint, D-Rank Blacksmith Shop. One-time use, a wondrous building that produces finished products from raw materials, provided you possess the equipment blueprint. Construction requirements. Occupies 500 square meters. Wood, 500 units. Stone, 300 units. Fate explanation. It is recommended that you construct this first, as it will at least allow you to replace your gathering tools with iron ones, enhancing efficiency. Moreover, you are only one blueprint for a training ground away from your ideal configuration for a mage, which is not too difficult to obtain. The familiar D-Rank Personal Equipment Upgrade Stone is no longer intended for use on the rough iron sword. He has decided to seize the opportunity to sell it at a high price while the weapon's value remains elevated. This morning, he noticed that transactions for D-Rank weapons have begun to emerge in the market, and a trend of higher-tier D-Rank weapon rentals is also showing signs of decline. The reasoning is simple. Everyone knows that scarcity begets value. Previously, the lords had encountered few treasure chests, resulting in a scarcity of personal equipment. Even D-Rank equipment had rental value. Now, on the fourth day, many lords have obtained their own D-Rank weapons. While only a select few have acquired a second weapon suitable for sale, possession is still possession. The emergence of selling orders in the market signifies that what was once invaluable equipment has transformed into a commodity that can be purchased with materials. The mentality of the lords is bound to shift. Just wait. Perhaps I will soon acquire my own weapon. Just wait. I will gather more materials. And once there are more weapons, their prices will naturally decline, making it unnecessary to rent. This reflects the thoughts of the vast majority of lords eagerly anticipating their first weapon. As for why even the rental business for D-Rank weapons is beginning to falter, it is due to the minimal enhancement provided by D-Rank weapons compared to their C-Rank counterparts. A D-Rank weapon adds 5 points of physical attack, while a C-Rank weapon adds 8 points. The latter surpasses the former by 3 points, which is not a significant improvement and can even be deemed of low cost effectiveness. If I cannot defeat monsters with a 5-point attack weapon, adding 3 points will not change that fact. I previously managed to cope. Why should I now strive for an improvement that offers little benefit, merely for appearance's sake, so others may think highly of me? Regardless, it is evident that in the future, everyone will possess one of these weapons, clearly indicating that supply exceeds demand. This illustrates the story of how a product with low necessity and scarcity relies solely on artificial promotion to ascribe value, ultimately being undermined by the pricing of inferior goods. However, to be honest, this has little impact on Lin Yi. On one hand, the armor he rents out enhances defense, increasing survival chances, and is a high-demand commodity that is not easily acquired. On the other hand, his target demographic has shifted. Previously, it consisted of lords seeking to rent in order to undergo the novice trials. However, once they acquired their own monster soldiers and no longer required assistance in tanking, the focus turned to those lagging behind, lords who had not secured their own monster nests and needed to engage in combat themselves. Lin Yi casually tossed the rough iron sword into the trading market, setting a price that was neither too high nor too low, before stowing the equipment upgrade stones back into his backpack. You might wonder why he hasn't upgraded the tough leather armor. The answer is simple. It remains adequate for now, as there is no competition. His business continues to flourish. So why introduce new products until there is a demand for armor of the same level for rent or a strong market call for D-grade armor? It would be far more lucrative to wait until then to upgrade and rent out for materials. At such a young age, why not learn from the seasoned veterans who master the art of coasting and the nuances of resource management? If one were to reveal their full strength from the outset, would they not find themselves facing harsher exploitation and increased toil rather than opportunities for advancement? Those who have endured understand this all too well. As for the suggestion of Lin Yi donning the armor himself, does he expect his 9 loyal hounds to tank? Or is the mage tempted to switch classes to warrior? His character is undoubtedly envisioned in a flowing mystical robe, though truthfully, he is merely awaiting a C-grade robe that enhances intelligence. During today's initial sortie, he encountered a group of goblins, akin to his own kind. The floating island terrain was not a plain, but rather a winding canyon. Viewed from above, this island, at least the size of a football field, 7,140 square meters, was bisected by an S-shaped gorge. The canyon's edges were barren hills, devoid of any vegetation. This band of goblins meandered through the canyon, traversing from one end to the other, occasionally striking the dark rocks beside them with their stone picks, creating faint sparks. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him. This time, the monsters consisted of 5 goblins. Aside from the leader, who was level 6, the others were lower-tier minions at level 4. Although Lin Yi lacked geological knowledge, the strength of the goblins guarding this area and their instinct to mine led him to believe he might have stumbled upon an open vein of ore. Whether it was indeed an iron ore, deposit would need to be confirmed after he conquered the island and sent his hounds to excavate. Considering that his hounds would need to mine after taking the island, preventing them from retreating to the lair for rest and healing, Lin Yi evaluated his existing resources and decided to upgrade the remaining 2 wooden arrow towers in the outer layer to stone arrow towers. Enhancing output would reduce combat duration, thereby minimizing the bloodshed of his hounds. This was merely the first engagement of the day. If they sustained too much damage, how could they proceed with further exploration? The combat itself was rather unremarkable, as the foes were mindless monsters and his subordinates were mere instinct-driven soldiers. Initially, he lured the enemies into his territory to allow the arrow towers to unleash their firepower, after which it devolved into a chaotic melee of goblins. Fortunately, the game's arrow tower mechanics distinguished friend from foe, allowing Lin Yi to forego command. Given the brevity of the encounter, as long as his hounds were not overwhelmed, they would not suffer significant injuries. After all, the stone arrow towers boasted a staggering attack power of 50 points, and their current target was not the tough, resilient Level 8 pseudo-boss, Rock Golem, from the last encounter. Moreover, Lin Yi upgraded 2 additional arrow towers, bringing the total of stone arrow towers to 4. As expected, after the battle concluded, he observed his hound's health. Most had only lost around 40 points, which would not impede their subsequent ventures. Of course, accounting for the health boost from leveling up post-battle, he could confidently deem their injuries trivial. 1 level 4 goblin, 5 level 3, and 3 level 2 goblins indicated that each of his hounds had accumulated a fair amount of experience since the last battle, even if they hadn't leveled up. By bringing forth 3 newly summoned minions, they too managed to gain a level from this skirmish. Given Lin Yi's pace of leveling up, it was nothing short of astonishing compared to other lords. His strength lay in the considerable scale of his arrow tower array. With high attack power capable of swiftly concluding battles, he significantly diminished the damage sustained by his frontline soldiers, effectively avoiding casualties. Furthermore, he did not have to worry about whether he could defeat his enemies. He had already vanquished several foes deemed perilous by other lords, accruing substantial total experience. The beauty of the arrow towers was that they were structures, not reliant on experience. Lin Yi had yet to unlock the level system, and thus did not gain experience himself. All the experience earned was consumed by his soldiers, allowing them to level up rapidly. He could now envision the scene when encountering soldiers from other lords. His troops, ranging from level 89 to level 56, donned their respective armaments, appearing as a formidable military force. In stark contrast, the enemy soldiers hovered around level 23, appearing ragged and armed only with crude stone picks, reminiscent of a band of refugees. When considering this disparity, it became apparent that one of his soldiers could easily best 3 of theirs. In fact, Lin Yi's forces might even outnumber theirs. Such a scene would be quite awkward. The gap was too vast, placing them on entirely different tiers. It remained to be seen whether the opposing lord would falter psychologically under such circumstances. At Lin Yi's command, his 9 hounds began transporting the goblin corpses to the composting yard. As previously mentioned, he had decided to preemptively exclude certain races from his hound's diet to avoid lowering his moral standing. After all, he possessed a composting yard capable of producing the fertilizer needed for future farming endeavors. Moreover, he would eventually procure a blood and flesh furnace to extract the necessary blood and flesh energy for recruiting standard D-grade troops. Regardless of the application, Lin Yi was not in a position where he could not afford to sustain his soldiers and subjects. Thus, he had no intention of engaging in morally reprehensible acts. After contemplating his needs, Lin Yi even questioned whether the corpses would suffice to meet the demands for fertilizer and blood and flesh energy. He had yet to ascertain any limits, suggesting that there might indeed be an infinite demand. Furthermore, the conversion of buildings and their energy efficiency was a consideration, as the yield was not particularly high. Coincidentally, this batch of goblins was of the same kin as his hounds. And observing the yield of D-grade fertilizer from the corpses deposited in the composting yard was imperative. As Lin Yi established a mental connection with the composting yard, the structure began to operate, and the 5 goblin corpses slowly sank into the earth, gradually being absorbed by the land. It's worth noting that when the D-grade composting yard was first constructed, Lin Yi had suspected that the game had taken a cut, depriving him of his blueprints and materials. The 500 square meter area, aside from being encircled by a new stone wall with an entrance, exhibited no significant changes. Even the soil color had not altered dramatically, merely deepening slightly. The initial impression it left was one of lifelessness and desolation, but it soon transformed, suggesting that grass could eventually grow in the area. Eventually, the composting yard's attributes manifested, confirming that he had indeed constructed the building without any loss of materials. Chapter 18. The Blacksmith and New Tools. After a few minutes, a luminous orb appeared at the entrance of the composting yard, the opening in the wall. Quietly floating in place, Lin Yi approached and grasped the orb. Acquired D-grade fertilizer, X3. D-grade fertilizer promotes the growth of D-grade plants and increases their yield. Every day, one can apply fertilizer to the plants, with each application accelerating their growth by 2 days and enhancing yield by 10, up to a maximum of 50. A fate hint suggests this is merely a beginner's fertilizer. For superior results, one must upgrade their structures. By converting C-grade creature corpses into C-grade fertilizer, one may increase the yield cap to 100. Is this true? The yield is so minimal? 5 goblin corpses, the highest level reaching level 6, and others at level 4, only yielded 3 units of fertilizer? Does this imply that my goblins will have to scrimp and save in the future? Temporarily setting aside concerns for the goblins' future, Lin Yi opened the stone treasure chest he had just acquired. This chest, upgraded to a D-grade chest, brought him some delightful surprises. Acquired D-grade Wonder Upgrade Stone 1, D-grade Skill Book, Fireball, Flesh Energy 1. D-grade Skill Book, Fireball, a skill book crafted by the game, which, upon use, allows one to automatically learn the D-grade magic, Fireball. It channels one's magical energy to create a spell template, attracting external elemental energy to form a fireball that attacks enemies, dealing fire damage within a certain radius, and has a high probability of igniting foes. Consumption, 30 points of magical energy. Casting time, 3 seconds. Casting distance, 50 meters. Damage, 15-18 magical attack power, with subsequent igniting damage equating to 30 of the initial damage. Attack radius, 3 meters. Fate hint. The skill book essentially engraves the spell template into your mental sea, automatically responding when you employ the skill. Currently, you are merely a one-click casting machine. Only upon obtaining the complete hero template and breaking free from the game's constraints will you become a true spellcaster. From the information within the fate hint, Lin Yi confirmed his previous suspicions. Acquiring the hero template would indeed loosen some of the game's restrictions, granting access to genuine extraordinary power, the true beginning of his journey. At present, he cannot even sense his magical energy, rendering his experience akin to merely sitting at a computer playing a game. Pressing the shortcut keys, the game mechanically executed the skill. Everything was governed by the game, rigid and inflexible, with limits firmly imposed. Only by breaking these constraints could he independently follow the game's prescribed process for spellcasting, controlling his magical energy and altering the spell template at will, deciding how much magical energy to expend. At that point, he could genuinely claim the title of Spellmaster. Although initially, he might fall short of the standard mode of casting guided by the game, his upper limits would simultaneously be unlocked. Yet, such matters lay in the future. Presently, he was unaware of when he would meet the attribute requirements for the hero template. Nevertheless, even now, the damage from this skill was nothing short of explosive. With the current magical attack power of 30 and 90 points of magical energy, he could unleash 3 fireballs within 10 seconds, each inflicting 63 points of fire damage on enemies within a 3-meter radius, and if ignited, an additional 18 points of damage. Facing enemies, aside from bosses, with an average of just over 100 health points, coupled with the output from arrow towers and his goblins, he struggled to envision any creature surviving for even 10 seconds before him. It could be said that this single skill book significantly bolstered his strength. If he could acquire more books, it seemed prudent to keep a close eye on this aspect in the trading channel. As for the familiar D-grade Wonder Upgrade Stone, Lin Yi preferred to hand it over to the mysterious cave. He had yet to venture into farming, and selling water lacked competitiveness. Meanwhile, the demand for stone was steadily increasing. The sooner he upgraded, the sooner he could reap the benefits. Having dealt with the treasure chest, Lin Yi recalled the goblins he had dispatched to mine. He hurried toward them, eager to inspect their laborious efforts. If they had unearthed iron ore, it would surely be a cause for celebration. If they had only procured ordinary stone, he wouldn't be at a loss. After all, his demand for stone was virtually limitless. The more, the better. If he amassed several thousand units of stone, he would have no qualms about fortifying his territory with stone arrow towers. Let 2 invaders come, and one would perish for each. Upon arriving at the gorge, he observed his goblins working in pairs, striking the exposed dark brown rocks with rhythmic clangs. Armed with stone picks, these goblins swung forcefully, sending sparks flying as they struck the rocks. With each few strikes, small chunks of stone would break off and roll aside. Within a mere 10 minutes, a modest pile of rocks had accumulated beside them. Lin Yi approached the nearest pile of stones to collect them, and a game notification chimed in. Acquired 2 units of iron ore. Nice. The good news was that it was iron ore and quite a bit of it. The bad news was, it was iron ore and considerable. Lin Yi's goblins had labored over a single rock for quite some time, only to extract 2 units of iron ore. Guesstimating the pile of visible rocks alone, he reckoned there must be at least 100 units, not to mention what lay hidden underground or within the rock faces. The efficiency was far too low. He couldn't possibly remain here all day. It appeared he would need to upgrade their tools. Luckily, he had recently acquired the blueprints for the blacksmith shop from the treasure chest, or he would have found himself in a real dilemma. The wait for mining consumed too much time. Abandoning it felt wasteful, and who knew when he would encounter another vein. He returned to his territory with the 8 units of iron ore his goblins had mined, retrieved the design blueprint for the blacksmith shop from his backpack, and selected a suitable location to construct it. D-grade blacksmith shop, a wondrous structure that produces finished products from raw materials, provided you possess the equipment blueprints. The production of troop equipment will have no quality deviation. The effects of the produced equipment will align entirely with the blueprints. When producing personal equipment, there exists a chance for quality variance, with the current output probabilities being 80 for D-grade equipment, 15 for C-grade equipment, and 5 for B-grade equipment. It is possible to house residents with forging skills. As the skill level increases, the probability of producing high-quality equipment will correspondingly rise. Each production will consume a different quantity of fuel based on the type of equipment crafted. Currently, available fuel sources include wood, currently producible equipment, D-grade troop equipment, staff, currently producible tools, iron shovel, iron pickaxe, iron axe. No one mentioned that producing personal equipment could involve quality and probability. If luck were to abandon him, would he never encounter high-quality equipment in this lifetime? The price disparity between low-quality and high-quality items is vast. Thus, it seems that having skilled residents is indeed a treasure, a key to generating revenue for the territory. Keeping this in mind, Lin Yi promptly opened the introduction for the iron pickaxe, which was the critical matter at hand now. Iron pickaxe, a pickaxe with an iron head, designed for mining. It is a production tool that enhances mining efficiency. It adds no attributes and cannot be used as a weapon. Required materials for production, 3 units of iron ore. Production time, 1 minute. Fuel consumption for production, 5 units of wood. Fortunately, it is a production tool without any added attributes, requiring only 3 units of iron ore. The production time is just 1 minute, though the fuel requirement is a bit high, needing 5 units of wood. Uncertainty looms regarding the acquisition of coal mines, which should indeed serve as the standard fuel. First, I shall produce 3 iron picks to enhance the mining efficiency of my canine companions. After a couple of trips, I will complete the entire equipment upgrade, though I remain oblivious to the final yield of iron ore. After waiting for 3 minutes at the blacksmith's, Lin Yi hurried towards the dogs, brandishing the freshly forged iron picks, still radiating warmth. Time is money, my friend. Upon handing the new picks to the dogs and waiting patiently, he returned to the territory with the freshly excavated iron ore. After several back-and-forth journeys, he successfully completed the upgrade for the dogs. One cannot deny the remarkable efficiency of the new tools. The dogs' simultaneous mining output has visibly increased by at least 3-fold compared to when they used stone picks. In just over 2 hours, the dogs exhausted the visible rock on the surface, yielding Lin Yi a net profit of over 180 units of iron ore. Despite this considerable gain, Lin Yi was not inclined to leave. He urged his canine companions to tap into their inherent mining instincts and continue searching in the vicinity. He was skeptical that such a vast canyon contained only the exposed iron ore visible on the surface. Surely, there must be more reserves beneath the ground and within the rocky walls. Otherwise, it would defy all logic. As expected, the dogs sniffed around, striking the ground with their picks, and indeed, they uncovered more iron ore. After observing the dogs labor diligently for over 2 hours, the canyon was left pockmarked and ravaged by their destructive mining efforts. After waiting for a good 10 minutes without discovering any further iron ore, Lin Yi decided to call it a day and depart from the desolate canyon. The dogs returned to their lair to rest, commanding these industrious companions, who had contributed to his profit, to return to their nest. Lin Yi beamed at the sight of over 400 units of iron ore in his backpack. Indeed, Lin Yi had subsequently directed the dogs to excavate an additional 200 units of ore, surpassing the initial surface yield. Fortunately, they were goblins. Had it been a different creature, even with slightly enhanced combat abilities, such treasures would have been missed. One must wonder, do I truly lack this modicum of combat prowess? How could I possibly underestimate the potency of arrow towers and fireballs? With over 400 units of iron ore, should I not produce some iron tools to sell at a premium, thus securing an initial profit before soliciting further materials from the lords? Chapter 19, The First Encounter. It appears this venture has potential. Firstly, I will set a higher price during sales, aiming to secure a substantial profit, several times over the initial cost. Secondly, once the lower-tier lords acquire new tools and enhance their resource collection efficiency, they shall be able to gather more resources. With resources in hand, Lin Yi would have something to profit from. If they are all struggling, with barely 2 taels of meat to their name, whom shall Lin Yi profit from? Moreover, the mid-tier lords are gradually beginning to engage with stone treasure chests. Despite the low probabilities, they are bound to unearth some D-tier items. Given the vast number of lords, there surely exist items that Lin Yi requires. Without applying some pressure, they will not feel compelled to procure materials. These D-tier items will undoubtedly be retained for personal use, with no thought of selling them for materials to circulate in the market. If they do not sell, Lin Yi's amassed materials would be of little use, as there would be nothing to purchase. A market exists only when there is demand. Devoid of demand, it is futile. If there is no demand, let us create it. This is not mere conceptual rhetoric. This is technological advancement, industrial progression, and the creation of new demands. Indeed, enhancing the efficiency of raw material collection compels higher tiers to keep pace. Let me examine the current market prices. The exchange rate of wood for stone remains stable at a ratio of 3:1, while iron ore is temporarily unavailable for sale, likely hoarded by individuals awaiting favorable market conditions. The production of an iron tool necessitates 3 units of iron ore and 5 units of wood as fuel, in addition to the blacksmith's operational costs. An iron pick could be sold for 10 units of iron ore, 100 units of wood, or 40 units of stone, which seems reasonable. Given the rarity of the ore, those in possession of iron ore are primarily those who have obtained it from stone treasure chests. Lin Yi's pricing strategy is based on a ratio of 10:4, 1 for wood, stone, and iron ore, respectively. Trading for stone would result in a slight loss for the other party. After all, his current consumption of stone is significant, with numerous wooden arrow towers eagerly awaiting upgrades. Ore and wood are essential for production. A fair price will suffice. A modest profit of 3 times the cost would be satisfactory. Even if they do not trade in iron ore, I shall not incur losses. Not to mention, it would stimulate the market. Considering that he only possessed slightly over 400 units of iron ore, he hesitated to engage in excessive transactions, lest he miss future opportunities for iron ore. He decided to release 300 units, producing 100 tools, which should suffice for a while. If business flourishes, he would assess how much iron ore he could reclaim before deciding whether to continue. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yi began listing batches of iron tools every 30 minutes, neglecting the market for the time being as he embarked on a second exploration. Boss, a batch of iron tools has suddenly appeared on the market at a low price. Should we seize the majority of them? Huang, who received a private message from one of his underlings, and swiftly opened the market. This underling had been assigned specifically to monitor market fluctuations, whether in material prices or the sudden listing of rare D-tier items, ensuring he was informed immediately. To maintain this dedicated market-watching underling, Huang, who had to pay a daily wage of 50 units of wood and 20 units of stone. Alas, in these times of isolation, one cannot threaten another. To have someone perform a task, one must part with genuine resources. This underling had not yet acquired a beast's nest and was acutely aware of his lagging position. Now, with the big boss supplying resources daily, he was spared the need to venture out for resource gathering. The big boss had even promised that once they could meet in person, he would welcome him to live on his floating island, so the underling was more than willing to assist. This could be considered a mutual pursuit. Upon reading the private message, Huang, who promptly accessed the market, he assessed the current material prices and noted that the listed iron tools were indeed reasonably priced. He contemplated that since he himself was unable to produce iron tools, the seller must have acquired blueprints or possessed a blacksmith's forge. Additionally, considering the cost of iron ore required for production, the seller had only priced them at 10 units of iron ore, suggesting the profit margin was likely minimal. Of course, this was due to his ignorance of the blacksmith's capabilities. He remained unaware that only 3 units of ore were needed to produce a single item. Later, upon discovering such a low cost, he would undoubtedly scold the unscrupulous merchant. Please hold on. I will find someone to purchase a piece and assess its efficacy. Understood, boss. Huang, who hurriedly contacted his friends, inquiring who was currently out exploring for resources, and informed them about the iron tools, asking them to provide feedback after testing. Brother, I just tried it, and I can confirm it's an excellent product. I just want to chop some trees. And the efficiency of the iron axe is at least 3 times that of the stone axe. If you want to buy, hurry. I suspect many will want to purchase soon. His contacts swiftly replied, indicating their satisfaction with the tools and urging Huang Hu to act quickly. They assumed Huang Hu was merely concerned about the tool's performance and potential losses, unaware that his true intention was to acquire them in bulk and later sell them at a higher price when demand surged. Buying low and selling high, manipulating prices, and exploiting the surplus value of others. Indeed, these are the shortcuts through which unscrupulous merchants amass their fortunes. Once he received feedback from the other party, Huang Hu set aside his concerns. Since the goods were satisfactory and the prices reasonable, He felt confident betting that the other side had limited resources and could not spare many tools. He suspected that the existing 30 units constituted the entirety of the other party's stock, intended for the reclamation of iron or for reproduction. After all, he himself possessed less than 100 units of, or acquired from just 2 treasure chests. With nearly 8,000 living lords, it was nearly impossible to ensure each had a share. In the short term, iron tools would remain a scarce commodity, alleviating any worries that the tools purchased might become burdensome. Clearly, purchasing with iron ore was unwise, as that would simply bolster the seller's ammunition. The demand for wood was excessive, leaving no time for a gradual exchange. Although acquiring materials with stone would incur a slight loss, it would not significantly affect profits, which could be recuperated from the tools. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, poised to list a new batch of iron tools, discovered that his inventory had vanished entirely. Had he received only 40 units of iron ore, and so little wood? Why was there an abundance of stone? Something felt amiss. Lin Yi deduced that, under normal circumstances, there should have been a surplus of iron ore and wood, with stone being the scarce resource. It was evident that anyone with reasonable foresight would recognize that purchasing with stone was more costly. Thus, unless they had no access to the other 2 resources, they would not opt for stone. Moreover, the lords at the top would utilize iron ore, while those at the bottom would use wood. The middle tier, with limited quantities of both, would resort to using stone as a stopgap. This scenario indicated that something unusual had transpired. Lin Yi paused his second batch of listings to contemplate the situation. First, the scarcity of wood suggested that the buyers were not numerous lower-tier lords. They could only afford to part with wood and would not pay a significantly higher price in stone. Therefore, the target could be narrowed down to the mid-tier lords. Secondly, mid-tier lords faced considerable survival pressures and had an urgent need for stone. They could easily spend time acquiring sufficient wood through the market using a small amount of stone, which would be more cost-effective. Yet, the rapid sellout of tools and the minimal amount of wood received indicated that it was not mid-tier lords purchasing the tools. One must also consider whether the mid-tier lords were concerned about limited quantities and thus resorted to high-price purchases. However, given the economic strain they faced, they would naturally contemplate cost-effectiveness. With Lin Yi listing 30 items at once, the quantity was not negligible. Even if a rush to purchase occurred, the buyers would likely wait to see if more items would be listed before proceeding with high-price purchases. In summary, mid-tier lords could be ruled out. This left only the high-tier lords, who were few in number but likely possessed some iron ore. Curiously, instead of trading with iron ore, they opted to clear the goods with stone in a short time. This could imply either a genuine shortage of iron ore or a reluctance to part with it. If it were the former, it was understandable. After all, affluent individuals are often less sensitive to price. However, if it were the latter, the situation became intriguing. Why would they withhold iron ore from him? Were they concerned about his rapid development and attempting to stifle his competition for resources? Or did they purely wish to prevent him from profiting from iron ore, hoping to hoard and resell? Upon contemplating these possibilities, the situation began to clarify for Lin Yi. Gazing at the 30 iron tools he had yet to list, he realized that the other party's thoughts had little bearing on him. Indeed, absolute strength is an advantage that no amount of cunning can counter. He was eager to see just how much capital they had to hoard goods. In this world, where competition starts on equal footing without the shadow of predecessors, it would be a test of whose capital was more substantial and whose foundation was stronger. Those who sought to take advantage of him risked breaking their own teeth. He decided to list 10 of the 30 tools, pricing them according to a ratio of wood to stone to iron ore, 10, 5, 1. You have plenty of stone, don't you? You don't want to sell me iron, or do you? Here's your chance. Let us see how much stone you are willing to contribute. In Chapter 20, the D-level mage training grounds were within reach. Why did Lin Yi only list 10 items this time, and specifically ask for 50 units of stone, rather than more? He aimed to avoid scaring off the buyer. Listing 30 items or setting an exorbitant price would clearly signal wealth and target the other party, prompting even a fool to retreat. A gradual approach would create the illusion that victory was within reach, while he continued to draw resources from them. Now, Lin Yi was eager for the other side to purchase with stone. For every item sold, he would earn 50 units of stone, and 2 items would secure him a stone arrow tower. On the other hand, Huang Hu, who had initially begun to celebrate his anticipated profits after half an hour of silence from Lin Yi, suddenly noticed that another 10 tools had been listed, with prices raised by 10 units of stone from the previous listing. Panic set in. Huang Hu's first reaction was that Lin Yi had discerned his intentions. By raising the price of stone purchases, Lin Yi was signaling that he was aware of Huang Hu's strategy, hoping that Huang Hu would not stubbornly persist and would withdraw. Fortunately, Lin Yi had only released 10 items, suggesting he did not have a substantial stock or iron ore left for production. If Huang Hu could purchase this batch, Lin Yi would likely be incapable of restocking in the short term. Not overly greedy, Huang Hu aimed for a modest gain of double the resources. A price set too high would deter buyers, and slow sales could grant Lin Yi the opportunity to produce more. However, Huang Hu found himself short on stone and needed to devise a way to acquire more. He could not trade iron or with friends, for if they purchased the same items, his plans would be thwarted. The D-level mage training grounds blueprint he had stashed away could yield a substantial exchange. After all, he had no intention of constructing a barracks immediately, who would start by producing mage units right away. With this resolution, Huang Hu promptly listed the design, D-level mage training grounds, on the trading market, setting an exorbitant price of 800 units each for wood and stone. In his view, anyone willing to buy a mage barracks blueprint at this stage would have the funds to do so. Concurrently, he announced in the channel, eager that potential buyers would not miss out, fearing that it might remain unsold for too long. Banhao 199, selling design, D-level mage training grounds. Those in need can purchase immediately from the market. First come, first served. Banhao 823, my goodness. On the fourth day, a big shot is already selling barracks blueprints? Does this mean that the leading players have started recruiting proper D-level units? Banhao 4775, forget about D-level units. We small fry can't comprehend the progress of the big shots. I even saw a big shot selling iron tools, but the price in stone was too high. Otherwise, I would have certainly bought one. I'm still puzzled as to why the big shot set such a high price for stone exchanges. Lin Yi, who was always on the lookout for a counterattack, naturally took note of Huang Hu's messages. On one hand, Lin Yi was taken aback that the instigator this time was none other than the malevolent 199, prompting him to exclaim that fate had conspired against him. On the other hand, he felt a surge of delight, as it seemed that the opponent's resources must have been depleted, for otherwise, they would not have released such a valuable item. The item in question was the D-class mage training ground, which Lin Yi had long coveted but had not encountered in the market until now. This training ground was a necessity for him, yet upon glancing at the opposing offer, he was taken aback. 800 units of each of the two materials was a steep price, even for someone like Lin Yi, who considered himself affluent. Suddenly, he recalled the information regarding the construction of barracks requiring corresponding levels of bloodline stones, which had yet to surface in the channel. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to disclose this information, both to pressure 199 into lowering their bid and to alert fellow lords, advising them against falling into a trap. ID 9999, brother, your offer is excessively high. Have it to make it reasonable. Are you unaware that constructing barracks also necessitates the addition of bloodline stones of the same level? Without the growth bonus from bloodlines, the summoned basic soldiers would be utterly ineffective. Do you truly expect buyers to be foolish enough to pay such a premium? ID 286, is the brother above jesting? Is this for real? I have the Barak blueprint as well and am preparing to construct it. ID 9999, my ID is visible. Do you think I would risk my reputation for a petty scheme? I obtained the bloodline stone from a chest, and this is the information I possess, D-class unit bloodline stone. As you can see, I've obscured the name for privacy reasons. It's not convenient to disclose. Lin Yi proceeded to redact a portion of the name of the half-elf bloodline stone and shared it in the channel. ID 286, oh, it truly is. Thank you, brother, for your timely warning. Otherwise, I would have fallen into a trap. Let us add each other as friends. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. ID 9999, alright. However, I receive so many private messages that I ignore all friend requests. I'll send you an invitation. From the conversation, Lin Yi sensed a camaraderie from the other party, the kind of trustworthy individual he wouldn't mind getting to know. When Lin Yi sent the friend request, it was promptly accepted. Hello, brother, I'm ID 286. My surname is Wang. You can just call me Lao Wang. He introduced himself. Fortunately, Lin Yi was still young and single. Otherwise, he might find such a name tiresome over time. Hello, big brother Wang. I'm just in my early 20s. My surname is Lin, so you can call me Xiao Lin. Very well, we each have our own affairs. So let us skip the pleasantries. If you need anything in the future, just give me a shout, and we'll see how we can assist one another. Alright, big brother Wang, let us keep in touch. As Lin Yi increased his friend count from 0, Huang Hu was seething with rage. It was that pesky ID 9999 again. This little brat had yet to settle the score from their last encounter, and now he was undermining him once more. Did he truly think Huang Hu was a mere plaything? With a scowl, he tossed a piece of beast meat to the nearby wild wolves, watching them tear it apart, and growled in frustration. The audacity of that fellow to accept a friend request while ignoring his own. Did he look down on him? If only he had the means to retaliate, he would ensure that wolves would feast upon him. Being a man of ambition, Huang Hu quickly composed himself after venting his emotions. If what that guy said was true, a mere blueprint for a Barak was indeed not worth such a hefty price. The key now was to swiftly sell the blueprint and exchange it for stone to acquire the latest batch of tools. Otherwise, all the resources he had invested would go to waste, leading to a high sunk cost. Observing the private chat offers of others, none exceeded 400 units. It was evident that others were convinced by Lin Yi's statements, believing that a blueprint alone did not warrant a high price unless accompanied by the appropriate bloodline stones. Grinding his teeth, Huang Hu adjusted his listed price to wood and stone at 400 units each, eager to make a swift sale. 99.99, this is the second time. And that fool's selling tools. Why does he have to meddle in my affairs? I paid you, so why target me? Lin Yi, who had been keeping a close watch, immediately noticed that Huang Hu had altered his price and did not hesitate to procure the Barak blueprint. With the D-class mage training ground finally in his possession, Lin Yi laughed joyfully like a child. At last, it was secured. The preparations for Barak bloodline stones and weapons, along with the mage unit, were essentially complete, and he could now commence recruitment and training. The thought of being accompanied by a throng of half-elf maidens unleashing a torrent of magical bombardment upon their enemies was simply exhilarating. Truth be told, the transactions in the current trading market were primarily anonymous. Unless one deliberately displayed their ID, neither party would know who the other was. If 199 discovered Lin Yi's actions, it would certainly solidify their enmity. Nonetheless, 400 units for 2 types of materials in exchange for a mage Barak blueprint was a fair deal. Even as more blueprints became available in the future, the price would likely remain consistent, fluctuating only slightly, thus not making Lin Yi a profiteer. On the other side, Huang Hu, having acquired the resources, wasted no time in purchasing all 8 remaining tools. As he surveyed his inventory, now returning to double digits in stone and 28 iron tools, he exhaled slowly. Making a profit was far from easy. Damn it. Huang Hu couldn't help but curse aloud. Was Lin Yi really capable of bringing him joy? Without hesitation, he listed another 20 items, and the exchange rate for these 20 stones plummeted to 35 units. Kid, are you in or out? The first batch will cost you a loss of 5 units per item, and the second batch will cost you a loss of 15 units per item. I hope you don't grab too many. Currently, Huang Hu found himself in a precarious situation. Accepting the offer would deplete his resources, and he had very few valuable items left. Selling further would jeopardize his own development. Furthermore, the opposing party's accumulation seemed boundless. Choosing not to buy felt equally unsatisfactory. He had already incurred a loss of 520,158,220 units of stone and a D-class Barak design, which represented a sunk cost. Abandoning it would mean losing everything for nothing. Although 220 units of stone represented just a day's earnings and wouldn't cripple him, it was still a frustrating burden. With a deep sigh, Huang Hu conceded, acknowledging his defeat. He simply lacked the foundation to compete. Next time, let us see if we can have another go. With that, Huang Hu listed his 28 iron tools at the same price as Lin Yi's, cutting his losses to exit the market. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, upon noticing the new sell order that appeared in the market, smiled contentedly. Conceding is wise. After all, I don't have the time to play house with you. To Lin Yi, this hardly constituted a significant business battle. It was merely a trivial farce. He then proceeded to list the last batch of 30 tools he had produced. Since you've conceded so neatly, I'll spare you this time and refrain from exposing you in the channel. ID 199. Switching back to the channel, he prepared to advertise himself. And as for what he would be advertising, can you guess? Chapter 21. Wherefore art thou, my dear maidens? ID 9999. Seizing the opportunity to advertise. If anyone has D-class items to sell, feel free to send me a private message with an attribute screenshot. If I'm interested, I'll reply with a price. I won't claim to offer the highest price in the market, but I assure you fairness and integrity. Whether it's materials or crucial information, I will ensure your satisfaction. If you are uncertain about the price of your items, you can consult me. Hey, did you think Lin Yi would advertise iron tools? Wrong. At this juncture, advertising tools seems like an act of revealing that it is indeed I who has deceived Pit 199. Coupled with the previous 2 arm wrestling matches, it would be tantamount to inviting a life or death rival. Unlike the present situation, where Lin Yi has discerned who the adversary is, the opponent remains utterly bewildered, unable to pinpoint the target. Lin Yi has also tasted the fruits of his endeavors from Pit 199. With a series of maneuvers, he successfully coaxed out the urgently needed mage barracks. What other peculiar items might others wish to seize? While they may lack the ability to utilize them, he possesses a fate prompt, ensuring that he can harness these items to their fullest potential. Perhaps even 100 or 120% effectiveness. One could say that any acquisition is a gain. Moreover, after assessing his resource reserves and estimating the rate of income, it seemed that as long as his iron ore remained abundant, by nightfall, his wood could reach over 10,000, and stone could accumulate to 56,000. making him the wealthiest patron in this channel. With such a plethora of foundational resources at his disposal, why not invest them to accelerate his development and even save some for future progeny? Having dealt with these trivial matters, Lin Yi promptly commenced the construction of the D-class mage training ground. Had he not been previously occupied, he would have eagerly begun to tinker with the half-elf maiden he had long yearned for. Even after encountering a monster floating island populated by a horde of level 56 goblins, Lin Yi merely adhered to his usual routine, spending only a few minutes, luring the monsters to his domain, having the arrow towers fire, and letting his hounds tank the enemies. Upon claiming the treasure chest, his hounds cleared the battlefield. A stone chest, and a mere handful of upgraded hounds could not compare to the allure of a half-elf maiden, especially one unadorned. With a chuckle, Lin Yi opted to construct the D-class mage training ground, and under the game's prompt, he was informed to include the D-class half-elf, high-elf, unit bloodline stone. He then stepped outside, standing by as the barracks gradually materialized. As the construction progressed, the ethereal edifice began to take on a tangible form, revealing a beautifully designed structure before Lin Yi's eyes. The three-story wooden building resembled an academic institution, albeit with the first floor transformed into an expansive hall. Behind the small building lay an open-air training ground, where stone humanoid targets were prominently displayed. As this was a game structure, Lin Yi could only venture into the hall on the first floor. Any attempts to ascend to the upper levels were thwarted by an invisible wall. Well, it was likely that the upper floors were merely ornamental. He felt no particular curiosity about what lay within. Whether he could see it or not mattered little. What truly captivated him was the beauty of the maiden he was about to summon, along with the garments that would accompany her. D-class mage training ground, a structure capable of recruiting D-class mage apprentices, with a daily recruitment quota of 33. Recruitment costs: wood, 80 units, stone, 20 units. Flesh energy, 2 units. D-class half-elf mage apprentice, LV1, health 90-90, mana 30-30. Physical attack, 6, magical attack, 12. Physical defense, 0, magical defense, 2. Attack speed, 1 every 15 seconds, maximum movement speed, 6 meters per second. D-class half-elf, high-elf, bloodline, for every level gained, magical attack increases by 1. Mana increases by 10, experience penalty, 20. Arcane missile, active consumes 15 points of mana, summons an attribute-less magical missile, dealing magical damage equal to 128 of its own magical attack to the enemy. Casting time, 15 seconds, cooldown, 10 seconds, range, 50 meters. Maintenance cost, 5 units of flesh energy daily. Description: a high-quality early-game magical output unit, equipped with a skill, though somewhat fragile. With little else to ponder, he summoned. Fortunately, he had previously gathered a few units of flesh energy, or else he would have lacked sufficient resources for recruitment. With a grand gesture, Lin Yi deducted the resources, and 3 silhouettes gradually took form amidst a radiant glow. Before Lin Yi stood 3 slender, gentle-featured young men. Wait, what went wrong? Lin Yi wore a look of disbelief as he scrutinized the 3 half-elves before him. Their upper bodies were bare, while they donned long pants and cloth shoes. Though not as muscular as warriors, traces of muscle were clearly visible. Their skin was fair, and their features were softer than those of humans, complemented by strikingly handsome visages and slightly pointed ears. In the original world, any one of them could elicit shrieks from girls seeking selfies. Indeed, they were dashing young men. However, I wanted maidens. There must be a mistake. How could there be no maidens? No, it must be my ill fortune. Surely tomorrow will yield a maiden. The gender recruitment in this barracks must be random, right? Fate prompt 1. Please do not continue to console yourself. According to game mechanics, male lords cannot recruit female soldiers. This is due to a past incident where a lord attempted to exploit a loophole, using summoned female units to propagate and acquire free citizens. Although summoned soldiers lack souls, their bodies are indeed alive. To prevent such occurrences in the future, it has been established that male lords can only summon male soldiers. Fate prompt 2. If you desire female elves, please use the citizen summoning stone or capture the wandering intelligent races encountered on floating islands. Why can't we recruit female soldiers, yet female lords can summon male soldiers? This game is discriminatory. Is this a boxing match? Fate prompt. Many melee soldiers belong to races where males possess greater physical strength. To ensure soldier potency, only males may be recruited. Rest assured, all soldiers have had their reproductive capabilities removed, preventing any unfair game loopholes. Am I even speaking of game loopholes? Do I care whether male soldiers possess reproductive abilities? What I care about is that my lovely maidens have vanished. Even if they cannot conceive, no, that's not what I meant. I simply wish to behold their beauty. This encapsulates Lin Yi's current state. Well, there will be other opportunities in the future, provided he develops adequately. Recovering from the jarring absence of the fragrant, soft maidens, Lin Yi resolved to strive harder, vowing to concoct some audacious maneuvers to avenge the indignities inflicted by the game today. Though they are not maidens. It must be said that the attributes of these mage apprentices are quite impressive. Equipped with unit gear, they boast 17 points of magical attack at level 1. As long as the front line holds, they can undoubtedly deliver a tremendous output. Not to mention, they come with a built-in output skill, with a full mana pool. They can unleash 2 attacks, resulting in substantial bursts. With a few more battles, they could easily ascend to level 3, significantly enhancing their output. Lin Yi paused the production of iron tools at the blacksmith shop to forge 3 D-class unit equipment, staves, for the mage apprentices before leading them to the Arrow Tower cluster. He had previously been so preoccupied with the mage barracks that he forgot to open the earlier stone chest. You have opened the stone chest. The talent, Fortune, has activated, and you have unlocked a D-class treasure upgrade stone. You have received D-class wonder upgrade stone, X1. D-class Draenor Orc unit bloodline stone. Iron ore, X1. There is no need for further deliberation. Lin Yi had been contemplating whether to use the wonder upgrade stone on the spring or the cave. Now, with another one hastily delivered, he would be sure to utilize them all by nightfall. D-class Draenor Orc Bloodstone. This artifact contains the genetic template of D-class Draenor Orcs. It can be incorporated during the construction of a training ground, thus endowing soldiers with the Draenor Orc lineage. D-class Draenor Orc Bloodline. For each level gained, physical attack power increases by 1, health by 10, and experience penalty by 20. Fate note: this Orc bloodline unexpectedly resonates with the powers of demons, making it one of the most aggressive among Orc bloodlines of the same rank. Only at C-class can this bloodline's full potential be unleashed to advance to B-class. One might consider demonic transformation. Draenor Orcs? A segment of Orcs arrived in this gaming realm after the shattering of Outland? How intriguing. Perhaps I might encounter some familiar heroic figures in the future. Moreover, even without your suggestion, I am aware of the upgrade path for this bloodline. B-class involves deceiving a demon lord into shedding blood, while A-class entails decapitating the demon lord. Drink deep, the roar of hell, for this is the Orc's destiny. Though Lin Yi jested, he was indeed particularly pleased with this bloodstone. He was well aware of the formidable strength of the Draenor Orcs, who inflicted numerous grievous wounds upon even the mighty Azeroth. Top-tier warriors could contend with demigods, cleaving the heads of demon lords. He resolved to collect the scattered remnants of Orcs in this world whenever the opportunity arose, as long as he possessed sufficient strength to subdue them, and provided they encountered powerful adversaries to vent their wrath upon. Even if they later consumed demon blood, they would still make for excellent subjects. Of course, the law and order in his territory might suffer somewhat, with occasional brawls erupting, but given their strength, such matters would be trivial. Not to mention, if they adhered to tradition and possessed the legacy of shamans, that would be even better. The totems and elemental system of shamans wield considerable magical power. Chapter 22. Marsh Lizardmen. Is this the swamp? Gazing at the dense forests atop the floating islands and the muddy ground beneath, Lin Yi let out a pained groan. What comes to mind when one mentions a swamp? Most would likely envision various terrifying pests, invisible pit traps, laborious traversal, and perhaps even crocodiles lurking in wait to ambush. The good news: the swamp ecosystem in this gaming world has yet to evolve to that extent. There are no venomous insects or crocodiles. The bad news: everything else is present, and the crocodiles have been replaced with far more perilous magical creatures. Lin Yi attempted to send the highest level gnoll to scout ahead. But watching the gnoll wade through the swamp, struggling with every step, he was dismayed to see its speed falter to less than 13 on solid ground. He clutched his head in anguish and called the gnoll back. He could not believe that such a vast floating island would be devoid of monsters. Sending a single gnoll ahead was tantamount to serving a meal to the predators. Lin Yi was currently in a state of profound indecision. He understood that his team would find exploring this swamp exceedingly arduous, as they were entirely unaccustomed to the environment. With no visibility, they were oblivious to the strength of the lurking beasts, their hiding spots, or when they might strike. Furthermore, the gnoll's movement speed had been reduced to 13, making it difficult to react swiftly even if ambushed. Additionally, his prideful Arrow Tower group tactics could not be employed, for the indigenous inhabitants of this environment would surely overwhelm them in speed. Luring monsters back to their territory was simply unthinkable. It would only expose their backs, leaving them vulnerable to easy slaughter. In confronting this environment, one had 2 options: either refrain from entry or rely on sheer strength to vanquish the foes. On the other hand, the swamp beckoned to him. Lin Yi felt an intense urge that the dense forest within this swamp was precisely what the omen of fate described: a well-nourished grove. With thorough exploration, he was certain to uncover the urgently needed D-class soil for farming. It is common knowledge that swamp soil is exceptionally fertile. If he could seize this land, he could commence farming today. In fact, he had a most prudent method at his disposal, allowing the gnolls to advance incrementally while gathering wood. With the iron axe equipped, the gnolls' lumbering efficiency, while not matching that of mining, would still be commendable, as long as he was willing to invest time here. The swamp creatures would pose little threat to him, but was that feasible? To spend 2 or 3 days in this place for the potential of D-class soil? In the slow-paced, time-abundant reality, 2 or 3 days might be inconsequential. However, in this game world, where transformation could occur daily, time became an invaluable resource. So be it. The worst that could happen would be the loss of a few gnolls. In comparison to the time saved and the critical need for soil, that cost seemed negligible. Nevertheless, thorough preparation was essential before embarking on this endeavor. Lin Yi first donned the rented, tough leather armor, as its 8 points of physical defense were crucial in an environment rife with potential ambushes. Next, he retrieved the long-stored D-class magic scroll, ice spike, and D-class healing potion from his backpack, keeping them readily accessible. The former dealt area damage with a slowing effect, while the latter ensured his survival. Finally, he visited the blacksmith shop to equip the iron axe and iron shovel, preventing any lack of tools when the need arose. After conducting a thorough check for any oversights, he had 9 gnolls form a protective circle around himself and the 3 newly recruited mage apprentices before setting forth into the swamp. Not long after entering the swamp, the arduous trek and heightened tension had left Lin Yi drenched in sweat. Wiping his brow, a mixture of mud and water clung to his face as he gazed at the water level, now nearly up to his thighs. Damn it. I'm starting to regret this. I will definitely need a bath afterward, though alas, I have no bathing supplies. Before Lin Yi could finish his lament, he witnessed the muddy water beside the leading gnolls explode, 3 dark figures springing forth to pounce upon them. Enemy ambush. The remaining gnolls engaged the foes, while the attacked gnoll retreated, and the mage apprentices prepared their spells, reserving their abilities. The 3 dark figures lunged at the highest level gnoll, bringing it crashing into the murky water as damage numbers of 32, 30, and 30 erupted, sending the gnoll's health plummeting. Thanks to Lin Yi's swift command, the downed gnoll managed to scramble back to safety, while the surrounding gnolls rushed to form a protective barrier. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and the 3 mage apprentices unleashed their magical projectiles at one of the creatures covered in dark scales. 30, 17, 17, 17. Simultaneously, the creature's attributes appeared. D-Class Marsh Lizardman LV6, Health 139220, Mana 1530, Physical Attack Power 22, Magical Attack Power 0, Physical Defense 2, Magical Defense 0, Attack Speed 1 attack every 8 seconds. Maximum Movement Speed 6 ms, Swamp, for ms, Land. D-Class Lizardman Bloodline, for each level gained, Physical Attack Power increases by 1, Physical Defense by 0. 5. Ambush, active utilizing magical energy alongside the hunting instincts of a cold-blooded creature. One can conceal oneself within the natural environment, rendering detection by enemies exceedingly difficult. The first attack executed while hidden inflicts an additional 10 points of damage. Mana cost, 15 points, cooldown, 1 minute. Lin Yi gazed at the marsh lizardman before him, a magnified version of a lizard, as a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. This was his first experience of being ambushed, and it had caught him utterly off guard. Had it not been for his quick thinking, the highest level gnoll would have surely met its demise here today. Even in his frustration, he could not help but acknowledge the formidable strength of the creature before him. The loss he endured was not in vain. The obsidian scales covering its body appeared extraordinarily resilient, perfectly matching the creature's bloodline's level 0-5 physical defense. The fine, sharp teeth revealed by its gaping maw hinted at its exceptional offensive capabilities, coupled with its innate cloaking and damage amplification skills, and in an environment that favored its abilities. One could confidently label it a master assassin. Was this the true power unleashed by a complete D-grade unit when elevated under specific conditions? Fortunately, the creature was currently an ungoverned wild monster, and its numbers were few. Otherwise, even he would have been in peril. Lin Yi was not being overly dramatic. He could easily conjure a hypothetical scenario. If this assault had involved 3 lizardmen instead of 9, akin to the number of Lin Yi's dog-headed warriors, the initial strike could have annihilated 3 of them. They would then have retreated under the Lord's command, utilizing the marsh's rapid movement speed to escape the battlefield. Once their ambush skills were off cooldown, they could return and potentially decimate Lin Yi's melee team in one fell swoop. The outcome of facing 9 fierce lizardmen without frontline mages was all too evident. The 3 uncommanded lizardmen swiftly fell beneath the onslaught of magical projectiles, incurring no additional casualties. However, This skirmish served as a stark reminder for Lin Yi. The dog-headed warriors, not being specialized D-grade units, lacked individual strength. Confronted with such a bizarre array of foes, they were evidently outmatched. It seemed imperative to devise a method to obtain dedicated melee units upon their return. Whether it involved acquiring a suitable bloodline stone to construct a sword and shield training ground, or finding a high-damage profession to install the recently acquired Draenor Orc bloodline stone. The dog-headed warriors would better serve as support, perhaps mining instead. They were falling behind in the front line. After collecting his thoughts and reorganizing his troops, Lin Yi resumed his advance. Having learned from their initial encounter, they tightened their formation to ensure that, should they come under attack again, other warriors would swiftly come to their aid. Before long, they spotted a nearly submerged treasure chest in the middle of a broad pool. Caution was warranted. Where there was a chest, there would surely be guardians, and the lizard men must have concealed themselves, employing their skills. As they approached cautiously, shadows emerged, prompting the surrounding warriors to converge and absorb the damage. This time, conserving mana was unnecessary. The mage apprentices unleashed arcane missiles right from the onset, aiming to concentrate their fire on a single target, as this was likely to be their final confrontation. After devising their strategy, Lin Yi raised his staff, poised to unleash fireball spells. Earlier, in an attempt to conserve mana for future challenges, he had refrained from unleashing his full power. Now, facing the final boss, he intended to ensure his adversary felt the heat of his fervor. It was worth noting that his fireball spells did not adhere to cooldown restrictions like unit skills. Should he desire, he could unleash 3 fireballs within 10 seconds, resulting in a catastrophic magical eruption. As for the potential waste of subsequent ignite damage, given the watery surroundings, concerns about ignite damage were moot. As Lin Yi had anticipated, the once tranquil surface of the pool erupted with 5 dark figures, the ambushed marsh lizard men. Under Lin Yi's command, his dog-headed warriors bravely charged forward, using their bodies to absorb the initial strikes, which had been augmented with additional damage. Unlike their first, unexpected assault, this time Lin Yi was prepared, leveraging the numerical advantage of his warriors to withstand the onslaught. Although the dog-headed warriors were knocked down, their health remained largely intact. After all, a marsh lizardman's ambush damage was slightly over 30 points, which was not lethal for the dog-headed warriors, who boasted over 130 health points. As for the ensuing battle, the first fireball detonated near the lizard men, with ferocious flames engulfing 3 of them within its radius. 633. The massive damage numbers floated above the 3 lizard men. Though their muddy bodies mitigated further ignite damage, the initial blast still significantly depleted their health. Concurrently, Lin Yi did not relent. The moment the first fireball was cast, he began chanting for a second. In rapid succession, 3 fireballs detonated, reducing the lizardman's health to below half. The combined assaults from numerous dog-headed warriors and mage apprentices delivered the final blow. In less than half a minute, the 5 level 6 D-grade units, capable of annihilating other Lord soldiers, fell before Lin Yi's overwhelming firepower. Chapter 23, D-grade soil, was secured. The mage apprentices were eager to cultivate and level up further upon their return. When the firepower erupted, a slight deficiency in frontline resilience became inconsequential. However, it was essential not to restrict their forces solely to melee and mage units. Archers, assassins, and knights each had their own optimal scenarios for deployment. Conventional unit types must not become a vulnerability for the territory. All necessary types should be present, lest the enemy exploit any weaknesses. It was also prudent to develop units suited for specific environments, such as aquatic or aerial combatants, which might yield unexpected advantages in warfare. Lin Yi felt immensely gratified by this exploration, not for the material gains or items acquired, but for the insights gained regarding developmental direction within the game. It was no wonder that the game presented wild monster nests so readily. The disparity in strength between them and the painstakingly assembled regular soldiers was vast. To engage in direct combat with standard units, one must ensure a numerical advantage. However, achieving such an advantage required substantial resources, recruitment, maintenance, and leveling all demanded considerable investment and effort. He had once fantasized about conquering the world with just dog-headed warriors. He had been naive. Cautiously, the group approached the central treasure chest, remaining vigilant despite their prior combat experience. While the likelihood of encountering more guardians was low, one could never predict how the game might surprise them. With utmost care, Lin Yi approached the chest, escorted by his soldiers, only to discover that this chest, half submerged in mud, was crafted of iron, a tier above the stone chest. It made sense, given the foes they had just faced. 8 marsh lizard men, and not mere wild monsters, indeed warranted a D-grade treasure. He promptly stowed the D-grade chest in his backpack, reasoning that the chest would not vanish. and it would be better to wait until the exploration concluded before opening it. His immediate concern was whether there existed D-grade soil within this marshy forest. The dog-headed warriors formed groups of 3, scouring the dense thicket. If they encountered dry land or faced enemies, they would begin to bark loudly. This was a necessary measure, as the dog-headed warriors lacked cognitive abilities, compelling Lin Yi to issue simple, clear commands. They could not make judgments, thus he established trigger commands, allowing him to discern their feedback. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, accompanied by 3 mage apprentices, began his own search. He dared not send the apprentices out on their own. In comparison to the dog-headed warriors, they were like precious, fragile porcelain compared to ordinary wooden barrels. The latter were durable, and their loss was not as disheartening. Woof, woof. Soon, Lin Yi, wandering through the thicket, faintly heard the sound of barking. He quickly focused his attention, discerning the direction. He signaled for his 3 companions to follow and hastened towards the source of the sound. As the barking grew louder and clearer, he trudged through the challenging terrain until he finally spotted a group of his dog-headed warriors standing on a plot of land the size of a basketball court, barking fervently. "All right, no need to bark. I'm here." As Lin Yi approached, he swiftly quelled the cacophony of barking from the dogs. This expanse of land was conspicuously elevated compared to the surrounding terrain, having remained unscathed by the encroaching murk of the swamp. The topography itself was characterized by a central rise with lower surrounding areas, facilitating effective drainage. Towering trees adorned the land, and in the intervals between them thrived diminutive shrubs and verdant grasses. Not only did the shrubs flourish, but the trees above also boasted a more robust stature than those in the vicinity, radiating vitality. Lin Yi eagerly scooped a handful of the soil, noting its rich black color, softness, and abundant humus, reminiscent of the nutrient-rich soil he had previously purchased for cultivating flowers. D-grade soil, a unique soil formed under the dual influence of earth and water elements. It possesses profound fertility capable of supplying the myriad nutrients and elemental energies essential for the growth of D-grade plants, which have minimal environmental requirements. Additionally, it autonomously absorbs ambient elemental energy to restore its fertility, making it a reliable choice for cultivation. Fate hint: congratulations on discovering the final missing piece. You may now commence planting. However, a critical caution: do not attempt to exploit game mechanics by using this soil for ordinary plants. The moment you acquired it, the game's laws began to influence it, rendering it unsuitable for the growth of non-tiered plants. At last, he had found it. His instincts had proven correct. This dense forest indeed harbored the soil he sought. Gazing at the land's expanse and the trees that thrived upon it, Lin Yi recognized the enormity of the task ahead. He felt an urgent need to gather the remaining 6 dogs to expedite the process. He instructed 2 of the dogs to locate the 2 straggling members of their search party and bring them back. Only then did Lin Yi retrieve the tools he had prepared in advance and, alongside his soldiers, commenced the task of felling trees. To his surprise, aside from the initial day's attempts, he had not engaged in such labor until now. As he chopped away, cheerfully chanting 80-80 to entertain himself, he remained blissfully unaware of any irritation, instead daydreaming about returning to his territory to cultivate the soil. Undoubtedly, the introduction of iron tools had significantly enhanced their efficiency in gathering resources. By the time the dogs had all returned, he and his companions had cleared the vegetation from this plot of land, yielding over 70 units of wood. Truly, the D-grade soil produced trees with a notably higher conversion rate of wood compared to those on ordinary land. The only lament was that this soil could no longer support the growth of regular plants. Otherwise, the possibilities for creative cultivation would have been boundless. He distributed the iron pickaxes and iron shovels among the soldiers, urging them to commence the excavation of soil promptly. Meanwhile, Lin Yi stood by, watching intently. Each time they unearthed a unit of game-acknowledged D-grade soil, he swiftly stowed it away in his backpack. The dogs, having leveled up, displayed remarkable digging prowess, and within half an hour, they had excavated a considerable depth from the surface. Well, henceforth, the development of the dogs would be left to fate. Whenever resources and opportunities arose, they would ascend. If not, they would content themselves with menial tasks. Recruitment would continue as well, for once farming commenced. Sustenance for them would not be a concern. Should they encounter difficult to extract veins of, or the dogs would need to step up. Observing the over 100 units of D-grade soil in his backpack, Lin Yi felt his arduous journey had been worthwhile. The substantial harvest of soil meant he would not need to fret over shortages in the near future. However, the conditions necessary for the formation of D-grade soil were exceedingly stringent, requiring the simultaneous influence of earth and water elements. Who could say when fortune might smile upon him again to encounter such soil? "Come, my companions, let us return to the territory for a bath," he declared. Leading his subordinates back to their domain, and towards the eternal spring. Thanks to the pre-dug pool, the spring, which had flowed continuously day and night, had gathered enough clean water for Lin Yi to bathe. Indeed, it was merely sufficient for his own use, as the D-grade spring produced a mere 100 liters daily, a paltry amount compared to his previous water usage freedom. Yet, why had he brought all his subordinates along if there was only enough for himself? Naturally, it was to have them take advantage of their dirtiness to excavate the pool. This would yield 2 D-grade wonder upgrade stones, enabling an increase in the spring S level. A larger pool would be essential to accommodate the greater output of water. Given the previous 10-fold upgrade pattern, this time it should yield 1,000 liters daily, equating to 1 ton of water. Failing to expand the reservoir would result in the waste of the emerging water. As for the soldiers, they would return to their respective nests and training grounds, where the game would refresh them and eliminate any dirt, restoring them to pristine condition. No need for Lin Yi to worry. Once he observed his subordinates laboring diligently, he dismissed them to their quarters for recovery. The dogs needed to restore their health, just as the apprentice mages required the replenishment of their mana. Previously unaware of the mana consumption, he discovered post-battle that the regeneration rate for the troops' mana mirrored that of their health, at 5 points per hour in normal status, doubling upon returning to their nests and training grounds. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, benefiting from his complete panel and the intelligence attribute bonus, could recover 538 points of mana per hour. However, he was uncertain if resting in the Lord's abode would yield a similar doubling effect as it did for the soldiers. This remained to be tested. D-grade wonder, eternal spring. This is a miraculous spring that never runs dry, perpetually gushing forth mountain spring water. The water is clear, sweet, non-toxic, odorless, and free of parasites. Suitable for direct consumption. It produces 1,000 liters of spring water daily. Fate Hint 1. When this wonder upgrades to C-grade, remember to add a C-grade water element core. By harnessing the wondrous power during the upgrade, you will attract the water element core, infusing the wonder with the energy of water elements, bestowing the produced spring water with a hint of elemental properties, albeit in minute quantities. While faint, this will lay the foundation for future upgrades, elevating it beyond ordinary water. Fate Hint 2. Completing the previous hint will render the water produced in subsequent upgrades an important resource with diverse applications and considerable value. Is this a hidden advancement route? Water is the essence of life, and countless animals and plants rely on it. If it is indeed possible to transform ordinary water into magically imbued water with elemental properties, the value would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced, not to mention the potential for further upgrades, gradually strengthening the elemental effects. Would utilizing high-grade magical water in alchemy, farming, and forging yield more potent results? Would the product's value not see a dramatic increase? Might the miraculous cave also be upgraded with a C-grade earth element core? Chapter 24. Wonders, Farming, and Treasure Chests. D-grade wonder, Miraculous Cave. This is an extraordinary cave that automatically gathers and absorbs earth elemental energy, producing stone. It currently yields 150 units of stone daily. Fate Hint 1. Your conjecture is correct, similar to the eternal spring. Adding an extra earth element core during the upgrade will significantly boost the wonder S output. Fate Hint 2. Should you wish for this wonder to produce other types of materials, it must be fused with the corresponding source. For example, if you desire it to generate iron ore, you must merge it with a wonder that produces iron ore or the rare item, iron vein core. The core of the mineral vein can only be discovered within natural deposits. Though not a spectacle, it slowly absorbs elemental corruption from the surrounding rocks, thus forming corresponding minerals. Indeed, as anticipated, as long as the underlying logic is adhered to, the game does not impose restrictions on the Lord's innovations in this regard. One can easily envision that in the future, various eccentric creations will emerge from the imaginative lords. Moreover, this mineral core appears to be akin to a youthful version of a wonder. The foundational logic remains the same, albeit with a significantly diminished conversion efficiency. Contemplating this, Lin Yi cast a peculiar glance at his own wonder. Could it be inferred that within mineral-type wonders, there must also be corresponding mineral cores? Although he cannot directly manipulate his own wonder, he will inevitably encounter enemy territories that are impervious to conquest or allied lands where overt hostilities are unfeasible. It is entirely reasonable to have soldiers adept at burrowing, and the populace's occasional disappearance, due to their low intelligence, is equally plausible. Encountering something while searching for their lord after going astray is also quite reasonable, and further bringing back gifts for their lord would be nothing short of perfectly logical. Moreover, it is not impossible to replicate the rock golem he encountered previously. While overt destruction may be difficult to execute, having earth element creatures infiltrate to absorb a bit of energy should not pose much of a challenge. If all goes well, He may even acquire some elemental beings of his own to serve as guardians. Otherwise, 1T his spring and cave merely become others on any buffets. Lin Yi promptly jotted down a note in his mental ledger. He could allow others to engage in clever maneuvers, but he certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of such tactics. At the very least, he should be able to provide a surprise when others attempt to play tricks on him. What on earth does surprise even mean? In addition, during this upgrade, Lin Yi stumbled upon a peculiar anomaly that was not quite a bug. It seems that upgraded wonders would restore the resource quota that had already been collected on that day. It turned out that the 100 units of stone produced by his D-level wonder earlier that morning, which he had already harvested, could still yield an additional 150 units of stone after the upgrade. It appears that during the upgrading process, the wonder harnessed a substantial amount of earth elemental energy through the game's powers, effectively refreshing its output. While gaining a freebie of a common material may not hold much value, the prospect of acquiring precious materials later on, especially through exploiting the game's quirks, would undoubtedly provide an overwhelming sense of achievement. Having completed the upgrades of the two wonders, Lin Yi turned his attention to the crucial matter of agriculture. Is it indeed unnecessary to dig? Can he simply place the soil from his backpack directly onto the ground? Observing such a straightforward process, Lin Yi felt a pang of disappointment. It is not that he is a masochist, reveling in exertion for comfort, though ultimately, it is still the dogs doing the heavy lifting. Embracing the philosophy of trial and error without incurring losses, Lin Yi initially considered testing whether 1 unit of D-level soil in his backpack, if laid down thinly instead of thickly, could cover an area of 15 square meters or even just 2 square meters, thus yielding a significant increase in cultivable land. The game acknowledges that 1 unit of soil, once placed, equates precisely to 1 square meter of land. This game truly allows for no loopholes. He failed to contemplate why the game was designed this way. It was precisely to guard against mischievous players like him, who thrive on unconventional antics. Faced with the thwarted attempt to exploit the system before it even began, Lin Yi could only comply with the game's stipulations and place the acquired D-level soil onto the vacant land. Although the current chaos was quite distressing to his perfectionist tendencies, adjustments would have to wait until after the floating island was secured. For now, this will have to suffice. By the way, in the game, should one sow seeds first and then fertilize and water them, or is it the other way around? Fate tip: some game items do not have a specific usage process. Confirming usage will cause them to disappear and take effect, such as fertilizers, seeds. Alright, this setting is quite suitable for a novice farmer like me. He took out the D-level specialty, resilient wheat, and used it. The small bag vanished, replaced by 10 portions of D-level resilient wheat seeds. In his backpack, Lin Yi rolled his eyes, understanding the game's intent to preemptively counter him. He proceeded to use the wheat seeds on the soil in succession, watered them with a wooden bucket, and then took out the D-level fertilizer to apply individually. Were it not for the sufficiently high quality of the swamp lizardmen this time, the composting facility would not have been able to produce such fertilizer. A miraculous scene unfolded from the moment the fertilizer was applied. Tender green shoots began to sprout from the dark soil. This emergence of new greenery marked the first instance of life on the floating island, heralding a new beginning. D-level resilient wheat. Growth period: 210 days. Growing wheat that, upon maturation, can yield 8 kilograms of D-level wheat and 2 portions of seeds. Fertilizer has been applied once, increasing harvest output by 10. Description: planting and breeding. A sign that the Lord is beginning to integrate into this world. Fate tip: you will also need a food processing workshop to process the wheat if you wish to make bread. Of course, you can attempt to process it yourself. However, note that self-processed food does not affect consumption but cannot be recorded as a game item like bread and has a shelf life. Fate tip 2: wheat can be harvested once mature, but be advised that straw can be stored in your backpack for later use in animal husbandry, as it is highly nutritious feed. Thus, the produce can only be consumed personally or sold directly. In order to market semi-processed products, specialized game buildings are still required? What? I lack tools and skills. Game buildings are the quickest route. Well, that's that. Finally, having planted the wheat, Lin Yi could breathe a sigh of relief. Embarking on his journey as a farming tycoon. The old saying holds true: he who has grain in hand is not anxious in heart. The absence of a stable food source had weighed heavily upon him. Until now, his food yields had been dependent on the game's whims. If, after the novice period, the game ceases to refresh food supply packs and wild beasts, would he then resort to consuming flesh energy? Now, starting to farm, he felt as though he had finally begun to settle in this world, no longer adrift like a floating weed. The D-level treasure chest in his possession should also be opened. Let us see what C-level items he can obtain this time, hoping for something useful. You have opened the D-level treasure chest, and your talent has activated. unveiling a sea-level treasure chest. You have received one sea-level water element core. Blueprint, D-level archer training ground. Blueprint, D-level unit equipment, iron armor. Sea-level water element core. A crystal formed from a substantial amount of condensed water elemental energy, possessing a wide range of applications. Description: direct consumption is not recommended. Fate Tip 1. Its applicability extends beyond your imagination. You can even use it directly to upgrade elemental life forms. When upgrading your mage training ground, you can also add it, allowing the recruited mages to gain specialization in water magic, significantly enhancing the effects of water spells. However, they will bid farewell to Fireball as a consequence. This paves the way for cultivating mages of specific elemental affinities. Blueprint, D-level archer training ground, a camp for recruiting and training D-level archers. Construction requirements: at least 1,500 square meters of space, 500 units of wood, and 300 units of stone. Note: archers are unable to wield melee equipment and require specialized archery units. Fate Hint 1. It possesses multiple upgrade paths, including the physical-based sharpshooter and the elemental damage-infused mage archer. You may even transmute it into a dwarven gunner camp. Fate Note 2. If you manage to acquire physical-oriented elven unit bloodstones, it is advisable to invest them here. Of course, bloodstones that enhance magical attack power are also viable. But one must endure the challenging early stages to upgrade the training ground into a mage archer camp that incorporates elemental damage in its arrows. Blueprint, D-class unit equipment, iron armor, enables the blacksmith's forge to learn the production method for this equipment. D-class unit equipment, iron armor, a heavy iron armor suitable for melee units. Once donned, it automatically adjusts to fit the wearer's physique. Equipment effect, unit physical defense 8. Fate Hint. Although not indicated on the panel, it indeed reduces both attack speed and movement speed, and adversely affects spellcasting. Hence, agile units should don leather armor, while spellcasters should adhere to traditional robes. Excellent. Although it is merely a single C-class item, its utility is undeniable, and it can be quickly employed. Unlike the previously revealed mystical orientation stone, which may have taken an eternity to utilize. More importantly, this C-class item is the essential water element core required for wonder upgrades, thus preemptively addressing an urgent need. This item was initially a source of concern for him, wondering where to procure it, only to find it upon opening a treasure chest on the very day, even preceding the C-class wonder upgrade stone. Chapter 25. Hyenas and Talent. Raider. Is Lin busy? Have you seen the messages in the channel? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I still possess a few aces up my sleeve. After a busy spell, Lin Yi paused to rest and opened the panel to discover a message from Old Wang. This abrupt communication left Lin Yi bewildered. What peculiar events had transpired among the other lords in just one afternoon? Moreover, what could have prompted Old Wang to inquire about needing assistance? He did not respond immediately. Instead, he hurriedly scrolled up in the channel to ascertain what had occurred. After a brief scroll, a statement left Lin Yi astonished yet unsurprised. ID 9431. No way. I was gathering resources on a floating island. How could another floating island be heading straight for me? It turns out he is also a novice lord, not a monster island. He attacked me. Lin Yi continued scrolling down from this message, but found no further comments from ID 9431 after a lengthy search. It appeared the individual had perished. Otherwise, amidst such a crowd, he would not remain silent. If the message was indeed genuine and not a jest, even Lin Yi felt compelled to exercise caution. If it were merely a monster island's aggressive approach, it was unfortunate. He had merely encountered bad luck, as the game had forecasted a gradual loosening of restrictions on monster islands, allowing them to move freely. However, to claim that the other party was also a lord raised significant concerns. Firstly, how did this opposing lord ascertain his position? Secondly, it implied that within just 4 days, a lord had forsaken the moral baseline, viewing fellow players as easier prey. Ultimately, this murderer vanished after striking, leaving no trace of identity or indication of when he might strike again. Judging by the victim's words, this attacking lord had charged directly at him. Lin Yi believed the individual could not have misidentified him, as that was easily discernible. If it had been an accidental discovery, there would have been an adjustment in the floating island's trajectory. It would not have been a straightforward approach. Since it was a direct charge, it suggested the assailant had accurately pinpointed the position in advance, unconfined by external visibility constraints. This was indeed terrifying. Under circumstances where everyone had limited visibility to only their immediate surroundings, someone had managed to breach the game's constraints, remotely locating another player. It was akin to a local area network multiplayer game where everyone treaded carefully, oblivious to their surroundings, when suddenly one individual activated the entire map and commenced a massacre. To be candid, Lin Yi feared not an attack on himself, but rather the prospect of someone exploiting the system. However, this game is quite rigorous. It seeks to seal any loopholes, making it improbable for someone to exploit it freely. I refuse to believe that the other party possesses such a formidable advantage, capable of circumventing fate itself. What is he compared to that? Thus, the other party's actions must align with the game's rules. Discerning whether it is an item, skill, or even a talent becomes a complex puzzle. Lin Yi surveyed his territory, which was vast and chaotic, with defenses, a cluster of arrow towers, only on one side. While adequate against mindless monsters, should he confront another lord, this defense would be utterly inadequate, easily circumvented, allowing the opponent to directly seize the core of his territory. Moreover, the precarious situation was exacerbated by the fact that he was currently exploring another floating island with his forces. Should an island connect from another direction to his territory, retreat would prove exceedingly difficult. No, regardless of whether he would be targeted by the other party, he could not afford to conserve materials any longer. After all, the mysterious cave had leveled up, and he should not lack stone in the future. He resolved to construct 8 stone arrow towers to safeguard the core of the territory from all angles. Even if he did not consider this murderer a hypothetical enemy, the lurking threat of monster islands and the inevitable encounters with intelligent native races necessitated vigilance. Resolute in his thoughts, 8 stone arrow towers rose from the ground within his territory, forming a crossfire defense line encircling the Lord's cabin in the center. Simultaneously, the 50-meter range of the towers encompassed surrounding structures, ensuring that any assault from any direction would yield no favorable outcome. As for wooden walls, he refrained from constructing them. On one hand, they consumed excessive resources, and on the other, he did not perceive anyone capable of dismantling 8 stone arrow towers. Caution is prudent, but excessive caution leads to mental strain. Rest assured, old Wang, if that adversary dares to approach my territory, they shan't leave unscathed. However, if you encounter an incursion and find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to inform me. At the very least, I can provide you with some items and weapons: D-class magic scroll, ice spike, and D-class healing potion. Lin Yi responded to old Wang, conveying the attributes of the magic scroll and healing potion. The fact that old Wang thought of him during such an incident and expressed concern prompted Lin Yi to reciprocate generously. While not adhering to the adage of "you respect me an inch, I respect you a mile," he acknowledged this warm-hearted, loyal friend. He was willing to share any assistance within his means or disclose information that did not compromise his trump cards. After all, Lin Yi had nothing to hide. He would inevitably interact with other lords in the future. A good man requires the support of 3 others. Lin Yi was not deluded enough to believe he could conquer the world alone. It would be beneficial to cultivate some trustworthy allies, for there would surely come a time when he would need their aid. This young lad possesses considerable potential. This magic scroll is something I have never even encountered. A formidable weapon indeed. It would be prudent to focus less on your own troubles and more on the potential invaders. Old Wang quickly replied to Lin Yi, appearing to have been awaiting his response. I have plenty of good things you cannot even begin to imagine. So, if you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out, for I am sure there will be times when I will need your assistance as well. Very well, I shall not stand on ceremony. Ah, by the way, I discussed this matter with my friends, and they speculated whether it might be related to the victim's active presence in the channel. Many of them often observe each other conversing within the channel, wondering if perhaps something was inadvertently revealed in their exchanges. Do be cautious when speaking in the channel in the future. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yi concluded the pleasantries. However, the information imparted to him by old Wang sparked considerable intrigue within Lin Yi. Active in the channel? Could it be? Lin Yi recalled a phrase from the initial game briefing. Battle concluded. Talent. Plunderer activated. You have acquired. Wood, 273 units. Stone, 140 units. The hyena nodded in satisfaction. Though the haul was modest, the combat posed little challenge. With 6 D-grade soldiers at his command, the opponent's feeble resistance was akin to a mere massage. Destroy the floating island. By annihilating the opposing floating island, you shall receive wood 430 units, stone 270 units. Watching the incessant stream of messages refreshing in the channel, the hyena reveled in the fear he instilled in these feeble lambs. Let us see who shall be the next prey to reveal a flaw. The name hyena is not his true identity, but merely a code name in the original world. In that realm, he was a member of the underworld, a notorious predator, a merciless assassin who accepted any cruel commission. From the moment he voluntarily embraced his bloodlust and entered this profession, he relinquished his name, his identity, and everything he once was. He despised his original name, perceiving it as too frail. He adopted the moniker hyena because he admired the resilience, ruthlessness, and cold-blooded nature of hyenas on the savannah. Only when he first entered this world did the name field on his panel remind him of that name he abhorred. Yet, this did not affect his current existence, for he was known solely by his number, 3013. The hyena took solace in being an exceptionally rare talent, one whose abilities aligned seamlessly with his interests and passions. In this gaming world, devoid of laws and morals to constrain him, he felt that this world, where strength reigned supreme, was where he was meant to exist. Indeed, the enjoyment he derived from his talent, which allowed him to grow stronger while indulging in his desires, enabled him to thrive. Talent, plunderer, you are a born instigator of war, a glutton relishing the torment of the weak. When you proactively initiate invasions against other lords and territories and emerge victorious, you shall receive additional spoils. Negative effect, you are a trampler of order and development, an insatiable wolf who can only satiate its hunger by incessantly devouring the flesh and blood of others. You are unable to occupy floating islands or expand your territory through methods other than upgrading your own floating island core or natural growth. For you, destruction is the sole outcome of territorial endeavors. Description, invasion, slaughter, plunder, the flesh and blood of the weak, to the marrow. This description emanates from the Abyss Lord, Yenigu. As the hyena progressed, he gradually comprehended the specific effects of his talent. It became evident that he was destined to be unable to occupy floating islands like ordinary lords or cultivate his territory. The path of farming and development had been obstructed from the outset. His talent dictated that he could only become a scavenger among lords. Destruction and plunder were his means of survival. How splendid! The game understands me. Only this talent reflects my true self. Initially, the hyena lamented the lack of opportunity to showcase his talent in the early stages, yet he never anticipated that a turning point would arrive so swiftly. During an unexpected encounter, he obtained a stone treasure chest, from which he unveiled D-grade territorial treasure, directional compass. Detected that the Lord has acquired the map item D-grade territorial treasure, directional compass, unlocking the coordinate system in advance. From now on, the Lord can control the movement of floating islands via the coordinate system on the map page. Other lords will unlock this system after the novice period concludes. Chapter 26, Boss 9. D-grade territorial treasure, directional compass. By inputting the Lord's number and true name, real-time coordinates of that Lord can be obtained. It must be placed in the territorial treasure slot for use, with a current level allowing 3 uses per day. The devil is always in the details. The game warned on the first day for lords to safeguard their true names and not to disclose them. Yet, many treat this as mere idle chatter. Believing their boldness renders them invulnerable. It is only when the crisis looms that they realize that ignorance breeds fearlessness, and that they themselves are the unwitting victims. The number 9431 exemplifies that careless disposition, one who disregards others' warnings. Having amassed a plethora of friends and engaging in brotherly camaraderie, he possesses no awareness of the need to safeguard his privacy and hidden cards. A mere inquiry revealed 9431's true name to the hyena. Without hesitation, he employed the compass. Discovering that the target was presently stationary, the hyena, with no habit of refusing meat presented on a platter, decisively seized the opportunity, only to find his hunger intensifying. As prey, 9431 exhibited no awareness of his status. Unbeknownst to him, he carelessly vocalized his presence in the jungle. Without me, the hunter, you shan't survive much longer. The offerings of prey were indeed bland. You ought to conceal yourselves well. Numbers 9999 and 199. Do not make it too easy for me to find you, or it will be exceedingly dull. Moreover, I hope you can provide me with some satisfaction. Meanwhile, having formed a general hypothesis, Lin Yi hastily sent a message to old Wang, informing him of his suspicions and advising him to keep his true name concealed. He then contemplated further before opening the channel to voice this matter. After all, the surviving lords are merely his crops, though they may currently be seedlings. They possess the potential to flourish. Should others indiscriminately uproot them at this moment, it would ultimately be Lin Yi's interests that suffer. Additionally, he could garner a commendable reputation. A win-win situation. As for concerns that this hunter may target him, Lin Yi did not believe that after a few displays of prowess, the hunter would remain indifferent. Since the hunter had already set his sights on him, he saw no harm in adding fuel to the fire. Besides, barring the fear of unforeseen curses and other insidious methods, he would have considered revealing his true name, inviting the hunter to seek him out directly. Lin Yi was quite curious about the caliber of treasure the hunter might bestow upon him. Ideally, it would be of D-grade quality. Number 9999. Do you all remember that on the first day of entering the game, we were cautioned to protect our true names? I have a bold hypothesis that this hunter might be determining everyone's positions through their numbers and true names. Even if that is not the case, could there perhaps exist a means of remote curse attacks in this fantastical world? Therefore, Please safeguard your true names, and if they have been leaked, inform your friends to refrain from further dissemination. Number 9999. I have also chosen a code name for myself. Henceforth, please refer to me as Boss 9. Number 9999. Continuing with the advertisement, I am offering a high price for all items except wood and stone. Materials like iron, ore, and flesh energy are welcome in abundance. Peculiar and rare items are also desirable. Trust in my reputation. My prices are fair and honest, welcoming everyone to message me with their item attributes. However, please understand that I may not respond to every single inquiry, as I am handling messages alone. Lin Yi's remarks ignited a fervent discussion within the channel, and a considerable number of individuals found his speculations credible, as they indeed possessed a semblance of reason. Embracing the philosophy of better to believe than to disbelieve, they began to assign themselves code names. The atmosphere in the channel resembled a chaotic carnival, with an array of peculiar and whimsical code names surfacing. However, the awkward truth remained that merely adopting a code name did not guarantee recognition from others, without a broad base of public acceptance. One's chosen moniker would only serve as a source of self-amusement. Fortunately, Lin Yi's self-designated code name, Boss 9, was universally acknowledged and tacitly accepted by all. Naturally, this was Lin Yi's intention, as he had repeatedly promoted his own brand. On one hand, this would ensure that when others sought to sell their wares, they would instinctively consider him and approach him for pricing inquiries, significantly increasing his chances of acquiring rare items. Regarding the marginal increase in price, it was but a trivial matter for the current Boss 9. On the other hand, Lin Yi aspired to establish himself as a merchant of considerable repute. Continually offering valuable goods necessitated a reliable source of inventory. When the community widely recognized him as a trader, they would subconsciously overlook the origins of his items. This phenomenon, known as darkness beneath the lamp, would arise, as others would presume he merely profited from reselling, oblivious to the fact that he was leveraging technology to produce his own goods. Human nature is often marked by an inclination towards envy. When one person gains an advantage, others may feel jealousy and discomfort, yet ultimately, they console themselves with the belief that fortune may smile upon them as well, allowing them to achieve wealth. Acceptance hinges upon this notion. However, when one's advantage becomes so pronounced that it creates an insurmountable disparity, one that others can see but cannot touch, in a realm devoid of legal safeguards for personal safety, one might find themselves besieged by those seeking to reclaim their territory. As for those unable to accept this, who might resort to unscrupulous means against Lin Yi, he welcomed them wholeheartedly. Did they truly believe that in this desolate world, one could thrive as a merchant without some measure of strength to protect oneself? Merchants possess the means to safeguard their interests, while those unable to do so are mere sheep awaiting slaughter. As Lin Yi observed his rapid development, he pondered the extent of the disparity that would eventually separate him from others. When those eager to prey upon the fat sheep encroached upon his domain, the true identity of the fat sheep would remain uncertain. Whether one is seen as mere fodder or a treasure chest, there is always a path suited to one's circumstances. Thus, the concept of persona should be regarded with caution. One must not deceive oneself. Those who invest considerable resources in promoting their image must have tangible benefits and objectives. What else could motivate such endeavors? Riding the wave of reminders and advertisements, Lin Yi's private messages continued to flow in. His loyal followers had suffered considerable losses in today's battles, prompting him to abandon further exploration of the new floating islands and instead focus on processing trading information. He meticulously handled all transactions that piqued his interest, resulting in a bountiful harvest. He acquired a substantial amount of iron, ore, and blood energy, all exchanged for wood and stone, along with various iron tools. While he could not yet freely utilize the iron, ore, and blood energy, he no longer needed to count meticulously. He could spend with confidence. Other valuable items were also available, though their prices were steep. The most outrageous was a blueprint for an arcane garden, priced astonishingly at the equivalent of a D-class barracks worth of bloodstones. Blueprint, D-class arcane garden, a garden capable of cultivating various herbs and magical plants. The garden automatically regulates temperature, humidity, and energy supply, making it suitable for nurturing delicate plants with stringent growth conditions. Required for construction, a minimum area of 500 square meters, 800 units of wood, 800 units of stone, and 10 units each of elemental energies, earth, water, wind, and fire. Note, with this building, you will secure a stable source of alchemical materials. Destiny tip: this structure is akin to an intelligent greenhouse. Soil, fertilizer, and seeds must still be provided by you. If one were to inquire whether Lin Yi desired this, the answer would undoubtedly be affirmative. This item was evidently a prerequisite for scaling up alchemical production within his territory. Without the arcane garden, A stable supply of herbs would remain elusive. Is it important? Indeed. Is it valuable? Absolutely. However, the significance and value of such an item were certainly not aligned with the early stages of the game. This was not something a nascent lord could manage. With basic sustenance yet unaddressed, how could one focus on developing deep processing? Lin Yi promptly rejected the proposal. Not only because the asking price was exorbitantly disproportionate at this stage, but also because he simply could not afford it. Even if he could, he would not engage in such a transaction. It is worth noting that he currently possessed only one complete D-class barracks, the Mage Training Ground. And there were significant gaps in the training grounds for various unit types. He could scarcely manage his own development, let alone barter with another. Of course, if the seller's asking price were more reasonable, Lin Yi would be more than willing to acquire it, even if it meant temporarily stashing it away. A strategic reserve could prove beneficial when the timing was right. His internal monologue echoed, "I may possess wealth, but I am no fool." Nevertheless, he did not completely dismiss the idea. He merely stated that the asking price was too high for him to accommodate and suggested the seller seek offers elsewhere. Go ahead and inquire. I doubt anyone will be able to offer anything in exchange at this moment. Ultimately, the transaction will come back to me. In the spirit of fostering goodwill and mutual benefit, they exchanged friend requests. After all, a person capable of obtaining such rare blueprints might very well procure even more valuable items in the future. Regarding other acquisitions, Lin Yi successfully secured dozens of units of elemental energies, such as water elemental energy. The output of such resources was limited, and at this stage, few could effectively utilize them. Driven by the desire to capitalize on the current low prices, Lin Yi purchased all he could from those who negotiated with him, solidifying his reputation as Boss 9 and a significant merchant. This round of trading yielded fruitful results, and he planned to engage in further dealings during his leisure time. However, it would be prudent to find a trustworthy individual capable of managing various material transactions, allowing him to focus solely on rare and high-value items. At 10 p.m., the settlement for the fourth day of the beginner's period commenced. The channel began with 10,000 participants. Currently, there are 752,210,000 remaining. 123 individuals entered the fourth stage, with 815 successfully passing the trial of the fourth stage. The 308 eliminated lords unlocked the level system, each receiving a D-class personal equipment piece, along with 200 units of wood and stone. Thus, they officially embarked upon their journey as lords. It is hoped that all remaining lords will continue their efforts tomorrow. Chapter 27. The fifth day begins. The game has been unexpectedly generous, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Indeed, this progression through levels is marked by stark contrasts. The disparity in rewards between the third and fourth stages has widened significantly, making one ponder the magnitude of differences that will arise in subsequent stages. Moreover, the over 2,000 lords eliminated in the fourth stage each received a piece of D-class personal equipment, which is bound to disrupt the equipment market. Even Lin Yi felt the ripple effects, as his reinforced leather armor, a D-class armor, would likely become difficult to rent out for resources if he could not upgrade it to D-class soon. Thus, he swiftly produced the D-class personal equipment upgrade stone he had kept in reserve and applied it to the reinforced leather armor. D-class personal equipment, reinforced leather armor. Portions of the leather armor have been enhanced, providing superior defensive capabilities. Physical defense, 10. As per the usual protocol, let's set a duration of 10 minutes. An increase of 10 points in physical defense during this period is quite formidable, especially considering that many wild creatures and soldiers possess an initial attack power of less than 10 points. Let us embrace progress and remain steadfast at the forefront of advanced productivity. After a night of restless slumber, the multitude of tasks awaiting me today has left my head spinning. Day 5 of the novice period, 7 a.m. Temperature, -3 degrees Celsius. Gazing at the scattered snowflakes drifting before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but shiver intensely. Must they truly make it this extreme? Yesterday, it was a sweltering 41 degrees. And today it plummets to -3. Surely, this game does not include a disease mechanic as well? Destiny hint. Indeed, it does. From natural ailments to supernatural afflictions, from non-contagious to contagious, from flesh-eating plagues to elemental diseases, there are no limits to what the game can conjure. But fear not, for supernatural diseases are typically unleashed by magic and are beyond your current stage of encounter. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Although this game can be quite treacherous, it is not so merciless as to plunge me into despair. Novice Trial Task 57. The system shall spawn 5 level 5 goblin monsters in the open land of your territory. Please vanquish them to survive. Completion Reward. Stone Treasure Chest, X1, Free Attribute Points X2. Note: please be aware that the reward of attribute points is directly 2, not an increment of 1 from yesterday's total. so strive diligently to complete today's trial. This reward truly caught Lin Yi's eye. It is indeed enticing. Allocating all points to intelligence not only boosts his magical attack power by 10 points, but also increases his mana pool, equivalent to an additional 2 fireball spells. The title of magical artillery is increasingly within his grasp. With no further ado, he set about recruiting today as canines and apprentice mages, equipping them with gear. He then collected the stone, produced by the mysterious cave, and refreshed his face with the spring water. At this stage of development, the novice trial felt akin to child's play, devoid of any tension. The trial commenced, the goblins arose, the goblins fell. What more is there to discuss? The strength of the monsters was still too feeble. Even the upgraded goblins had low growth potential and lacked equipment and skills, all of which were fatal shortcomings. Fortunately, I have designated the canines as transitional frontline units, planning to shift them to logistics in due time. Maintaining their numbers around 20 should suffice. I cannot afford to neglect them, as missing out on a mineral vein without their innate mining instincts would be a regrettable loss. Completed Novice Trial 57. Reward: Stone Treasure Chest X1, Free Attribute Points X2. Territory Under Invasion, Talent Calamity, activated. Invasion Force Evaluation, D. Reward: Stone Treasure Chest X1. Casually, he allocated the 2 free attribute points to Intelligence, witnessing his magical attack power soar to 40 points and his mana pool to 150 points. Lin Yi felt as though he had transformed into a boss. You have opened Stone Treasure Chest X2. Talent, Fortune, activated. Unlocking D-Rank Treasure Chest X2. You have acquired D-Rank Personal Equipment Upgrade Stone X1, Flesh Energy X1, D-Rank Citizen Summoning Scroll, D-Rank Skill Book, Heavy Strike, D-Rank Positioning Scroll. Iron Ore X1, D-Rank Citizen Summoning Scroll. This scroll allows you to target an existing race in your territory for a cross-dimensional summoning. As this scroll is of D-Rank, only citizen groups with an overall evaluation of D-Rank can respond to the summoning. Note: for instance, if you summon a race with a C-rank bloodline, the summoned citizens will have a maximum overall evaluation of D-rank, with their power and numbers diminished. Destiny Hint 1. This is the most effective means to increase your citizen count aside from stumbling upon a floating island. Furthermore, as you can designate the targeted race, this scroll is highly coveted by lords. The caveat is that you must be able to sustain these citizens, otherwise, they may revolt. Destiny Hint 2. Indeed, this scroll allows for the specification of troop bloodlines for summoning, as their race is determined upon recruitment. I understand your inclination to use it on apprentice mages, but it is advisable to wait until they reach C rank and upgrade to high elves in a C rank barracks before using it. Trust me, the value of high elf citizens far surpasses that of half elves. Destiny Hint 3. Citizens may carry unique blueprints, buildings, technologies, but uniqueness does not guarantee superiority over the common series within the game. The Lord must judge accordingly. D-Rank Skill Book, Heavy Strike. By utilizing this skill book, you will learn the melee skill Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike, active, consumes 10 points of mana, adding an extra damage of 0.5 times your physical attack power to the next melee attack, with a 10 chance to inflict 1 second of stun. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Note: melee skills have a cooldown as they rely on the body for execution. If you envy spells that have no cooldown, perhaps you should consider becoming a mage. D-Rank Positioning Scroll. Single use: by entering the Lord's number and true name, you can obtain the current coordinates of the target. Note: as someone has unlocked the coordinates system ahead of time, this series of scrolls and items has been incorporated into the treasure chest sequence. Detected number 9999. Obtained coordinate item. Coordinates system unlocked. Other lords will gain access after the novice period concludes. Ah, this is it. I was right. The game indeed features a coordinate system, albeit accessible only after the novice period. I must quickly take a screenshot and share it in the channel. This will surely garner a wave of reputation. Number 9999. D-Rank Positioning Scroll. Today's trial reward has yielded this. My warnings yesterday were not mere fabrications to frighten you. Such items truly exist. Furthermore, if any brother can ascertain the identity of the perpetrator, please message me privately with evidence. Simultaneously, we pledge to refrain from using the positioning scroll preemptively, reserving it solely as a necessary weapon for our safety. Lin Yi expressed his thoughts in the channel, establishing a strategic deterrence, and then delightedly observed the cascade of flattering comments below, feeling elated as he mused. When others slander you for possessing weapons of mass destruction, it is prudent to actually have them. The thrill of wielding such a formidable weapon is known only to those who possess it. He then redirected his focus to the Citizen Summoning Scroll and the Skill Book. The Skill Book requires no further elaboration, as the Destiny hint indicated. It is applicable to all melee combatants. It represents a high-cost performance, high-value skill. Although Lin Yi cannot learn it himself, it can be exchanged for the mage's skill books, making it an excellent choice for nurturing future citizen heroes. As for the citizen summoning scroll, it is quite intriguing. From the game's description and the hints from Destiny, it is clear that this scroll constitutes one of the foundations of a territory. After all, a territory devoid of citizens cannot truly be considered a territory. However, citizens are not easily swayed to enlist as soldiers. If they cannot survive, they will certainly rebel. Thus, when lords accept and cultivate citizens, they must consider the compatibility between both parties alongside the carrying capacity of their territory. Adhering to the principle of better to be selective than indiscriminate is paramount. Moreover, citizens may possess unique items, skills, buildings, or even technological trees and cultivation systems, indicating that the diversity of the territory begins to blossom with the inclusion of citizens. It certainly pays to wait a while longer. High elves are undoubtedly more desirable than half-elves. This much is indisputable. Besides, given my current resources, sustaining soldiers is already a challenge, and bringing forth high elf ladies would indeed be beyond my means. Warning: territory is under invasion. Please address the situation promptly, Lord. What is this? I am being invaded? Lin Yi looked up and saw, at the edge of the distant floating island, a section of land roughly one-third the size of his territory had appeared. On the opposing floating island, 5 dark-skinned, menacing orcs were charging toward his domain. D-Class Strong Orc Warrior LV6, Health 300-300, Mana 00. Physical Attack Power 248, Magical Attack Power 0, Physical Defense 0, Magical Defense 0, Attack Speed once every 12 seconds. Maximum Movement Speed 5 meters per second. D-Class Strong Orc Bloodline. For each level gained, Physical Attack Power increases by 1, Health by 15. Experience Penalty 20. Maintenance Cost increases by 30. Berserk, passive when health falls below 50, enters a state of irrationality, attacking all living beings in sight. Base Attack Power 50, Attack Speed 50. Damage taken 50. Duration 3 minutes. Can only trigger once within 24 hours. D-Class Unit Equipment Iron Axe. Physical Attack Power 8. Is it true that the external survival environment has deteriorated to such an extent? With this level of invasion, who else besides me can survive? Fate Hint 2. Rest assured, fate is fair. After enduring misfortune, you shall welcome good fortune. Chapter 28. Orc Warrior. Orcs, the perennial antagonists in the vast realms of fantasy literature. In the limited vocabulary of English, the term orc serves as a catch-all for all types of these beings. However, the variety of orc species has proliferated over hundreds of years of cultural production, leading to many branches, and even different worldviews containing one or more types of orcs. The brown-skinned orcs of Draenor, the green-skinned, and the red-skinned, with the brown-skinned being the original inhabitants of Draenor. Yet, it is the green-skinned orcs that leave a lasting impression, such as Thrall, King Varian Wrynn, and Grommash Hellscream, which is somewhat awkward. In this world, the green-skinned orcs are the corrupted descendants of the native brown-skinned orcs, tainted by fell energy and having consumed the blood of the demon Lord Manaroth, resulting in a state that is not entirely corrupted. Though fell energy and the blood of the demon Lord exert control over the orcs, they have undeniably elevated the Orcish potential. Let us not delve into the son of the world, but King Varian Wrynn can injure the fallen titan Sargeras in his mortal form, and Grommash Hellscream can decapitate Manaroth with the Gorehowl, liberating the orcs. These green-skinned orcs, as a mortal race, have truly reached astonishing heights. Orcs shall never be slaves, is a shout from Grommash that became a rallying cry, moving countless hearts before it became a mere meme. As for the red-skinned orcs, they are simply wretched. They are orcs entirely corrupted by demonic blood, relinquishing their autonomy, mere slaves with their potential forever shackled. Furthermore, notable orc races include the green-skinned sporelings from the Four Small Vendors world, the orcs of the Faerun world, half-orcs and strong orcs from Middle-earth, and even humanoids with beastly traits, which are adored by LSPs as beast-eared maidens, a slight nod to the furry fandom. Now, Lin Yi's encounter with this strong orc warrior is clearly a product of Middle-earth. These strong orcs are war machines created by the white-robed wizard Saruman through the hybridization of half-orcs. Being weapons, they are designed for mass production and cost-effectiveness, which has inherent flaws from the outset. This is evident from their built-in berserk skill. While it is normal for orcs to exhibit a berserk state, the ability to attack indiscriminately, striking all living beings in proximity, is decidedly abnormal. Such behavior typically manifests in chaotic and mindless low-tier abyssal demons, and its presence in strong orcs indicates a fundamental conflict and significant issues in their bloodline template. While others may pursue a higher form of rage, a composed fury, this indiscriminate attack raises questions. Does a stray area of effect spell during a charge cause them to turn on themselves? It seems that in Middle-earth, traditional mages do not exist. Even the white-robed wizard leans more towards the archetype of a sword saint who has merely invested in a light spell. Otherwise, one wonders whether the mages would teach them the ways of self-control. Lin Yi is now prepared to let these strong orcs experience the essence of magic from another realm. The goblins stand ready, awaiting their cue to engage. The apprentice mages are instructed to avoid focusing fire, but rather to disperse their targets and unleash arcane missiles. The arrow towers are also to be dispersed in their fire, avoiding simultaneous assaults on a single target. With the strategy set, Lin Yi begins the incantation for Fireball. With 40 points of magical attack power, the Fireball swiftly hurtles towards the group of strong orcs. 401-51878. As flames erupt, 3 strong orcs within a 3-meter radius are engulfed, with the number 78 floating above their heads. Following this, a series of igniting damage of 3, 3, 3 ensues. Indeed, the assumption of weak flames was not misplaced. The previous target was a lizard man, which did not ignite. This time, however, there is no escape. All are ensnared. Moreover, if the fireball targets a formation of infantry, the damage multiplies explosively. However, the strong orcs are scattered, and Lin Yi's slight dissatisfaction does not impede the unfolding situation. With the support of this stone arrow tower and arcane missiles, the health of these strong orcs is reduced to around 200. With a little more effort from Lin Yi, their health can be driven below 50, triggering their berserk state. 78. The strong orc's charge is interrupted by successive attacks. Unable to reach Lin Yi in a timely manner, Lin Yi's second fireball is cast. Although the data indicates that they will not suffer dismemberment until health reaches 0, it does not negate the kinetic impact of magic and attacks. This is why the panel displays only the maximum movement speed, reflecting ideal conditions. If one could disregard impact, there would surely be a rare status called unstoppable. The real world does not operate like games, where only ice and earth magic can slow one down. The second fireball brings the health of 3 strong orcs below 150, activating their indiscriminate berserk effect. The sight of these 3 strong orcs expanding in size, their eyes glowing red as they lash out at their companions with their axes, is striking. 66. What? How much? Lin Yi stares wide-eyed at the soaring number, astonished. He did not expect that a berserk strong orc could deal such damage, nearly rivaling the output of his fireball. A level 6 strong orc has a basic attack of 24, with a berserk bonus of 50, totaling 36. Adding the equipment bonus of 8 results in an attack power of 44. With the berserk state also increasing damage taken by 50. A single axe strike delivers 66 points of explosive damage. 66. In less than a second, this strong orc strikes again, reducing the health of its similarly berserk companion to a mere few points. My apologies, I was mistaken. My fireball, cast every 3 seconds, pales in comparison to the brother's rapid succession of strikes. Indeed, the berserk state also boosts attack speed by 50, making the strong orc swing its axe like a fan. Witnessing this explosive damage per second, Lin Yi does not dare to become complacent. He promptly retrieves a cherished ice spike, scroll, and directs it at the 2 strong orcs charging toward them. 50, 70. A total of 120 points of damage floats above the heads of these 2 unfortunate strong orc warriors, both struck by an ice spike embedded within the ice spike spell, reducing their health to below 100. Simultaneously, their bodies are afflicted by the chilling element, turning blue and decreasing their already meager movement speed by an additional 30. All soldiers, retreat 10 meters. The goblins are not to engage, and the apprentice mages begin concentrating fire on a single strong orc. Taking advantage of the slowing effect of the ice spike, Lin Yi quickly commands the team to distance themselves while instructing the goblins to hold back from attacking. As the battle drew to a close, one might wonder why one would send their hounds forth to meet their demise against such formidable foes. With the terrifying output of their adversaries, Lin Yi knew that even his dogmen would scarcely endure more than a few axe strikes. As the arcane projectiles from the half-elf mage apprentice and Lin Yi continued to rain down, the 5 powerful orc warriors, who had endured relentless torment throughout the skirmish without landing a single blow on their enemies, ultimately succumbed to the ground, peacefully entering an eternal slumber, their eyes wide open and bloodshot from the exertion. Observing the serene countenance of the fallen orc warriors, Lin Yi could not help but exclaim, "Surely, this is excessive. One must at least close their eyes while sleeping. It feels as though I am the one guilty of a great sin." With the territory under siege, the talent Calamity activated, the invading forces rated D, and 1 D-grade treasure chest acquired. The game notification chimed after the battle, and the treasure chest obtained from his talent found its way into his backpack. However, he refrained from opening it immediately, instead instructing his hounds to drag the orc corpses back to the compost yard. His wheat was still in dire need of nourishment, and today's fertilizer had yet to be applied. Seizing the opportunity while the details of the battle remained fresh in his mind, Lin Yi commenced a post-battle analysis and reflection. First and foremost, it was highly probable that the Dreener orc warriors he recruited would inherently possess the berserk skill. Although they would not reach the level of the powerful orcs, who indiscriminately slaughter friend and foe alike, the likelihood of them disregarding commands and charging recklessly forward was not insignificant. This implied that, in large-scale combat, orc warriors could not serve as frontline tanks, but rather as explosive damage dealers. Otherwise, they would likely be decimated by the end of the conflict. Moreover, he should not entertain thoughts of equipping them with armor for added defense. Once Berserk mode activated, the negative buff that increased damage taken by 50 rendered any armor moot. Faced with the enemy's output, which was akin to paper, it would be far more prudent to consider means of enhancing recovery or employing lifesteal tactics to prolong their survival during Berserk states. Warfare necessitates the strategy of achieving maximum gain with minimal loss. Winning a battle only to lose all one's soldiers, barring life-and-death scenarios where losses are inconsequential, constitutes a net loss. Lastly, he contemplated the implications if the enemy employed similar tactics to kite the orc warriors. With their naturally short legs, the orc warriors would struggle not only against magical foes such as Lin Yi, but would also fall victim to agile ranged attackers like elven archers, ultimately becoming moving targets. Thus, the conversation circled back to magic once more. Be it enhancing one's own movement speed with bloodlust, slowing enemies from a distance with slow or blizzard, or dispelling negative magic with purification, it became evident that technology, magic, is the foremost productive and combat force. If one lacks strength to contend with the present circumstances, the root cause lies in their insufficient mastery of magic. Destiny prompt. Enough of the musings. Hasten with your hounds to the floating island, for there lies a surprise. Chapter 29. The core of the mine. Lin Yi had always placed unwavering faith in the words of Destiny's prompt. He promptly led his hounds, who had just finished transporting the corpses, towards the floating island. The terrain of this island was a rocky wasteland, a veritable expanse of jagged stones as far as the eye could see. Lin Yi found himself perplexed, searching for the promised surprise mentioned in the Destiny prompt, yet finding no clues whatsoever. Could it be these stones? Yet, he was in no need of stone at present. With no other recourse, he began to traverse the stony expanse with his hounds, curious if they might uncover something novel or trigger another Destiny prompt upon reaching a certain location. Woof woof. As they passed a large boulder, the hounds suddenly began barking at it. Was there something amiss with this stone? It appeared unremarkable. However, sensing the hound's reaction, Lin Yi was determined not to miss the opportunity. Dig it out, he commanded, gesturing towards the large stone. Whatever lay beneath would soon be revealed. The hounds eagerly took up their iron picks and began to chip away at the stone. In mere moments, the once solid rock was reduced to a pile of debris by the adept mining skills of his hounds. You have acquired stone 20 units. Yet, there appeared to be nothing of value. Wait, what lay beneath? To Lin Yi's astonishment, as he collected the fragments, a dark brown rock emerged from the ground. This bore an uncanny resemblance to the iron or veins he had encountered previously. Could it truly be iron ore? Was this the surprise he had been promised? With a wave of his hand and a nod towards the ground, the obedient hounds instinctively rushed forward, wielding their picks against the black rock and surrounding earth. As time passed and their levels increased, Lin Yi felt as though the hounds were becoming increasingly proficient in their tasks. Was it merely his perception, or had they truly grown more intelligent? Could it be that soldiers had the potential to awaken their souls and become denizens? Logically, this should be feasible, after all. Even constructs could awaken, let alone flesh and blood soldiers. Yet, there must be some unknown nuance and considerable expenditure involved. Otherwise, why would lords seek denizens when they could simply cultivate soldiers themselves? For the moment, he chose to set aside these distant ponderings and focus on the immediate task at hand. Indeed, was this truly iron ore? It seemed that a vein lay beneath. But the difficulty of underground extraction was considerable, and he questioned whether the time spent mining would be worth it. Furthermore, the powerful orc warriors had been equipped with iron axes, likely a result of the game facilitating the discovery of this vein on the floating island. After some deliberation, the temptation of potential gain outweighed his hesitations. He commanded the hounds to commence mining, for iron ore was, after all, a high-grade D material. Although he had little immediate use for it, it would undoubtedly be in demand in the future, so stockpiling it seemed prudent. He would first return to apply today's fertilizer to his wheat before opening the earlier D-grade treasure chest. This treasure chest, being of D-grade, had the potential to yield C-grade benefits following his talent upgrade. The previous chest had bestowed upon him a C-grade staff, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Truth be told, Without this staff, his hounds would have suffered grievous losses against the powerful orc warriors and earlier encounters with the swamp lizardmen. You have opened a D-grade treasure chest. Talent, Fortune, activated. You have unlocked a C-grade treasure chest. You have obtained C-grade Earth Element Core 1, Blueprint, D-grade Warrior Training Ground, Blueprint, D-grade Equipment Iron Axe. Goodness. One treasure chest has stripped the powerful orc warriors clean. The Training Grounds Blueprint, coupled with the Dreener Orc Bloodstone I previously acquired, would allow me to replicate and enhance them in no time. Destiny prompt. No transgressions here. Having traversed an infinitesimally small misfortune, you are indeed deserving of this rare stroke of luck. As for the C-grade Earth Element Core obtained, it would undoubtedly be reserved for the Mystical Cave as an additional enhancement. After all, with a considerable distance remaining before upgrading the Territory Core LV4, it would be wise to elevate the wonders while acquiring resources for free. The sooner one reaps the rewards, the better. Every additional day counts. With renewed enthusiasm, Lin Yi hurried back to his cottage, selecting a vacant plot on the map to construct the warrior training ground, while simultaneously forwarding the Iron Axe blueprint to the blacksmith's forge. Goodness, in the blink of an eye, the floating island he had just upgraded was nearly depleted. It seemed he had scarcely constructed anything of note. Indeed, the mountain range formed by the magical cave spans nearly 3,000 square meters, which is understandably nerve-wracking. During the construction of the training grounds, Lin Yi did not squander his time. Instead, he prepared to forge 3 sets of iron axes and iron armor at the blacksmith's forge. D-class unit equipment, Iron Axe, a hefty and sharp axe forged from iron, possessing a physical attack power of 8. Manufacturing requires 10 units of iron ore and 30 units of wood. Fuel requirement, 15 units of wood. D-class unit equipment, Iron Armor, sturdy armor made of iron, offering strong defense with a physical defense power of 8. Manufacturing requires 20 units of iron ore and 20 units of stone. Fuel requirement, 15 units of wood. Once the equipment attributes are involved, the demand for materials escalates significantly, contrasting starkly with the requirements for non-attribute tools. After a wait, the iron axes were finally completed. Lin Yi hefted the axe in his hand, estimating its weight to be around 20 to 30 pounds. Lacking any enhancement to his strength, he found it quite laborious to swing it for a feel. On the other side, the warrior training grounds were also ready, and he hurriedly made his way there. Hey, game, remember to pay Blizzard a royalty. Of course, whether the world of Draenor inspired the designers, or if the original works preceded and subsequently gave rise to the fantasy realm, is a conundrum beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person like Lin Yi. D-Class Draenor Orc Warrior Training Ground, capable of recruiting Draenor Orc Warriors, with a daily recruitment quota of 33. Draenor Orc Warrior LV1, Health Points 140, Mana Points 0. Physical Attack Power, 14, Magical Attack Power, 0, Physical Defense, 0, Magical Defense, 0, Attack Speed, once every 12 seconds, Maximum Movement Speed, 5 meters per second. D-Class Draenor Orc Bloodline. For each level gained, Physical Attack Power increases by 1, and Health Points increase by 15. Experience Penalty, 10, Maintenance Cost increases by 20. Berserk, passive when health falls below 50. The warrior enters a berserk state, disregarding commands to focus solely on attacking the nearest enemy. During berserk, base attack power is 50. Attack speed is 50, and damage taken is reduced by 50. Duration, 10 minutes. Can only be triggered once every 24 hours. Maintenance cost, 8 units of flesh energy per day. It cannot be said to be identical, but rather strikingly similar, aside from the attribute reduction due to lower levels. Compared to the formidable orc warriors, the experience penalty for leveling up and daily maintenance costs have been reduced, and as Lin Yi speculated, the inherent berserk skill has been optimized. Without hesitation, Lin Yi directly recruited all 3 available slots today, as the figures gradually came into focus, standing at 1.8 meters tall. Lin Yi felt as if 3 solid walls had appeared before him. DG. The basic infantry of the orcs in Warcraft, abbreviated as DG. Is that you, DG? If so, give a shout. Aside from their brown skin, the orc warriors before him were nearly indistinguishable from those in Warcraft. It seemed the modeling for the Lord game had spared no effort. Alas, the brown-skinned orcs felt somewhat lacking. They lacked the authentic essence of the green-skinned variety. When upgrading in the future, should he consider applying a coat of paint? Moreover, the newly recruited DG had alarmingly low health, merely 140 points. He needed to train them quickly to at least level 3 for a health pool of 200, thereby increasing their margin for error. Speaking of training his orc warriors, Lin Yi suddenly recalled needing to check on his goblins across the floating island to see how they were faring in their tasks. It had been nearly an hour. They must have excavated a significant pit by now, collecting iron ore. 213 units. Game, are you mocking me? Do you think I can't tell? Who are you calling a fool? After saying this, he covered his face and squatted down. Realizing he was indeed a bit foolish for having instructed the goblins to mine in open terrain without specifying a larger area for them. What truly flabbergasted Lin Yi was the sight of a large pit they had dug out for ingress and egress, a 1.5-meter high hole. No mistake, for goblins, 1.5 meters was sufficient, but for an adult, it felt rather cramped and claustrophobic. Fortunately, the goblins possessed an innate skill for underground mining, naturally knowing where the support points were to avoid collapse. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare descend into the slanted tunnel, the depth of which was an unknown terror. Yet, he had no choice but to descend, as a considerable amount of iron ore awaited collection below, with their numbers steadily increasing as his goblins continued their diligent work. In fact, he had begun to entertain a bold notion. There might be a core vein of iron ore down there. After all, he had recently discussed this with Fate, who indicated that a vein core was required. Today, it seemed to present him with a delightful surprise. Additionally, he had surmised a subtle rule of the game. The monsters guarding treasures and the items they protect are interlinked with their environment, establishing a clear connection. For instance, the swamp lizardmen previously yielded a C-class water element core upon opening the treasure chest. It was evident that the formation of the swamp was related to this core, albeit Lin Yi's talent had upgraded the chest. The upgraded chest now included the elemental core as a potential reward, allowing it to be drawn directly. From the game's perspective, this was evidently a losing venture. He had invested higher-tier resources in hopes of generating an abundant supply of lower-tier resources for the Lord. However, Lin Yi's actions resembled those of a character in a fantasy novel exploring a secret realm, where others were only permitted to harvest spiritual fruits once every few years. He had uprooted the entire fruit tree from the secret realm. Conventionally, one would expect the game's design to implement measures to prevent such unrestrained harvesting. But Lin Yi's extraordinary talent defied all reason. Chapter 30, Su Qingyao. Faced with items not typically within the drop level, I directly elevated the drop level. Truly, if the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. If the limits are locked, I shall break through them, embodying the essence of flexibility and audacity. Now, let us examine today's circumstances. The floating island contains a vein, and the upgraded treasure chest yielded a C-class Earth element core. Is this not strikingly similar to the previous situation? If only the Earth element core were present, it would continuously produce stone, like the magical cave. However, now that iron ore has emerged, it is highly probable that a core vein exists underground. Conversely, had Lin Yi not uprooted the Earth element core, one could envision a time when this place might also yield a wonder akin to the cave, producing iron ore. But what relevance does that hold for Lin Yi? He would not benefit from it. Woof, woof. After a while, a goblin emerged from the depths, barking at Lin Yi, who was squatting nearby, signaling that the task had been completed and urging him to descend for collection. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and began to crawl down slowly. Why adopt such an ungraceful posture? Prolonged bending was taxing on the back, and more critically, this dismal place was dark, low, and irregular, lacking the goblin's innate dark vision. He risked bumping his head at any moment. This was a lesson learned at the cost of a painful bump on his forehead. 1 unit of iron ore. Another unit of iron ore. Oh, this time it's 2 units. With a hint of trepidation, Lin Yi cautiously descended into the darkness under the guidance of his canine companions. Distracting himself from psychological burdens by counting the materials he collected, he resolved to remember this experience and acquire a source of illumination or perhaps learn a spell that grants dark vision. Underground exploration would likely become a frequent endeavor, especially considering the multitude of subterranean races in this fantasy realm. For instance, the enchanting drow lady he had encountered belonged to such an underground species. To engage with them, dark vision, or even true dark vision, was indispensable. It must be said that indulging in fanciful thoughts proved to be an effective means of diverting one's attention. As Lin Yi envisioned the drow lady's silvery hair and dark skin, he unconsciously followed the dog until they emerged into a modest chamber excavated by the creatures. He collected just over 100 units of iron ore. It seemed he had not uncovered a spectacle, as the yield was slightly lower than the previous ordinary vein. However, this could also be attributed to the fact that most of the Earth elemental energy was required to sustain the vein core, resulting in a diminished availability of usable resources and consequently less ore being generated. Finally able to stand upright in the vacant chamber, Lin Yi approached the center, where a crystal emanating a dim yellow glow resided. Low-level iron ore vein core. Transforming into the heart of a spectacle, this core absorbs earth elemental energy and transforms surrounding rocks into iron ore. Fate hint, yes. This is the one. Take it back and merge it into the spectacle, and your marvelous cave will begin to produce iron ore. However, initial output will be modest. To enhance production, continue merging vein cores or upgrade the spectacle. Indeed, this was it. Let us go. Lead the way home, my canine friends. The return journey proved considerably easier than the entrance, for the vein core he held, though dim, provided more light than the complete absence of illumination he had previously endured. As he approached the mouth of the spectacle, a game prompt finally emerged. Detected an item available for merging. Would you like to merge it into the spectacle? Note, this action is irreversible. The item will vanish upon merging. He hesitated. Merge. Wait, let me step back before initiating the merge. Lin Yi had grown wary of the game as traps, scrutinizing everything around him. He began to question his own mental state, wondering if he was developing paranoia. Yet, in this world, where could he find a psychologist? Even if he did encounter one, would he be able to openly communicate the multitude of secrets weighing on his mind? Perhaps his incessant thoughts of lewd matters were merely a reflection of overwhelming stress. Now, he understood why mages often indulged in hedonistic pursuits. Without a means to vent their frustrations, it was easy to become psychologically unhinged. To his surprise, the merging process did not yield the cataclysmic upheaval he had anticipated. It was far less dramatic than the tumult that accompanied the spectacle's upgrade. Upon reflection, this made sense, as the merge merely introduced a new derivative to the spectacle, with changes occurring internally within the heart of the spectacle. D-level spectacle, marvelous cave. This is a wondrous cave that automatically gathers and absorbs earth elemental energy, producing stone and iron ore. Currently, it generates stone at a rate of 180 units and iron ore at 50 units daily. Fate hint. Absorbing a vein core also strengthens the heart of the spectacle, thereby enhancing its output. The quantity produced daily is directly linked to the strength of the heart. Furthermore, the disparity between D and C levels is substantial. It is inadvisable to attempt upgrades solely through merging, as that approach is more suited to other lords. If you have the time, you should have completed the upgrade using upgrade stones by now. Indeed, we share a mutual understanding. I need only think of a query for you to anticipate it, thus I am reassured. However, merging and upgrading are distinctly different processes. Failing to fulfill today's production quota left Lin Yi rather disheartened, as he had hoped to reap another reward. He casually collected the surplus of 30 units of stone and 50 units of iron ore before exiting the cave. Su Qingyao, upon witnessing her messages vanish into the void, clenched her fists in frustration, as if she could strike the self-proclaimed Boss 9 through the screen. Since her debut, she had garnered a multitude of admirers, largely due to her stunning beauty and exquisite figure, over 95 of whom were men. She had always been the one to ignore the surrounding lecherous suitors, yet today, she found herself rebuffed by one, with 2 consecutive messages echoing unanswered into the abyss, gradually calming her emotions. Su Qingyao contemplated whether to amplify her leverage in the next message. Should she disclose her talent to him? This was her trump card, and revealing it too readily might attract unwanted attention. Yet her current circumstances were precarious, verging on dangerous. Su Qingyao possessed her own pride. She was not one to rely solely on superficial attributes for success. Her ascent to this point was a testament to her astute intellect and decisive actions. Judging her as merely a pretty face would lead to dire consequences for those underestimating her. Upon entering university, her striking appearance made her the target of many affluent young men and the envy of numerous women. The incessant insinuations and threats did not break her spirit. Rather, they ignited her determination. She sought to demonstrate to those who belittled her and wished to confine her as a mere trophy that underestimating her was a grievous error. As a newcomer with neither power nor influence, Su Qingyao recognized her need for a protective shield. However, would anyone readily assume that role for her? Relying on others for protection would only render her their captive. Thus, Su Qingyao opted to utilize her burgeoning fame as a form of self-defense, making it difficult for others to act against her. Leveraging her striking looks, she began posting personal videos, and through meticulous management, she quickly amassed a considerable following, including many admirers, on both domestic and international video platforms. The sudden fame indeed provided her with a layer of protection. Yet it also attracted greater desires and more sophisticated temptations, such as certain sycophants or prominent figures within the entertainment industry. Fortunately, those on the other side had myriad choices and were more concerned with appearances. They did not pin all their hopes on her, but instead offered a plethora of temptations and conditions to induce her submission. Having reached this juncture, Su Qingyao was no longer swayed by the monetary offers or the promise of stardom in the entertainment industry. She believed she could achieve that status on her own. albeit with greater effort and resilience, facing more oppression and targeting. This challenge was far more gratifying, was it not? From being looked down upon to earning the respect of others, that sense of accomplishment was the most fulfilling. With what might be an innate business acumen, Su Qingyao refrained from entering the entertainment industry, choosing instead to further her endeavors in the realm of online video. Seizing the moment, she heavily invested in the short video sector, establishing her own MCN company and venturing into e-commerce. She successfully transitioned her identity from streamer to company owner, utilizing her capital, fame, and connections to engage in tangible business ventures. Although her profits were somewhat diminished, the immense influence she amassed solidified her footing, earning her the affectionate title of Boss Su among her fans. At merely 29 years of age, she had already become a staple in trending searches and business circles, stirring the winds of change. Then, as fate would have it, she found herself in this bizarre realm, burdened with such an absurd talent. Had it not been for her refined upbringing, Su Qingyao might have resorted to the typical raucous behavior of a common scold. Instead, she resolved to show this game that she was not to be trifled with. Talent. Born merchant. You are a natural-born merchant, possessing a keen intuition for making money. With your astute mind and resolute will, you can forge a successful enterprise in any marketplace. Effect. Exemption from all transaction fees within the game, and the ability to utilize interdimensional trade once daily. Transdimensional trade, based on the rating of one's territory. A voluntary trade can be initiated with an equally ranked intelligent race territory. Negative effect. As an exceptional merchant, you become the most conspicuous target for dark forces and marauders. The probability of your territory being invaded by intelligent races increases by 100. What a ridiculous talent. During the beginner phase, the trading market inherently incurs no fees. But for transdimensional trade, I need items to trade with others. In this destitute and barren territory, am I to trade my very self? And what of this dreadful negative effect? Have you ever seen a poor creature as a prime target? With only 2 days left in the beginner phase, will those intelligent races drawn by my talent not devour me? Chapter 31. Vice Lord? Secretary. I'm doomed, doomed, doomed. Am I to perish as soon as I exit the beginner phase? No, I might not even survive the beginner phase. Woe is me. Why must I attract so much attention? Indeed, it was only yesterday that Su Qingyao realized how perilous her situation had become after seeing Lin Yi's remarks regarding numbers and true names. She had always prided herself on her transparent approach, having used her true name when she debuted in her original world. While she did rise to prominence, she also became a trending topic among fans, her name perpetually gracing the headlines. In her original world, this was inconsequential, but in this game world, it is life-threatening. Too many people recognize her. Too many can identify her at a glance. Should even a single loose tongue slip, her number and true name could circulate throughout the world. How is it that in this small area teeming with thousands, there emerges a serial killer alongside me, a grand celebrity, a pair of hidden dragons and phoenixes? The issue is, Su Qingyao is an adept at making money, while she is utterly inexperienced in construction and combat. On the first day, she barely survived the annihilation by relying on rented equipment from others, and for the subsequent trials, she simply gave up. With so much on her plate, who has time to play games? In the last 29 years, she has hardly quarreled, and now she is expected to slay wild beasts? Isn't that just serving them a feast? Fully aware of her shortcomings and the grim reality of survival in this brutal world, Su Qingyao understood that if she wished to live, she must find a powerful ally to cling to. Previously, she had options, but now she merely wished to be a canary. Woe is me. Though she possesses pride, she is merely 29 years old, has never had a boyfriend, and does not wish to meet her end. Faced with the choice between her life and her pride, Su Qingyao unhesitatingly chose her life. Thus began her 3-day quest for a benefactor. Alas, why are there no stronger young women or ladies around? Female companionship is not out of the question. Oh, this one won't do. She's too old. With my name, must I seek an actual father? I can't see appearances now, but at the very least, he must be youthful. Confident in her own beauty, Su Qingyao could not fathom that anyone could resist taking advantage of her once she sought their protection. This notion already stretched beyond her comfort zone. Even though this was a decision made under life-threatening circumstances, her minimum requirement was a younger gentleman, for life is paramount. This one is out too. The young ones lack stability and are too reckless. Who knows if they might capsize unexpectedly, endangering her life. If they crash, she does not wish to be dragged down with them. Now, there remains that fellow who claims to be Boss 9. He appears quite affluent and relatively stable. Yet why does he not respond to my private messages? Does he find me bothersome and block me? Should I send him my talent information directly? What if he fears the negative effects and refuses to accept me? Just as Su Qingyao wallowed in uncertainty, Lin Yi was busy crawling through a literal dog hole. completely oblivious to her private messages. Well, it's a matter of life and death. Let's see how this plays out. With that, Su Qingyao sent a screenshot of her talent information to Lin Yi, expressing her plea for protection. At that moment, Lin Yi was lounging in his villa, processing accumulated private messages, passing the time before encountering the floating island. If fortune favored him, he wouldn't mind spending some resources to acquire anything he found interesting or useful. Of course, his modest resources were considered substantial by others, and once the transaction was complete, he would commend the seller, lauding Boss 9's reputation for generosity. Then, he came across the talent information sent by Su Qingyao. This talent, born merchant, has some merit. No transaction fees, a daily trade with intelligent races, not exceedingly overpowered, but undeniably practical. It is a daily talent that remains useful even in the later stages of the game, and it aligns perfectly with my status as a relatively affluent lord. However, that negative effect, it appears to be my own kind of misfortune. No, it's merely a notch below my own misfortune. After all, not opening treasure chests means only one item can be obtained. As he continued to read, he discovered that she was seeking his support. It makes sense. Anyone faced with such a negative effect, without sufficient fortuity, would not survive, making it entirely reasonable to seek a powerful lord as a strong ally. While this purely supportive talent is formidable, it is insufficient to help her through the harrowing early stages. If she cannot survive, it presents me with an opportunity for profit. I must secure this exceptional support talent suitable for my territory's circumstances, lest another powerful lord snatch her away and disrupt my business. Moreover, would I be afraid of invasions? Aren't invasions better in greater numbers? The fact that she turned to me for protection likely stems from my good reputation in the channel. However, should I truly bring her over to reside on my floating island, how would I maintain control? After all, I harbor many secrets. If her loyalty cannot be assured, she may cause me considerable trouble. Fate tip: please do not worry. After the beginner phase, the occupation of floating islands will be opened. When occupying the floating island of another lord, if that lord chooses to submit, they may become the vice lord of the territory, with life and death resting solely in the hands of the lord. For every level increase in the territory core, one vice lord slot will be granted. Vice lords possess authority subordinate to the lord and may act on behalf of the lord in managing territorial affairs. Oh, this is merely appointing a secretary to assist with territorial matters. Indeed, as the territory expands and affairs multiply, with various issues arising from the citizens, if there is no trustworthy individual to assist, the lord cannot manage everything alone. Therefore, I shall bring in this supportive talent and assign her to handle the channel transactions, conveniently saving on transaction fees. Lin Yi promptly sent a friend request to her, preparing to discuss terms. He did not expect that as soon as the request was sent, she would accept it immediately, indicating her eagerness, always keeping an eye on the situation. Hello, Boss 9. I am number 4826, Su, the possessor of talent, born merchant. Greetings, Miss Su. Upon receiving your message, I promptly sent you a friend request. Our territory welcomes your joining. Boss 9. I shall dispense with pleasantries. You must understand my predicament. If not for being at my wit's end, I would not seek to ally with another. I shall not conceal from you that my troubles extend beyond the negative effects of my talent. I wonder if you can accept this. Her words piqued Lin Yi's interest. What kind of chosen misfortune was this? The negative effects of her talent were already burdensome. What could possibly be the nature of these additional troubles? And they seemed significant. Do tell. In the previous world, I was somewhat of a celebrity. There was a significant probability that others would recognize me upon seeing my visage. The news disseminated yesterday was sent out by you, Boss 9. You should be acutely aware of the troubles my situation entails. It can be said that the moment I join any territory, the location of that territory is effectively made public, accessible to anyone who wishes to investigate. Ha. Lin Yi across from me chuckled audibly. This indeed poses a grave dilemma, one that rivals the severity of her innate talents. How unfortunate for the other party. Being a celebrity in the original world is inconsequential, but here it could prove fatal. Furthermore, it's unlikely that they were operating under a real name system online, so their true identity could be guessed without hesitation. I did not anticipate that the trouble Miss Su referred to was this, yet it matters not. My territory can withstand such minor turbulence. May I be so bold as to inquire, Miss Su, were you a star in the original world? And did you not adopt a stage name? I merely happened to be a star entrepreneur, operating under my real name online, of course. My, what a revelation. No wonder you possess an innate talent for commerce. This only solidified Lin Yi's determination to bring her under his wing. To let such a talent slip away would be a travesty. Rest assured, Miss Su, this does not hinder my desire to recruit you. In fact, once you join my territory, you shall have direct responsibility for trade matters. I am grateful for your gracious acceptance, my lord. However, I have one condition that I hope you will acquiesce to. Lin Yi sensed that her business acumen was indeed top tier, and the way she addressed him as my lord made it difficult for him to refuse. Yet, he understood, after all. This was akin to selling oneself into allegiance. Having no conditions would be unusual. State your terms. Anything reasonable I can agree to without hesitation. It is not a harsh condition. I merely wish for the assurance that upon my arrival in your territory, I will not be coerced into actions I do not desire, such as spending the night. Though I am aware that once I arrive, my options for resistance will be limited, I still seek your promise, my lord. Previously, Su Qingyao had indeed foreseen that if she pledged her allegiance, she would be firmly in the other party's grasp. However, it was imperative to voice her conditions. Otherwise, what if the other party viewed her as a frivolous woman? Naturally, if he could fulfill her request, that would be ideal, a hope worth entertaining. Lin Yi, who initially expected something outrageous, was taken aback by her words. What does she mean? Is she insulting my character? Am I the type to coerce female subordinates? Although it is possible that in the future there may be female subordinates, he would not stoop to such coercion. Moreover, to engage in such behavior without even knowing what she looks like is a gross underestimation of the noble ladies within his territory. There may also be drow ladies, succubi, and gnomes, though the latter two are best omitted, as that would be crossing the line. Chapter 32. Fragments of the Secret Realm and Undead Creatures. It seems Miss Su possesses a great deal of confidence in her appearance. Rest assured, I am not that sort of person. I promise I will not compel you. Miss Su. Besides, the magical realm is home to numerous races renowned for their beauty. Lin Yi did not utter a single profane word, yet to Su Qingyao, it felt as though he was pointing at her nose, claiming she held herself in too high esteem. At that moment, her temper flared. What does this mean? Is he looking down upon my beauty? Is he mocking me for thinking too highly of myself? Those who often tease young women know well that if you ignore her presence and instead lavish praise upon another woman's beauty, you will swiftly earn her affection. Truly, believe me, try it once, and you will remember it vividly. Hearing Boss 9 say this put her at ease. By the way, Boss 9, there's no need to call me Miss Su anymore. You may refer to me as Qingyao. My full name is Su Qingyao. Look at that. The Lord has dropped the formalities and reverted back to calling me Boss 9. When a woman is angry, her mood can change in an instant. At that moment, Su Qingyao thought, come on, hurry and come to apologize. Now you know who I am, right? Even if you don't follow the entertainment circle. You must have heard of my name and beauty. You realize the foolishness of your actions, don't you? Hurry and apologize, sweet-talk me, perhaps in my good graces. I might reward you with a glimpse of my long legs. She completely forgot that just moments ago, she was contemplating how to deceive him, delaying the revelation of her identity for as long as possible. Lin Yi's disdain for her pride ignited her passion, leading her to wager everything in a bold stance. And do not presume that Su Qingyao had lost her wits, prompting such irrational behavior. Let me tell you, do not utter anything about younger, lively girls to a 29-year-old beauty. Let's not mention the approaching 30s. That would be fatal. To her ears, such words translate to you are aging. And you are becoming unattractive. It is highly likely that she would explode on the spot. Even if she doesn't, she will remember it and seek revenge later. All right, Qingyao, I appreciate your trust. I shall keep this secret safe. On the other side, Su Qingyao thought, is that it? What now? She took a deep breath before replying. Does Boss 9 not recognize me? Oh, I don't pay much attention to celebrities. I usually just play games and read books. I have no other hobbies. Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, Su Qingyao rolled her eyes. She realized that the person before her was a recluse, likely seeing her as a source of trouble. In the original world, someone like Lin Yi would undoubtedly avoid her, fearing the chaos she might bring. However, this also reassured Su Qingyao, although it was hurtful. He genuinely valued her talent over her personhood, seeing her merely as an accessory to her abilities. Then I must thank Boss 9 for his protection. After all, he possesses a positioning scroll and knows my name. If danger arises, I will reach out to Boss 9, and I trust he will not abandon me in my time of need. You needn't worry. For now, I must take my leave. I have encountered a floating island. All right. Farewell, Boss 9. Su Qingyao closed the panel with a smile, concluding her initial conversation with Lin Yi. Let me see what sort of creature I have encountered. I hope it is not too formidable. The orc warriors and apprentice mages here are of far too low a level. On Lin Yi's end, he indeed came across a floating island, a rather unique one. The surface of the island was a desolate gray-black, dry and hardened. As Lin Yi traversed it, it creaked underfoot, reminiscent of stepping on shattered biscuits or crumbling weathered bones. Fate Hint 1. This is a primary deathly land, eroded by negative energy, drained of life. It is a special region formed under the prolonged influence of undead creatures and negative energy, unsuitable for life to thrive. Natural recovery is suppressed here, and restoration can only occur through potions, magic, and other means. Additionally, unless purified by powerful positive or natural energies, any corpses left here will eventually transform into undead creatures after a certain period. Fate hint 2. A small fragment of a secret realm has fallen upon this floating island, with negative energy spreading from the fragment, tainting the island. The undead creatures associated with this fragment are not particularly powerful, and after exploration, there will be worthwhile rewards. The potency of this rudimentary death domain is exceedingly formidable. One can only envision the catastrophic implications were it to escalate to a continental scale, inevitably transforming into a forbidden ground over time. Indeed, reality aligns with Lin Yi's conjectures, as the emergence of expansive death domains is often linked to the incursion of higher-tier forces. Such invasions, whether from negative energy planes or realms of the undead, unleash torrents of negative energy upon a swath of land, swiftly obliterating both the earth and its denizens. Living beings are transmuted into undead entities, while the land itself evolves into a mid to high-level death domain. It is crucial to understand that a basic death domain merely stifles the self-restorative properties of life. However, once it reaches an intermediate level, the pervasive negative energy can inflict enduring damage upon living beings, and the undead that wander within gain enhancements. Furthermore, the life forms that succumb to death upon this land may rise again in a short span, transforming into adversaries of the living. This cyclical dynamic of diminishment and escalation could lead to insurmountable pressures of survival and logistics, effectively overwhelming any ill-prepared army that dares to tread into such territory. The fallen forces would subsequently become adversaries in the next wave of incursions. As the situation snowballs, an overwhelming undead calamity could swiftly engulf the entire world, metamorphosing it into a new realm of the undead. Some worlds may shatter and disintegrate under the weight of this transformation, unable to withstand the newly imposed rules of existence as a nascent realm of the undead. Vast fragments of these worlds may be consumed by the invading realms, thereby enhancing their own strength and setting the stage for future incursions into other worlds. Meanwhile, remnants that are deemed insignificant by the invading realms may fall into other worlds, becoming hidden sanctuaries or, during their descent, disintegrate into even smaller fragments of secret realms. What lies before Lin Yi is indeed such a fragment of a hidden sanctuary, a veritable remnant of remnants. Presently, if he were to encounter a more powerful hidden sanctuary or fragment, the outcome of their confrontation would be uncertain. Aside from the fragment, are there any other exploitable resources on this floating island? Lin Yi pondered, seeking guidance from the fate prompt. Fate prompt: there are none. This is precisely why all intelligent races unite against the undead. They are the universal foes of all sentient beings, draining and annihilating the very environments that sustain intelligent life. They are absolute enemies in a life-or-death struggle, with no possibility of coexistence. Very well, Lin Yi mused, recognizing that his ambitions for a zombie bride and vampire dancer may face considerable obstacles. Accompanied by his orc warriors, apprentice mages, and a throng of dogs, he set forth towards the fragment of the hidden sanctuary. The inclusion of the dogs was strategic, as his orc warriors were of lower rank and might require the dogs to absorb damage in critical moments, thus preserving the orc fighters. In short order, Lin Yi beheld a structure of stone, now reduced to crumbling ruins. Amidst the shattered remnants, he could discern the spectral shapes of skeletons wandering within, their skulls aglow with flickering soul flames. Judging by his estimation, the expanse of these ruins was considerable, at least the size of 23 basketball courts, making it difficult to ascertain the number of undead beings that roamed the area. The only silver lining was that, so far, he could only see humanoid skeletons, with no other strange undead in sight. Lin Yi brandished his staff and cast a magic missile, striking the outermost of the wandering skeletons, drawing its ire. Wandering Skeleton LV3, Health, 9130, Mana, 0, Physical Attack, 11, Magical Attack, 0, Physical Defense, 0, Magical Defense, 0, Attack Speed, 1 attack per second. Maximum Movement Speed, 6 meters second. Skeleton Body, passive bones thoroughly eroded by negative energy. Physical attacks inflict an additional 3 points of negative energy erosion damage, with a 50 chance of losing a ranged physical attack. Damage from positive energy is increased by 100, and fire damage is increased by 50. Description: the most rudimentary of skeletal forms, exceedingly fragile. Their only merit lies in their sheer numbers. Fate prompt: the erosion damage inflicted by negative energy directly counters biological life, functioning as a life-removing effect, thereby bypassing all defenses. This is the source of fear surrounding the undead calamity. The vast numbers of undead inflict erosion damage that disregards defenses. When recovery measures falter, a multitude can indeed overwhelm a giant. What unfolded next sent a chill down Lin Yi's spine. Not only did the lone skeleton charge forth, but it was soon followed by a veritable horde of white, bony figures. Lin Yi found himself unable to count their numbers in that moment. Good heavens! Are these skeletons linked by a chain of hatred? Chapter 33, The Skeleton Horde. Before Lin Yi, no fewer than a dozen skeletal forms were rushing towards him, and the multitude behind them was virtually uncountable. Damn it, didn't you say the foes weren't strong? Fate prompt. You've seen the attributes of the skeletons. Can they be considered strong? They're merely slightly more numerous, and after my assessment, you can handle them without issue. No argument there. Individually, they are indeed weak, but the numbers are rather overwhelming. At this juncture, Lin Yi could no longer afford to bicker with the prompt. His focus was entirely consumed by the impending battle. The dog-headed ones led the charge, while the orc warriors followed up with strikes, and the apprentice mages provided support with their basic attacks. Maintaining formation, they advanced swiftly to the entrance of the ruins, blocking the exit to prevent the skeletal horde from breaking free. Upon realizing the staggering number of skeletons lurking within the fragment, Lin Yi understood that he must leverage the terrain to ensure the adversaries did not escape the ruins. Should dozens of skeletons emerge, they could easily encircle his forces, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. Even the weakest of skeletons could pose a significant threat when faced with a barrage of attacks from all sides. It was highly probable that Lin Yi's team could fall here. Even if victory was secured, it would likely be a Pyrrhic one, with the survival of his soldiers uncertain. The only viable strategy was a counteroffensive to eliminate the few skeletons that emerged and seal the exit. By exploiting their geographical advantage, he could minimize the number of skeletons faced in a given time frame, extending the duration of the battle and creating opportunities for his high-output mage units. With his formidable magical prowess and the combined output of 6 apprentice mages, complemented by the sporadic damage from the dogs and orc warriors, Lin Yi's team swiftly dispatched the few skeletons that had ventured forth, pushing their formation to the entrance. What a stroke of luck! Though the structure lay in ruins, the primary stone walls remained intact. Moreover, it appeared that the building had not served any grand purpose, as the entrance was relatively narrow, measuring less than 3 meters across, allowing 2 dog-headed warriors and 1 orc fighter to effectively form a defensive line. Fortunately, Lin Yi had acted quickly and dealt significant damage. Otherwise, they would have been unable to block the breach. Wait a moment, in my haste. Why didn't I lure these skeletons back to the territory and let the arrow towers deal with them? Fate prompt. This is a fragment of a hidden sanctuary, not an ordinary floating island. These low-level skeletons will not breach the boundaries of the sanctuary. Had you retreated, you would have been forced into an open field battle without the advantage of terrain. The restrictions within the sanctuary are numerous, which is why I advised against using that precious sanctuary direction stone. Very well. With no loopholes to exploit, Lin Yi redirected his energies towards securing a decisive victory in the confrontation. Gazing at the seemingly endless tide of skeletal forms filling the passage behind, he felt a twinge of anxiety. How much is this, really? Even if he possesses the fireball spell, a formidable area of effect magic, he can only unleash it 5 times in total, and the enemy's numbers are truly overwhelming. Fireball. He first directed a fireball into the center of the blocked passage, and the surging flames erupted, rapidly spreading throughout the corridor. Dozens of damage notifications reading 117 floated up, instantly reducing the health of those skeletal foes from full to nearly depleted. Undead creatures receive an increase of 50 damage from fire, resulting in 781-5117. Alas, what remained of the adversaries were merely bones corroded by negative energy, surrounded by an environment rife with malevolent energy accumulation, rendering any subsequent igniting damage ineffective. Otherwise, this singular fireball could have annihilated them all. It must be noted that Lin Yi had cleverly utilized the terrain to his advantage. Although the fireball's base damage radius is merely 3 meters, this is, after all, the real world, not a simplistic game. The effects of magic are influenced by the surrounding environment. The explosive reactions in an open space differ vastly from those in a confined area. Not to mention, while the damage of the fireball itself did not increase, the flames spreading along the passage effectively expanded the damage radius by at least 50. This is fundamentally why Lin Yi's singular fireball could encompass dozens of skeletal foes. In an open environment, his magic could potentially cover half of the current number, making the skeletal adversaries easy prey. As he awaited the influx of more skeletal foes into the passage, he remained vigilant regarding the health of the frontline soldiers. His primary focus was on the orc warriors, for should their health trigger a berserk state, they might become uncontrollable, charging headlong into the fray, slaying a few skeletons only to be overwhelmed by a greater number. Lin Yi felt that until his level improved and his health and attack stats grew, these warriors merely escalated the difficulty of combat for him. As for the dogs, he could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. He noticed wounded dogs and promptly withdrew them, substituting them with fresh, healthy ones. Those he overlooked, he could only apologize to in spirit. Lin Yi had mentally prepared himself for a battle that would leave him with scant dogs remaining. Compared to the orc warriors, the lives of the dogs were significantly cheaper. To put it bluntly, the fragments of the secret realm would yield benefits far exceeding the loss of a few dog-headed beings in terms of leveling up orc warriors and apprentice mages. Another fireball erupted in the passage, and the remnants of the skeleton's health were swiftly obliterated by the apprentice mage's ranged magical projectiles. From Lin Yi's perspective, all his soldiers suddenly leveled up by one. The orc warriors, nearing the critical threshold of 50 health, experienced a surge of 30 additional points, allowing them to endure a few more seconds. The damage from the ranged magical projectiles of the apprentice mages also saw a slight increase. As for the dogs, there was no significant enhancement. Lin Yi had entirely ceased to concern himself with their combat prowess, as long as they could fulfill their roles as tanks and miners. The experience from these skeletons was indeed considerable, being level 3 creatures after all, judging by the sheer volume of them. It was likely that today would see the orc warriors and apprentice mages level up, potentially reaching at least level 4. If Lin Yi could amass 3 level 4 orc warriors and 6 level 4 apprentice mages, he would essentially reign supreme within the novice Lord's domain. After all, these units boasted high damage output, and one careless move could spell disaster for any who dared to underestimate them. Boom, boom. Another round of fireballs exploded, and the recently leveled up soldiers received yet another boost. However, despite the collective upgrading of the soldiers being a source of potential joy, Lin Yi wore a solemn expression, his face etched with gravity. Why were there so many skeletons? At this point, they had already dispatched at least 60 to 70. Yet the influx showed no sign of abating. Damn it. Only one fireball remained. Was he truly to sacrifice his troops in the aftermath? Moreover, it wasn't just Lin Yi who was in dire straits. His mana reserves were nearly depleted. Even the frontline dog-headed creatures and orc warriors were nearing the halfway mark of their health threshold. Indeed, thanks to Lin Yi's unwavering focus on command and the health boosts from 2 levels gained, while the soldiers were not in the best condition, there had been no numerical losses. In his efforts to minimize casualties, aside from casting one last fireball, he relinquished his own offensive output to concentrate on directing the soldiers' movements. After all, one fireball had already left all the skeletons in a state of near death. His own magical projectile dealt merely 40 damage, which had become entirely redundant. Compared to his meager output, it was far more prudent to redirect his attention toward command. Striving to mitigate losses, although he claimed to be prepared to abandon the dogs, he still felt compelled to make every effort to preserve them. Another fireball detonated in the passage, fully exhausting his mana. He had done all he could. Now, it was merely a matter of praying that the remaining skeletons were few in number, hoping to spare as many soldiers as possible. As for whether he would ultimately emerge victorious, he had never truly worried about that. His concern lay in how much strength he could retain after the battle. Fate had always proven trustworthy, for it had never led him astray. Moreover, it was still the novice period, and this was merely a fragment of a secret realm. Achieving such a formidable level of strength was already quite remarkable. He felt that even should he tempt fate further, he would unlikely encounter an adversary of overwhelming prowess. Considering there was a game balance in place overhead, always providing a glimmer of hope. Just as Lin Yi grasped his staff and began to join in the fray with his own attacks, an unwelcome sight unfolded before him. The frontline orc warrior suddenly swelled in size, brandishing his axe to shatter a skeleton, then charging forward without a backward glance. This was bad. He had triggered a berserk state. The entire force surged forward. The dog-headed creatures advanced, surpassing the orc warriors. At this point, all that remained was to attempt to let the dogs absorb the blows, ensuring the orc warriors had opportunities to deal damage. Regardless, the output of a berserk orc warrior was explosively powerful. If he could survive a while longer, he might just break through the skeletal horde. One after another, Lin Yi's 3 orc warriors entered a berserk state, their heavy axes swinging with deadly force. The skeletons before them could not withstand the onslaught for even a few seconds, crumbling into a pile of shattered bones. The issue was that the dogs trailing behind could barely withstand one skeleton. Glancing back, Lin Yi noticed that the orc warriors had already dispatched one, while the dogs stepped forward to face a new foe. The dogs were utterly unable to keep pace with the frenzied orc warriors, and had they been in an open area, the entire front line would have been pulled apart by the charging orc warriors. Wait, there were no more skeletons at the end of the passage? Realizing that they were finally on the verge of overcoming the skeletal swarm, Lin Yi's spirits soared, and he hastily commanded the apprentice mages to begin utilizing arcane missiles to hasten the pace of their slaughter. For the love of all, Dear Orc warriors, let it end. Don't perish on me. Chapter 34. Post-battle gains. Snap. With the final skeleton crushed, the Orc warriors, their eyes glowing red, surveyed the surroundings. And upon finding no new enemies, they exited their berserk states. Although the battle had been intense and fierce, it had lasted only a few minutes. Yet, within those fleeting moments, Lin Yi experienced a heart-pounding sense of danger. He had no idea how he had maintained such unwavering focus. It was only after the battle concluded that he realized his back was drenched in sweat. Suddenly relaxing, Lin Yi felt as if his very essence had been drained. Yearning to return to the Lord's cabin for a brief respite, overwhelmed by a fatigue that followed an adrenaline surge, he hastened towards the front line, where the fiercest combatant, an Orc warrior, had just engaged. Observing its level 4 status and the meager 10 points of health remaining, a profound weariness settled upon him. Brother, I implore you, take a look at your health. Just 10 points, only 10. Do you realize that had you not fortuitously leveled up in the midst of battle, you would have perished? Standing at a height of 1.8 meters before the towering Orc warrior, he reprimanded it continuously, akin to a dutiful younger sibling chastising a reckless elder. However, the Orc warrior, devoid of a soul, remained oblivious to Lin Yi's words. Yet, with the Lord admonishing it, it could only listen in silence. The dynamic was characterized by a lack of comprehension. Neither party could refute the other, and stubbornness persisted for future encounters. Acknowledging his own folly, Lin Yi shook his head in resignation, recognizing the futility of his efforts. What could he do but endure? If he desired the Orc warrior's ferocious physical output, he must also accept its accompanying disadvantages. One could not expect to reap all the benefits without consequence. Regrouping, he summoned all his soldiers to his side. Upon counting, he noted the absence of 3 Gnoll warriors. However, amidst this misfortune, he found solace in the survival of the Orc warriors, each having reached level 4. It appeared that the next battle would not demand the same vigilance as this one, for with their newfound levels, they would not succumb so easily. Yet, he remembered that he still needed to recruit 3 new soldiers tomorrow. The future loomed darkly before Lin Yi, foretelling the premature graying of his hair as he grappled with these unruly brutes. In contrast, his mage apprentices were a source of comfort. With all 5 having attained level 4, one possibly having secured additional kills to ascend further. During combat, he had no cause for concern. They merely stood at the rear, casting their spells effortlessly, an efficient and powerful output. Turning to survey the scattered bones littering the corridor, Lin Yi contemplated whether these remains could be transported back to the compost heap to yield some fertilizer. It is well known that the most irksome aspect of undead creatures is their utter poverty. After a grueling battle, an immense expenditure of resources, only to find that acquiring valuable spoils from the enemy is exceedingly difficult. What could one possibly harvest from a zombie's decayed flesh for farming? Or from a skeleton's bones to feed dogs? Furthermore, the gear they bore was likely too deteriorated from negative energy to be of any use, without special methods. Repurposing it would be impossible, a true waste of resources. Picking up a nearby femur, Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised to discover it bore attributes. Bone filled with negative energy, grade D. Material: the bones from a skeleton, long subjected to the taint of negative energy and the flames of the soul, are filled with negative energy, serving as a fundamental material for necromantic spells. Description: materials from undead creatures cannot be used for farming until purified. The abundant negative energy contained within will only devastate the land and plants. Fate tip: you may wish to store it, even if it cannot be used for farming. It can be traded with mages from other races. Moreover, such materials are essential for crafting and repairing dark-themed items or structures, such as the Abyssal Altar for summoning demons, or the Great Cemetery for transforming skeletons and ghouls, all of which require negative energy materials. At first, Lin Yi felt a twinge of disappointment upon learning it could not be utilized for farming. However, the subsequent fate tip piqued his interest. It was not that he had a penchant for dark dealings, but rather that these negative energy components often possessed great potency and practicality. Provided he could manage his greed and mitigate any side effects, these unconventional materials might yield surprising advantages in critical moments. Like the tip suggested, the Abyssal Altar could facilitate communication and summoning of demons, and he found himself intrigued by the prospect of exploiting such unconventional tactics to gain an edge in the game. You have collected bone filled with negative energy, 74 units. The bones scattered across the ground were completely gathered by Lin Yi, leaving only the corpses of his 3 gnolls behind. Uncertain of whether this quantity was sufficient, he hoped he would not find himself in need of several hundred units akin to stone later on. It must be noted that materials without a stable acquisition method tend to be somewhat cumbersome. With his soldiers' health critically low, and both he and his mage apprentices drained of mana, He pondered whether to return and rest for a few hours before resuming exploration. Fate tip. The monsters within the fragment of the secret realm have been thoroughly cleared. Feel free to explore boldly, as this is merely a fragment. Oh. This revelation eased Lin Yi's mind. It appeared that the creatures within this fragment had been overly enthusiastic, rushing to engage him all at once. Unlike the game's typical wave-based encounters, which explained the initial intensity. Suddenly struck by a thought, Lin Yi gasped. Could it be that he might encounter a boss lurking at the entrance accompanied by its entire entourage? Fate tip, indeed. If the enemy possesses a soul and the capacity for thought, such scenarios are entirely plausible. As you know, this is a real world, and an adversary with some intellect would not simply wait idly. Alas, this world was fraught with peril. It would be wise to refrain from recklessness without adequate strength. If even the wild beasts were so treacherous, lacking sufficient cards up one's sleeve could lead to a fateful encounter. Cursing under his breath, Lin Yi led his comrades through the ruins of this desolate structure. Why was this wretched place so impoverished? Aside from the final hall yet to be explored, every other chamber contained nothing of value. Lin Yi failed to consider that this was the norm. This location was not an island specifically designed for resource spawning, but rather a fragment of a secret realm, one that had likely existed long before. Even if treasures were present, they would have succumbed to the ravages of negative energy over time. Having determined that no enemies remained in the fragment, Lin Yi strode confidently into the hall located at the far end. For reasons unknown, this stone hall was remarkably well preserved, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding ruins. Upon entering, he was met with a summoning circle glowing with an ominous crimson light. The flickering radiance imparted a sense of dread, as if something were beckoning or siphoning energy from the surroundings. At the center of the circle hovered an unholy shrine, unmistakably a malevolent artifact. Are you certain that this seemingly nefarious magic circle poses no threat to me? Fate tip 1. This is merely a circle for absorbing surrounding negative energy and soul energy, possessing no capability for active attack. Its gathering ability is weak and can only attract unclaimed energy and the natural dissipation of soul energy upon death. It lacks any forceful extraction capability. Fate tip 2. The black mist permeating the summoning circle is negative energy that you can directly collect. While the shrine above contains the absorbed soul energy, it can be said that your success in navigating this fragment of the secret realm is largely thanks to the circle. Were it not for the circle's ability to draw in substantial negative energy and surrounding soul energy, your foes would not have been limited to mere lowly skeletons, but rather a chaotic assortment of other undead creatures. Lin Yi comprehended the implications of the prompt. The magical array was gathering the surrounding energy, depleting it entirely. The external undead creatures, deprived of sufficient energy replenishment, had failed to evolve to a higher echelon. It was plausible that the fragment itself harbored insufficient negative energy to conjure forth terrifying knights or liches of higher undead. However, had there been a corpse and ample energy, what he had just faced would certainly not have been fragile skeletons, but rather resilient zombies and ferocious ghouls. The two types of undead mentioned subsequently were far beyond the capabilities of Lin Yi, who was merely a cat-sized entity at that moment. Without a trustworthy frontline, adequate means of recovery, or sufficient firepower, he lacked even the qualifications to engage with this minor undead horde. To mitigate casualties, he would require a cleric capable of real-time healing and purging diseases and negative energy. Furthermore, it was highly probable that the undead horde was led by a leader or a pseudo-leader functioning as a boss, capable of giving rudimentary commands to those mindless low-level undead creatures. This configuration could be deemed a complete setup for a small-scale undead secret realm, which would be quite formidable even within the degrade realm. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that anything worthy of being labeled a secret realm comes with considerable difficulty. If one does not possess overwhelming strength compared to the current tier, it is prudent to avoid such ventures. Detected unclaimed collectible, non-corporeal negative energy. Would you like to collect it? As Lin Yi approached the edge of the magical array, the game's prompt swiftly followed. It appeared that the game's criteria for collection required the item to be unclaimed, meaning there was no contention for ownership between others and Lin Yi. As for whether it was corporeal, in the face of the game's might, it made little difference. After all, if one could conjure materials from the void, condensing incorporeal energy into tangible resources accessible to ordinary beings was a rather effortless task. Collection. With Lin Yi's consent, it seemed as though a pump materialized from thin air, swiftly siphoning the swirling black mist from the magical array, while simultaneously coalescing small black crystals, roughly the size of a finger, upon the ground before him. You have obtained negative energy 30 units. Fate prompt. The real treasures lie within the soul casket. Chapter 35, A New World. Oh, real treasures? The fate prompt piqued his interest, Anything deemed a true treasure by the game must possess significant value and difficulty of acquisition. Perhaps due to Lin Yi extracting all the negative energy, the magical array lost its potency. The once dimly glowing crimson array extinguished, and the human head-sized soul casket that had been suspended in the air descended to the ground. Approaching, he grasped the soul casket in his hands, immediately feeling a chilling sensation surge from his palm to the depths of his brain, causing him to shudder. Upon closer inspection, the casket was predominantly dark purple, resembling a large bowl with a lid and a thick base beneath it. Thus far, the casket appeared unremarkable, but the lid was anything but ordinary. Adorning the lid was a finely crafted miniature skull serving as a handle. This skull was exquisitely detailed, not as if carved, but rather resembling a large skull magically reduced in size. Even more intriguingly, this skull was clearly not human. It bore two downward curving horns, and its menacing expression strikingly resembled that of a legendary demon. Soul Casket, ritual tool, a special item crafted from unique materials, designed for use in conjunction with magical arrays. Description: this item is not produced by the game and does not belong to the standard gaming item series. Specific usage methods must be explored by the Lord. Fate Prompt: its current effectiveness is relatively weak, but you can enhance it through other means, such as infusing materials from powerful demons or seeking a professional mage to inscribe a magical array upon it. Game. Your descriptions are rather vague for something not of your creation, a touch of jealousy, perhaps? As for utilizing this item in the short term, Lin Yi did not harbor such lofty aspirations. Employing this item necessitated a magical array, and at present, Lin Yi lacked both knowledge of arrays and personnel for casting. Such resources were not readily accessible and, in the short term, seemed more like a hidden treasure, likely taking longer to unveil than that of the guidance stone for the secret realm. Moreover, the later fate prompt regarding enhancement methods appeared promising, yet remained tantalizingly out of reach. Upon lifting the lid of the casket, he discovered 3 slightly translucent, darkened crystal shards nestled within. Soul crystal shards, C-grade crystals formed from condensed soul energy, possessing numerous wondrous effects and immense value. Fate Prompt: sufficiently powerful soldiers can use these to enhance their spirituality. After absorbing a considerable number of soul crystals, soldiers can also coalesce souls to gain wisdom, becoming denizens. Undead, demons, and devils will pursue them, willing to pay any price for such treasures. Lords and their subjects can also utilize them for cultivation, enhancing their spirit and soul, reflected in increased intelligence and magic value. In summary, no one would refuse to acquire them. Lin Yi gasped at the revelation of the soul crystal's effects. Indeed, no one could resist such an item. From the living to the deceased, all would find it indispensable. His immediate inclination was to use it on himself, for no investment could surpass the assurance of self-improvement. Everything else could be taken away: units, equipment, buildings, but the strength within oneself could never be seized. Yet, he soon found himself at a standstill. He lacked even the ability to meditate, unable to sense his spirit or magic values, and possessed no training methods. What use was this to him? This item was clearly beyond the reach of a lord at his current stage, and his developmental progress had not only surpassed that of contemporaneous lords, but had also extended into the next phase of the game. It was as if he had leapt to touch the ceiling and, in doing so, had inadvertently created a hole, peering into the upper floor to see what lay beyond. Not merely to observe. He had inadvertently brought back some valuable items, only to realize they were too advanced for him to utilize. Although it felt akin to returning empty-handed from a treasure trove, it was nonetheless a worthwhile endeavor, as long as he could devise a means to exploit it. Even if he couldn't maximize the benefits, it would still be preferable to keeping it hidden away. One must understand that in farming games, the key often lies in the snowball effect. A slight advantage early on can lead to a stark contrast in the later stages. Suddenly, Lin Yi had a spark of inspiration. Could the game provide him with more information about the individual who set up this soul casket and magical array? Fate Prompt: yes. Although the individual has long since faded into the annals of fate, the traces they left behind still endure. Subsequently, Lin Yi listened intently to the explanation provided by the prompt, gradually grasping the cause and effect. Overall, the magical array and the surrounding structures were the handiwork of a self-rescuing mage. His world had drawn the attention of a significant figure from the undead realm, who launched a direct invasion. In the face of the enemy's overwhelming personal power and the vast undead army, nearly half of the mage's world had succumbed in merely a month's time. It was evident to all that their world was powerless to resist. When the enemy digested their gains and launched a second offensive, it would spell the complete downfall of their realm. Naturally, this mage could not sit idly by. He had to take measures for self-preservation. Confrontation was futile, and escape was impossible. With the entire world collapsing, where could he flee? without delving into whether they possessed the advanced technology for interdimensional transportation. Even if such capabilities existed, he would still be unable to secure one of those scarce and life-saving slots. The mage, resolute, thought, if I cannot defeat them and cannot flee, can I not join them? He then directly reached out to a lich from the undead faction, offering to assist in exchange for the opportunity to gather souls privately, thus becoming the lich's subordinate. In return, when this world fell, the lich would ensure his transformation into an undead mage capable of retaining his consciousness. Both parties reached a mutual understanding. The mage would secure his existence as an undead mage, while the lich would secretly gather souls without alerting his superiors. After all, collecting souls to present would yield mere scraps compared to the satisfaction of feasting on the spoils directly. The lich imparted to the mage a set of magical formations and corresponding ritualistic tools, which were the very formations and soul shrines that Lin Yi later encountered. Armed with this knowledge, the mage stealthily ventured into human territories to collect souls, condensing them into soul crystals to deliver to the lich. No one suspected that this mage, who had already ascended to a mid-level position, had covertly betrayed humanity, nor did the current circumstances allow humanity to devote further attention to such matters. The mage quietly executed several massacres against the common folk, ultimately condensing a B-grade soul crystal to present to the lich, thereby earning his trust and solidifying their pact. Then, as is often the case, an unexpected turn of events occurred. During another soul collection endeavor, the mage was apprehended by higher-ups who had already sensed the anomaly, leading to his immediate execution. The carefully arranged ritual array, which had not yet been activated, was forgotten by all. Subsequently, as the world descended into chaos, the array was inadvertently activated by the overwhelming surge of negative energy from the outside, operating at minimal intensity due to the absence of a host, thus suffering negligible wear. Sustained by the dense negative energy, it persisted until the world fractured, coinciding with the fragments of the secret realm falling into the game world, eventually encountered by Lin Yi. Thus, this tale is one of a mage who, in a desperate bid for survival, became a traitor to his kind, leaving behind a final remnant of fortune by sheer chance. Regarding this narrative, Lin Yi deemed it cliched and melodramatic. However, it undeniably sparked significant inspiration within him. He realized that certain opportunities could be leveraged strategically. If, and I stress if, I could emulate this mage's method to contact a powerful figure from the dark faction in need of soul crystals, augmenting my persuasion with a shard of soul crystal. Could I not entice this figure to provide an artifact capable of activating the soul shrine as a form of risk investment? This would enable me to utilize other intelligent races to gather souls, thereby establishing a stable channel for acquiring soul crystals ahead of time. This artifact, of course, would hold greater value than a mere shard of soul crystal. Yet Lin Yi would have to promise a continuous supply of soul crystals, akin to securing capital from an angel investor. Undead? Demons? No, the demon faction seems more favorable. They are generally less astute and more volatile, making them easier to deceive compared to the shrewd counterparts. Even if ongoing soul crystal provision is necessary, I must ensure they offer something substantial in return. Breach of contract? Or have I breached? Merely limited in capacity to procure more. If they desire a continuous supply, further investment is required. After all, we have the game to uphold. Within its framework, they have no leverage against me. At most, they might send assassins after me. Am I to fear their pursuit? I win once, I can win again. This is a win-win scenario. Moreover, if all else fails, I could emulate the character Zhang, seeking refuge with your sworn enemies. I refuse to believe a horde of volatile demons would not also have adversaries. If I provoke sufficient enemies and shift rapidly between them, these foes would inevitably turn upon one another in their eagerness to claim me. With this thought igniting within him, Lin Yi felt the world expand before him. Let us go. Let us return to the territory. He beckoned his soldiers to hasten back, eager to scour the market for such artifacts. He recognized that his previous perspective had been narrow, fixated solely on exploiting the game. There was, in fact, a broader horizon awaiting his exploration. Who to exploit is still exploitation. Why confine my thoughts to merely extracting from the game, which is arduous and devoid of substantial gain? There are so many influential figures. A little from each could leave me thoroughly satiated. Chapter 36. The initial encounter with the intelligent race of floating islands. But where are all the artifacts capable of contacting dark faction powerhouses? Is the game intentionally regulating their availability, or are the lords hoarding them as trump cards? Could it be that some have already begun to use them, thereby clinging to the thighs of their benefactors? To be candid, should there be other lords who have swiftly shifted their allegiance, this would not bode well for Lin Yi, regardless of what costs those lords, who have surrendered their principles and dignity to align with the malevolent entities of lower planes, might incur. The fact remains that the resources slipping from the hands of those powerful figures are far superior to what you could wrest from the game through blood, sweat, and tears. They may very well become pawns in the grand scheme, possibly abandoned or even preordained for sacrifice, yet their current strength undoubtedly surpasses yours. To suggest that today's lords, unable to endure, would face dire consequences tomorrow is nothing short of absurd. Much like the evil sword manual, where one is acutely aware of impending violence, yet casts it into the world, many will find themselves compelled to seize opportunities at the cost of their lives. Thus, the lower limits of the entire realm would be drawn down. When you face off against your sworn enemies, and they experience a surge in power, what then? If a young newcomer, having been in the game for just 2 or 3 years, manages to slay a veteran with a decade of experience, how will you respond to avoid being the next target? It is no wonder that once an atmosphere of competition and distrust arises, the environment swiftly devolves into a battleground where the measure of one's moral standing becomes a race to see who can sink lower, who can abandon their principles more readily. Those who maintain their integrity may find themselves crushed by the unscrupulous, heralding a farcical scenario where bad currency drives out the good. In this light, it is indeed plausible that the game has restricted the emergence of such artifacts that facilitate clinging to powerful allies. It stands to reason that these artifacts themselves may possess various usage limitations. Otherwise, if every lord sought to attach themselves to a powerful benefactor, the game would devolve into a farce of connections and favoritism. Were I the game designer, I would release only a handful of such artifacts in a zone populated by thousands, effectively instilling a sense of urgency among the other lords while maintaining control over the situation, preventing it from spiraling out of hand. Furthermore, I overlooked a crucial point. Choosing 1S allies often implicitly designates 1S enemies. With the undead and demons now in play, one must wonder when the gods, their eternal adversaries, will make their entrance. Should you grow too close to the denizens of the lower realms, once the gods descend, evading the retribution of their forces may not be assured. After all, we are still in the novice phase. Much remains uncertain, and my previous inclinations towards haste were perhaps overly ambitious. It is evident that when substantial interests are at stake, one can easily become blinded by greed. Thankfully, I have awakened in time. It appears that characters from films and dramas, driven by self-interest, are not necessarily fools. They merely succumb to the allure of profit. The more I ponder, the more I sense such occurrences are orchestrated by the game itself. By preemptively releasing clues about demons and devils, it entices those who are desperate or consumed by greed to plunge headlong into the abyss. Once they traverse this path to its bitter end, unable to turn back, the divine forces will descend to reap the harvest. This arrangement may very well be the gods' design. They seek not only the souls of intelligent beings, but also their worship. How could they manifest their greatness through redemption if not by allowing their followers to endure trials of darkness? In nearly every mythological narrative, gods compel mortals to face suffering or cataclysmic events, only to be moved by their fervent faith in the final hour, descending to save them. As explicitly illustrated in the scriptures, the message is clear: the divine is testing you. If you fail to endure the trial, it reflects your lack of devotion. You have endured the trials, and thus you have earned the right to be a devotee of the divine. Lin Yi's mind wandered back to a fate hint that had inadvertently revealed that the overarching framework of this game was designed by a deity of gaming. This world of the game is a transformation crafted collectively by the gods upon the foundation of an existing realm. What could be the purpose behind their collaborative effort? Surely, it cannot be merely that they are bored and seek amusement in constructing an arena for entertainment. Let us not forget that deities bound by the tenets of righteousness and justice would find it difficult to indulge in such trivialities that contravened their divine mandates. Even if they could, would so many gods truly be so trivial? Hence, it becomes evident that within this lordly game lies a shared interest among these deities, if not the freedom to cultivate followers and absorb souls into their divine realms, then perhaps the selection of exceptionally talented individuals from the masses to act as their emissaries or generals in battle, with the potential to become a patriarch tasked with expanding the realms of faith. This elucidates everything. Their motives, their methods, and their adversaries become crystal clear. Even demons and fiends may not have remained uninvolved in this game, yet their powers and unity are severely constrained, suppressed by the gods in every conceivable manner. How alarming. Dear friends, upon contemplation, the situation reveals itself to be quite shocking. If the lordly game were a tome, every line would be rife with intrigue and subterfuge, all orchestrated for the sake of self-interest. In other words, while the paths may appear numerous at first glance, one would ultimately discover that they all lead to dead ends. Whether it is the malevolent demons of the lower planes or the seemingly righteous deities, as long as one relies upon them, the end result will invariably be subjugation to their will. You may harness their powers, you may exploit their resources, but you must never lean towards them or take sides. Ultimately, the most prudent course of action is to earnestly develop your own territory, traversing the path that is both righteous and arduous. Of course, the powers of the deities and demons may still be utilized, but one must exercise caution in doing so, for if one draws too close, the freedom of choice will inevitably be forfeited. Alas, Lin Yi comprehended this truth, yet found himself unable to adhere to it. The allure of the unorthodox often surpasses that of the righteous path, and his innate negative traits manifest as a precarious tightrope walk. Not only is he navigating a thin line, but he is also being pursued by ferocious beasts. A moment's hesitation could lead to irrevocable ruin. The burden is heavy, and he must find a way to navigate this delicate balance. Subsequently, he sent a message to Su Qingyao, requesting her to keep an eye on the market for any items related to communication or summoning demons, suggesting she negotiate on his behalf. If negotiations faltered or a price was established, she could contact him for a transaction. Lin Yi then set a course for his floating island, proceeding to tend to the crops upon it. His beloved wheat, with a growth time of 510, had yet to receive water today. Should it suffer from a lack of hydration, he would surely regret it. The issue lay in his uncertainty regarding the appropriate amount of water. As the soil was of D-grade quality, the seeds were D-grade wheat seeds, and the fertilizer was also of D-grade. These components, imbued with elemental energy, were only supplemented by ordinary mountain spring water. His water source would not acquire any elemental properties until the miraculous spring was upgraded to C-grade, leaving him in the dark as to whether watering the crops would result in reduced yield. As for his ailing subordinates, they were certainly dispatched back to their respective places, with those in need of health replenishing their vitality and those requiring mana restoring their energy. Given their current state, Lin Yi would not dare to explore even a floating island, fearing that an adversary might be stronger than anticipated, thus risking the loss of his hard-won subordinates. Fate seemed to smile upon Lin Yi as he encountered a floating island that he dared not approach. A landmass, similar in size to his own, remained motionless in the void. Cautiously, Lin Yi maneuvered his floating island to ascend slightly and draw nearer. With the mindset of merely observing, he approached to assess the situation of the opposing island. Upon reaching this floating island, Lin Yi beheld a remarkably structured stone wall. Could it be? That was indeed a wall, constructed of stone and towering at least 3 meters high. Yes, it was a wall. Behind it were stone arrow towers, just like his own, with 6 of them positioned along a single wall. Without delving into the number of soldiers present, the combination of arrow towers and walls alone rendered the defensive capabilities beyond the reach of those lacking siege weaponry. The settlement bore no production or recruitment buildings, let alone any miraculous structures. It was unequivocally a military bastion, a military stronghold dedicated solely to warfare and conquest. The presence of such a fortified establishment upon a floating island suggested that its inhabitants were seasoned in the art of war, with intentions that were unmistakably clear. At this juncture, Lin Yi was nearly certain that the opposition was a war island belonging to a certain intelligent race. Whether the purpose of sending forth this island was for reconnaissance or invasion and plunder, one thing was undeniable. The strength of their main base was formidable, likely surpassing Lin Yi's capabilities by several tiers, given the resources expended to construct such a settlement. Regrettably, upon detecting him, the inhabitants concealed themselves, leaving only their fixed defensive structures exposed, and he remained oblivious to the specifics of their race or the number of troops at their disposal. Furthermore, he was uncertain when the game would lift its restrictions on such floating islands, but he could only hope it would be delayed as long as possible. The disparity between these early players and new lords like himself was vast, reaching a level of overwhelming dominance. Should they encounter one another, it was likely he would be crushed without even the opportunity to negotiate. Their inherent desire for aggression, compounded by the depletion of food and resources during this period of game-imposed restrictions, painted a grim picture. One could readily imagine that once the game lifted its constraints, these races would be driven by hunger, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. In such circumstances, Lin Yi felt utterly powerless. He sensed that he might well struggle to tend to his own affairs. His innate talent had increased his invasion probability by 100, which would rise to 200 once Su Qingyao was brought to his floating island. What a predicament, surrounded by wolves. However, based on his observations of the game over the past few days, it was highly probable that on the 6th or 7th day of the novice period, the game would introduce items into treasure chests designed to enhance the survival capabilities of new lords. While the lordly game undoubtedly posed its challenges, it had not yet descended to the level of total annihilation. The opposition was merely attempting to create an atmosphere of tension, compelling players to reveal their full capabilities in the struggle for survival and strength. Chapter 37. The Cost of Fate Hints. By the way, Do territorial treasures include any forms of long-range reconnaissance? This is a matter Lin Yi now pondered. He discovered that while high-altitude reconnaissance might suffice against mindless wild monsters, it would be utterly inadequate against intelligent races who could employ 100 different strategies to outmaneuver him. Setting aside today's scenario, where they remained completely hidden, it would be far worse if they played deceitfully, revealing only half their forces and then launching a surprise attack once he approached. Or they could employ illusionary items or structures, doubling their troop numbers and scaring him away. If only it were possible to simply click on an enemy stronghold, as in the games of the old world, to ascertain the number of troops stationed within. But now, from the moment reconnaissance began, both lords were embroiled in a web of intrigue. Without extraordinary intelligence, was one destined to rely solely on brute strength to prevail? Alas, the weight upon Lin Yi's shoulders grew heavier. Not only must he develop his territory, but he must also contend with the specter of war. Originally just an ordinary gamer, how could he possibly engage in tactical warfare against the lifelong commanders of intelligent races? It appears that not only must he recruit powerful mages, but also generals adept in the art of command are a pressing necessity. In the realm of magic, the necessity of mastering combat spells alongside tactical warfare magic cannot be overstated. He trudged back, his teeth clenched in frustration. The floating island before him was beyond his capabilities. Merely a spectacle to behold, he yearned for a fresh direction to activate the floating island anew, hoping that the next encounter would yield a formidable island capable of attracting monsters and bestowing treasure chests. When was the last time he had relied on sheer talent to conjure a treasure chest? It felt like an eternity ago. Rubbing his head, he realized that his developmental trajectory diverged significantly from his initial expectations. He had envisioned a steady stream of weak monsters, accumulating wealth through the bounty of talent-laden chests. Yet, recently, he had been beset by arduous battles, devoid of the ease and leisure expected of a lord at his stage. Reflecting on his past conflicts, from the ambushes by swamp lizard men upon acquiring the D-grade soil, to the frenzied onslaught of savage orc warriors, and the overwhelming horde of skeletons that nearly led to his downfall, he pondered the formidable foes he had encountered. Each one was a veritable bane to novice lords. Had he faced a different lord, the grass over their graves would have reached extraordinary heights. Was there truly a balance to the game's difficulty? It felt as though he was engaged in a different game altogether. Or perhaps, fate had slipped beyond his grasp. Fate's hint: do you believe my guidance is without consequence? The more insights I provide, the greater the risks you shall encounter. Yet, with heightened difficulty comes the promise of greater rewards. Gains and losses are intertwined, but presently, you remain within manageable bounds. Embracing increased difficulty for enhanced rewards may indeed serve as a shortcut. There was truth in that statement. After vanquishing the swamp lizard men, he commenced farming. Following the invasion of the savage orc warriors, he secured his own frenzied orc warriors and a precious core of iron ore. As for the recently faced skeleton horde, the experience alone had elevated his D-grade soldiers to at least level 4, not to mention an array of other chaotic spoils, including the universally coveted soul crystal fragments, C-grade, though currently of no use. It was indeed a case of risk equating to reward, with danger and profit in direct proportion. If asked to forsake his current gains and revert to his previous pace, he would be loath to comply. These rewards were enticing, yet he sensed that a life perpetually fraught with such intensity might prove too taxing for his heart. Lost in thought, he noticed the floating island had come to a halt, curious to discover what peculiarities awaited him. Observing the lively assembly of goblins on the opposing island, tears of joy welled in his eyes. "Oh, brothers, how I've missed you." After venturing forth, he realized that they were the true companions he had longed for. Indeed, their multitude, combined with their low strength and simplistic nature, made them perfect for drawing monsters and farming treasure chests. True allies indeed. It had been ages since he had encountered such feeble foes, and with their densely packed formation, he suppressed the urge to hurl fireballs at them and instead summoned his orc warriors and apprentice mages. As for the dogs, their experience was precious and not to be squandered. Artistry lies in explosions. The fireball detonated amidst the goblin throng, generating a flurry of significant damage numbers. Yet, as the goblins surged toward his territory, Lin Yi felt a lack of the anticipated exhilaration. It was akin to the post-climactic tranquility where nothing else seemed to compare to that previous high. At least after enduring the skeletal ambush in the tunnels, he believed he wouldn't encounter a more electrifying explosive spectacle for quite some time. His threshold for excitement had been elevated by the skeletal encounters in the passageways, a rather peculiar sentiment. After casting a fireball, he resorted to conjuring magic projectiles with his staff. Time for rest was far too brief, even with a 5-point intelligence boost. Restoring 20 points of magic power per hour while in his small abode, He had barely replenished enough for a single skill by the time this battle commenced. This served as a reminder to Lin Yi that for a mage, magic power is perpetually insufficient. A mage devoid of magic power is akin to a fallen phoenix. Less than a mere chicken, any warrior who approached would reduce him to a pitiable state. Equipment and skills capable of accelerating magic power recovery were of paramount importance for a mage. However, despite Lin Yi and his soldiers being in less than ideal condition, the goblins posed no significant threat. The whirling axes, relentless magical projectiles, and arrows swiftly depleted the life force of these diminutive creatures. Territory under invasion, talent, disaster, activated. Invasion force rated D grade, obtained stone treasure chest 1. Alas, had these goblins been of a higher level, their sheer numbers might have barely qualified for a D rating. The treasure they would have yielded would then have been a D grade treasure chest, and with an upgrade to C grade for his talent, the value could have easily doubled. He instructed his soldiers to return to rest, while the dogs were tasked with transporting the goblin corpses to the compost yard for fertilizer. He estimated that the remains of these goblins could yield approximately 78 units of D-grade fertilizer, sufficient to meet his needs for the following day. Currently, he had only planted 10 units of wheat, and the daily fertilizer output was adequate. Once the wheat was harvested in a couple of days, he would receive 20 units of wheat seeds in one go. The daily fertilizer requirement would then double, necessitating battles of sufficient intensity to amass a large number of corpses for conversion into fertilizer. It was a vexing predicament. If only the game allowed for direct purchases of corpses from the trade market. The game's stringent limitations were undoubtedly designed to curtail the resources a lord could amass, compelling them to explore and engage in combat more fervently. In light of the current situation, he had little recourse but to proceed cautiously, allowing the wheat to grow at its own pace. You have opened the stone treasure chest, talent, fortune, activated. You have unlocked a D-grade treasure chest. You have obtained blueprint, D-grade alchemy workshop, blood and flesh energy 1, territory protection scroll 1. D-grade alchemy workshop, a structure for producing alchemical items using various magical materials. Equipped for enchanting gear. Aside from the self-supplied, healing potions, and magic potions, other items require corresponding recipes. Self-developed recipes, once certified by the building, can be added to the production sequence for automated manufacturing. In the absence of relevant skills among the inhabitants, the quality probability for D-grade products is D-grade 80, C-grade 15, B-grade 5. Building requirements: occupying 500 square meters, wood 600 units, stone 400 units. Fate's hint: the previously missed arcane garden could provide the raw materials necessary for this building's production. Furthermore, once you surpass the novice phase and obtain coordinates for the public continent, you may explore there to gather relevant magical plants. Territory protection scroll erects a magical barrier enveloping the floating island. The magical barrier is provided by the game and cannot be destroyed. During the barrier's existence, the territory will not suffer invasions. The barrier lasts for 60 minutes and can only be used once per day. Note: a daily truce allowing for 1 hour of safety. Fate's hint: items such as territory protection scroll, territory acceleration scroll, and forced exit scroll have been included in the D-grade treasure chest, serving as protection for weaker lords, hoping they can evade early predation by intelligent races. There is little to say about the alchemy workshop. It serves a function akin to that of the blacksmith shop and tailor shop. However, its products are of a more advanced nature and come with 2 alchemical potion recipes. Lin Yi now had a foundational channel for producing recovery items, including the familiar healing potion for restoring health and the magic potion for replenishing mana. It is paramount to consider the public continent mentioned in the subsequent hints. It appears that within the dominion of the lords, there exists not only a myriad of floating islands, but also immovable land masses fixed in place. Upon their arrival at the public continent, lords can engage in gathering and exploration, which undoubtedly represents a significant channel for resource acquisition. However, Lin Yi could easily surmise that the matter is far from simple and is fraught with peril, setting aside the inherent dangers present on these massive fixed continents. The other lords and intelligent races seeking to explore and hunt within the same realm constitute a plethora of moving threats. In the realm of the Lord's game, one can never predict the number of adversaries one might encounter at any given moment. It is entirely plausible that while one wave of foes is being dealt with, another 2 waves could arrive, turning the entire region of Jinsei North into a chaotic battleground. Chapter 38, Treant Warriors. As for the Territory Protection Scroll, mentioned later, along with other territory protection items referenced in the Destiny hints, these are truly life-saving artifacts. They are the kind of items one might choose to forego, yet absolutely cannot afford to be without. They significantly enhance the margin for error within one's territory and greatly improve the survival rate of novice lords. particularly in the early stages when faced with the coordinated onslaught of intelligent races. Possessing such items is indispensable. Presently, he is torn between whether to bestow this life-saving scroll upon Su Qingyao. This secretary he has reserved for himself possesses little in the way of defensive capability. Should she encounter an invasion, her demise is virtually assured. That would squander her innate talents and business acumen, leaving Lin Yi bereft of a valuable ally to share the burdens of trade. He firmly believes in the adage that professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. While he has managed the trading affairs commendably thus far, the impending increase in volume will inevitably consume a significant portion of his time, hindering the growth of his territory. Delegating these responsibilities to Su Qingyao would undoubtedly yield better results than if he were to handle them alone. Nonetheless, the Territory Protection Scroll is not just any ordinary item. Its life-preserving efficacy is unparalleled in the early game. Utilizing this scroll allows one to escape with relative ease, making it challenging for adversaries to pursue. The thought of relinquishing such a precious life-saving item to another woman rather than keeping it for himself fills him with reluctance. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decides to entrust it to Su Qingyao for the time being. Ideally, she would not need to use it, and it would eventually return to him. However, should the need arise, it would undoubtedly be in a life-or-death scenario, rendering the question of its value moot. For Lin Yi, the worth of a capable secretary far surpasses that of a mere item. Is he truly so lacking in self-confidence as to doubt his ability to continuously obtain treasures? Qingyao, are you there? I am entrusting you with this Territory Protection Scroll. Use it immediately if you find yourself in grave danger. On the other side, Su Qingyao is somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that the individual she was seeking to ally with would first provide her with a life-saving item. She had been pondering how to endure the remaining 2 days of the novice phase before merging their floating islands. The thought of abandoning her island and directly entering Lin Yi's territory filled her with trepidation, fearing that someone might destroy her territory's core, leading to her demise. Even if she managed to escape, the core is bound to the life of the Lord. To her astonishment, just after finalizing their negotiations, he would offer her such a valuable life-preserving artifact. This gesture instills a sense of reassurance regarding her future, at least based on his current demeanor. He does not appear to be a ruthless person, but rather one of responsibility. Thank you, Boss 9, for your concern in providing me with such a precious item. Rest assured, my capabilities, Su Qingyao, will not disappoint you. Very well, if anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to inform me. I do not speak idly. As long as I can arrive in time, everything will be manageable. Su Qingyao gazes at Lin Yi's message, an inexplicable pang of emotion swelling within her, leaving her momentarily speechless. The last time she heard such reassuring words was during her childhood, spoken by her father. Since her parents tragically passed away in a car accident, no one has been there to shield her from the storms of life. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, the archetypal iron-willed gamer and ardent enthusiast, remains oblivious to the emotional impact he has had on his secretary, turning his focus to his next floating island expedition. Have I accumulated enough treasure chests? Or is there an excess of fertilizer for farming? Rather than indulging in such sentimental musings, I should focus on defeating more monsters. A sense of foreboding washes over him as he notices the uncanny similarity between this situation and his previous encounter with the lizardmen. Indeed, on the floating island he finds himself upon once more. There is no other occurrence but a dense forest composed of towering trees. The verdant foliage looms above, and the diminutive humans standing amidst it seem to have entered a realm of giants, where they could be swallowed by the forest at any moment. Lin Yi hesitates to venture forth for exploration. This unique floating island undoubtedly conceals valuable treasures. Not to mention, the probability of encountering D-grade soil on this island is exceedingly high, making it difficult for him to relinquish the opportunity. His current soil reserves amount to a mere 50 units, and with the potential to double his planting area after each wheat harvest, it will not sustain him for long. If he does not procure additional soil soon, the surplus seeds will languish in his backpack, accumulating dust and becoming increasingly burdensome. However, the thought of embarking on an exploration venture leaves Lin Yi feeling uncertain. After all, both he and his subordinate are in less than ideal condition. While encountering ordinary wild creatures poses little threat, he remains confident in his ability to handle even formidable foes like the lizardmen without sustaining losses. But the unpredictable nature of the forest environment could spawn numerous troublesome adversaries. First and foremost, when one thinks of a great forest, many instinctively conjure images of elves. Aside from their striking beauty, elves are renowned for their remarkable archery and magical prowess. Both of these attributes boast exaggerated long-range offensive capabilities, and given Lin Yi's current configuration, an encounter with elves would likely result in significant casualties among his ranks. Victory may be achievable, but the toll would undoubtedly be heavy. Moreover, The sentient flora within the Grand Forest poses yet another headache-inducing threat. The Treant warriors, transformed from trees that have gained sentience, are not entities to be trifled with. With their exaggerated defenses and vitality, immense strength, and size, some Treant warriors may even awaken the ability to launch ranged attacks, if accompanied by small elves casting spells. The level of difficulty would reach a despairing height for melee combatants. Beyond these considerations, Lin Yi can enumerate a plethora of other challenging foes, each thought deepening his sense of unease. Should he abandon this venture altogether? Destiny hint: fear not, for the only foes that spawn on this floating island are the Treant warriors. Although your troop configuration may lead to a slower battle, safety is assured. As long as you remain vigilant against their ambushes, they pose little threat to you. Furthermore, the island harbors not only the coveted soil you seek, but also a marvel with significant potential for development. Oh, a marvel? Treant warriors? If that is the case, my fears have dissipated. With resolve, he connects with the floating island and commands his soldiers to set forth. Lin Yi selects the orc warrior with the most health to lead the way, as they are clad in 8 defense iron armor, making them less susceptible to the Treant's ambushes. Though he could utilize his canine companions for reconnaissance, their insufficient health renders them too fragile. Should they suffer heavy losses, who would be left to excavate the degraded soil? As anticipated, their party encounters an ambush from the Treant warriors mere minutes into their foray into the forest. As Lin Yi's orc warrior approaches a massive tree, a thick wooden spike suddenly erupts from the ground nearby, piercing the air with lethal intent. The 1-meter-long spike, dark and sturdy, tapers to a sharp point, clearly formed from numerous entwined roots, and exhibits considerable lethality. 18. The wooden spikes pierced the orc warrior's iron armor, yielding a considerable figure. D-Class Treant Warrior LV7. Rooted form health points 420, for 120, mana points 0. Physical attack power, root piercing 26, magical attack power, 0. Physical defense, 6, magical defense, 0. Attack speed, once every 2 seconds. Attack range, 3 meters. Movement speed, 0. Rooted form. Regenerates 3 health points per second, exclusive to rooted form. Transformation, active uproots roots to enter a mobile Treant warrior form. D-Class Treant Bloodline. For each level gained, physical attack power increases by 1, health points by 15. Physical defense by 1, experience penalty 100, and fire damage taken increases by 100. Fate hint: in its current form, despite its inability to move, it stands as the most reliable frontline warrior. The orc warriors were commanded to refrain from attacking, with the entire team retreating 10 meters. Once outside the Treant warriors' attack range, the apprentice mage unleashed magic missiles. The orc brutes, even without entering a berserk state, were surprisingly obedient to commands. Following Lin Yi's orders, they obediently retreated alongside the goblins. A barrage of magic missiles relentlessly struck the Treant warrior's towering, sturdy trunk, each delivering a damage value. Although the magic missiles inflicted non-elemental damage and could not exploit its weakness of increased fire damage, within a mere minute, the output from 6 soldiers reduced its health to below 60. As the Treant warrior stood there, enduring the onslaught, it began to sway from side to side, deep green leaves shedding continuously. With the intensifying motion, its towering trunk began to shrink gradually, and as it did, wooden arms sprouted from its body. The roots, once buried deep in the earth, surged forth, forming 4 sturdy legs beneath the Treant warrior. Thud! The now upright Treant warrior took a slow step toward Lin Yi and his companions, its heavy body thudding against the ground. During this transformation, Lin Yi and his team showed no mercy. They hurled magic missiles without restraint at their adversary. In reality, there is no invincibility during transformation. It is fortunate if the enemy does not take the opportunity to strike a downed foe. Treant Warrior LV7. Health points, 210, for 120, mana points, 0. Physical attack power, siege attack 36, magical attack power, 0. Physical defense, 6, magical defense, 0. Attack speed, once every 3 seconds. Attack range, 3 meters. Maximum movement speed, 2 meters per second. Note: a siege-type attack from a large unit, capable of inflicting 200 damage to structures. The health regeneration effect has ceased, but it can now move slowly. Transforming in battle is quite disadvantageous. This form is better suited for travel and siege situations. With an attack speed of 3 seconds, it inflicts 36 points of damage. A moving arrow tower, it seems. This soldier is truly formidable, possessing 2 distinct forms. If it were under my command, it could undoubtedly serve a tremendous purpose. What a pity. Lin Yi found himself quite envious of the Treant warrior. Chapter 39, Treant Chief. However, despite his envy, there was little he could do but lament. What a beautiful being turned to thievery. while using the apprentice mage to kite and deplete the Treant warrior's remaining health. Until the Treant fell to the ground, it frustratingly failed to launch a second attack. The goblin, wielding an axe, began to cleave the trunk to see if any special items lay within. No need for a fate hint. After the previous encounter with the stone golem, Lin Yi had become quite cautious of these unique monsters. The more peculiar the creature, the greater the chance of acquiring valuable yet scarce resources upon its demise. Furthermore, the enormous body of the Treant warrior could not be transported back to their territory. Setting aside the question of whether their size could be managed, it remained uncertain if its wooden body could yield fertilizer when placed in the composting yard. It would be better to dismantle it right here. Given that the last stone golem provided stone, it seemed reasonable to expect the Treant warrior to yield some wood. You have obtained wood, 21 units. Incomplete Treant heart 1. Incomplete Treant heart. Deficient material. The core nurtured within the Treant warrior, imbued with activated life force. It can be used in enchantments, array setups, and potion crafting. However, due to its premature extraction, it remains unfinished, rendering its effects significantly diminished. Note: a complete Treant heart is at least of C rank. Fate hint: although incomplete, it can still serve as a primary material for crafting healing potions. By adding an appropriate amount of flesh energy and auxiliary materials, an enhanced blood vial can be produced. However, this requires a citizen with professional alchemy skills for proper preparation, as the energy contained in each Treant heart varies. As for other applications, one may explore on their own. Ah, indeed, I was not mistaken. The potential uses of the Treant heart appear exceedingly broad, as it embodies life energy, which is incredibly precious. To be frank, utilizing it for crafting healing potions seems somewhat wasteful. I shall store it for now and see if more efficient methods of utilization arise. With such valuable resources acquired, Lin Yi began to perceive the Treant warriors not as obstacles to exploration, but rather as golden harbingers of wealth, wishing fervently for their numbers to increase. However, he could surmise that the population on this floating island would likely be limited. This is not merely a matter of the difficulty balance inherent in the Lord game. The nutrients required for their survival cannot be supplied by such a small area. After walking for a while in the forest, encountering just this single Treant warrior clearly indicated that the area it rooted in was quite extensive. This is a floating island, not an endless continent. This small patch of land can scarcely sustain 56 Treant warriors, likely benefiting from the wonders deep within the forest. Presently, Lin Yi felt no urgency to delve deeper into the woods. He led his team in a meandering exploration along the forest's perimeter, determined to thoroughly scour this floating island before investigating the wonders. Though these Treant warriors could not escape, he preferred to save the greatest rewards for last, embracing a philosophy of enduring hardship before savoring sweetness. Indeed, as he anticipated, after a thorough sweep of the outer region, he managed to procure 5 more Treant hearts, leaving him rather disappointed. Very well, let us venture inward. I hope that proximity to the wonders will yield distinct rewards. The Treant warriors in the inner circle offered Lin Yi no surprises. Their numbers were even fewer than in the outer circle, totaling only 3. However, their levels were higher by 1, reaching LV8. Yet, this increase proved inconsequential to Lin Yi, providing no discernible advantage beyond a slight increase in difficulty, with the Treant hearts yielding no notable differences. Of course, it is also possible that Lin Yi had yet to unlock his own panel, preventing him from sensing the specific supernatural energies. Upon reaching the core circle, he surveyed his surroundings. Honestly, he could not discern any differences. It even seemed to him that the trees here were less tall and dense than those he had encountered previously, with the leaves on the branches appearing less vibrant than those in the outer area. Just as Lin Yi pondered this, he suddenly looked up to see a massive rock, a meter in diameter, hurtling swiftly toward him. Scatter! Everyone, take cover behind the large tree. Fortunately, Lin Yi evaded just in time. The colossal boulder crashed down upon the very spot he had occupied moments before, leaving behind a deep, elongated scar on the ground, a testament to its tremendous inertia. Tree Warrior LV9, Pseudo-Leader, Rooted Form Health, 600-600, Mana, 60-60. Physical Attack, Smash 30, Physical Attack, Throwing Stones, Siege Attack 80. Magical Attack, 10. Physical Defense, 10. Magical Defense, 5. Attack Speed, Melee once every 2 seconds, Range Stone Throw once every 5 seconds. Movement Speed, 0, Rooted Form. Health Recovery Rate, 5 per second, Rooted Form. Natural Armor, active harnesses the power of nature to bestow a target with a resilient bark, mitigating damage while enhancing its health recovery speed, can be applied to structures. Absorbs 10 points of damage, health recovery rate of 5 per second. Mana cost, 30 points, duration, 10 seconds, cooldown, 1 minute. Description, In pursuit of a breakthrough from the pseudo-leader tier, this tree warrior opted for a permanent rooting form, relinquishing its shape-shifting ability in exchange for superior energy absorption efficiency. Simultaneously, it evolved a ranged attack method, enabling it to draw upon the surrounding earth elements to coalesce into massive boulders, bombarding foes from a distance. Fate hint: you should be grateful that the opponent did not choose the same evolutionary path as the rock golem, refraining from absorbing the powers of the wonders for its evolution. Otherwise, you would be facing a C-grade LV-11 leader-level tree guardian, and the wonder would vanish as well. Damn, this creature's strength is off the charts. A melee attack of 30, a stone-throwing attack of 80, not to mention its staggering health of 600 points. Along with a built-in recovery of 5 points per second, it's essentially a hedgehog combined with a tank. Even more outrageous, it possesses skills to mitigate damage and heal. After activating its abilities, even Lin Yi's 40 points of magical attack would feel like mere pinpricks. Indeed, while Lin Yi can unleash 2 magical projectiles every 3 seconds, inflicting 50 points of damage, the tree warrior recovers 30 in the same time frame. The goblin and orc warriors retreated, distancing themselves from the battlefield. Apprentice mages, take cover behind the surrounding trees. Only fire when I signal. Although the apprentice's attack power pales in comparison to Lin Yi's, their combined 6 members could collectively inflict a significant amount of damage with each volley, with the large trees shielding them. The enemy's stone-throwing attacks would not reach Lin Yi's mages, allowing them to deal whatever damage they could. If the tree warrior were to demolish the nearby trees with its stone throws, it would simply mean retreating the rigid soldiers and clearing the battlefield. With only Lin Yi alone, dodging would be far easier, albeit potentially prolonging the fight, but at least minimizing casualties. His apprentice mages, now at level 4, had become a crucial source of damage output for Lin Yi. In just a few more days, he would accumulate a full dozen apprentice mages, instilling confidence in his ability to tackle even a complete secret realm. Returning to the battle, 23 seconds had elapsed since the first boulder was hurled by the pseudo-leader tree warrior. Lin Yi swiftly surveyed the enemy's data and organized his soldiers accordingly. The advantage of having mindless soldiers is their immunity to the battlefield's atmosphere. Their reaction speed is entirely contingent upon their commander's directives. Before the second boulder fell, Lin Yi and his apprentice mages found suitable cover and completed their positioning. Boom. The massive stone struck the tree under which Lin Yi had taken refuge, emanating a terrifying roar as the violent impact caused the trunk to sway dramatically, producing ominous cracking sounds. Open fire. Lin Yi issued the command without hesitation or fear, instructing the apprentice mages to emerge from behind the tree and commence their assault. 1, 2, 3, 4, Lin Yi silently counted in his mind. As he reached 4, the mages completed their second round of magical projectiles. From his command to the mages' response, emerging from behind the tree to attack, a mere second passed. Cease fire, take cover. For safety's sake, Lin Yi refrained from being greedy for that one round of fire, unwilling to gamble whether his soldiers could evade the incoming boulder in 15 seconds. Those familiar with Souls-like games understand that avoiding unnecessary risks can significantly reduce the frequency of fatal encounters. Perhaps due to his heightened attack power, the tree leader's ire was firmly locked onto Lin Yi. The second colossal boulder hurled its way, aimed squarely at him. Crack! The sturdy trunk could no longer bear the weight of the canopy. Under the force of the boulder, the splintering branch toppled towards Lin Yi's hiding spot, prompting him to dart aside in alarm. Don't mind me, continue attacking. He sprinted towards another nearby tree while simultaneously commanding his comrades to fire. As he evaded, Lin Yi mentally lamented the opponent's outrageous attack power. 2 boulders had shattered such a thick tree. Its efficiency surpassed that of his own subordinates by countless degrees. Of course, he understood that it was the tree leader's siege attack enhancement that enabled such devastation. Watching as 2 rounds of magical projectiles soared through the air, he wasted no time ordering the apprentice mages to cease fire, bracing for the next incoming boulder. Natural armor. The tree leader, having lost over 200 health points, activated its skill. A series of emerald light patterns emanated from its roots, akin to jubilant sprites dancing around the trunk, rapidly ascending. In a remarkably brief span, a beautiful, transparent green barrier was constructed. 5, 5, 5. A succession of recovery values erupted from the massive tree. Coupled with its impressive base recovery of 5, the health that had dwindled under concentrated fire began to surge back. Chapter 40. D-Grade Wonder, Small Grove. Fortunately, the opponent's mana pool was limited to 60 points, sufficient only for 2 skill activations. Otherwise, this battle could have dragged on indefinitely. During the skill's duration, the magical projectiles from the apprentice mages dealt only single-digit damage, effectively nullifying the tree leader's health recovery, ensuring that the preceding series of attacks did not amount to futility. Boom. The thunderous crash of the boulder intertwined with the sound of the collapsing tree trunk, accompanied by Lin Yi's commanding voice echoing throughout the battlefield. As the number of trees diminished, some apprentice mages began to withdraw from the attack sequence. Lin Yi refrained from pairing the mages for evasion, wary of mutual interference. While enduring a boulder strike would endanger the apprentices' lives, after all, they were not structures to suffer double siege damage. There was no need for them to share the burden just yet. Of course, if it came to that, Lin Yi would not hesitate to send them forth to absorb an attack, while the remaining mages took advantage of the moment to strike. As the last apprentice mage exited the fray, retreating beyond the tree leader's attack range, only Lin Yi and the tree leader remained on the battlefield. Lin Yi was in decent shape, albeit slightly fatigued from the tension of commanding the battle, while the tree leader was nearly drained of its strength. Having exhausted both skills and reduced to a mere 100 health points. Now it's just the two of us. Let us see if your stones can hit me. But I must warn you, if you do hit me, don't blame me for lacking honor. Indeed, Lin Yi brazenly bullies others with an air of righteousness. Let me forewarn you, do not blame me when he summons a mob to join in the fray. It is primarily because the opponent's health has been significantly depleted, and the battle is nearing its conclusion, that he dares to act recklessly. Lin Yi desires to acclimatize himself to combat, as such encounters are inevitable in the future. He does not aspire to become a master of warfare, but merely wishes to avoid being flustered. Should he encounter an adversary proficient in close-quarter combat or assassination, he hopes to remain composed. Although Lin Yi has allocated all his attribute points to intelligence, his agility remains at the initial score of 1. Nonetheless, he is still within the realm of normal human capability when faced with a colossal rock hurtling towards him from a distance of several meters. As long as he concentrates and assesses the situation, evading it is not an insurmountable task. After all, the opponent's attack methods primarily target large, stationary formations or immobile structures, rendering them less effective against agile skirmishers. The ensuing combat unfolded in a manner reminiscent of a mundane exchange. I hurl a stone, and you retaliate with 2 missiles. The Treant leader's health appeared to dwindle to just over 100 points, yet it was sustained by an automatic regeneration of 5 health points per second. Moreover, Lin Yi could only retaliate during the intervals between its attacks. The scene devolved into a tedious display of corporeal combat, lacking in any artistry. However, Lin Yi's perspective was quite different, as he felt the enormous rocks zooming past him and crashing to the ground, sending small stones flying. He realized that he had never been so tense in his life as an ordinary person. He longed for additional limbs to aid in his evasions. In between moments, he focused on calming his nerves and calculating the timing of his opponent's attacks to launch his missiles accurately. At long last, the Treant leader's remaining health was depleted, causing its massive form to become withered and rigid, and the colossal rock it had been gathering energy to hurl fell clumsily to the ground, shattering upon impact. Gasping for breath and leaning on his staff for support, Lin Yi made his way towards the lifeless body of the Treant leader. Upon arrival, he wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, still harboring a grudge as he delivered a forceful kick to the Treant leader's remains. I have never been in such a disheveled state in my life. You, my sparring partner, have certainly contributed your fair share. However, I cannot apologize. The allure of your heartwood is indeed compelling. He then gestured for the soldiers in the distance to come forth and commence their work. It is worth noting that the experience points provided by this Treant leader were unexpectedly abundant, allowing the 6 participating apprentice mages to ascend a level simultaneously. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising, given the Treant's level of 9 and its pseudo-leader status. Any lesser experience would be an affront to its formidable strength. Furthermore, as Lin Yi had not yet unlocked the level system, he did not partake in the distribution of experience, making it entirely reasonable for the 6 individuals to level up. Now I shall guide your ascension. Once I unlock the level system, I shall rely on you for my own advancement. Presently, the soldier's strength remains modest. However, as they level up, Lin Yi anticipates that future battles will become significantly more manageable. He envisions a scenario where he merely stands at the back, casting fireballs and magical missiles to accumulate damage and glory, thus rapidly increasing his own levels. Observing the hounds and orc warriors relentlessly hacking at the Treant leader's trunk with their iron axes, tool version, he could hardly contain his eagerness to discover whether the heartwood they would ultimately obtain would possess any unique effects. Even if it did not reach the level of a complete C-rank entity, any special utility or enhancement would still be most welcome. You have obtained wood 45 units. You have obtained fragmented heartwood. Fragmented heartwood. In metamorphosis, a heartwood that has begun to transform but remains incomplete. It possesses partial abilities of a complete heartwood, albeit significantly diminished in effect. Fate hint, you can use it to concoct attribute growth potions, enhancing your base attributes. Although the effect is not as potent as the complete version, it remains the finest alchemical elixir available to you at this stage. Oh, attribute growth potion? Another avenue to acquire additional attribute points? However, upon noticing that the fate hint did not specify the formula, Lin Yi surmised that obtaining this attribute growth potion would entail considerable difficulty. It would not only require specific materials, but also necessitate the presence of a skilled individual to conduct the alchemy. Most likely, such individuals would belong to the wise races or indigenous peoples, both of whom are notoriously difficult to engage with on equal terms, let alone persuade to assist in his endeavors. This matter would likely arise only after he had traversed to the public continent. With the final obstacle removed, the time for reaping the rewards had arrived. The wonders alluded to in the hints, along with the elusive D-rank soil, awaited his attention. Wait a moment. He had not noticed before, but the color of this land. Good heavens, the D-rank soil had been claimed by the Treant leader. No wonder it chose to root itself here permanently. It turns out that the presence of the wonder was not the sole reason. The enhancement from the soil also contributed to its decision to dominate this area, pushing other Treant warriors to the periphery. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Yi hastily directed his subordinates to begin excavating the ground, ensuring that the entire area was unearthed. Ultimately, the game would filter and separate the contents into his backpack, ensuring that he would not miss out on any advantage. As long as they excavated all the land that resembled the desired soil, he could rest assured that nothing would be overlooked. Continue your work here. I shall return shortly. After issuing instructions to his subordinates, Lin Yi rubbed his hands together and proceeded towards the grove behind the Treant leader. D-rank wonder, small grove. This grove appears to have been blessed by a nature deity or formed by the manifestation of the laws of life. The plants growing within will receive enhancements in nutrition, growth speed, and other aspects. Following the game's modifications, this wonder can, without harming the plants within, daily coalesce the dissipated life energy, generating wood. Current yield, daily, wood 100 units. Current area, 1,000 square meters. Note, do not entertain the notion of farming within the wonder, as any crops planted will be assimilated by the wonder's power. Fate hint 1. The vitality of conventional crops is insufficiently robust. Thus, it is normal for them to be assimilated. However, certain special magical plants or trees can be transplanted within to benefit from the wonder's enhancements. Fate hint 2. This wonder possesses immense potential in that it can reproduce and upgrade on its own, necessitating neither wonder upgrade stones nor brute force enhancement, as such would damage its own vitality and potential. However, its inherent evolution rate is exceedingly slow. You may expand your upgraded spring into a river flowing through it. Higher quality water sources can accelerate its upgrade, as can fertilizers. Certain special plants may also enhance its growth rate, potentially yielding outputs beyond just wood. Fate hint 3. As its level and area increase, certain special denizens may come to inhabit it, fostering mutual symbiosis, such as flower fairies. Fate hint 4. Are you not coveting the Treant warriors? Trees that have grown sufficiently long within the wonder, through the transformation of special natural magic, can become Treant warriors. However, the races possessing such special natural magic are not to be trifled with, so refrain from thoughts of employing force. The immense amount of information contained within these 4 fate hints momentarily overwhelmed Lin Yi's mind. Each hint opened up a multitude of contemplations, significantly elevating the importance of this wonder. To speak candidly, compared to the subsequent insights provided by the fate hints, the daily yield of wood from the wonder is, in essence, the most trivial of resources. Each unique ability significantly enhances Lin Yi's domain's foundation, enabling him to conjure innovations beyond the imagination of other lords. In comparison, the previously acquired magical cave pales in significance. Is this a result of the blessing of the nature deity, or perhaps a consequence of the laws of life? The amplification of high-tier power is indeed astonishing. Chapter 41, Planning. As the 5th day comes to a close, Lin Yi is determined not to overlook any of the 4 paths indicated by the hints. He intends to delve deeply into these avenues, fully unearthing the potential of this wonder. Should he discover a plant yielding a continuous supply of resources, such as fruit trees or flowering shrubs, during his future explorations of the floating island, he could transplant them into his wonder, transforming it into a resource haven reminiscent of those found in immortal novels, allowing for regular harvests of unique products. Under his development, these special products could undergo further refinement, manifesting as potions, equipment, and other commodities for sale. Directly selling resources represents the lowest tier of the industrial chain. To maintain a leading edge, Lin Yi must cultivate value-added manufacturing. In fact, since receiving Su Qingyao's intention to ally with him, he has harbored the thought of gathering reliable individuals, those who are close to him, to become his allies. Preparing for potential large-scale Lord Wars in the future is one aspect. More immediately, during times of need, it is essential to have someone to advocate for him. If one does not occupy the high ground of public opinion, the enemy will. Moreover, Lin Yi's domain will inevitably yield abundant resources, while high-end outputs will primarily be reserved for his own use. This does not preclude the possibility of trading a portion with allies to strengthen his alliances. They need not be exceptionally powerful, as long as they surpass their contemporaries. It suffices. Having benefited from this arrangement, they will undoubtedly stand firmly by Lin Yi when challenges arise, unless the adversary offers them far greater advantages. Consequently, he delineates the tiers of allies. Those closest and most trustworthy will receive the highest quality outputs, while the next tier will gain access to mid-tier products, with the opportunity to exchange for high-end items upon fulfilling certain tasks or making contributions. The outermost circle will only receive limited protection and partial exchange privileges. Over time, this will forge a power structure centered around Lin Yi. Any adversaries contemplating action against him must consider the potential repercussions from the entire vested interest group. Lin Yi has thus erected multiple layers of safeguards. To be frank, selling products indiscriminately entails considerable risk. Who knows whether it might empower foes or reveal his developmental status? As long as he has a sufficient number of allies capable of absorbing his domain's output, he has no desire to sell even a single hair to the outside world. As for whether others will grow envious, the very reason he gathers so many allies is to provoke envy among outsiders. Should they feel envious, they, too, can join him, starting from the lowest tier. Next comes the second hint. Lin Yi had been contemplating that, no matter how swiftly his agricultural endeavors progressed, they could hardly keep pace with the upgrade rate of the eternal spring. If the abundant water resources produced by the spring are not utilized, it would be a significant waste. Unexpectedly, a major water consumer soon emerged, as the level of the wonder continues to rise. The area occupied by the grove will undoubtedly expand. What is now a small grove will eventually evolve into a vast forest. Candidly speaking, Lin Yi's current concern is whether the output of the spring can generate enough flow to match the consumption of the grove. Not to mention his aspirations of diverting the water to form lakes and develop a water production industry, whether for moats or the water needs of his subjects, or for the cultivation of aquatic animals and shellfish, or even the training of underwater troops. Ample water resources within the domain are essential to establish a suitable breeding environment. It is crucial to recognize that aquatic races in this magical world are not easily trifled with. There are many renowned races, such as fishmen, naga, mermaids, water sprites, and even aquatic beasts and water elementals, which Lin Yi may need to confront in due time. Should he fail to establish a breeding route for aquatic troops within his own territory, he would be left helpless when faced with these unique environments. Furthermore, many rare resources can only be cultivated in lakes or oceanic settings. For instance, the arcane pearl, of paramount importance to mages due to its ability to store mana, is derived from aquatic clams, and the higher the clam's level, the more potent the pearls produced. Thus, Lin Yi resolves to meticulously plan upon returning to his domain. Currently, the territory is insufficient, but once he expands to occupy the floating island, he must extend the area to its sustainable maximum. A tenfold increase in territory will allow him to adequately arrange for the wonders that occupy vast expanses while also leaving room for further expansion. First, he intends to excavate a small lake near the core of his territory to serve as a sanctuary for water elementals, placing this spring within it for protection by these elemental soldiers. This lake can serve as a water source for the city. On one hand, it will enhance the convenience of daily life, and on the other, it will help safeguard the only water source on the floating island. Currently, the territory is secure, but in the future, should an enemy attempt to poison or sabotage it, the survival of Lin Yi's domain could be jeopardized. The remaining water can be diverted through channels to designated agricultural areas. The grove is adjacent to the farming zone, and the gradually improving quality of water resources can further accelerate the growth of trees within the wonder, thereby expanding the grove's area and elevating the wonder's level. At this juncture, the third hint comes into play. Lin Yi must seek out suitable symbiotic races. Races that thrive alongside forests, such as forest elves and flower fairies, can mutually benefit the wonder. The magic of these natural races will likely accelerate both the growth rate of his crops and the upgrade speed of the grove. Lastly, there are the Treants. Lin Yi has first-hand experience of how formidable these Treant warriors can be, possessing the most authority to speak on the matter. Whether as frontline melee combatants or as territorial guardians, they excel in both roles. Under his command, they could inflict considerable damage upon the enemy. Well, with so many threads to consider, it is challenging to devise an impeccable plan at this moment. The ship will find its course when it reaches the bridge. He shall take his time, for who knows what changes may arise in the future. Summoning the power of the game, Lin Yi collects the grove, transforming it into a luminous orb of wonder, which he stows away in his backpack, leaving behind a vast expanse of barren land. Regrettably, the soil beneath the wonder is merely ordinary. Perhaps the soil was integrated into the wonder itself. Otherwise, this extensive area could have yielded several hundred units of D-grade soil. Regaining his composure, Lin Yi heads towards the construction site of his subordinates. The soldiers he left behind to excavate should have made significant progress by now. You have collected 60 units of D-grade soil. Not bad. This brings the total to over 100 units of arable land, which should suffice for a while. If the opportunity arises, he can have Su Qingyao procure more from the market, as D-grade soil is also tradable, though its value may not be exceedingly high. If only there were technology or items enabling large-scale production conversion. Accompanied by the soldiers, he returns to the territory, allowing them to disperse to their respective homes. Lin Yi himself proceeds towards the Lord's cabin, as he does not intend to continue his explorations today. The soldiers and their condition have been driven below a perilous threshold. The risks of further exploration far outweigh any potential gains. Moreover, the grove must first be laid down. Although the previous plans cannot be executed in the short term, the daily yield of timber must still be gathered. No matter how disdainful one may speak, refusing to take free resources is a significant loss. With the wondrous grove established, the only vacant land on the floating island has been filled with trees. Now, aside from the small patches of land suitable for placing arrow towers, Lin Yi's territory has no space left to construct a barracks. However, this is of little consequence, as there are merely 2 days remaining in the novice period. Even if he gathers the necessary materials to build a new barracks, it will hardly contribute to his combat strength. Currently, the orc warriors and apprentice mages Lin Yi possesses can already overpower all rival lords of the same period. With the addition of new recruits over the next 2 days, he feels confident that he can challenge the weaker intelligent races on the floating islands, who can withstand the relentless bombardment of 12 apprentice mages in the early stages. If they can endure, he could send in a few orc brutes along with a barrage of fireballs. Of course, Lin Yi has contingency plans. If the opposing force proves to be formidable, he can refrain from aggressive actions and instead defend his city. Once the wooden walls are erected, they can be upgraded to stone walls, and if necessary, additional stone arrow towers can be constructed. Should the situation arise where neither side can best the other, they could agree to withdraw and separate the floating islands. He certainly would not concede territory or pay reparations. If it comes to that, he would simply endure. A quick throw of 5 fireballs followed by a retreat to restore mana before returning for another round. He doubts the opponent can sustain such attrition. What if the enemy also possesses a mage? Do you see the 3 shards of crystal in my hand? These are fragments of soul crystals, coveted by the overlords of the lower planes. Care to wager whether I can summon something from them? One must remember, such devastating weapons are best possessed, even if not utilized. When the time comes, this very thing serves as a guarantee for fruitful negotiations with the adversary. At 10 p.m., the 5th day of the novice period concludes. This channel began with 10,000 participants, now standing at 662,210,000. 815 individuals entered the 5th level, with 230 successfully passing the trial. The 585 lords eliminated in this round unlock the level system, receiving 1 D-class personal equipment, and 400 units each of timber and stone. Additionally, they will receive a random D-class bloodline and a random D-class Baroque blueprint. We hope all surviving lords will continue their efforts tomorrow. My goodness. D-class equipment, D-class bloodlines, D-class barracks? Is the lord game coming to an end? Preparing to send everyone off? The disparity in rewards compared to the previous day is staggering. It's like night and day. The gap among novice lords has widened significantly. Chapter 42, the 6th day trial. To be frank, while the D-class equipment and materials are quite substantial at this juncture, they are not fundamentally critical items. In the early days, D-class gear was in such high demand that it was often snatched up for rental. Now, just a few days later, it has become nearly impossible to rent out D-class equipment. This rapid devaluation of low-tier gear and materials is astonishing, and such disparities will soon become inconsequential. Of course, this assumes the opponent has not effectively leveraged their advantages to build upon their lead. The true differentiators are the random D-class bloodlines and Baroque blueprints. Let us first discuss the Baroque blueprints. Currently, the probability of obtaining these blueprints and bloodline stones is low. Only the most advanced lords are likely to possess one. Furthermore, the compatibility of these blueprints is uncertain. While they can be exchanged through the trading market, the process is fraught with difficulty, and luck plays a significant role. This situation has resulted in Lin Yi's region having only a handful of lords capable of constructing a competent, complete D-class Baroque. Now, with the lord game distributing hundreds of Baroque blueprints into the market, The trade for barracks has been swiftly activated. Previously, there was nothing to exchange. The situation has changed. Those holding bloodline stones now have the privilege to select from the market, choosing the most suitable military profession building for their respective bloodline stones. Lin Yi can envision that today, at least 100 lords will successfully establish barracks and recruit their own D-class troops. The number of lords surpassing this threshold has multiplied significantly, officially ushering the lord game into its next phase. Should I ask Su Qingyao to keep an eye out for rare profession blueprints? After some consideration, he decided against it. On one hand, he currently lacks the space in his territory to utilize such blueprints. Acquiring them would merely result in them being stored away. They are not particularly precious items, and missing out on them is not a calamity. Just like the previous personal equipment, their value will depreciate rapidly with increased availability. Buying them at a high price now only serves to waste resources. On the other hand, he already has orc warriors in the front line, mages for damage output, and even the need for expendable units can be filled by goblins. Moreover, while Lin Yi often deems his orc brutes as fragile, fearing their demise, these orc brutes, clad in iron armor with 8 points of defense and gaining an additional 30 health points with each level, are not easily vanquished. The so-called fragility is relative, depending on the types of monsters they face. At this stage, nothing can be considered anything but fragile in comparison. By the 6th day, his orc warriors have reached 6, with the apprentice mages totaling 9. His military strength is not only sufficient, but slightly excessive. What he requires now is appropriately challenging combat to provide ample experience for his soldiers to level up. Merely having numbers without quality would only serve to provide the enemy with experience points. For these formal troops, the disparity in strength between levels is immense. When tomorrow's recruits arrive, he will face the dilemma of where to find enough monsters to slay in order to elevate the new soldiers' levels to match the main force. His experience pool is already stretched to its limits. Introducing a new type of soldier to divide the experience would be the most foolish course of action. Unless he urgently needs a specific type of unit, one that must be developed in his future plans, he would invest whatever resources and effort necessary to acquire it. For instance, a healing unit capable of restoring the orc warrior's health would be invaluable. Imagine the scene of a half-health orc berserker transforming back to full health before one's eyes. It would be utterly devastating. Indeed, acquiring units capable of healing is paramount, as it would significantly enhance the combat effectiveness of his territory. He quickly messaged Su Qingyao, asking her to keep an eye out for news regarding healing unit barracks, advising her to stabilize any uncertain negotiations until he could respond. Now, regarding the bloodlines. There are intricacies involved. First and foremost, it must be clarified. The growth gained during level-ups is a one-time transaction. If you did not possess it during the level-up, even if you later gain a bloodline bonus, you will not be compensated for what you missed. This means that if you attain level 5 before receiving a bloodline, you will have missed out on 4 levels of additional bonuses compared to those who had it at level 1. This gap is exceedingly difficult to bridge. Spoiler alert, there are potions that can remedy early level bonus deficiencies, but they are incredibly costly and require sustained investment. In the realm of fantasy literature, these are akin to treasures that can compensate for foundational weaknesses, certainly not without significant value. The harsh reality is that those who possess high-level bloodline bonuses from level 1 are a privileged group, already ahead at the starting line. However, every gain comes at a cost. The more advanced the bloodline, the greater the penalties incurred. The inherent high growth necessitates an extended duration for development, and the experience required for leveling up multiplies accordingly. While others may ascend to level 10 with a certain amount of experience, achieving level 34 with a high-tier bloodline is already commendable. It is essential to recognize that the bloodlines of lords and their subjects are incomparable to the rudimentary templates of soldiers. For instance, the D-grade bloodline recently acquired by the lords typically grants an additional point of growth in a specific attribute for every 2 levels gained. When applied to strength, this results in a physical attack increase of 5 points, translating to an extra 25 attack power per level, 15 points more than that of soldiers. Naturally, the experience required for lords to level up is significantly higher than that of soldiers with comparable bloodlines. Consequently, soldiers often exceed lords in level, and it is not uncommon for a lord to be at level 56 while their newly acquired high-tier bloodline recruits reach their teens. Nonetheless, this disparity in levels does not equate to a difference in actual combat power. In truth, at later stages, levels merely serve as a numerical gauge, while true strength hinges on attributes, skills, and equipment. Returning to the game's D-grade bloodline rewards, one can now grasp the considerable gap between a level 1 lord with a bloodline and one without. It is safe to assert that unless the latter experiences a miraculous turn of fortune, the disparity in future power will be monumental. Moreover, this is merely the D-grade bloodline reward from the 5th day, following the trend. The reward upon passing the trials on the 7th day is anticipated to be the highest A-grade bloodline. The enhancements at that point would be truly formidable. Day 6 of the novice period, 7 a.m. Thunderstorm, temperature 23 degrees Celsius, potential accompanying thunderstorms and strong winds. Lin Yi awoke to the game's notification, momentarily bewildered. What sort of game is this? In such a minuscule locale atop a floating island, the sky surely cannot be high above, and yet it threatens thunderstorms and gales. Lin Yi was not so naive. He typically approached the game's arrangements with a wicked sense of foreboding. The mention of thunderstorms and gales in the Lord's game meant that a tempest was inevitable. As for whether the thunderstorm would strike individuals, one need not speculate. It was highly probable that it would target someone directly. With the situation appearing dire today, he would have to seek refuge within a structure, and he was not alone. The soldiers within the territory would have to do the same. The one silver lining was that he would not need to water the wheat today, saving both water and effort. Though was he truly in need of that little water? Newcomer Trial Task, 67. The system will spawn 6 level 6 goblins in the open area of the territory. Please defeat them to survive. Completion reward. D-grade treasure chest, X1. 3 free attribute points. Not bad at all. 1 task reward and 1 talent spawn yield 2 D-grade treasure chests. The talent enhancement directly equates to the value of 2 C-grade chests. As for the new 3 attribute points, they would undoubtedly be allocated to intelligence. Over the past few days of the newcomer trial, he had already accrued 6 attribute points, much to the chagrin of those lords who had been eliminated early. Furthermore, it was predictable that tomorrow's reward would undoubtedly yield an additional 4 attribute points. A total disparity of 10 attribute points, if allocated to attack-related attributes, would translate into a staggering difference of 50 points in attack power. After freshening up, Lin Yi made his way to the open area, accompanied by the 3 newly recruited orc warriors and a mage apprentice, preparing to confront the 6 goblins that would emerge. As for the previous soldiers, they were capable enough. With arrow towers and Lin Yi's magic missiles at their disposal, it was more beneficial to allow the newcomers to garner experience. If luck favored them, they might even level up to 2. Although both types of soldiers bore a slight experience penalty, their adversaries were still level 6 wild monsters, making the experience relatively substantial. The trial commenced. Unlike previous encounters, the goblins this time appeared significantly larger, armed with iron swords and clad in leather armor. What? Game, are you forsaking fairness? No hints, just underhanded tactics? Clearly, these were not mere wild monsters. Fate hint, the game specifies 6 level 6 goblins, omitting the term wild monster. Of course, goblin soldiers shall be spawned. D-grade Goblin Warrior LV6. Health, 210-210. Mana, 0-0. Physical attack, 175. Magic attack, 0. Physical defense, 5. Magic defense, 0. Attack speed, 1 attack per second. Maximum movement speed, 6 meters per second. Thank goodness. They are merely equipped goblin soldiers without bloodline enhancements or innate skills. They should be manageable, although I will need to expend some mana to cast fireballs. Initially, I had hoped to conserve some for exploration, but the trial task caught me off guard. In truth, Lin Yi bore some responsibility for this predicament. His prolonged dominance had fostered a sense of complacency. He had entirely overlooked the absence of the term wild monster in the game's hint, mistakenly believing that the goblins would still be easy prey. Had he been more observant, he certainly would not have ventured into the trial with merely 6 newly recruited level 1 soldiers. Should any misstep occur, resulting in the loss of his new recruits, it would be a regrettable blow. Fireball. Chapter 43, D-grade treasure chest X2. A searing flame erupted from the point of impact of the fireball, surging outward and enveloping all 6 goblin warriors in an instant. Do you understand the devastation of a 3-meter damage radius? Standing so close, damage numbers of 78 began to float up, causing the health of these goblin warriors to plummet by 13. Not only did Lin Yi's magic strike, but the attacks from the arrow towers and the mage apprentice followed closely behind. However, due to range constraints, only 5 stone arrow towers could engage. Even so, they managed to deplete the health of 2 goblin warriors, leaving only 4 remaining. The orc warriors charged forward valiantly, swinging their hefty axes down upon the heads of the goblin warriors. Regrettably, both sides were bound by the game's data-driven mechanics. Otherwise, one might have heard the satisfying crunch of a watermelon being smashed. Simultaneously, the goblins' counterattacks had little effect on the orc warriors, revealing the true worth of their 8 points of physical defense. The stone arrow towers, having completed their cooldown, unleashed their fury once more, in conjunction with the damage dealt by the mage apprentice, claiming another 2 foes. Perhaps I reacted a tad excessively. That fireball could have been saved. It had been so long since I had engaged in a defensive battle in the territory that I had forgotten the potency of the arrow towers. However, it mattered little. I would rest in my small abode afterward. In reality, Lin Yi's use of the fireball was not a waste. His magic had diminished the goblin warrior's health to a level that the arrow towers could easily eliminate, effectively having the duration of the battle. One could say he exchanged his mana for the life force of the new orc warriors, allowing them to sustain less damage and thereby reducing their recovery time. Another volley ensued, and the remaining 2 goblins fell victim to Lin Yi's ruthless strike, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Following the battle, all 6 new recruits leveled up to 2, confirming that even if they were not complete D-grade soldiers, the experience gained was indeed substantial. Surely, these 6 goblin warriors could yield for units of D-grade fertilizer, satisfying today's demands when combined with the reserve from earlier. Newcomer Trial 67 completed. Reward: D-grade treasure chest X1, 3 free attribute points. As the territory faced an invasion, the talent Disaster activated, and the invading force was rated D, resulting in the acquisition of a D-grade treasure chest 1. There was little to say. The attribute points were directly allocated to intelligence, elevating Lin Yi's intelligence to an impressive 8 points. Observing his formidable magic attack power of 55 points and a mana capacity of 240 points, Lin Yi felt confident that his firepower alone might suffice to take down a concurrent lord. You opened the D-grade treasure chest 2, the talent Fortune activated, and you unlocked C-grade treasure chest 2. You obtained C-grade equipment upgrade stone 1, advanced timber 1, blueprint, D-grade unit equipment leather armor, D-grade specialty, nutrient-rich water grass, blueprint, D-grade ranch, D-grade territory acceleration scroll 1. A bountiful harvest indeed. Although he did not acquire the elemental core or wonder upgrade stone, the remaining items proved to be exceedingly practical, except for the damned single unit of advanced timber. Blueprint, D-grade unit equipment leather armor, a leather armor crafted from the hides of ferocious beasts, providing a physical defense of 5. Manufacturing requirements: tailor's shop, leather, 5, iron, or 2. Fate's hint: leather can be obtained by dismantling beast and animal corpses at the slaughterhouse. Furthermore, do not place humanoid corpses in the slaughterhouse, as this is strictly forbidden by the justice god. You shall not receive any items. D-grade specialty, nutrient-rich water grass, a type of aquatic grass that thrives in freshwater bodies like rivers and lakes, capable of purifying water and rich in nutrients. Favored by aquatic creatures, it can propagate and grow autonomously when placed in rivers, requiring no human intervention. Blueprint, D-grade ranch, a structure capable of large-scale domestication and breeding of animals, effectively enhancing the growth rate, disease resistance, and reproductive capabilities of the animals within. Construction requirements: a minimum area of 1,000 square meters, no upper limit. Timber, 700 units. Stone, 700 units. Note: this structure does not come with animal offspring and does not provide animal feed. It is merely a building. D-grade floating island acceleration scroll. Upon using this scroll, the movement speed of the floating island will increase by 50 for a duration of 60 minutes, with a limit of 1 use per day. This D-grade unit equipment, leather armor, evidently resembles that worn by the goblin warriors, now unveiled by the game. However, for Lin Yi, this blueprint cannot be deemed entirely useless. It is simply of no immediate utility. He possesses no units that wear leather armor, as leather is generally suited for units requiring enhanced mobility, while his orc warriors are better equipped with iron armor that offers superior defense at the cost of reduced speed. Moreover, he cannot even produce it. Crafting leather armor necessitates the raw material, leather, which in turn requires animal corpses and a slaughterhouse. At present, he finds himself lacking in both respects: no animal corpses and no slaughterhouse. It remains a redundant item, uncertain when it might be of use once more. Furthermore, in comparison to leather armor, he harbors a greater interest in the mage apprentice's robe, which would undoubtedly enhance his mana capacity and magical output. Regarding the raw materials required for crafting the robe, he speculates that they might either involve cotton or hemp products, obtainable through farming, or silk materials, which necessitate breeding, whether silkworm or spider silk. Both require their respective creatures. After all, in a magical world, aren't stockings made from spider silk? The D-grade specialty, water grass, serves as sustenance for aquatic creatures. Once Lin Yi establishes his river, he can place it within to allow it to grow naturally, preparing for future fish and clam farming. Upon further contemplation, he wonders if there might also exist a D-grade specialty, pasture. Unlike those D-grade crops that must flourish in D-grade soil, perhaps pasture could thrive in ordinary land, albeit at a slower growth rate. The greening of the entire floating island could depend on this, and might it even be cultivated in the ranch to provide feed for cattle and sheep? He must keep an eye out for this, as it holds significant foundational potential for him, even if it is of little use to ordinary lords. The same rationale applies to the ranch. As one of the fundamental structures, it is essential for his territory. In the future, it will be a primary source of meat, eggs, and milk, indispensable for enhancing the quality of life. Simultaneously, Lin Yi finds the term domestication within the description intriguing. Does it hint at future sources of mounts? The horses for human knights, the riding wolves for orc warriors. If the building levels up further, might he even attempt to acquire bipedal dragons? As for the floating island acceleration scroll, there is little to elaborate on. It serves as a life-saving item. However, he does not intend to give it to Su Qingyao. Truth be told, it would be of little significant use to her, merely hastening her escape. She already possesses a territory protection scroll, and it would be more prudent for Lin Yi to retain this acceleration scroll for himself. Should any trouble arise on her end, Lin Yi could swiftly reach her side during the time she utilizes the protection scroll. The two C-grade items left him with a sensation akin to having something lodged in his throat, unable to be expelled. The C-grade equipment enhancement stone is not without value, but the issue lies in that he currently has no use for it. Previously, he had yet to utilize the D-grade enhancement stone that remained stashed away, and now he acquired a higher grade one. The personal equipment leather armor he had previously rented out for interest has already been sold at a high price. He sought to exchange it for a suitable robe or accessory. Unfortunately, due to the low yield of such items, the seller chose to keep it for personal use. Despite Lin Yi's vigilant market monitoring, he has yet to find a satisfactory piece of equipment. Initially, he thought that a lower grade item would suffice, as he had enhancement stones waiting. Who would have anticipated that he now possesses a C-grade enhancement stone while being hindered by the most basic equipment procurement? Thankfully, the game released a batch of equipment last night, and he anticipated some magical equipment would infiltrate the trading market today. During his idle time, he could keep a close watch on the market for suitable base equipment. Acquiring an appropriate item should not pose much of a challenge. Robes, offhand weapons, necklaces, rings. Any D-grade items with compatible attributes could be procured promptly, allowing him to select one to upgrade to C-grade, undoubtedly increasing his strength considerably. As for why he refrains from acquiring D-grade equipment, it is due to their lack of cost-effectiveness. He cannot afford to squander enhancement stones on D-grade gear. Unless the equipment possesses exceedingly unique attributes or irreplaceable characteristics, it would be wiser to wait for a more suitable piece. That solitary unit of advanced timber, in Lin Yi's view, is nothing but an affront, a mockery. It serves merely to taunt him. Want some? Too bad. Figure it out yourself. Fortunately, Lin Yi is not in urgent need of advanced timber or advanced stone at present. He has an abundance of resources and buildings awaiting utilization, all hindered by insufficient territory space. Once he expands his territory, the time will come when he truly requires these C-grade materials. At that point, his soldiers should have amassed considerable strength, enabling them to launch assaults on weaker C-grade monsters or intelligent factions, from whom acquiring advanced timber and advanced stone would surely be more reliable than from treasure chests or lords. Should he wait for concurrent lords to produce a surplus of these C-grade materials, who knows? He might even be poised to challenge B-grade foes. Chapter 44, Equipment. One by one, he applied D-grade fertilizer to his wheat, watching as they rapidly grew from growth time 610 to near maturity, growth time 810. Despite retaining the unripe emerald hue, the plants have begun to resemble mature wheat. Beneath the wheat, D-grade fertilizer has been applied thrice, and the prospect of a 30 yield increase is increasingly gratifying. Tomorrow, before the crops reach full maturity, an additional application of fertilizer is anticipated, potentially augmenting the yield by another 10. A total increase of 40 in yield would validate my arduous efforts in slaying monsters for fertilizer conversion. Who would have imagined that a lord who has yet to emerge from the novice phase would achieve such a harvest in agriculture? Subsequently, he dispatched a plethora of items he had previously planned for Su Qingyao to take note of. He disregarded her complaints about being exploited before even arriving, jesting that he, Lin Yi, was not the sort of inexperienced fool who had never encountered a woman. The purpose of hiring a secretary was to alleviate his workload. If he were to refrain from exerting pressure, he might as well have kept her in comfort. While a modicum of basic respect is certainly afforded, the exceptional privileges akin to those of the previous society are regrettably unavailable in his territory for the time being. For Lin Yi, the paramount pursuit in this world is survival, followed closely by the pursuit of a comfortable existence. Setting aside his lack of obsession with beauty, he finds it more pragmatic to focus on equipping his soldiers rather than fretting over frivolities. After all, with a well-developed territory, would enticingly compliant women not come knocking at his door? Moreover, a rather harsh truth prevails. In the realm of fantasy, the beauty and physique of human women often pale in comparison to those of elves, succubi, or vampires. The latter certainly possess an allure that captivates. Thus, Lin Yi intends to maintain a professional demeanor towards Su Qingyao, Businesslike interactions are preferable. He perceives her as an intelligent individual, albeit one momentarily ensnared by her preconceived notions from her former world. Eventually, she will grasp the necessary course of action. With the floating island reactivated, he settled down to meticulously observe a new assortment of D-grade personal equipment at the trading market. As the items had been abruptly released by the Lord's game, a universally accepted pricing standard had yet to materialize. Factors such as level, position, attributes, and rarity all contributed to the chaotic market, where opportunistic speculators sought to profit amidst the turmoil. A D-grade ring, boasting a 10 chance to deal double damage, was being priced as high as a D-grade weapon, treating potential buyers as gullible fools. Such behavior was not uncommon. Many sellers likely did not expect to make a sale, but instead aimed to entice interest with inflated prices for negotiations. At this juncture, the channel's participants recognized that individuals with talents in this world developed significantly faster than ordinary lords, provided their abilities were not utterly useless. To the average lord, they were undeniably affluent, and any failure to profit would be a disservice to themselves. This brings us to Su Qingyao's talent. Truth be told, her ability held potential for early game maneuvering. However, her gender and mindset, coupled with a stroke of bad luck in early adventures, hindered her from accumulating sufficient capital for daily, superspace trade. Had Lin Yi been in charge, he would have taken risks to secure initial funding through exploration, then traded unique items in the channel to exchange for resources from other intelligent races. It is crucial to note that the pricing during the server's launch would differ significantly from that of developed intelligent races, thus creating a profit margin. Su Qingyao, however, failed to swiftly adapt her self-perception and recognize that this world demanded everyone to fight for survival and seize opportunities. By squandering the critical initial days without amassing enough starting capital, she found herself in a position where she had to seek Lin Yi's protection. Nonetheless, a plethora of valuable items had emerged, indicating that the game was indeed generous, eschewing low-grade standardized equipment. Lin Yi, despite his limitations, had his eye on several excellent mage gear pieces, but the seller's demands exceeded his budgetary constraints. Presently, he could only offer materials such as wood, stone, or even iron, ore, and blood energy in exchange, rather than the items the sellers had set. While Lin Yi was undoubtedly affluent, far surpassing the typical lord, his wealth lay primarily in foundational materials and territorial development rather than advanced manufacturing. Most of his resources had been directed towards farming, wonders, and troop types, leaving little to attract other lords. The numerous weapons and equipment he could produce were not suitable for trade. He could tolerate a temporary lack of a few inconsequential personal items that might soon become obsolete, but he could not accept other lords possessing soldiers equipped similarly to his, allowing their combat power to rival or approach that of his own troops. In this world, strength prevails. No one would willingly sell their currently outfitted weapons and equipment. Without a higher echelon of outfitting, there was no thought of exporting active equipment. This resulted in the current predicament. The items the other parties sought were unavailable to him, while what he could offer held no allure for them. To alter this situation, he would have to wait until the novice phase concluded, expand the area of the floating island, and fully utilize his resources. Cultivating vast quantities of D-grade food could replace blood energy for troop maintenance, while the alchemy hut could produce essential consumables like blood and blue potions, potentially yielding some sellable specialties in the process. In summary, it boils down to a single truth. His strength is insufficient, and his technological advancement is not high enough. With no other options, Lin Yi could only resort to acquiring a few standard D-grade items as a transitional measure using ordinary resources. Though they did not represent a transformative upgrade, they effectively bolstered his combat capabilities. First, he procured a D-grade robe, which provided an additional 5 points of magical defense and 20 points of mana. Next, he acquired a pair of boots that increased his movement speed by 2 meters per second. Lastly, the piece de resistance. He purchased 2 rings and a necklace, expending a substantial amount of basic materials in these transactions. D-grade personal equipment, mage ring, a ring crafted from mana-conducting metal and enchanted, serving as the standard accessory for novice mages. It provides 20 mana and 3 magical attack power. The game's description clearly states that this is standardized equipment, and its availability in the market is quite substantial. Moreover, the additive values of mana and magical attack power are not particularly valuable at this stage, which prevented the price from becoming exorbitant. Even so, after securing 2 such items, Lin Yi found himself sifting through several sellers to select the 2 with the lowest asking prices, albeit at a cost. Most crucially, the necklace required not only a significant expenditure of materials from Lin Yi, but also necessitated granting the seller a friend request while revealing the properties of his wheat and alchemy hut. He promised that once he could produce in bulk, the seller would receive a share. He even explicitly noted that when he chose to sell standardized military equipment in the future, they would be among the first customers. It must be acknowledged that boss Lin Yi's reputation is quite formidable within the channel. Upon reviewing Lin Yi's conditions, the other party readily acquiesced. This individual is astute. Recognizing that Lin Yi's inability to present scarce items for trade stems from his predicament in the early stages of the game. He neither desires nor is willing to relinquish too many valuable items that could elevate his competition. Such is human nature. Even if given the opportunity, he would likely make the same choice. However, as time progresses, the array of items Lin Yi opts to sell will undoubtedly expand. When that moment arrives, the other party will possess access to Lin Yi's purchasing channel, allowing for profitable resales that could yield substantial gains. Furthermore, there will be items capable of significantly enhancing territorial strength and combat prowess, items that are difficult to procure elsewhere. To acquire them from Lin Yi would indeed be a boon. Thus, Mr. Zhang, let us proceed in this manner. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration in the future. The other party, surnamed Zhang, was addressed as Boss Zhang by Lin Yi, with both parties utilizing such titles to ensure safety. A pleasant collaboration awaits, Boss Yi. I hope for your continued support. The necklace that prompted Lin Yi to make such a commitment is, of course, no ordinary item. Yet, given the current circumstances, its value is somewhat challenging to assess, as it augments not a fixed numerical value, but rather directly correlates with one's own attributes. It is the kind of item that is cherished by the strong and dismissed by the weak. The dilemma lies in the fact that we are currently in the novice phase of the game, where strong individuals are scarce, and few can acquire additional attributes. Novice lords seek equipment precisely because their attributes are low and their strength is lacking, hence their desire to enhance their combat capabilities through such purchases. This equipment, linked as it is to personal attributes, is hardly a mere trinket. Nevertheless, no one is foolish. Everyone understands that such equipment will undoubtedly hold value in the future, given its potential for growth. However, if it were not currently deemed a mere trinket, Lin Yi would not have so easily acquired it. D-grade concentration necklace. When the wearer is in a non-combat state, they receive additional mana recovery equal to their intelligence attribute, which can stack with other effects. Chapter 45, a segment of Fingerbone. It is worth noting that Lin Yi has already allocated 6 points of free attribute points into intelligence, in addition to the inherent 1 point and the 1 point from a C-grade weapon staff, achieving a total of 8 points in intelligence, resulting in an additional 8 points of mana recovery. Although seemingly modest, the crucial aspect is that this effect can stack with other recovery effects. Naturally, combining natural mana recovery with equipment-enhanced skills results in a recovery mechanism befitting a mage. Considering the brevity of current battles, Lin Yi can return to his small dwelling post-combat for a double recovery of mana. But what of the future? Should there be instances where returning to the Lord's abode is inconvenient or impossible, the additional recovery effect provided by this necklace will then prove its significance. Not to mention that this necklace is merely D-grade. How much recovery will it afford when upgraded to C-grade? And with the newcomer trials approaching tomorrow, which pose little difficulty for Lin Yi, he can expect another 4 points in intelligence. The recovery amount at that time will be even more substantial. In previous encounters, Lin Yi has been plagued by issues of insufficient mana, not just the cap on mana, but also the recovery rate. After depleting his mana in a fierce battle, the lengthy recovery time has deterred him from subsequent explorations. If only he could recover mana swiftly enough to ensure he is at full capacity for every engagement. Would it not be a simple matter to obliterate his foes with fireballs? Now, faced with the concentration necklace in his possession, Lin Yi is torn between using an equipment upgrade stone to elevate it to C-grade. The necklace's effects are undeniably potent. Upgrading now would allow him to reap the benefits of its exaggerated mana recovery effect sooner. It would guarantee that he can unleash fireballs with abandon in every battle, alleviating any fears of facing overly powerful foes in the next encounter. Yet, he harbors concerns about potentially acquiring even more formidable equipment, leaving him without upgrade stones. Never mind. It is better to hold on to a bird in hand than to chase after 10 in the bush. Rather than hesitating over future equipment, it is wiser to enhance his current capabilities. He retrieves the D-grade equipment upgrade stone he had set aside, alongside the newly acquired C-grade upgrade stone, and proceeds to use them on the concentration necklace. As the luminous effects of the upgrade fade, a new necklace materializes before him. C-grade personal equipment, concentration necklace. When the wearer is in a non-combat state, they gain additional mana recovery equal to 3 times their intelligence attribute, which can stack with other effects. Recovery during combat is halved. Intelligence 1. Splendid. 3-fold intelligence recovery, with an extra point added to intelligence. Not to mention the halved recovery during combat, a substantial benefit stemming from the significant level upgrade. By the way, Why did my staff not gain any additional attributes upon reaching C grade? Fate hint. Can mass-produced items compare to bespoke ones? Ah, I see now. It signifies that I must also seek a superior staff when the opportunity arises. For now, I shall make do with this transitional one. Lin Yi donned all his equipment, twirled around in delight, and finally felt a semblance of a mage. He then opened his panel, gazing at his impressive 330 points of mana, 309203. 51 points of magical attack power, 5932, and a non-combat recovery rate of 41 points of mana per hour, 5939, feeling invincible. Oh, perhaps it is time to part with that long-stored, heavy strike skill book. Better to exchange it for a superior magical skill book than let it languish. Boss, I have 2 matters to report. Before Lin Yi could locate Su Qingyao to assign her another task, she approached him first. Speak. Well, regarding the items linked to undead and demon summoning that you asked me to keep an eye on, I have news. I added the other party as a friend, and informed them that the price negotiation should be between you and them, as I do not know how many materials you possess or your price expectations. Good. Please send me their number. And the other matter? Someone in the channel mentioned that while moving on a floating island, they accidentally spotted me on another floating island. However, they merely brushed past, without the chance to confirm. Yet, they are adamant that it was indeed me. Many are now speculating about my number in the channel. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. It is true that trouble often arises from beautiful women, and renowned beauties are a source of even greater complications. It has not been long, and trouble is already knocking at his door. Fortunately, he is capable of managing such predicaments and even anticipates the treasure that may accompany them. Otherwise, he would truly question whether shielding her was a judicious decision. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, Su Qingyao began to feel anxious. Fearing that he might perceive her as a burden and abandon her, she hastily messaged him. Lord, you don't think I'm a nuisance, do you? You won't abandon me, will you? Lin Yi, upon reading her message, couldn't help but chuckle. This girl had been quite assertive before. What happened now that she was so flustered? Her tone is far from the earlier bravado and self-assuredness. However, Lin Yi chose not to prolong her suspense for amusement and replied directly. Rest assured, I am not at the point of abandoning you over such trivial matters. I will send you a heavy strike skill book, and you shall exchange it for a better magical skill. The choice is yours. Also, do not include Fireball. I already possess that. Please send me the number of the individual with the item. Seeing Lin Yi's message, Su Qingyao felt a semblance of relief. Who would have thought that I, Su Qingyao, would find myself in a position to curry favor with a young man? She mused wryly, but still proceeded to follow Lin Yi's instructions. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess, and I shall surely procure a remarkable skill for you, which will make you think twice before underestimating me again. Upon receiving the identification number sent by Su Qingyao, Lin Yi promptly sent a friend request to her. Why did he not ask her to contact him instead? It was because his friend requests had yet to be enabled, and it seemed he had no intention of doing so in the future. Greetings. I have heard that you possess items related to summoning the undead or demons. My subordinate should have reached out to you by now. Indeed, I never expected she was truly under your command, Boss 9. I initially thought she was a fraud. So, does Boss 9 require something? If you are willing to part with it, then yes. Would you mind sending me the attributes and recounting the circumstances under which you acquired it? This will facilitate a mutually agreeable price. Certainly. A finger bone, a bone from a single finger, imbued with demonic power. It is both a gift and an invitation, a trial. Holding it will mark a floating island on your map. Note, from the moment this finger bone appears, a countdown begins. Its unique power can only be sustained for 3 days, after which it will shatter due to the loss of its potency. Remaining time, 1 day, 13 hours, and 27 minutes. Note, an invitation from demons is invariably accompanied by peril. Whether one can reap rewards after facing danger remains uncertain. One cannot expect the game to comprehend the chaotic minds of demons. By the way, this finger bone originates from a hand with 6 fingers. The other party then shared his experience and the reasons for relinquishing the finger bone. He had stumbled upon a cave during an expedition, within which lay a peculiar altar, unguarded by any monsters. The finger bone rested atop that strange altar. Driven by curiosity, he approached the altar and seized the bone. However, the moment he grasped it, a crimson vortex-like portal materialized above the altar, from which 4 small demons emerged. Fortunately, he had brought along all the wild monsters he had recruited from low-level creature nests. Otherwise, had he been alone, he would have surely perished there. Even so, he paid a heavy price. Only 3 of his wild monsters survived, while the others fell in battle against the 4 small demons. His own health plummeted to a mere 30 points, a harrowing brush with death. The attributes of the finger bone only manifested after he concluded the battle, revealing that the ambush had served as a selection process. Those who could not withstand the challenge were deemed unworthy to take the finger bone. Following this encounter, his territory was left severely weakened, and he proceeded with subsequent explorations with utmost caution, fearful of further losses to his already dwindling strength. As for the floating island marked by the finger bone on the map, he did not even entertain the thought of venturing there. Was he seeking death? With such a high threshold for claiming the finger bone, exploring that island after sustaining losses would be tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, the game explicitly warned of danger. Whether any rewards could be obtained would depend on the whims of the demons. He was not foolish. Thus, he had only the option of selling it. However, given the time constraint on the finger bone's existence, he was compelled to sell it swiftly. Otherwise, he would incur the loss of many subordinates. After calling out intermittently in the channel for over a day, interested parties, upon reviewing the finger bone's description and inquiring about his ordeal, expressed no interest in even making an offer. One even stated they wouldn't take it for free. It was only when Su Qingyao approached him, claiming to be Boss Nine's subordinate, inquiring if he was interested in selling such an item, that he found a potential buyer. Boss Nine, what say you? Have you made your decision? This item hardly seems suited for a novice. Should one venture to that floating island, the potential for treasures aside, the likelihood of becoming ensnared is significant. To be honest, I have already faced numerous refusals, and I am mentally prepared to discard it. If you find it appealing, a modest offer to mitigate my losses would suffice. Upon hearing the other party's words, Lin Yi's first reaction was, a genuine person. The fact that the other party candidly communicated the inherent dangers without attempting to deceive him into taking it on, and merely sought to recoup some losses, clearly indicated they harbored no ill intentions. This, in turn, made Lin Yi reluctant to exploit him, and he offered several hundred units of stone and wood, deeming it a fair price. Furthermore, after concluding the transaction, he did not remove the other party from his friend's list, thereby acknowledging their character. Chapter 46. The Stone Jaw Beast. With the finger bone in hand, Lin Yi's mind momentarily drifted, as if he beheld a towering shadow clad in regal attire upon a throne of bones. The visage remained indistinct, yet he could discern its ebony skin and the malevolent green glow emanating from its eyes. His attention was irresistibly drawn to the hand resting upon the throne's arm, which indeed bore 6 fingers. Before he could further indulge in this illusion, a sudden influx of information jolted him back to reality. Fate hint 2. In many dimensions, the cunning 6-fingered ones do not reveal their true forms or names. In fact, many antagonists across various worlds are merely projections or reincarnations of the 6-fingered ones. Until exposed, their true origins remain unknown. Fate hint 3. Deities employ similar tactics. The term aspect specifically refers to the alternate identities of deities, disseminating faith in new worlds, creating alternate accounts, and adopting disguises. Are they all so adept at this? It stands to reason that an outsider attempting to seize souls in a new world would likely face a united front. By assuming a different guise, it transforms into an internal dispute, making it less susceptible to targeting, as long as they do not unmask themselves or become exposed. Lurking as a meticulously prepared ambush remains a viable strategy. Should one's enemies remain unaware, they could even exploit this to gain the upper hand. What a cunning bunch. It seems one must exercise caution with everyone. Who knows if their true identity belongs to a formidable figure previously slighted. Nevertheless, Lin Yi chose not to delve deeper into this line of thought, for it was still quite distant from his current situation. What mattered most was to focus on the present. Glancing at the floating island's location on the map, he realized it was quite far from his current position. Without hesitation, Lin Yi altered his course towards that direction. With only a little more than a day remaining, he needed to make haste. Who could say if he would arrive in time? Furthermore, the floating island was fraught with potential surprises. Without ample time to spare, missing out would be a regrettable loss. Observing the stone steps leading underground, Lin Yi resolved to descend and explore. After all, he had recently upgraded his equipment, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. If he were to shy away from taking risks now, would he then avoid visible dangers in the future? This floating island was an unexpected encounter on his journey, significantly larger in area than Lin Yi's own island. The terrain was barren and rocky, offering no useful information. It was clear that the enemies lay beneath, making it impossible to gauge their strength in advance. The center of the island featured a large opening leading downwards, along with well-laid stone steps. Initially, Lin Yi contemplated turning back. He feared an encounter with an intelligent race. Even if victorious, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, resulting in heavy losses, certainly not a worthwhile endeavor. Moreover, with the battlefield situated underground and the entrance at the center of the island, it was evident that luring monsters back to his territory, relying on his arrow towers for combat, would not be feasible. Venturing into the depths from the center of the island, unfamiliar with the underground terrain, would necessitate direct confrontation with enemies. Retreating could easily lead to disorientation and being ensnared by foes. However, the fate prompt indicated that the foes on this floating island were merely creatures he could easily vanquish, rather than the intelligent races he had imagined. It was only then that Lin Yi resolved to explore the floating island. The game's balance in this aspect was commendable. Thus far, every battle he encountered adhered to the principle that higher difficulty yielded greater rewards. Each perilous confrontation left him thoroughly satisfied with the spoils, which was one of the primary reasons for his decision. Accompanied by 6 orc warriors and 9 apprentice mages, Lin Yi descended the stone steps. As for why he did not bring the kobolds, on one hand, the current kobold's combat prowess was somewhat inadequate for the version's demands. On the other hand, who could ascertain how wide the underground passage might be? Bringing so many along would only cause inconvenience. Should he require them post-battle, it would be just as easy to call them back to the territory. The underground passage was not as dark as Lin Yi had envisioned. Thanks to stone basins placed at intervals, each ignited by a small flame. Though the flames were modest in size, their radiance was sufficient to illuminate the nearby area. He wondered what fuel was used in these basins, as it had managed to burn continuously for such an extended period without extinguishing. The floating island had been generated for at least several days, and although the flames were small, their endurance was evidently impressive. Regrettably, the game did not provide a prompt to collect these items, leaving Lin Yi unable to discern their attributes, thus confirming he could not take them with him. Nevertheless, to be prudent, Lin Yi tossed 1 unit of wood into each basin he passed. The effect was remarkably evident. The moment the wood was added, the flames flared up, significantly expanding their illuminating range. While he was unsure how long 1 unit of wood would sustain the fire, he estimated it would suffice for his exploration. As for whether it was a bit wasteful, with over 5 digits worth of wood in hand, this minor expenditure was negligible. His strategy was one of caution. If it proved insufficient, he could always add more. As the party delved deeper through the winding passages, they finally encountered their first fork in the road. Observing the 2 paths before him, Lin Yi scratched his head, realizing his greatest fear had materialized. Fortunately, this floating island was not particularly vast, and even the most complex underground structures could not be overly intricate. At worst, it would consume a bit more time, but they would always find a way around. Still, it was best to avoid unnecessary detours whenever possible. Lin Yi slapped his face and produced a pile of wood, instructing the orc brutes to split the wood in half with their axes. With only 2 paths in sight, who knew how many more forks lay ahead? It was wise to prepare in advance. Should they encounter uncertainty, they could use the split wood to mark their route. Continuing forward, they soon arrived at a hollow stone hall. Stone pillars supported the structure, and the walls were adorned with meticulously polished stone bricks, suggesting considerable effort was invested in its construction. Of course, it was also possible that the game had simply replicated an existing building, as it had done before. Isn't that right, orc? In the center of the hall, a cluster of squat, stout creatures gathered, immediately recognizable as not being dwarves. Despite their short and stocky forms, they were grotesquely contorted, as if shaped by clumsy hands, with their heads uneven and mismatched. Not a single hair adorned their bodies, let alone the iconic beards of dwarves. These creatures bore no armor, wielding only gleaming large axes, which appeared to surpass the weapons of his orc warriors in quality. The disparity between their stout bodies and the oversized axes they wielded seemed rather incongruous. Yet their ability to use such weapons indicated that their physical attack power, strength, was not to be underestimated. Embracing the philosophy that the first to strike holds the advantage, Lin Yi did not hesitate and conjured a fireball, launching it toward the creatures. The surging flames engulfed half of them. 75. Observing the damage output, Lin Yi felt something was amiss. Why was there no noticeable change in damage after his equipment switch, and why did it even seem to have decreased slightly? D-Class Stone Maul Warrior LV5, Health 165240, Mana 00. Physical Attack 2410, Magical Attack 00. Physical Defense 0, Magical Defense 0, Attack Speed once every 15 seconds. Maximum Movement Speed 4 ms. D-Class Stone Maw Bloodline, a twisted lineage, gaining 1 physical attack for each level, 1 health regeneration per second, experience penalty of 30. Reduced Intelligence. Magic Resistance. Passive reduces magic damage taken by 20. D-Class Steel Axe. Rare Steel Axe. Physical Attack 10. Fate Prompt 1. It is hard to imagine that these stone maw creatures share a common ancestor with some form of dwarf. Fate Prompt 2. Steel is slightly superior to iron, yet still falls within the D-Class category, representing a rare material recipe. Owning it allows for the direct production of steel weapons and tools. As Lin Yi's attacks startled the stone maw creatures, a dozen of them charged toward his party. Damn, this is quite the challenge. Their equipment surpasses mine. They possess passive skills that reduce magical damage, and they regenerate health with each level. Moreover, Their numbers exceed those of my soldiers. Is this absurdity even necessary? These creatures are just the stone maw from World of Warcraft, also known as troglodytes. Distant relatives of the earth spirits and their dwarven kin. No wonder they have magical resistance. For a moment, Lin Yi questioned whether the fate prompts had ramped up the difficulty to this extent, yet he dared not voice such concerns, fearing it might exacerbate the situation. However, he was not overly worried about future encounters, as long as the strength of his territory improved rapidly. These challenges would merely serve as stepping stones on his path to success, enabling him to advance more swiftly. 3. Lin Yi's fireball ignited several stone maw creatures. Those caught at the center of the explosion were engulfed in flames, while those on the outskirts remained unscathed. A series of fours floated above the heads of the untouched stone maw creatures, likely indicating their innate health regeneration from their bloodline. Wait, the ignited ones did not regenerate health? Did the fire damage suppress their recovery effect? Was there such a hidden mechanism? The situation demanded Lin Yi's immediate attention. He began casting another fireball. With 330 mana points, he was prepared to unleash 11 fireballs. Let's see how they handle this. Chapter 47. Recovery and Further Exploration. It was thanks to the support of his C-class concentration necklace that Lin Yi could unleash his firepower so recklessly. Within mere seconds, 5 fireballs had been hurled forth. Oh, what more could be said about explosions? It is a romance ingrained in the very essence of most men. From childhood's various firecrackers to the increasing pursuit of explosive power with age. Only when the heftiest of firecrackers no longer satisfied did they turn their gaze toward the myriad of firearms depicted in films. Bullets, grenades, bombs, missiles, eventually culminating in the hope for world peace. After enduring the onslaught of firepower, only 56 of the original stone maw creatures remained standing. The rest having succumbed to the combined fury of fireballs, iron axes, and magical projectiles. Lin Yi lost all desire to continue bombarding the remaining few. With the assistance of his soldiers, the battle concluded swiftly. He surveyed his orc warriors, who had collectively lost 560 health points, and the multitude of stone maw corpses littering the ground, deciding it prudent to return and recuperate before exploring another path. After all, these stone maw bodies were not to be wasted. His wheat still awaited nourishment. It would be better to notify the kobolds to come and collect the corpses while the orc warriors returned to the training grounds to regain some health. After this battle, the 6 newly recruited soldiers have all reached level 3, thereby acquiring a preliminary combat capability that alleviates concerns about their performance in future skirmishes. It is rather peculiar that, despite the presence of over a dozen stone-jaw beasts in this vicinity, there have been no additional gains. Could it be that the treasures lie along another path? With the acquisition of the concentration necklace, my endurance has significantly improved. However, the soldier's recovery rate is evidently lagging behind, necessitating supplementary means of healing. It remains uncertain when I will be able to recruit a healing unit, yet the primary source of recovery will likely depend on items or structures. The healing unit's restorative capabilities rely on their magic, which, by its very nature, consumes mana. The soldiers possess only a limited amount of mana, and with their slow regeneration rate, they can only serve as emergency recovery aids for a single engagement. At this juncture, the most effective means of sustaining combat capabilities would be akin to the shaman's healing totem, offering continuous yet gradual restorative skills or items. Of course, recovery structures are not out of the question, such as the Night Elves Moonwell or the Wonder of the Fountain of Life, both high-value edifices that come to mind. Regrettably, Lin Yi possesses none of these, nor has he encountered any news of them in the marketplace. If absolutely necessary, the large health potions from Warcraft's Orc faction could prove useful. After all, I am focused on post-battle recovery, and such long-lasting yet potentially interrupted healing potions align perfectly with my needs. Lin Yi surmises that these healing potions likely require recipes to be synthesized in the alchemy hut. However, he sees no immediate possibility for acquisition, unless fate intervenes to enhance the accuracy of his treasure chest yields. The orc warriors returned to their encampment to rest, while the dogs tasked with cleaning the battlefield transported the corpses of the stone-jaw beasts back to the compost yard. Given that these beasts are relatively low level, barely reaching level 4, and considering the D-grade compost yard's energy efficiency is quite low, the remains of these dozen or so corpses yielded only 9 units of D-grade fertilizer, insufficient for tomorrow's needs. To be precise, 10 units of fertilizer are required for harvesting, but once the harvest is completed, new seeds will be available for replanting, creating an additional gap of 20 units of fertilizer. Reflecting further, Lin Yi realizes that there is likely another group of stone-jaw beasts along the alternate path. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to address the fertilizer shortfall. The team regrouped after a 2-hour interval. Although this duration allowed the orc warriors to recover only 20 health points, they are not the primary force. It suffices that they endure a battle without casualties and their offensive capabilities are not essential. To be frank, the primary combat strength of the territory is concentrated in Lin Yi, specifically in his fireball spell. Earlier, Lin Yi cast 5 fireballs, expending 150 mana points. After 2 hours of recovery, his mana replenished by 110 points, placing him in essentially peak condition. The recovery rate in the Lord's Hut is double the base amount, which is 142, plus an additional 27 from the concentration necklace, resulting in a recovery of 55 per hour. This time, the orc warriors with less than full health will likely enter a berserk state, and Lin Yi sees no reason to conserve his strength. He is prepared to obliterate any obstacles in his path. Upon returning to the fork in the path, they ventured down the unexplored route, adhering to the previous method of advancing while gathering resources, and soon reached its terminus. To Lin Yi's astonishment, this passageways end did not lead to a stone hall like before, but rather to a vast opening that extended further. Oddly, the walls within this cavernous space were clearly constructed from a different material than the passageway itself. The corridor was meticulously built from chiseled stone, while this newly revealed expanse appeared earthen, as though the passage had been previously constructed and then breached from the outside. Lin Yi conjectured the history of this underground structure, replicated within the game by the Lord. It was evidently a dwarven construction, yet it remains unclear how the slumbering stone-jaw beasts were awakened from their depths. Through relentless excavation, the beasts must have breached the dwarven edifice, launching a surprise attack from within. The details of the ensuing battle remain unknown. The game merely replicated portions of the scenery and creatures, yet the spawning of stone-jaw beasts rather than dwarves indicates that the dwarves within are likely doomed. These subterranean-dwelling dwarves are notorious for such predicaments, often courting disaster. Indeed, in the world of Middle-earth, dwarves mining the mountains have awakened slumbering fire demons. In Warcraft, the dark iron dwarves summoned Ragnaros into servitude. Meanwhile, the dwarves of Faerun unearthed the Underdark, encountering drow and mind flayers, resulting in the emergence of the malevolent Grey Dwarves. Now, it is Lin Yi's turn to confront the troubles wrought by these dwarves. The challenges are not solely posed by the creatures before him. The terrain itself is an impediment. The cramped underground space severely restricts formation maneuverability. The tunnels excavated by the stone-jaw beasts can accommodate only 3 orc warriors side by side, with no room for a fourth. This raises a dilemma. How will he and the mage apprentice behind him deliver their attacks? The towering orc warriors stand at a formidable height of 2-3 meters, creating a wall-like barrier that ensures safety but also obstructs the attack routes. While magical projectiles can navigate through gaps due to their targeting capabilities, Lin Yi's fireballs travel directly and detonate upon contact. In essence, once combat commences within the confines of the tunnel, only the 3 leading orc warriors can exert their full combat prowess, while those behind are relegated to passive observation. Furthermore, what lies beyond the tunnel's entrance remains uncertain. Will it widen or narrow further, allowing only single-file passage? This is no trivial matter. No one can afford to gamble. Frustratingly, it seems that the subsequent strategy must incorporate scouts or detection magic. Additionally, there is a need for non-ballistic attack spells, such as Flamestorm, which can manifest from a distance and rely on visual targeting. It is often said that adventures in games are exhilarating. Yet this does not imply that they will be equally enjoyable in a more realistic setting. The myriad factors affecting combat performance are numerous, and even the terrain and visibility can become significant hindrances. With no other recourse, Lin Yi, having achieved a maximum speed of 7 meters per second due to his boots, and observing the short stature of his entire team, resolves to step forward to probe the depths himself. The stone-jaw beasts, with a movement speed of only 4 meters per second, cannot hope to catch him if he focuses solely on escape. Unless, of course, they possess something akin to a rock golem, which is best left unmentioned. As soon as Lin Yi identifies the enemy's position, he plans to hurl a fireball to lure them out and then make a swift retreat, allowing his soldiers to intercept the creatures in the tunnel, effectively repeating the strategy used to farm skeletons in the fragment of the secret realm. He first retraces his steps to the fire pit to procure a torch, then arranges his soldiers' positions. Clenching his teeth, Lin Yi ventures into the inky darkness of the tunnel. Within, only the faint glow of the torch illuminates the surroundings, accompanied by the sound of his own footsteps, and the impending threat of an unknown monster looms heavily. Fortunately, I do not suffer from claustrophobia. Otherwise, I might have been utterly terrified. Moreover, upon exiting, regardless of the cost, I must acquire a magical illumination device. This oppressive darkness is unbearable. As Lin Yi cautiously advances, he mutters to himself to distract from the mounting tension. Thankfully, this is a dry cavern. Had it been one of those dripping stalactite caves, it would indeed be a terrifying experience. Imagine this. In a dark, silent cavern, The only sound reverberating in one's ears is the echo of one's own footsteps, occasionally accompanied by the rhythmic drip of water falling onto the surface of a pool. The rustling of rodents can be heard from the shadowy corners, while overhead, the faint fluttering of what seems to be bats can be perceived. Damn, it's terrifying. I can't dwell on this any longer. They say it's not the ghosts that frighten us, but the unknown. Truth be told, if a ghost were to manifest before Lin Yi, he would not hesitate for a moment, casting a fireball spell without a second thought. He would exclaim, "A mere undead creature dares to cause trouble? It's nothing compared to this torment I'm enduring now." Uncertain of how long he had been traversing, Lin Yi finally spotted a vague shadow moving in the dim light of his torch. Fireball. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively conjured a fireball and hurled it forth. Regardless of what it might be, better to obliterate it first. Chapter 48. The Twisted Source of Vitality. The explosive fireball illuminated the dark passage, allowing Lin Yi to clearly discern the figure before him. It was undoubtedly the stone-mouthed creature he had encountered earlier. Damn, how can the monsters in this corridor be of a higher level than the last one? With no time to ponder further, he turned and fled. No longer needing to regulate his speed, he simply charged forward. Although his maximum movement speed, bolstered by his equipment, was nearly twice that of the stone-mouthed creature, the latter adapted to its environment far better, and he found himself unable to gain any distance, instead feeling as though he was being pursued. There was no choice. He couldn't afford to run too freely. He had to keep an eye on the ground to avoid tripping, as well as be mindful of the torch, fearing it might extinguish if he ran too swiftly. After a while, he saw the light at the end of the passage. Thank heavens, he had finally arrived. Tossing the torch aside, he dashed towards the rear of his team. As he ran, he reminded the soldiers to prepare themselves. The enemy would soon follow. Just as Lin Yi slipped through a gap created by the orc warriors, the stone-mouthed creature emerged from the corridor. The valiant orc warriors wasted no time and charged at the monster. Now, Lin Yi had the opportunity to assess just how many stone-mouthed creatures he had drawn out. There were so many that he couldn't even count them. It was reminiscent of the previous encounter with the skeletons. While the front line hadn't been vanquished yet, the rear line was already beginning to rear its head in the cavern. It was difficult to determine the exact number, but it certainly exceeded what had been present in the hall earlier. But did it matter? As long as Lin Yi and the mage apprentices were allowed to unleash their full potential, the orc warriors in the front line could hold their ground for a short while, whether there were 20 or 30 stone-mouthed creatures. It was merely a difference in experience points. As Lin Yi cast his fourth fireball, the 3 newly recruited orc warriors reached level 4. And it seemed the 3 veteran soldiers were also on the cusp of level 5. Not only that, but the mage apprentices, purely damage-dealing units, had already advanced to level 5. Their basic attack damage had notably increased. The mage apprentices utilized arcane missiles without reservation. Lin Yi observed one of the orc berserkers, with the least health, enter a state of frenzy, instinctively moving slightly forward out of formation. Once one had entered a frenzy, the others would not be far behind. Sure enough, within seconds of Lin Yi's observation, the other orc warriors began to enter their frenzy states as well. Witnessing this, he no longer held back. He replaced his ordinary staff attacks with fireball spells, no longer prioritizing maximizing area damage, but rather striving to expand their victories and hasten the combat process. Fortunately, the orc warriors had significantly increased their levels, thus raising their health limits. Otherwise, entering a frenzy would truly mean a countdown to their demise. Additionally, it was due to their health not being fully restored that they triggered their frenzied states so quickly. The remainder of the battle was not nearly as perilous as the previous encounter with the skeleton swarm. As Lin Yi unleashed his last fireball, depleting his magical energy, all the stone-mouthed creatures fell within the passage, filling it entirely. The orc warriors, who had also leveled up to 5 during the fight, were left with around 50 health points, while the primary damage dealers among the mage apprentices reached level 6. One cannot underestimate the rapid leveling of soldiers through such mass monster slaying, though it certainly came with its risks and challenges. Following the same actions as after the battle in the hall, Lin Yi returned to the territory and called for his dogs to assist with the collection of corpses. Good heavens, no wonder the level UPS came so swiftly. There were over 30 level 5 stone-mouthed creatures. In the moment, it hadn't felt overwhelming, but now, seeing the numbers, a chill ran down his spine. Indeed, these were not the fragile skeletons that shattered upon contact. These were level 5 creatures capable of resisting magic and wielding fine weapons. A single stone-mouthed creature could easily crush 34 skeletons, which reflects the significant enhancement of the territory's overall strength within a single day. Although the primary boost in combat prowess was concentrated on Lin Yi himself, a bountiful harvest. Gazing at the newly acquired total of 25 units of D-grade fertilizer, Lin Yi beamed with joy, coupled with the previous 9 units. He would have enough to fill his reserves for tomorrow with some to spare. After resting for half an hour in the small cabin to recover enough magical energy for a fireball spell, Lin Yi set out once again into the passage. Why recover magic before entering? It was to ensure that if any stone-mouthed creatures remained in the cavern, he could utilize fireball spells, which had a greater range than the magical missiles from his staff. This time, Lin Yi proceeded confidently, having already traversed this route once and cleared a substantial number of monsters. Even if any stragglers remained, their numbers should not be too great. Indeed, a cautious approach proved to be error-free. At the cavern's deepest point, there lay a vast hewn hollow, within which 4 stray stone-mouthed creatures wandered. In the center of the hollow stood a reflective treasure chest, undoubtedly a D-grade treasure. Seeing that only 4 monsters remained, and with ample space for combat, Lin Yi decided against another game of chase and returned to the passage, calling all his soldiers to join him. A swift and uncomplicated assault ensued, and the 4 fortunate creatures swiftly fell to the ground. Lin Yi rubbed his hands together with excitement as he approached the D-grade treasure lying in the center. Alas, it was a pity that the game's evaluation hadn't reached C-grade despite the number of monsters defeated. Otherwise, if it had been a C-grade treasure, wouldn't he have soared to new heights? You opened a D-grade treasure chest. The talent, Blessing, activated. And you opened a C-grade treasure chest. You received C-grade territorial treasure, Twisted Source of Vitality, D-grade rare recipe, Steel. C-grade auxiliary building, Rune Workshop. C-grade territorial treasure, Twisted Source of Vitality. When a curse becomes the source of life, such an intriguing transformation occurs. This product has been processed by the powers of the game, significantly mitigating its negative effects, though its benefits have been correspondingly diminished. Units belonging to the territory gain a health restoration effect of 2 points per second. However, during the restoration period, it consumes a considerable amount of food and induces negative emotions such as irritability, agitation, and heightened aggression. Note: the territorial treasure must be placed on the territory core to take effect. Fate hint: a curse from the ancient gods is certainly not limited to flesh and blood life. Elemental and mechanical life can also be affected, though their sustenance may be somewhat peculiar. It has arrived, it has arrived. The restoration treasure is here. Lin Yi had never anticipated such fortune. The coveted artifact that would enhance his ongoing combat capabilities had landed directly in his hands. Moreover, it was the most advantageous territorial treasure in terms of effective range. Once positioned at the core, all units belonging to the territory would benefit from the enhancements this treasure provided. This artifact was indeed remarkable once ownership was established. Its effects would activate regardless of whether the individual was physically present within the territory. This flexibility far surpassed that of artifacts which were limited to activation within territorial confines. This also implied that soldiers and civilians stationed away from the territory could still reap the benefits, which was crucial for operations conducted far from home soil. Not to mention the potential for a series of manipulative strategies in the future. As long as the opposing side had a need for restoration, opportunities for exploitation would abound. Although the game and the fate prompts did not elaborate extensively, could any former players of Yamaguchi Mountain be unaware of the origins of this effect? It stemmed from the flesh curses of the ancient gods of Azeroth. These flesh curses could corrupt titanic constructs made of rock and steel, transforming them into flesh and blood. The troglodytes were birthed from such titan creations known as earth elementals. If even inorganic entities could be twisted into fleshly forms, it was trivial to merely restore a creature's vitality. The game had taken precautions, significantly diminishing its effects for safety, yet the inherent nature of its powerful source remained unchanged. This was why it could also affect elemental beings and mechanical constructs. They were inherently designed for such purposes, showcasing a remarkable synergy. Fortunately, the game's moderation had tempered its power. Otherwise, one would risk twisting their territory into something unfathomable. Now, emboldened by the game's formidable assurances, Lin Yi felt confident in utilizing this artifact without fear of it spiraling out of control. This would pave the way for a series of audacious strategies. While Lin Yi had yet to encounter intelligent races and the free folk of this world, he was certain such encounters would come to pass. At that juncture, the territorial treasure would unveil its additional potential. With so many free folk in the outside world, there would undoubtedly be individuals in desperate need of healing. Armed with this artifact, Lin Yi had little doubt that they would be swayed. The profound restorative power of such a high-ranking artifact would undoubtedly attract those powerful beings who had suffered fatal blows from certain forces and could not regain their strength. Those who had once wielded power would never permit themselves to lose it. With the mere effect of this territorial treasure, Lin Yi had a significant chance of recruiting them into his domain. If he were to supplement this with methods for restoring severed limbs and organs, he could undoubtedly assemble a formidable force of battle-hardened and powerful subjects. In such a scenario, the frontline troops would engage in brutal direct confrontations, while his civilian army would handle support roles, infiltration, and the complexities of rearguard operations, creating chaos for the enemy. As for the drawbacks of the twisted source of life, they appeared to be limited restorative effects and the potential to induce negative emotions. It was normal for such a treasure to consume substantial food resources, as restoration invariably required energy. This artifact effectively enhanced one's digestion and absorption capabilities, allowing for greater nutrient extraction from food for recovery. At the C rank level, the life restoration effect amounted to a paltry 2 points per second, which was hardly noteworthy in the midst of ongoing combat. After all, a D-rank Treant warrior naturally boasted a self-restoration of 5 points, while the Treant chief had a skill that provided an equivalent amount of recovery. Not to mention, should those troglodytes reach level 10, they would inherently possess a restoration of 9 points per second. Thus, the present measly 2 points hardly aligned with the lofty C-rank classification. It seemed that the penalties stemmed from negative effects. The game had wielded its knife too fiercely to ensure safety. While it had cut away danger, it had also severely compromised the restoration effects. The game had even left Lin Yi with a weakness that could induce negative emotions. Otherwise, he would have doubted whether this artifact could still yield any restorative benefits. Nevertheless, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Obtaining this high-ranking restorative power was already a significant achievement, and he should not demand more. Moreover, Lin Yi's current combat duration was not extensive. What he required most was a means to swiftly recuperate from battle losses post-conflict. After all, there would be ample time for recovery afterward, so a slower restoration was inconsequential. As long as he could endure the transitional phase, he would soon have access to rapid recovery methods. In fact, as time progressed, methods to suppress enemy recoveries would proliferate, making the rarity of a restoration method like this artifact, one that was exceedingly difficult to inhibit, all the more valuable. No longer fixated on the twisted source of life, Lin Yi turned his attention to the subsequent treasures revealed. D-rank rare recipe, steel. This allows for the production of basic steel materials at the blacksmith's forge to replace iron, thereby enhancing the quality of final products. There is little further to say. The steel axe procured from the troglodytes exemplified this, as it could slightly enhance weapon and armor attributes. Though the improvements were modest, a slight enhancement was always preferable to none. Attribute advantages accumulate bit by bit. C-rank sub-building, rune workshop, an auxiliary structure to the blacksmith's forge, crystallizing the unique craftsmanship of the dwarves. It enables upgrades to steel equipment, elevating D-rank steel gear to C-rank rune gear. Note, the C-rank rune workshop must be built upon a C-rank blacksmith's forge. The workshop initially provides blueprints for C-rank troop weapon, rune steel axe, and C-rank troop armor, rune steel armor. All other blueprints must be acquired by the Lord. Warning, do not attempt to use iron equipment, as it cannot withstand the power of runes. Surprisingly, these two items were a matched set. The former recipe served as the foundation for the latter. Clearly, the latter two drops belonged to the original dwarven owner of this building, who had been vanquished by the troglodytes, thus falling into their possession. Now, with the troglodytes eradicated by Lin Yi, aided by the game's power and a slight twist of fate, he had drawn them from the upgraded treasure chest. Upon returning, he could first utilize the steel recipe to upgrade his equipment and tools. A 2-point boost in attack and defense was still an improvement. As for the rune workshop, there was no rush. After all, C-rank troop gear could not yet be equipped, so urgency was unwarranted. In reality, upgrading troop gear to C-rank was no simple feat. While it merely appeared as an equipment upgrade, the preparatory steps required were quite substantial. First and foremost, one must possess C-rank troops to equip C-rank gear. His orc warriors needed to reach D-rank level 10, followed by training at the training ground to ascend to C-rank. Upgrading the D-rank orc warrior training ground to C-rank necessitated both a C-rank building upgrade stone and a C-rank troop bloodline upgrade stone. The required high-quality timber and high-quality stone would likely amount to hundreds of units. If he wished to implement additional modifications during the upgrade to enhance the strength of his orc warriors, necessary C-rank additives must also be prepared. Otherwise, he would miss a rare opportunity. Upgrading the D-rank blacksmith's forge to a C-rank blacksmith's forge required yet another building upgrade stone and hundreds of units of C-rank base materials. To sustain C-rank troops, a substantial quantity of high-quality flesh essence, or C-rank food, would be needed as maintenance costs, which were intricately linked to his agricultural progress. Not to mention, his currently available territory area was practically zero. Without expanding the area first, everything else was mere idle talk. It could be said that one action would ripple through the entire system. To elevate one aspect, one must consider the foundational structures that could support it. In truth, the quickest way for Lin Yi to acquire high-quality timber and high-quality stone was through upgrading wonders. allowing C-rank wonders to produce materials. This method was far more reliable than slowly amassing combat power and recklessly challenging C-rank monsters. Upon returning to the territory, Lin Yi promptly placed the twisted source of vitality onto the core of the territory, hastily distributing 1 unit of flesh and blood energy to each of the 6 orc warriors. Although these combatants could withstand the negative emotions emanating from the artifact, rapid healing still necessitated the consumption of sustenance. The post-battle recovery posed no issue, for he was keen to avoid the predicament of insufficient maintenance resources leading to his soldiers entering a state of weakness, which would hinder their subsequent explorations and confrontations. As for the recipe for steel production, he casually tossed it to the blacksmith's forge. The materials required for equipment upgrades were minimal, merely necessitating a few additional units of iron, ore, and wood, as the enhancement was not particularly substantial, being merely an improvement in the smelting process. Having removed the weapons and armor from the orc warriors, he placed them into the production queue at the forge and retreated to his modest abode for rest. Before resting, he did not forget to adjust the direction of the floating island, steering it closer to the phalange island. After a brief 2-hour nap, Lin Yi prepared to equip his orc warriors with the upgraded steel axe and steel armor when he suddenly noticed something amiss. The once robust orc warriors now appeared significantly diminished, exuding an aura of lethargy. Wasn't I the one who provided you with 1 unit of flesh and blood energy? Why then does each of you bear the weakness status? After administering yet another unit of flesh and blood energy to each, the orc warriors' bodies gradually regained their vigor, the hunger-induced weakness status slowly dissipating. This was disastrous. He had not anticipated that the food consumption of this territorial artifact would be so exorbitant, exacerbating his already precarious living conditions. He shuddered at the thought that an orc warrior, recovering merely 10 health points per hour, would require over a day to reach its full 300 health points, with the basic maintenance costs demanding a staggering amount of flesh and blood energy. Condensing such a lengthy recovery period into a mere 150 seconds would undoubtedly escalate consumption. That single unit of flesh and blood energy could hardly fill this vast void. Lin Yi began to count on his fingers how long his supplies could sustain him. Rapid health recovery and sustained combat prowess were certainly appealing, but materials were scarce. This was no ordinary game for impoverished lords. Even someone as affluent as Lin Yi had to calculate his expenditures carefully. Moreover, he could already envision the peculiar scene that would unfold in his territory. Burly orcs clutching buckets of food, while slender high elven maidens, unlike their counterparts in other territories, casually piled their empty bowls high. After every battle, they would rush to eat. If not fed promptly, their eyes would blaze with fury. Anyone daring to disturb their meal would first have to contend with the enemy. Only now did Lin Yi realize the insidious nature of this artifact. Its negative effects primarily targeted the sentient denizens of the territory. It could easily transform his subjects into insatiable gluttons, and when these gluttons were left unsatisfied, they would erupt into conflict at the slightest provocation. Ancient God, my voice shall penetrate your eardrums and reach your very thoughts. Damn it, the orcs were already notoriously reckless. And with this catalyst, would his territory soon become a theater for Markla? Would the high elven maidens, while dining, engage in magical duels? It was a headache. He felt the atmosphere of his territory would become increasingly distorted. Ultimately, Lin Yi could only gradually accept this unchangeable reality, idly flipping through the market to pass the time. Illumination magic? Light spell? Suddenly, a listing caught his eye. Someone was selling a D-class skill book, Light Spell, in exchange for basic materials. Perhaps from the seller's perspective, it was merely an auxiliary spell devoid of offensive capabilities, and given the scarcity of lords pursuing the mage route, they had no intention of bartering, opting instead to exchange it for universally useful basic materials. Without hesitation, Lin Yi snatched it up, and no melodramatic events transpired in the process. After all, not everyone had faced the exaggerated challenges of floating islands like he had, nor were they subject to chaotic environmental influences. Such auxiliary spells were hardly contested during this period. D-Class Skill Book, Light Spell. Upon use, you will learn the D-Class Auxiliary Magic Light Spell. Magic Effect. Emits a fist-sized orb of light above the caster, illuminating a 30-meter radius, capable of following the caster's movements. Duration, 20 minutes. Magic cost, 30 points. Casting time, 2 seconds. Chapter 50. The Spoils of the Beast Horde Invasion. Lin Yi was immensely satisfied to have snagged the light spell and continued his enthusiastic search through the market, hoping to uncover other auxiliary spells overlooked by other lords. He had experienced firsthand how auxiliary magic could sometimes yield effects surpassing those of higher-tier spells. Acquiring a spell specifically designed for illuminating dark environments not only resolved visibility issues for himself and his soldiers, but also sparked a series of subsequent clever strategies. Currently, without a complete hero template and fully unlocked permissions, he could not freely manipulate or enhance the magic. Once unlocked, however, it would be the time for him to truly master the art of magic. Had he ever heard of the flashbang spell often featured in novels? It was merely a variation of the light spell. Additionally, he pondered whether he could adapt a sound wave detection spell into a shockwave spell. There were countless possibilities for creative spells, though these were matters for the future. Naturally, possessing an array of spells to tackle diverse environments was paramount, even if some effects were somewhat redundant. For instance, the Glimmer Vision spell, which enhanced visibility in murky environments where enemy positions and strengths were unclear, was equally valuable. Glimmer Vision and Light Spell each had their own advantages and disadvantages. In an open, dark environment where enemy positions were uncertain, a large light orb hovering above would essentially announce the caster's presence, rendering them vulnerable to ambush. In contrast, Glimmer Vision lacked this flaw. However, Glimmer Vision was a single-target spell. Extensive use required significant mana, making it unsuitable for large-scale deployments, only fitting for elite squads of a few individuals. Similarly, spells like Environmental Resistance, suitable for extreme heat or cold, Underwater Breathing, which allowed land creatures to operate underwater, and Lightning Spell, or Gentle Landing Spell, which prevented falls, were essential for any elite mage confronting varied environments. After browsing for a while, he found no further auxiliary spells of interest. It seemed the drop rate for skills was still low, possibly due to the generally modest capabilities of the lords, making it challenging to acquire higher-value, D-class treasure chests. The disadvantage of being significantly ahead lay in the difficulty of finding what one needed in the market. Though this assertion might seem somewhat arrogant, it was nonetheless true. Currently, there were few items in the market that could truly captivate Lin Yi's attention. It was clear that to substantially enhance the strength of his territory, he would need to seek out resources from intelligent races, free peoples, or powerful beings from various realms. Fortune smiled upon him. Who are you calling a Was there a gift delivered to his doorstep? He hoped the enemy would prove formidable. After saying this, he covered his face. Indeed, and squatted Lin Yi down, who once again encountered the invasion of a wild beast floating island. What others might view as misfortune, he regarded as a stroke of luck, a windfall. From the far edge of the newly connected floating island, 10 adult-sized brown giant wolves dashed toward his territory. Lin Yi commanded his soldiers to stand ready, awaiting the moment the foes entered the range of the arrow towers before engaging. Noticing his magic power had only just recovered to over 100 points, he abandoned the idea of using fireballs to clear the field. In any case, with the newly acquired source of Twisted Vitality for health regeneration, it would be more prudent to allow the orc warriors to endure a little longer rather than squander that magical energy. After the battle, they could then utilize flesh energy for recovery, simultaneously testing the approximate consumption for regeneration. Faced with these level 6 giant wolves, which he had encountered in numerous trials, he felt no trace of anxiety. Upon witnessing the arrow towers commence their assault, he waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to advance, while he lingered behind, casting magical projectiles to assist. The territory has been invaded, triggering the talent disaster. The invading force is rated as D-class, granting a D-class treasure chest. This was rather satisfactory. A D-class evaluation was achieved. With a little enhancement from his talent, it would yield a C-class treasure. Additionally, the ground was littered with wolf carcasses, providing a potential source of fertilizer. However, due to the vast number of individuals sharing the experience, his soldiers did not manage to level up. Nevertheless, it was still progress, inching the experience bar forward. Fate hint: the number of beasts in this invasion has reached the minimum requirement to produce a certain building. Do you wish to forego the C-class item in exchange for this building? The sudden prompt from Fate left Lin Yi momentarily stunned. Was there such a hidden mechanism? Did certain special buildings in the game only become available through specific events, thus being included in the treasure drop list? Moreover, could this be seen as fate granting him a subtle advantage? There was no hesitation in his decision. Even a fool could discern the right choice. Setting aside the fact that fate had provided a prompt, who would overlook the opportunity to acquire a special building? Would a mere C-class item truly be missed? He chose to relinquish it. You have opened a D-class treasure chest. The talent, Fortune, has activated, and you have unlocked a C-class treasure chest. You have acquired D-class special building, Beast Arena, D-class slaughterhouse, D-class magic scroll, barbaric roar. D-class special building, Beast Arena, a structure capable of consuming materials to summon beasts. The summoned beasts will be in a hostile state, and the Lord may dispatch soldiers and civilians to engage in combat with them. Victory will yield a small amount of additional experience. Currently, the building can summon up to 10 level 10 beasts at once, with their species and strength being entirely random. The number of soldiers and civilians entering must be less than or equal to the number of beasts. Note: both the Lord and visiting free citizens may enter. Building requirements: a minimum area of 1,000 square meters, wood, 1,000 units, stone, 500 units. Explanation: this is essentially a training ground for exchanging materials for experience. Fate Hint 1. The monsters within are summoned by you. Do not expect to farm talent from the invasion treasure. Fate Hint 2. Every mature lord must have a stable channel for elevating new recruits' levels, and the more channels, the better. Is this not akin to a training ground within the game? Only instead of monsters being freely available, one must expend resources to summon them. The strength and rewards remain random, yet there is a slight experience bonus. It appears that with this building and a source of vitality, Lin Yi could potentially elevate all his soldiers to level 10 within a single day, provided resources were abundant. Of course, this would be an act of desperation in critical times, as such actions could lead to the declaration of bankruptcy for the territory. To ensure healthy developmental growth, it would be wiser to reserve this facility for nurturing new recruits. After all, low-level recruits are prone to premature demise in the external world. Within this self-summoning structure, the risks are entirely manageable. The experience required for the first few levels is minimal, making it highly cost-effective. As for the possibility of summoning exceedingly powerful beasts due to a stroke of bad luck, Lin Yi was not one to be trifled with. Given his current firepower, few creatures could withstand his onslaught. D-Class Slaughterhouse, a building designated for the slaughter and dismemberment of beast carcasses. It can dissect the remains into leather, beast meat, beast bones, and numerous other materials, aiding the Lord in maximizing resources. Building requirements: a minimum area of 500 square meters, wood, 600 units, stone, 400 units. Explanation: how many times must it be stated? Do not place humanoid corpses inside. This facility is strictly for beasts. Orc remains are also prohibited. Another set of structures. The beast arena produces beasts, while the slaughterhouse recycles their remains. Leather is utilized for crafting equipment. Beast meat serves as food, delicious once consumed. The less palatable discarded at the composting ground. And beast bones, while currently of indeterminate use, will undoubtedly prove valuable in the future. Other materials, such as blood and entrails, could be refined into potions once a proficient alchemist arrives in the territory. Yet, the persistent issue remains: his territory lacks space. Counting on his fingers, he realized he had a plethora of buildings awaiting expansion before construction or upgrades could commence. The upgrades for wonders would certainly require additional land. It could be surmised that once Lin Yi occupies a new territory for amalgamation, he would experience a significant wave of enhancements. While this surge may not dramatically elevate his immediate combat capabilities, the proliferation of foundational functional buildings and resources would afford Lin Yi greater options and a more composed approach to unforeseen circumstances. It also lays the groundwork for further territorial expansion, enabling him to gradually achieve self-sufficiency and lessen dependence on treasure chests. D-Class Magic Scroll, Barbaric Roar. Upon use, it emits a terrifying roar, intimidating enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds while enhancing the physical attack power of allies by 25 for 60 seconds. Explanation: the intimidation is essentially a psychic shock induced by high-level strength, but it does not affect programmed or autonomous machines. Alright, a game changer. In a balanced confrontation, deploying this item would incapacitate the enemy for 3 seconds, granting our side a burst of physical power, likely leading to a rout of the opposing front line. Once the front line collapses, the rear's damage-dealing units struggle for space, becoming easy targets. You might suggest kite tactics? However, even ranged units require superior mobility and adequate distance to execute such maneuvers. Does turning to attack not require time? The force of an attack directly impacts movement. Merely losing health from an attack is a concept reserved for video games. Of course, if your troops possess the ability to blink, then disregard my words. The half-health foes would jump back effortlessly. Chapter 51, D-Class Magic, Blizzard. Since Lin Yi intended to assess the recovery consumption of this source of twisted vitality, he merely supported the battle with magical projectiles during this invasion, refraining from expending magical energy on spells. This strategy aimed to ensure the orc warriors sustained sufficient injuries, thus allowing ample experimental space to commence trials from 0.1 units of flesh energy. After conducting experiments in batches, Lin Yi deduced the approximate recovery consumption. Roughly 90 to 100 hit points required 1 unit of flesh energy. Following a particularly intense skirmish, each warrior would expend approximately 2 units of flesh energy. This consumption rate indicated a pressing need to bolster resource collection in the market, lest they find themselves unable to meet demands. Of course, Post-battle recovery could be supplemented with food to replace the consumption of flesh energy. His D-class wheat was nearing harvest, and with successive planting, he would soon acquire ample provisions. However, this would only suffice for post-battle recovery. After all, when is there any opportunity during combat to quietly consume food? The primary energy source must still rely on flesh energy. This resource is compact prior to battle, providing 2 units to the orc warriors to enter a well-fed state should maintain them until the conclusion of the fight without great difficulty. Once the battle concluded, Lin Yi retrieved food from his backpack and began to feast right there. Overall, the advantages far outweighed the disadvantages, particularly for someone like me, a magnet for monsters, who constantly draws them in. A bit of invasion would be welcome. How dreadfully dull it is. Lin Yi languidly reclined on a lounge chair, watching the banter in the channel. He couldn't be bothered to browse the market. The items traded by those novice lords held no value for him, and the remaining options were either exorbitantly priced or unsuitable for someone following a magic-based path. Several hours had passed since the last battle, and with the support of the concentration necklace and his cottage, his mana was nearly fully restored, yet no extraordinary events had transpired. No invasions, no floating islands. He found himself possessing great might with nowhere to unleash it. Boss, I've discovered a spell book perfect for your abilities. It's truly a gem, though the seller's asking price is a bit steep. Besides that heavy strike, they want us to add something too. Lin Yi immediately perked up. He trusted Su Qingyao's judgment. After all, someone of her caliber wouldn't mislead him about the quality of such a find. D-rank skill book, Blizzard, summons shards of extreme cold to fall from above within a 20-meter radius, inflicting substantial frost damage every second and reducing movement speed by 50. Activation costs 150 mana points, with a casting time of 5 seconds. Subsequent continuous guidance requires 10 mana points per second, with a maximum guidance duration of 10 seconds. Damage per second, 50, fixed damage, with a magical attack power of 0.32 during the guidance. For instance, the first second deals 2 damage, the second deals 4. The damage from Blizzard increases by 4 per pulse, here represented as fixed damage. Learning requirements. Basic intelligence of 6. After examining the attributes, Lin Yi fell silent for several moments before slowly uttering 2 words, terrifying. Indeed, the damage potential of this skill was nothing short of astonishing. Based on his current magical attack power, it started at a base damage of 67, not to mention the additional 2 points of damage per second thereafter. If maintained for the maximum guidance duration, the damage could soar to 85. This was a per second damage output within a 20-meter radius, over 10 seconds. It totaled an astounding 760 damage. Even the Treant Lord, with the highest health he had previously encountered, would not withstand it. A Treant Lord? I could take on 10. Not to mention the added 50 slow effect, effectively pinning opponents in place as targets. And this was merely the effect of a D-rank skill. According to the hints regarding the C rank, the damage could increase significantly, leaving Lin Yi unable to fathom such a scenario. The only drawback was that this skill required a specific type of user, weak and impoverished mages barely meeting the 6-point basic intelligence requirement and lacking equipment enhancements, would find their 180 mana points insufficient for a mere 3 seconds of Blizzard, rendering it laughable. However, a well-equipped mage clad in C-rank gear could unleash it fully for 10 seconds, taking a breather before launching another round. Fortunately, Lin Yi was sprinting relentlessly on the path to becoming a powerful mage. He resolved to acquire this skill without fail. Missing it would surely lead to regret. Even the non-saleable troop equipment could be relinquished if it meant learning this skill. Any D-rank soldiers summoned by the enemy would be futile against him. Parting with some weapons and equipment in exchange for a terrifying enhancement to his own strength was a transaction Lin Yi calculated to be overwhelmingly profitable. Regardless of the equipment's current owner, would they dare confront Lin Yi, who had already revealed his capabilities? Even if they did, it would merely result in more souls sent to the afterlife. Under the weight of his firepower, all beings were equal when the moment came. His true magic would tear them asunder, freezing them into oblivion. He instructed Su Qingyao to send over the opponent's ID, for Lin Yi wished to negotiate personally. While securing the skill was non-negotiable, minimizing his expenditure would be ideal. Furthermore, he was keen to explore the possibility of cultivating a steadfast ally from this encounter, thereby expanding his circle of formidable companions. Wait a moment. ID 199? That seemed familiar. Could it be that same 199? What is this? A fated encounter? Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words. Out of all the individuals in this channel, how had he crossed paths with this one again? Their entangled fates were indeed profound. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. In every industry, as one ascends, the circles grow smaller, and those at the pinnacle typically know one another. Even if not friends or foes, they are usually aware of each other's names. Moreover, the difficulty of obtaining such a powerful skill book at this stage undoubtedly indicated that the other party's strength was formidable. With a limited number of individuals in the region, it was improbable for numerous strong figures to emerge. These high-end resources would likely circulate among a select few. Feeling that he might be in for a significant expenditure, he nonetheless sent a friend request to the other party. To his surprise, it was accepted almost instantly. Boss 9, it's not easy to add you as a friend. What's the matter? Are you interested in this skill? Of course. However, I hadn't anticipated that the seller would turn out to be Boss 199. How shall I address you? Just call me Huang. No need for formality. So what fair price do you intend to offer, Boss 9? All right, Boss Huang. Since we're both operating in this district and the top lords are few, I suspect our paths will cross frequently. I'll give you a sincere offer. Please don't ask for the moon. If I come across anything suitable for you in the future, we can continue collaborating. What do you say? Initially, Huang, who had intended to make a snide remark, but upon reconsidering Lin Yi's words, he realized they held merit. There were only a handful of top-tier individuals in the district, and unless there were deep-seated grievances, seeking an adversary of equal standing was quite foolish. In the adult world, it all boiled down to interests. Unless one was the strongest, personal connections and manners still mattered. For Huang Hu, it was merely a matter of having lost face initially, something he could endure, albeit feeling somewhat disgruntled. Of course, this was also because Huang Hu was unaware that Lin Yi was the one who had previously swindled him out of several hundred units of stone and that mage training facility blueprint. Otherwise, the outcome would have been quite different. All right, as Boss 9 stated, what price can you offer? Seeing Huang Hu's response, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Hee, it seems he doesn't realize that I'm the one who duped him. Manipulating behind the scenes is quite satisfying. And now, he's delivering my much-needed treasures right to my doorstep. Previously, it was the mage training facility, and now it's Blizzard. This seller is truly doing an excellent job as a patron of fortune. He can't even begin to imagine how much this single skill book will elevate my power. While secretly reveling in his good fortune, Lin Yi knew he had to maintain a facade. Ahem, Boss Huang. In addition to that, heavy strike, skill book. I'll throw in 3 soldier weapons that add 8 points of attack and 3 sets of soldier armor that add 8 points of defense. This will undoubtedly immensely enhance your soldier strength. This is my final offer. If we go any higher, it would be rather unreasonable, don't you think? While Lin Yi claimed that any further increase would be unreasonable for Huang Hu, in reality, heavy strike was of no use to Lin Yi and was merely a base price for trade. The 3 sets of troop equipment, while low in production cost for Lin Yi, had high technological costs. Moreover, for Huang Hu, the price would be quite steep, especially since there was nowhere else to procure them. Lin Yi was offering them at this early stage simply as a courtesy. Lin Yi am certainly not a deceitful merchant. No way. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's quoted price, Huang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. Internally grateful that he had not made an enemy of Lin Yi. Goodness, this Boss 9 is indeed formidable. Capable of selling weapons and armor. How far ahead of me is he? This price undoubtedly qualifies as exorbitant. This deal cannot be squandered. Huang Hu promptly typed in his agreement to the transaction. Very well, we shall proceed with Boss 9's quoted price. Let us finalize this. I will procure the goods for Boss Huang, and we shall trade shortly. Excellent. I look forward to the transaction. Once the communication concluded, Lin Yi could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Boss Huang is truly a good person. I shall take good care of him. Who knows what fine treasures he might provide me in the future. Lin Yi decided that this friendship with Boss Huang was set in stone. Good things would surely flow his way. Chapter 52. The Ruins of Dalaran. In no time, Lin Yi completed the fabrication of 3 sets of weaponry and sent a trade request to Huang Hu. As before, the transaction was instantaneous, indicating that the other party was equally eager, always poised at the interface. A delightful collaboration, Boss 9. Should you possess more fine items in the future, I hope you will offer them at a fair price. That is a certainty, Boss Huang. Upon acquiring the skill book from the transaction, Lin Yi promptly smacked it against his forehead, absorbing its knowledge. He felt akin to a child who had stumbled upon a long, straight branch on the roadside, which resembled a sword in its tapered form. The child could not resist the urge to find flowers and grasses nearby to test his newly acquired holy sword. He fervently hoped to encounter a floating island soon, one where the adversaries would be formidable enough to warrant a tempestuous storm. The reality, however, often unfolds in the most peculiar ways. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yi was astonished to find that a floating island had indeed materialized. Wait, is this real? He hastily approached the edge of his territory to scout the situation across the way. To his astonishment, the conditions of the floating island left him utterly flabbergasted. What is this? Why does this floating island appear thus? Why is there no entrance above, but rather a hole near the bottom. Indeed, this floating island was distinctly different from any he had encountered before. The previous floating islands had flat bottoms and various terrains atop, resembling normal land supporting hills and forests. However, this island was entirely the opposite, akin to the floating city of Farron, resembling a small mountain that had been severed in the middle and flipped upside down. The surface that should have been utilized for city construction was merely a grim, barren expanse, devoid of any entry points unlike the previous encounter with the stone beasts. With no other option, Lin Yi maneuvered his floating island around the perimeter until he discovered an open cavern not far from the peak. This was the sole entry point he had found to enter the interior of the opposing island. It is worth noting that this floating island resembled an inverted mountain, with the peak at the bottom and the base at the top. To put it bluntly, this cavern near the peak resembled the opponent's waste outlet. Fate prompt: congratulations. You have encountered a historical echo secret realm. The historical echo secret realm reflects a significant event that transpired in a certain world. Upon discovering this extraordinary phenomenon, the gods filled this illusion with matter, transforming it into a tangible secret realm. According to the rules set by the gods, explorers within such realms typically cannot acquire material gains, but blueprints, formulas, and legacies can bring immense joy to those who explore. These secret realms vary in size, often representing only a fragment of a grand event. Smaller realms might consist of merely a house or a building, while larger ones could span the size of a city. The entry criteria also differ. Some allow only lords, subjects, and free beings to explore, while others welcome all, including various troops, constructs, and undead. Historical echo secret realms exist only for a limited time. After a certain duration, they will vanish entirely. The time frame is uncertain, but prior to their disappearance, they will gradually become more illusory, prompting explorers to evacuate swiftly. Otherwise, they risk being lost along with the realm. This raises a question. Certain larger realms that exist for extended periods will attract many explorers. Upon entering such a realm, one must contend not only with enemies within, but also with a throng of other explorers. In the face of such realms, lords typically allow their subjects to explore while they defend their territory against potential invaders. Of course, the ability to exit a historical echo secret realm at will has garnered widespread acclaim, and many free beings enter with the mindset of making a quick profit before departing. After hearing the fate prompt's explanation, Lin Yi understood what this floating island represented. In summary, this secret realm is akin to a random dungeon within the game, with exploration time, map, and main storyline being unpredictable. It does not yield items, but drops various blueprints and formulas. Larger secret realms resemble public dungeons, encompassing both PvE and PvP aspects. Thus, he began his preparations, first providing each of the 6 orc warriors with 2 units of flesh and blood energy to ensure they entered a sated state, preventing a decline in combat efficacy due to lack of nourishment during intense battles. After waiting a moment for his magical energy to fully replenish, he placed the newly acquired Raging Roar scroll within easy reach. After some thought, he retrieved an additional 50 units of flesh and blood energy from his territory, confident that this modest secret realm would not deplete his resources. Rallying his team, he approached the floating island and led them into the cavern, where the game prompt soon followed. You have entered the historical echo secret realm of the ruins of Dalaran's sewers. This secret realm permits troop entry. Oh, so this is the place. It turns out this is a portion of the floating city of Dalaran, which explains its peculiar shape. However, I wonder what time frame this secret realm represents. Lin Yi was quite familiar with Dalaran, yet this realm echoed its history post-destruction. The game prompt merely revealed the name of the secret realm, called the ruins of Dalaran's sewers, without disclosing any further information. Now, the pressing question was whether this secret realm was set before or after Archimonde's destruction of Dalaran. The disparity in enemy strength between the 2 timelines was substantial. If this realm was set prior to Archimonde's departure, the enemies within would likely consist of various demons from the Burning Legion. This would undoubtedly represent the peak intensity of the secret realm, compelling Lin Yi to turn back without hesitation. Conversely, if it was set after his departure, the adversaries would presumably comprise the undead of the Scourge and the undead creatures transformed from slain mages and their minions, presenting a slightly lesser challenge. Lin Yi might consider exploring further and retreating if the situation turned dire. Moreover, if the timeline extended even further after the Scourge had departed, only scattered remnants of the resurrected undead would remain, those that the Scourge neglected to take with them. In this scenario, the residual foes within the secret realm would be merely the dregs, posing little threat to Lin Yi, allowing him to explore with confidence. However, given his faith in the game's balanced mechanism and the diminutive size of this historical echo secret realm, Lin Yi felt there was a substantial likelihood it would fall into the latter category. Nonetheless, caution was warranted. He must avoid losing troops due to overconfidence, especially with another finger-sized floating island awaiting exploration, which might involve formidable demons. The orc warriors boldly took the lead, cautiously advancing forward, while I conjured a luminous orb using the light spell, trailing closely behind the soldiers. Thanks to this newly acquired auxiliary magic, the impenetrable darkness of the sewer posed no hindrance. Of course, the distant areas remained dim and could not compare to the brilliance of sunlight. Being part of the grand magical city of Dalaran, even the lower sewers were constructed with ample spaciousness. It was just enough to accommodate 6 orcs in a straight line, alleviating any concerns of a cramped formation, thus allowing Lin Yi and the mages behind to maintain an optimal position for casting spells. The path was lined with stone bricks, both the ground and walls, which, despite appearing quite dilapidated under the corrosive effects of moisture, did not feel distinctly slippery underfoot. Clearly, the architects had considered this during construction, treating even the most basic stones with care. This was Dalaran. After all, how magnificent it must have been before its destruction, and how breathtaking it would have been to behold. Regrettably, Lin Yi's experience with gaming had not been as enriched by exposure to tabletop games like Dungeons & Dragons from a young age, as was common abroad. His gaming journey began with Command & Conquer, then shifted to StarCraft, and later to Warcraft and Diablo. Thus, when he first encountered Dalaran in World of Warcraft, he was awestruck by this city suspended in the sky. This was his inaugural encounter with the concept of a floating city. Realizing that such marvels existed in the magical realm, the subsequent devastation wrought by Archimonde, who obliterated Dalaran with but a handful of sand, left an indelible shock. What a stark contrast that was. Filled with nostalgia, Lin Yi pressed forward with his party, soon encountering foes, 6 staggering zombies. Clad in leather armor and wielding iron swords, these undead beings bore withered flesh tightly clinging to their bones. They shuffled about like the zombies from a science fiction film, meandering in the middle of the path. Whether it was the disturbance caused by the light spell overhead or the zombies sensing their life force. As soon as Lin Yi laid eyes on them, the previously aimless zombies abruptly turned to face the party and charged forward with surprising speed. Reborn Swordsman Zombie, LV8, Health, 262-60, Mana, 00. Physical Attack, 265, Magic Attack, 0, Physical Defense, 25, Magic Defense, 0, Attack Speed, 1 every 12 seconds. Maximum Movement Speed, per meter second. Undead Body, passive attacks inflict an additional 5 points of negative energy damage. Positive energy damage taken increased by 100. Fire damage increased by 50, while negative energy and frost damage taken decreased by 50. D-grade equipment, iron sword, D-grade equipment, leather armor. Indeed, the terror of the undead lay primarily in their sheer numbers. Without such an advantage, they were but weaklings. The orc warriors engaged the enemies while the mage apprentices launched magic missiles to conserve their mana. Even Lin Yi refrained from using magic himself, as the unknown number of enemies lurking ahead necessitated prudence. The wretches before them were so feeble that the orc warriors could not even unleash their fury. With the newly acquired, twisted vitality source and ample flesh energy, the magic missiles could effortlessly dispatch the foes. Chapter 53. The Undead Mage Leader. A life hanging by a thread. Indeed, after the frontline orc warriors had collectively lost around 100 health points, the skirmish concluded. Lin Yi fed each of these valiant warriors a unit of food before shifting his attention to the corpses of the zombies. Although he had already received a notification, he could not help but curse the game's stinginess as he watched the recently defeated corpses gradually fade into transparency and disappear. While there was typically an hour's grace in the outside world to allow for appearances, once inside this secret realm, the game could not even muster the pretense of such leniency, immediately reclaiming the remnants of battle. It was one thing to reclaim, but to leave no trace, not even a bone fragment, was rather disheartening. Nevertheless, the experience gained was still significant. Both the orc warriors and the mage apprentices had a member level up. It appeared that with a few more sufficiently challenging battles to follow, the remaining soldiers would soon ascend in level as well. At that point, the level 6 orc warriors would boast 290 health points, significantly increasing the chances of triggering their berserk ability. The level 7 mage apprentice's magic attack power would reach 31 points, and paired with the explosive force of arcane missiles, it would not be an issue to wipe out several hundred health points in a single volley. Tomorrow, they would conquer the final challenge of the novice trial and attain the bloodline unlocking level. That would mark the true commencement of his ascent in power. However, the density of monsters within this sewer was quite alarming. Having traversed less than 200 meters along the winding path, Lin Yi encountered 3 more waves of foes similar to the previous ones. He pondered why so many monsters had not been taken away when the scourge retreated. Regardless of the number of cannon fodder in their ranks, These nearly level 10 reborn zombies amounted to at least 30 in total. How could such numbers be disregarded? Could it be that these were naturally spawned after the Scourge's withdrawal? This should not be the case. Their high levels and complete weaponry did not align with the notion of natural resurgence. The skeletal horde encountered in the previous fragment of the Secret Realm was a true representation of natural resurgence. Numerous, but only level 3 fragile skeletons. Typical of scenarios devoid of external intervention. Could it be? Was there perhaps a small boss that had not retreated, hiding within the sewer? Or were there hidden mages of Dalaran who, upon witnessing the Scourge's departure, dared to emerge from their concealment? Yet, that did not seem plausible. If there were indeed concealed mages, the enemies Lin Yi faced would not be undead, but rather human replicas conjured by the game. Wait, there is another possibility. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Yi. Could it be that the ones hiding were members of Kel'Thuzad's faction? Kel'Thuzad was among the first in Dalaran to delve into necromancy and manipulate the undead. It was conceivable that his disciples had picked up a few tricks along the way. When the demons attacked Dalaran and the city fell, perhaps these followers sought refuge in the depths of the sewers. When the demons withdrew, Arthas led the Scourge into battle, and the followers realized their hiding place would not withstand the relentless search of the overwhelming undead. Given the undead's inherent hatred for life, it would be easy for them to locate a group like theirs, with no other recourse. They might have resorted to their rudimentary skills to transform themselves and their followers into undead beings, thereby evading the Scourge's search. Only when the Scourge had completed their withdrawal did they finally emerge. This would explain everything. Why such high-level and numerous undead creatures lingered in the secluded corners of the sewer. However, did this impact Lin Yi in any way? Absolutely not. In fact, it was a stroke of good fortune, for the blueprints and knowledge gleaned from these Dalaran mages would undoubtedly be the most fitting for him and his territory. If this were in Azeroth, Lin Yi might have to consider how much intellect and power the transformed undead could retain. As sentient mages were not as easily dealt with as mindless soldiers. Yet, they were within a secret realm now. The opponent's transformation into undead would diminish their power significantly, and the game's replication would further dilute their strength. With all their trump cards laid bare and a few soldiers to bolster their ranks, securing victory should pose no significant challenge, even if the enemy still possessed C-grade power. After vanquishing 2 waves of wandering zombies, Lin Yi's team finally leveled up, reaching a temporary plateau. However, the consumption of flesh energy was rather significant, having already depleted over a dozen units. It was indeed a case of spending real currency for experience points. As Lin Yi surveyed the hall before him, filled with over 20 resurrected zombies, his gaze fell upon the skeletal mage at the center, fully aware that he had encountered the final boss. The reason for placing the term zombie in quotes was due to the ambiguous nature of the creature's appearances. The resurrected zombie warriors had once been formidable melee fighters, their robust physiques still retaining some semblance of flesh despite their transformation into undead beings. In stark contrast, the mage boss had been a frail magic user in life. And in death, despite not having become a skeleton, he resembled little more than a layer of skin stretched over bones. From the tattered robe, one could discern his desiccated skin tightly clinging to his skeletal frame, leaving one to ponder if he had even 2 ounces of flesh remaining. Coupled with the grotesque visage of a skull and the flickering blue soul fire in his eye sockets, labeling him a skeletal mage seemed entirely justified. Lin Yi merely appraised his adversary for a fleeting moment before commencing the incantation for a fireball, eager to test the waters. To his astonishment, the moment he unleashed the fireball, the skeletal mage retaliated with an ice arrow, swiftly hurtling toward him. It appeared that as soon as Lin Yi recognized his opponent, the undead creature had also become aware of their presence. The slight delay in the undead's reaction allowed Lin Yi's fireball, which required a longer casting time, to be launched concurrently with the ice arrow. Numbers floated before him: 126, 89. D-Class Dalaran Undead Mage LV10, Boss Health, 260260, Mana, 600600. Physical Attack, 8, Magical Attack, 4515. Physical Defense, 3, Magical Defense, 105. Attack Speed, once every 2 seconds, maximum movement speed, 3 meters per second. Undead Body, passive attacks inflict 3 points of negative energy damage. Positive energy damage taken increases by 100, fire damage increases by 50, while negative energy and ice damage received are reduced by 50. Ice Arrow, active fires an ice arrow at an enemy, inflicting frost damage and slowing them by 30 for 10 seconds. Damage, Magical Attack, 1320. Skill Cost, 25 mana. Casting Time, 2 seconds. Casting Range, 50 meters. Mana Shield, active consumes mana to create a shield that absorbs damage. Each point of damage absorbed costs 2 mana, lasting for 1 minute. Skill Cost, 30 mana. Casting Time, instant. Undead Resurrection. Active uses necromancy on a corpse to revive it as an undead creature under the caster's control. Skill cost, 40 mana. Casting time, 10 seconds. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by the extreme cold of the ice arrow piercing his flesh, as he felt his health plummet by 70 points. This was the first time he had faced a life-threatening situation. However, whether it was his innate adaptability to peril or the influence of his 9 points of intelligence, he quickly dispelled any negative emotions. Stimulated by the frigid magic and the looming threat of death, his mind entered a state of heightened clarity. Everything around him seemed to slow, and the gravity of his life or death predicament could not sway his rational thought. His mind accelerated to an extraordinary pace. Lin Yi, my health cannot withstand another attack. And the enemy's ice arrow has a casting time of only 2 seconds. No, they likely won't cast another ice arrow immediately. Since I dealt damage close to half their health, their instinct as a mage will be to cast Mana Shield first before continuing to attack. Although the skill is instantaneous, it requires a fraction of a moment to react. I can take this opportunity to consume a D-class healing potion to restore my health and direct my 9 apprentice mages to unleash arcane missiles to deplete their mana. The drawback of the Mana Shield is that while it absorbs damage, it requires double the caster's mana to negate. The magical attack power of the apprentice mages is 31, and the enemy's magical defense stands at 15, meaning each arcane missile inflicts 30 points of damage. 9 apprentice mages collectively deal 270 points of damage, requiring the enemy to use 540 mana to counteract. Adding the costs for Ice Arrow and Mana Shield, the enemy could be left completely drained of mana. If the undead mage does not activate Mana Shield, they will be swiftly eliminated by the barrage of arcane missiles. Perhaps having reached the limits of the intelligence attribute, Lin Yi instinctively returned to normal thought speed, re-entering the tangible world. Following his previous deductions, he rummaged through his backpack for a healing potion and downed it in one gulp while commanding the apprentice mages. All apprentice mages launched arcane missiles targeting the undead mage. As anticipated, a translucent shield radiating a faint blue glow enveloped the undead mage. The shield resembled an eggshell, encapsulating the undead mage entirely. 0, 0, 0, 30. A series of zeros floated away from the undead mage, indicating the damage was negated by their mana. Only the final missile registered a 30, shattering their mana shield. With the shield destroyed and their mana depleted, the undead mage stood momentarily stunned. Another round would surely finish him off. Chapter 54. The Dalaran Battle Mage Legacy Stone. Truth be told, the defeat of this undead mage was rather anticlimactic. Having unleashed a single skill that nearly eliminated Lin Yi, he was then swiftly overwhelmed by concentrated fire from the soldiers, leaving him drained and vulnerable to a decisive strike. Aside from that initial ice arrow, demonstrating some semblance of boss-like prowess, his subsequent performance paled in comparison to the 2 pseudo-bosses Lin Yi had encountered previously. To consider him weak based solely on this encounter would be a grave misjudgment. One must understand that the dungeons available during the novice phase are inherently balanced, ensuring that bosses within them do not possess outrageous capabilities. Even overpowered skills would be toned down or outright removed. Lin Yi had come perilously close to defeat, teetering on the edge of death, before relying on the cultivated group of apprentice mages to navigate the crisis. Can this be deemed weakness? On the 6th day of the game, a lord summoned 9 apprentice mages, each at level 7. Now, that is truly overpowered. It is not a matter of our forces lacking effort. The enemy simply possesses overwhelming advantages. Furthermore, a mage boss with high attack and low health is prone to both inflicting and receiving fatal damage. This is merely the nature of the game. If a lord lacking Lin Yi's ranged burst damage were to face a single ice arrow dealing 90 damage, how many hits could they withstand? The remaining soldiers after the lord's fall would be nothing more than meat on a chopping block, easily manipulated by the boss. To consider a harsher reality, this undead mage, if able to progress into the C-class tier, would be truly terrifying. Not only would their equipment, health, and mana limits see comprehensive enhancements, but their skills would also exhibit a staggering difference. For instance, the C-class Mana Shield absorbs damage at a 1-to-1 ratio, meaning 1 point of mana negates 1 point of damage. At that stage, depleting their mana would not be a trivial task. The skill Blizzard is undoubtedly possessed by the opponent as well. Within mere seconds, it can obliterate your rear-line damage dealers. The infamous Spell Interruption is a divine technique in mage duels that renders you utterly mute. Undead Resurrection can be casually flung towards your fallen soldiers. Now, envision today's battle, and it would surely devolve into a massacre. Earlier, Lin Yi had considered testing his mettle against the C-rank leader. But after enduring the devastation wrought by today's necromancer, he felt it prudent to maintain his distance from such leaders. It is not an undertaking for a lord at this stage. It is truly a venture that leads to demise. The remainder of the battle appeared rather uneventful, as the most formidable challenges had already been vanquished, leaving the remaining zombies, which had been raised, incapable of escaping Lin Yi's onslaught. As the orc warriors entered a frenzied state, unleashing a relentless barrage of fireballs alongside Lin Yi, these remaining undead could barely withstand even a minute, vanishing one after another in a blaze of light. He hoped that the spoils of battle would be commensurate with the strength of the monsters, rendering his brush with death worthwhile. However, one must admit, the experience gained was indeed substantial. After the battle concluded, Lin Yi was astonished to find that all of his orc warriors had ascended to level 6 before the fight and had now achieved level 7, thereby catching up to his apprentice mage. Conversely, the true heroes of this battle remained hovering at level 7, unable to level up. He surmised that they were not far from advancement, but the experience required to reach level 8 was considerable, which hindered their progression. Lin Yi then turned his gaze towards the 5 glowing orbs that appeared before him after the battle. Well, it seems he was directly rewarded. He had previously contemplated the potential treasure from a chest. With his talents enhanced, what wondrous items might he uncover? To his surprise, the game had presented him with this boon, leaving his expectations unfulfilled. Nevertheless, it was not without merit, for while a chest could yield only 3 items, these orbs generously offered 5, compensating for quality with quantity. Without hesitation, he approached the first orb and opened it. You have acquired the C-rank Dalaran Battle Mage Inheritance Stone. Golden treasures right from the start. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment at the notification. C-rank Dalaran Battle Mage Inheritance Stone. This stone holds the legacy of the Dalaran Battle Mages, containing not only the training and job transition methods for battle mages, but also numerous D and C-rank spells that can be learned by expending resources. Note, this can be utilized by lords, citizens, and soldiers, but spell learning requires meeting specific criteria. Fate hint: this inheritance stone can replace the C-rank Building Evolution Stone when used at the Mage Training Grounds, evolving it into the Dalaran Junior Mage Tower, which encompasses recruitment, job transitions, and inheritance functions. Visitors can learn D and C-rank spells from the Dalaran series by consuming resources to meet the learning prerequisites. However, do not harbor illusions that soldiers will master many spells. This function mainly serves the lord, citizens, and free folk. A revelation. After reading the game and Fate's hints, Lin Yi profoundly understood how perfectly suited this item was for him. He was, after all, pursuing the path of a mage and had significant gaps in his spell repertoire. With the inheritance stone, he could swiftly fill these voids, qualifying him as a competent mage. Moreover, he envisioned acquiring the hero template, unlocking his limitations, and mastering extraordinary powers, thereby revisiting the knowledge contained within the inheritance. He aspired to become a true mage, fully cognizant of the principles behind his craft. Furthermore, the primary military strength of his territory, both now and in the future, would be mage-oriented. His current main damage output comes from the mage apprentices, who, upon reaching level 10, could transition into Dalaran battle mages, undoubtedly gaining significant enhancements across the board. Although the spells available for unit mastery would be limited, they would undoubtedly surpass those of typical mage units. Lin Yi did not desire much. He would be content if the mage apprentices could learn Fireball after their job transition. Just imagine the scene. A legion of mage soldiers unleashing a barrage of fireballs that blanket the battlefield like a meteor shower, raining down upon the enemy's position. Without Lin Yi lifting a finger, his soldiers could obliterate the opposition. Now, that is what one calls firepower coverage. What a sight it would be, a battalion of human artillery. The more he envisioned this scenario, the more exhilarated he became, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He longed for such firepower to crush every foe in his path. As for future plans, he intended to preserve the Citizen Summoning Stone until he upgraded to the Dalaran low-level Mage Tower. At that time, his current half-elf bloodline mage apprentices could evolve into high-elf battle mages, and the summoned citizens would be high elves as well. The bloodline enhancements would indicate that high elves are inclined towards magic, allowing him to effortlessly cultivate numerous citizen mages. When the time comes, Lin Yi would have expendable mage units for combat, while citizen mages would bolster his territory's development and magical research. In the future, with sufficient resources, he could even open his territory to become the magical capital of the Lord's game world, New Dalaran. The main storyline has emerged. After a spell of unfocused contemplation, Lin Yi promptly pressed the inheritance stone against his forehead, eager to discover the spells contained within. Wow, the basic skills for mages were all present, many divided into D and C rank versions. Simply the D rank skills alone, such as Frostbolt, Fireball, Frost Nova, Cone of Cold, Mana Shield, Spell Interruption, Blizzard, among others, were abundant, most with advanced C rank versions. However, he could only learn D-rank spells for now, as the requirements for C-rank skills necessitated an intelligence of 10 points or more. Regrettably, there were no create food or create water spells. Otherwise, the ability to conjure bread and magical water would have maximized post-battle recovery. Yet, one must acknowledge that such capabilities are unlikely. If one could conjure from the void, what need would there be for a Lord's game? Blink, starting as a C-rank spell, is reasonable, considering it involves spatial magic, which typically has higher learning prerequisites. Once learned, he would be equipped to face various combat scenarios as a battle mage, but he would need to wait until everything settled to gradually absorb the knowledge, as the transfer of such information would require considerable time. And he must not overlook the spells from the D&D series. If the opportunity arises, he should gather as many as possible. After all, in comparison to the magical framework of the Faerun world, the mages of Azeroth resemble spell-casting artillery, with lesser strengths in other aspects. Reluctantly stowing the inheritance stone back into his backpack, Lin Yi turned his attention to the remaining 4 glowing orbs on the ground. Just this one inheritance stone had made his journey worthwhile, significantly enhancing the strength and foundation of his territory. What further enhancements might the remaining orbs bestow upon him? Lin Yi was filled with curiosity. D-rank spell, necromancy, manipulating negative energy through magical power to awaken the residual spirit of corpses, allowing the user to command them in battle. The revived undead possess only a fraction of their former instincts, with their combat effectiveness determined by the condition of the corpse, the time since death, and various factors of magical energy consumption. Skill cost, starting at 50 mana points, casting time, 10 seconds, casting range, 30 meters. Note, each time the caster manipulates negative energy, they will be subjected to its corruptive influence. Should this corruption reach a certain threshold, the caster will inevitably begin to transform into an undead being. Fate hint. If you believe you are not digging your own grave by playing with the undead and manipulating souls, think again. If you do not wish to become an object of disdain among the gods, refrain from employing this skill. Moreover, those zealous fanatics are not known for their amiable disposition. If, I have solely acquired this skill without any intention of utilizing it. Chapter 55, Abundant Harvest. Indeed, Lin Yi genuinely harbored such thoughts. The skills may induce formidable side effects, so why should I use them? It is well known that knowledge pertaining to the soul is undeniably profound. Necromancy, which enables the summoning and manipulation of souls, undoubtedly requires an in-depth understanding of the soul itself. Although the rules governing the world of Azeroth may conflict with those of this realm, it does not diminish the intrinsic value of such knowledge. Furthermore, as a mage ascends, they inevitably encounter matters concerning the soul. Without exploring the soul, how can one enhance their own spirit and capacity to harbor greater magical energy? Without delving into the soul, how can one establish a closer connection with the external elements and laws? Some mages pursue their own studies with cautious deliberation, while others adopt a bold and reckless approach in investigating the souls of others. Thus, the reality is that, borrowing the alignment system from the D&D universe, a significant majority of the elite mages are self-serving individuals of a neutral alignment. As I have reiterated, within the perspective of these grand sorcerers, I may choose not to engage, but I cannot afford to remain ignorant. Returning to Lin Yi, his envy did not stem from the potency of the necromancy skill itself. Was this trivial ability superior in magical lethality, or did it merely summon strong soldiers for his dominion? What he truly coveted was the knowledge that accompanied the skill, the array, and the innate techniques for manipulating souls. Such opportunities, once lost, are not easily reclaimed. Just observe how the developers of the Lord game, the deities overseeing the lords, and their minions, the followers, all display a pronounced disdain for the undead and those who command them. It is evident that knowledge concerning the soul is exceedingly rare in the outside world. Currently, in the historical echoing realm, this skill has been unearthed through established rules. Dare one attempt it in the outside world? Lin Yi harbored considerable doubts as to whether one could find relevant materials even after opening 100 treasure chests. After all, no fool would willingly teach another how to undermine their own foundation and pilfer their own power, especially those deities whose strength is drawn from souls and faith. Of course, one might seek knowledge of this nature by aligning with demons and devils. However, how can one ensure that they are not being led into a trap? These denizens of the lower planes revel in exploiting your weaknesses and vulnerabilities, enticing you towards corruption, ultimately claiming your soul. Engaging with them necessitates 100-fold vigilance, and growing too close will invite the ire and pursuit of righteous forces. Having resolved to retain this skill for personal study, Lin Yi carefully stowed the necromancy skill book into his backpack. He decided to delay his learning until he had completed the hero template. He was not driven by a desire for the skill's effects, Learning it now would merely grant him a switch to release the ability, an icon, and a hotkey. He had already resolved that even if he acquired the skill, he would refrain from using it. Why the haste to learn, then, if it would merely serve as an ornament? The fireball and other skills he had previously studied had not bestowed upon him any extraordinary knowledge. While these spells left templates within his mental realm, he could only engage in research once he accessed that mental sea. Who knows if the mental sea contains only a single spell template, or if other pertinent principles and knowledge are stored therein. The knowledge and principles of those skills could be gradually learned through the recently acquired Battle Mage Inheritance Stone, providing an opportunity for recompense. He could not afford to gamble on a solitary necromancy skill book, nor would he. Even if these were merely his conjectures, exercising caution incurs no loss. Should there be no ancillary benefits, he suffers no detriment. Should there be, he stands to gain immensely. 3 luminous orbs remain. Hopefully, they will yield something worthwhile. Blueprint, C-rank unit equipment, advanced staff. The design for an advanced staff, producible at a C-rank blacksmith shop. Magical attack power, 15, mana, 30. Requirements, 20 units of advanced wood, 10 units of advanced stone, 5 units of white crystal. Fate description, white crystal possesses excellent magical conductivity, serving as an essential raw material for C-rank items, equipment, and structures. It is rich in various elemental variants, suitable for specialized purposes. For instance, yellow crystal, which is rich in earth elements, can be used as an additive when constructing high-level walls to enhance their defensive capabilities. It cannot be deemed a surprise, but it will certainly prove useful in the future, albeit only moderately so. Lin Yi was not particularly satisfied with this acquisition. On one hand, it is not immediately applicable and lacks rarity. On the other hand, the attributes of unit equipment are merely a diluted version compared to personal gear. As the levels of units gradually increase, the enhancements provided by unit equipment soon fade into insignificance. Recipe, D-rank meditation potion. The meditation potion has been added to the production queue of the alchemy cottage. D-rank meditation potion. Upon consumption, it enhances meditation efficacy by 50 for a duration of 2 hours, with a maximum of 3 bottles usable per day. Description, the optimal companion for a mage's growth. This is a localized and improved recipe. Use it with confidence. Lin Yi stared at this item, his mind swirling with questions. What is this? When I express confusion, it is not indicative of my own shortcomings, but rather a reflection of the item's peculiarities. Does this imply that it belongs to the category of cultivation materials? Lin Yi understood that meditation is a common method for citizens and freemen to transform into mages and elevate their own intelligence attributes. Unlike the lords, who have unexpectedly arrived in this world, the locals can gradually discover their health and mana values through learning and practice, embarking on the path of empowerment, gaining acknowledgement of their game attributes. In contrast, lords possess attribute panels from the outset, but only by unlocking the hero template and obtaining the hero status can they truly integrate into this world and uncover their health, vitality, and mana mental space. Both groups are racing towards empowerment, though one has taken a step with their left foot while the other has stepped with their right, merely a matter of sequence. In truth, once Lin Yi could sense mana, he too could enhance his attributes through meditation training. However, relative to the speed of leveling up, his current progress in attribute enhancement might only have reached 1/10, while the points gained from leveling up have already been credited. From an efficiency standpoint, relying on the game for self-training is exponentially superior. In the early to mid-game, combat leveling is undoubtedly more cost-effective. Of course, as the game progresses to its later stages, when levels become stagnant, returning to earnest cultivation will become imperative. Yet, in the early phases, Lin Yi would do well to regard meditation as a means of recovery and a method to strengthen his control over magical energy. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yi retrieved the inheritance stone from his backpack and placed it against his forehead to delve into its contents. This aspect of the item, while convenient like a USB drive, suffers from sluggish query and transmission speeds relative to the vast amount of information it contains. Indeed, it includes a basic meditation technique. While its efficacy is not particularly high, it excels in stability and safety, minimizing potential issues. This effectively lowers the entry barrier, facilitating large-scale training and selection. Once a genius garners attention, they can access new meditation techniques. True to its name, the inheritance stone is entirely centered around the concept of legacy. It does not contain anything overly profound, thereby lacking high theft value. Once the bearer of the inheritance completes the material within, they will naturally become a competent battle mage. And with a modicum of caution, they can survive in this world. This is akin to planting seeds throughout the world, with the possibility that one of these seeds may sprout and flourish into a grand tree that provides shelter from the storm. the once destroyed Dalaran might naturally return. Fate hint. Numerous legacy stones were prepared during the time Dalaran was intact, specifically to confront the existential crises of life and death. This mage, in his flight for survival, casually took one, which consequently was replicated by the game. Thus, its quality far surpasses the subsequent four, as it originally belonged to a necromancer and remained unaffected by the game's balance mechanisms. I pondered why the legacy stone holds such immense value. It contains a plethora of sea-level spells. The subsequent items are evidently inferior, a result of the game's meddling. The direct manifestation cannot be diminished. It can only extract and transform the knowledge, correct? This game is a scam. At this point, Lin Yi lost interest and promptly opened the remaining item. You have obtained Blueprint, D-Level Iron Arrow Tower. Blueprint, D-Level Iron Arrow Tower. Permanent and upgraded version of the Stone Arrow Tower, with attributes receiving comprehensive enhancements. It stands at the pinnacle of D-Level defensive towers, serving as the foundation for C-Level defensive towers. Health, 800-800. Mana, 00. Physical and magical defense, 12. Deals a fixed physical damage of 80 points every 3 seconds, with an attack range of 80 meters. Upgrade requirements. Iron ore 100 units, upgrade time 1 hour. Description. The Iron Arrow Tower serves as the foundation of sea-level magical arrow towers in Dalaran, representing a significant defensive force. Fate hint. Since you possess the recipe for steel, you can directly upgrade the arrow tower to a steel arrow tower. Health 1000 points, defense 15, damage 100, attack range 100 meters. The game, I was mistaken. I retract my earlier statements. My previous remarks were a tad too loud. I shall amend my ways. Upon seeing this defensive tower blueprint, Lin Yi, who had been quite arrogant moments before, immediately cowered and confessed. This was primarily due to the fact that the Stone Arrow Tower upgrade blueprint can genuinely enhance his territorial defense capabilities significantly, and it can be upgraded immediately. Not to mention the increased health and defense of the tower itself. The enhancement of its durability is trivial compared to the doubled damage output. Moreover, the attack range extending to 100 meters essentially fortifies the critical areas of his still modest domain. If all the defensive towers within his territory were upgraded to steel arrow towers, they would transform into an impenetrable iron hedgehog, a threat to any who dare to approach. Chapter 56. The Mutated Slime Monster. Lin Yi glanced at the apparent staircase leading upward to the upper levels of the sewer and decided to retreat from the secret realm to recuperate in his territory. Having recently acquired the Steel Arrow Tower, it was imperative to bolster the defenses of his domain. Lin Yi's earlier outburst of fireballs had depleted his mana to a low ebb, necessitating a return to his abode to replenish his mana and update his spell list. The apprentice mage had performed admirably in the recent battle, yet his mana reserves were now halved. The orc warriors, on the other hand, were in fine form, having fully recovered thanks to the effects of Source of Vitality. Of course, disregarding Lin Yi, who was wincing at the loss of his flesh and blood energy. The overall mood was quite jubilant. Lin Yi's composed demeanor was somewhat a result of being unnerved by the intensity and peril of this secret realm. Engaging fully in battle, encountering a boss fight that put them on the brink of death, had drained their combat capabilities almost entirely. The berserk state of the Great G was triggered, losing their strongest explosive means. Who knows what awaits them on the upper level? A lack of caution could spell disaster. He led the team back to their territory, where they rested and upgraded as needed. However, he prioritized upgrading the 4 steel arrow towers closest to the core of the territory, postponing further upgrades until he assessed the situation. Each upgrade required 100 units of iron ore, and even if he had a mine, such extensive construction was unsustainable. Although he indeed possessed a wonder that could yield iron ore daily, it was only the 6th day of the novice period. He had barely consumed 2 days' worth of supplies, leaving him with scant reserves. It was only due to his thriving business and having mined twice that he could afford to allocate 400 units for upgrading the arrow towers. Furthermore, it wasn't that he couldn't continue upgrading. It was simply a matter of cost-effectiveness. To be frank, had it not been for the need to enhance the defensive capabilities of his forces while departing the territory, he wouldn't have even considered upgrading these 4 towers. Yet, upgrading was essential. The frequency of aggressive wild monster floating islands had noticeably increased. The strength of the wild monsters on these islands was also on the rise, and Lin Yi's frustrating talent had begun to assert its presence. He certainly did not wish to lead his troops into battle only to return and find his territory in ruins. Not to mention the potential threat to the core of his territory posed by invading monsters breaching the defensive towers. Even the slightest mishap could endanger the crops he had sown, causing him profound distress. Therefore, expenditures could not be spared. Reclining in his comfortable rocking chair, Lin Yi stretched lazily and exhaled slowly. It had indeed been an exhilarating and fulfilling day. He then retrieved the legacy stone and began to utilize materials to learn skills. C-level spells were not a priority. D-level practical ones were placed at the forefront. After all, he was a prosperous lord and lacked not for resources. Ultimately, he needed to learn them all, though the time required was lengthy, necessitating a selective approach. This particular spell does not consume much, but the total for D-level spells amounts to a staggering 12,000 materials. No wonder it is said that mages grow reliant on resources. With such consumption, an ordinary lord would struggle to keep up. However, it is worth noting that most ordinary lords do not have Lin Yi's opportunity to utilize resources to learn a plethora of spells. Even if they did have the chance, they would undoubtedly select only the most practical spells, dismissing those that might not see use for a century or more, leaving them to ponder in their spare time. Learning a spell is beneficial, but not mastering it does not hinder progress. Few would approach it as he did, consuming knowledge indiscriminately. Observing the newly added spells, Mana Shield, Frostbolt, and Frost Nova, in his skill list, along with his nearly replenished mana. He glanced out the window at the dimming sky and the gathering storm clouds above his territory. He felt the urgency to act, to explore the remaining secret realm before the impending storm arrived. Does he recall the weather forecast for the game's 6th day? It might bring thunderstorms and strong winds. Considering the game's tendencies, Lin Yi felt that standing in the rain for even a moment could very well result in a lightning strike. After replenishing his supplies, they stood once more in the grand hall where they had battled the necromancer. Lin Yi cast Mana Shield upon himself, a luminous orb hovering above, and led the way up to the next level of the sewer. The entrance they had used was located beneath the secret realm floating island, essentially a drainage outlet from the sewer to the outside world. To continue their exploration, they would ascend from the second level of the sewer to investigate the first level. It must be said that with the Mana Shield, he felt significantly more secure. As long as he didn't get focused down and have his mana depleted. The safety of the mage increased exponentially after learning the shield spell. Necromancer boss. Indeed, this is the case. After walking for a short while on the first level, Lin Yi spotted a half-meter-high gelatinous mass slithering along the ground around the corner ahead. Its semi-transparent, earth-toned body exhibited a viscous quality, resembling a large blob of jelly as it crawled slowly across the floor. Even Lin Yi could not help but imagine a whimsical sound effect accompanying the scene in his mind. Is that you, little soft? Observing the creature laboriously and slowly writhing on the ground, he felt disinclined to initiate combat with a frost arrow. 25 points of mana is still mana. And with basic attacks at his disposal, why employ skills when he could see the creature moving so laboriously? Was there truly a need for a further slowing effect? 40. The magic missile struck the creature, drawing its aggro. Upon seeing the floating damage numbers, Lin Yi immediately sensed something amiss. Another anti-magic creature? D-Class Mutated Slime Monster LV7. Health. 2002, 40. Mana. 00. Physical Attack. 17. Magic Attack. 0. Physical Defense. 10. Magic Defense. 510. Attack Speed. 1 strike every 2 seconds. Maximum Movement Speed. 2 meters per second. Gelatinous Body. Passive. Its non-solid form grants it formidable immunity to physical attacks, reducing physical damage taken by 50, but increasing the effects of slowing by 50. When attacking and receiving melee damage, it inflicts 8 points of acidic corrosion damage on the target, with a 20 chance to destroy D-Class equipment. Alchemical Mutation. Passive. Prolonged survival in an environment rife with alchemical waste and mixed magical energies has caused its body to mutate. Magic Defense. 10. And it is immune to magic attacks of less than 20 points in intensity. Any magic attack that is negated restores an equivalent amount of its own health. You wretched Dalaran mages. What are you doing, tossing everything into the sewers? Are you trying to ensnare us? It was evident, from the description of the alchemical mutation passive skill, that the irresponsible actions of those mages had rendered these slime monsters so troublesome. It was no wonder Lin Yi couldn't help but curse. This creature was genuinely repulsive. Physical damage reduced by 50, retaliatory damage from melee attacks, and to make matters worse, a 20 chance to destroy D-Class equipment. His orc warrior dared not approach. There was no chance of dealing damage, and even tanking the creature could result in the loss of his steel armor. Although his steel armor provided 10 points of physical defense, placing it atop the D-Class equipment tier, it was still a D-Class item, well within the range of the creature's corrosive destruction. One must understand that a 20 chance is not negligible after a single battle. His orc warrior was likely to be left entirely defenseless. The subsequent alchemical mutation was the real bane of mages. Fortunately, these slime monsters were of a low level. Still within the D-Class realm, their magic defense was merely increased by 10, and they could still be immune to and absorb magic damage up to 20 points. If they were to advance to C-Class, the enhancement of magic defense and damage immunity would be astronomical. Even low-level mages would become mere healing potions before them, as any physical attack would merely replenish their health. Melee attacks were too risky, and ranged physical damage would yield little effect. Magical damage that fell short of overwhelming them would have a negative impact. If one could not inundate them with massive magical damage, one would merely await their downfall, leaving behind only corrupted remnants of bones. As for why he referred to them as they, it was because Lin Yi soon witnessed a surge of more slime monsters pouring out from around the corner. He regretted using the term a surge, for the subsequent slime monsters were indeed piled together, filling the corridor to the brim, making it impossible to discern their precise number. As they advanced towards Lin Yi and his companions with a whimsical grace, "Everyone fall back. Follow me." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi led his team in retreat. He was no fool. Sending soldiers forward now would be tantamount to suicide. Moreover, upon noticing that these slime monsters had a 50 negative weakness to slowing effects, he devised a plan in his mind. Finally, he could unleash the newly learned Blizzard. However, this skill required 5 seconds of casting time, necessitating some distance to be effective. Fortunately, the jelly-like bodies of the slime monsters hampered their movement speed, with a maximum speed of only 2 meters per second, allowing Lin Yi and his team to distance themselves comfortably. After retreating approximately 30 meters, Lin Yi began to cast Blizzard. A blue glow emanated from his hands and staff, gradually intensifying with the passage of time. The game's power guided Lin Yi's form, the incantation flowing smoothly from his lips. When the pursuing swarm of slime monsters re-entered the illumination of the light spell, Lin Yi completed the preliminary casting. Blizzard. He instinctively raised both hands. His staff enveloped in a brilliant blue light, pointing skyward. Above the slime monsters, a vast cloud materialized, and ice shards the size of fingernails began to plummet from the heavens. Even from several meters away, Lin Yi could feel the chilling aura emanating from the front. One could only imagine how drastic the temperature drop was under the influence of the magic. With a damage radius of up to 20 meters, Blizzard enveloped all the slime monsters within. Chapter 57. Completion of the Extermination. 53. As the first damage number floated up, the slime monsters entering the magical coverage were besieged by the frost, a thick layer of ice forming over their surfaces. Their already sluggish movement speed was reduced to that of a slow walk, appearing almost comical at a pace of 1 meter per second. 55, 57, 59. The damage numbers increased incrementally, and the health bars of the slime monsters dwindled. When the slime monster that had been hit by Lin Yi's magic missile fell first, it seemed to trigger a switch, and in the next moment, all the other jelly-like creatures ceased their movements, dissolving into a puddle of liquid upon the ground. The subsequent slime monsters continued to surge in unrelenting waves, yet the boundary of Blizzard seemed to act as a dividing line. Each slime monster that stepped within struggled to advance. The magical damage during the latter stages of the spell had increased significantly compared to the beginning, and in the 4th second of the new wave of slime monsters entering, which also marked the 9th second of Blizzard, Lin Yi achieved another substantial wave of kills. The golden glow of level-ups rose behind him, enveloping the apprentice mages, as the vast number of kills granted them an immediate elevation to level 8. Lin Yi was uncertain just how many slime monsters his Blizzard had vanquished across the 2 waves, possibly 20, perhaps 30, or even more. Given that the jelly-like bodies of the slime monsters piled together surged forward, it was utterly impossible to count, with the corpses of the slain slime monsters disappearing. This remained an unsolvable mystery. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, as the final second of the spell's duration arrived. The 3rd wave of incoming slime monsters was afflicted with a slowing debuff. Although the damage was considerable, it was insufficient to eliminate them, and they were still far from it. Lin Yi glanced at his remaining mana, realizing it was insufficient to cast Blizzard again, requiring 150 points. However, he remained unfazed, for his previous encounter with the undead mage lord had provided him with a rough understanding of the dungeon's intensity. Prior to re-entering for exploration, he had procured supplies at a premium from the market. He retrieved a D-class mana potion and drank it down, raising his mana to 80, which was adequate for another round. The blue light began to shimmer once more, the 5 seconds passing swiftly. While the nearest slime monsters approached within less than 10 meters of him, the dense ice shards fell less than 5 meters in front of Lin Yi, once again covering the bodies of these slime monsters in frost. The chilling air enveloping Lin Yi sent a shiver down his spine. While the magic infused with his will would not cause friendly fire, the suddenly plummeting temperature could not discern its target, due to insufficient magical energy this time. The second round of Blizzard could not be guided to completion. However, this did not affect the outcome of the battle. Within the illuminated area of light, no new slimes emerged, and all remaining monsters were afflicted with a slow debuff. The mage apprentice harvested with arcane missiles. Lin Yi organized the soldiers and took up his staff to launch magical projectiles. He had truly exhausted himself, leaving not a single drop of magic left. As the last slime collapsed in the passage, he slowly exhaled. Watching his white breath dissipate in the cold corridor, Lin Yi shook his head in resignation. Such a battle, devoid of resources and accompanied by immense psychological pressure, was not new to him. In fact, he felt himself gradually adapting to and enjoying this exhilarating life. Although his orc warrior had not kept pace with the mage apprentice to reach level 8, it should have gained a fair amount of experience. Possibly just a step away from leveling up. The experience system was not quantified by the game, leaving Lin Yi to make rough estimations. One thing was certain. The greater the contribution in battle, the more experience one would gain. Those who did not contribute would receive only a small share. As for the distribution ratio, who could say what it was? Let us head back to the territory. Leading the team back, Lin Yi felt quite helpless under the pouring rain. The intensity of this secret realm was unexpectedly high. If it were not for the ability to enter and exit freely for rest, he would have certainly given up and walked away if it were like the game dungeons of the original world that required a single completion. The rewards were substantial, whether in terms of blueprints, knowledge, or experience points, leaving him immensely satisfied. However, the combat intensity had escalated to a terrifying degree. If the number of monsters were separated, enduring several waves would be manageable. Yet, with 890 high-level monsters surging towards him, no one could withstand such an onslaught. Lin Yi replenished the magic potion he had consumed and glanced at the time. It was a little past 4 p.m., and the heavy rain outside showed no signs of abating, the dark clouds overhead only appearing to descend lower. Interestingly, the torrential rain on the floating island quickly formed rivulets on the parched ground, slowly flowing toward the edges. He specifically went to the edge of the floating island to observe whether the water flowed downward or defied gravity and rose upward. To his surprise, the game did not follow conventional logic. The water that flowed beyond the floating island simply vanished. It was as if it had been directly evaporated by some force, disappearing without a trace. This led Lin Yi to suspect that the game might be employing a novel mechanism, wherein this rainwater was indeed part of the floating island's material, merely transformed under the game's control. Matter, energy, water energy, and material, both matter and energy were manipulated by the game, completely under its dominion. Then came the pressing question. Would Lin Yi ever have the opportunity to wrest control of the territory from the game? To his dismay, after acquiring the distorted source of vitality, the bottleneck now lay in the speed of his magical recovery. Even with the C-grade focus necklace, which had significantly boosted his recovery ability, he still could not keep pace with the rhythm of battle. He yearned for water creation. After recovering until around 9 p.m., he could embark on another exploration, hoping to complete it this time. It would be splendid to return before today's game settlement, but with light illuminating the way. He had no fear of exploring at night. Having had a lengthy rest, Lin Yi took the opportunity to learn the area-wide slowing spell, Ice Spike. After all, Frost Nova was a spell that released around him, and like the other spell, Ring of Fire Resistance, it served as a last line of defense before a mage learned Blink. It should not be carelessly cast. Blizzard required a lengthy chant, usable only under safe conditions, and its mana cost was indeed high. More critically, Ice Spike was an instant cast spell, though its only drawback was its high mana consumption. But was this truly a flaw of the spell? It was clearly his own limitation. Moreover, Lin Yi also took the opportunity to learn another instant cast spell, Flame Surge. Now, he finally resembled a true spellcaster, easily dispatching contemporaneous lords. At around 9 p.m., feeling rejuvenated, Lin Yi, with the orb of light hovering above him, prepared to summon his soldiers for yet another exploration of the secret realm. However, as he stepped out of the small house, he realized he had created an unnecessary light source, as the thunder flashed ominously within the dark clouds overhead. Goodness, is a thunderstorm truly brewing? Should I don a mana shield on my way home? He dismissed the thought. It wasn't a loss, after all, as he needed a light source to explore the secret realm, but he would have to act quickly. Familiar with the path, he returned to the previously explored location. But this time he did not advance with the shield raised, since he already knew the enemy consisted of slow-moving slimes. He could conserve the 40 mana points from the shield. Why not extend Blizzard by an additional 4 seconds instead? It seemed that having just cleared a wave of larger slimes had eradicated all the slimes within the passage, as Lin Yi encountered no foes on his way. He smoothly reached the end of the corridor, arriving at a large pool that was several dozen meters in both length and width. The pool was quite deep, capable of holding a large volume of water, yet at present, it contained only a thin layer, a mere several dozen centimeters. The water within the pool was a murky dark green, exuding a distinctly corrosive aura. This must be the alchemical wastewater mentioned earlier regarding the slimes. He had not anticipated the game to replicate such a detail. In the pool, dozens of slimes were lazily meandering through the alchemical wastewater, showing no inclination to attack Lin Yi at the corridor's entrance. It appeared that his previous extermination of numerous slimes had inadvertently afforded them more space to thrive. Beside the pool was a gentle slope leading to the bottom, presumably a pathway for workers to conduct maintenance and inspections of the pool's depths. The slimes in the corridor had likely emerged from here due to their accumulating numbers. Since the enemy had not attacked him, Lin Yi would not squander their goodwill. He directly positioned himself at the edge of the pool and began chanting, "Blizzard." Before casting the spell, he carefully calculated the positioning, ensuring that the slope was also encompassed within the spell's range. As long as these mindless slimes continued to crawl out from here, he was sure to claim a double kill. The familiar blue glow illuminated the sewer once more, followed closely by an eruption of frigid air. The surface of the alchemical wastewater quickly froze into a layer of ice, but whether due to the chaotic magic within the wastewater or some other reason, the power of the blizzard could not penetrate further down, affecting only the surface and failing to encase the slimes in ice. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Blizzard from swiftly reaping the lives of the slimes. Upon witnessing their kin under attack, the slimes hastily congregated towards the slope, inadvertently accelerating Lin Yi's slaughter. It was important to note that this was an open pool, not a narrow corridor. The 20-meter radius of attack genuinely covered a vast area. Upon completing a round of casting, Lin Yi observed that only a few slimes remained, and he abandoned the idea of consuming potions for another round. The recently learned Ice Spike was perfect for this moment, was it not? Chapter 58, Sewer Design Plans, Lightning Strikes. As he awaited the remaining slimes in the pool to approach the slope, Lin Yi dashed to their front and unleashed an Ice Spike with precision. The first slime to ascend the slope ahead of its companions turned out to be quite unfortunate. Lin Yi himself could not fathom how it managed to sustain 3 ice spikes with its half-meter frame. Yet, without a doubt, it continued to crawl forward. A significant point to note is that the area damage from the ice spike spell is derived from the convergence of magical energy, transforming the water element into chilling ice damage. The ice spikes embedded within are propelled forward by the magical impetus at the moment of casting, inflicting piercing physical damage. The passive ability of the slime monster, known as Gelatinous Body, directly reduces physical damage taken by 50. Consequently, after the 210 points of damage from 3 ice spikes are mitigated by this reduction, it is insufficient to eliminate the opponent in one strike. My apologies, Apprentice Mage. But attack. 10 magical projectiles relentlessly rain down upon those slime monsters that have climbed the gentle slope. Despite their magical defense of 15 points, the number of Apprentice Mages totals 9, with their levels nearing the pinnacle of D rank at level 8. The slowed slime monsters barely manage a few meters before their health is entirely depleted by the combined attacks of the Apprentice Mages and Lin Yi, transforming them into puddles that flow down the slope. Whenever the slowing effect diminishes and the remaining slime monsters regroup, Lin Yi promptly casts another Ice Spike, repeatedly harvesting their life force. By the time the third Ice Spike is unleashed, the few remaining slime monsters are swiftly dispatched by the ensuing magical projectiles. However, Lin Yi is taken aback to discover that not only are the corpses of the slime monsters vanishing, but even the alchemical wastewater in the pool is disappearing. WTF? Game, your actions feel rather offensive. Lin Yi would never admit that his reluctance to study this wastewater stems from the lack of research personnel and the impossibility of transporting such substances out of the secret realm. Of course, if he had an alchemical master at hand, he would gladly invite them into the secret realm for research. Even if he cannot take it outside, conducting studies within the secret realm would suffice. Truth be told, as someone who has experienced it firsthand, Lin Yi is quite intrigued by these mutated slime monsters. Primarily, their mutated ability to absorb magical energy is exceedingly appealing, not only enhancing magical defense, but also allowing them to absorb weaker magical attacks for health regeneration. Should he manage to elevate their level to C rank, Lin Yi believes that not just mages, but all adventurers of similar rank would find such creatures troublesome. If he could master targeted breeding techniques, territorial defense would undoubtedly soar. Not to mention the potential for in-depth research, extending these findings to other races. Without discussing soldiers, just consider his main force. If they could possess magical defense and the ability to absorb low-level magical attacks for health regeneration, their combat prowess post-rage would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on their adversaries for years to come. Alas, it remains uncertain whether this mutation is a product of chance or the result of deliberate breeding by the mages of Dalaran. If it is the latter, he must seize future opportunities to delve deeper into the historical echoes of Dalaran. with the alchemical wastewater and the corpses of the slime monsters completely vanished. Two luminous orbs materialize at the bottom of the pool. Lin Yi, not one to withhold suspense, opens them simultaneously. Dalaran sewage system blueprints. No level a design blueprint for the sewer system of Dalaran, devoid of a fixed level, allowing for free determination of construction size and modifications. Accompanied by static separation array, light pollution filtration array, and heavy pollution isolation array. Design process. Domestic sewage and alchemical wastewater first flow into a large reservoir equipped with the static separation array. Once the array stratifies the water by light and heavy pollution, the upper layer of lightly polluted water flows into a filtration pool set with the light pollution filtration array. The harmless wastewater obtained from secondary filtration is directly discharged. The filtered pollutants and lower layer of heavily polluted water flow into a treatment pool equipped with the heavy pollution isolation array for neutralization. Note: the treatment pool must additionally incorporate the slime monster activity enhancement array to bolster the adaptability of the slime monsters. After they consume the pollutants and reproduce, periodic cleaning will suffice. Upon death, the slime monsters swiftly lose their corrosive properties, and the liquid resulting from natural decomposition is non-polluting and rich in nutrients, effectively improving soil quality and enhancing plant vitality, which can be discharged together with the outflow. Slime Monster Activity Enhancement Array. No level an array capable of enhancing the activity and vitality of slime monsters, aiding them in adapting to their environment and completing mutations. Note: even with the array enhancing vitality, slime monsters will still be unable to adapt to highly polluted environments until they progress gradually from lightly polluted conditions to cultivate their adaptability. Upon witnessing these two complementary array blueprints, Lin Yi feels a sense of his own ignorance, having underestimated the wisdom of the great mages capable of constructing a magical city. Could they possibly overlook the issue of managing domestic sewage and alchemical wastewater? Would they allow untreated wastewater to directly discharge, thereby polluting their surrounding environment? Not to mention, in the event of widespread pollution, the nature-oriented demigods and druids committed to environmental protection would undoubtedly be the first to demand accountability. This set of blueprints clearly illustrates that they have long established a comprehensive process for wastewater neutralization, not only achieving harmless disposal, but also employing targeted biological mutation techniques to transform wastewater into nutrient-rich water for discharge. The sewage pool and mutated slime monsters Lin Yi encountered were likely replicated from the game, intended for treating heavily polluted wastewater. However, due to the confines of the secret realm's size, only this portion was replicated, leading him to be misled about the entirety of this systematic engineering. Only after clearing the challenge and obtaining the complete set of design and array blueprints did he grasp the remarkable capabilities of Dalaran's mages. The wastewater treatment problems that modern technology requires enormous resources to solve can be addressed with just a few arrays through magic. My sincere apologies for my earlier ignorance. Your design is commendable, but it now belongs to me. Lin Yi is thoroughly pleased with his gains from this venture. Although there was no immediate enhancement to combat power, he has resolved a significant issue concerning future urban development, one that, while seemingly trivial, is crucial to the populace and could erupt into a major problem if neglected. Friends who have dealt with construction know that discovering issues with the drainage system only after completion can be quite disastrous. The current dilemma is where to find mages capable of setting arrays and a multitude of slime monsters. Lin Yi glances at the system panel, noting that the time for today's settlement is imminent, prompting him to lead the team back to the territory. To his utter astonishment, as they exit the secret realm, a sudden shock from the game leaves him startled. What the hell? He sees a massive lightning net flash through the low-hanging clouds, illuminating the entire night sky. In the next moment, a thick bolt of lightning strikes his iron arrow tower with unwavering precision. Oh, that was my newly constructed arrow tower. That is not a lightning rod. In his frantic rush back to the territory, Lin Yi forgets one crucial detail. The heavy rain in his territory has created a layer of standing water on the ground. Another bolt of lightning crashes down upon the iron arrow tower, and Lin Yi feels a jolt throughout his body, his hair standing on end as a 5 appears above his head. At this point, he is at a loss for words, silently urging the soldiers to return to their respective posts while he dashes towards the Lord's cottage. After all, with only 5 points of damage, the annoyance far outweighs the actual harm. His territory is not excessively large, so returning to the cottage is a simple task. More importantly, he needs to arrange for the repair of the arrow tower, as operations cannot proceed without accessing the core. Moreover, the materials required for repairs after total destruction far exceed the consumption needed for repairs commenced before destruction. As the saying goes, minimizing losses equates to profit. Goodness. My iron arrow tower with 15 points of defense has lost nearly 100 health from a single lightning strike. If that were a person, they would be left in tatters. Hastily retrieving stone and iron ore, he allows the system to initiate repairs autonomously, but as he observes the relentless lightning strikes in his 4 iron arrow towers, an ominous premonition begins to settle within him. He thought to himself, surely, I wouldn't have to endure being struck by lightning all night. It would be far more economical to let the lightning strike me down and rebuild. Yet, despite these remarks, he did not allow his hands to remain idle. The arrow tower had sustained damage, and swift arrangements for repairs were imperative. Who could predict what lay ahead? There was no way he could relinquish 400 units of iron ore at this juncture. At 10 p.m., the settlement for the 6th day of the novice period commenced. This channel began with 10,000 participants, and the current count stands at 532,210,000. 230 individuals entered the 6th level, with 6 successfully passing the trial. The 224 eliminated lords unlocked the level system, receiving 1 D-grade personal equipment piece, 600 units of wood and stone each, and 300 units of iron ore. Additionally, they were awarded a random C-grade bloodline, a random D-grade barracks blueprint, and a random D-grade troop bloodline stone. May the remaining lords who were not eliminated strive onward tomorrow. Lin glanced at the system summary for the day. The survival count remained at half, with a death rate nearing 50, which could only be deemed terrifying. However, the pace of elimination had evidently slowed, indicating that the newly arrived lords were gradually acclimating to this game world. The number of successful trial participants today was a mere 6, surprisingly low. Yet, upon reflection, this was entirely understandable, as today's difficulty had escalated significantly compared to the previous days. It was likely that some of those who did not pass had heard of the trial's intensity and opted to forego risking their territorial strength, a decision that could be considered prudent. Regarding the rewards, Lin cast a cursory glance and concluded with a smirk. They were rather unimpressive. For him, the only noteworthy item was the troop bloodline stone. The rest held little allure. Speaking of the game, one would hope that the lightning would not truly strike all night long. Chapter 59, Novice Trial, 77. Casting a glance at the clock, it read 1:20 a.m. His thoughts were beginning to tangle, and his eyelids felt heavy. Lin peered outside. It's over. Time for bed. He collapsed into slumber without a second thought, indifferent to the resources expended to maintain the 4 arrow towers. However, it was certain that this cost was far less than starting repairs from scratch after destruction. 7th day of the novice period, 7 a.m. Clear skies, 26 degrees Celsius, gentle breeze. Novice trial task, 77. The system will spawn a number of goblins in the open spaces of the territory. Please defeat them to survive. Completion rewards. D-grade treasure chest, X1, 4 free attribute points. Awakened by the game's daily notification, Lin rubbed his drowsy eyes and vigorously scrubbed his face. After a day of intense exploration, teetering on the brink of life and death, and enduring multiple exhausting battles that drained his magical energy, he had been too anxious to sleep at night. Now, after only a little over 5 hours of rest, he was awake again. No more sleep for me. At my age, how can I possibly sleep? He chuckled self-deprecatingly as he rose to wash up, fully aware of the multitude of tasks awaiting him that day. Once fully awake, Lin calculated the resources spent on repairing the arrow towers last night. The result startled him. The expenditure was equivalent to the cost of constructing 4 steel arrow towers anew, a decidedly unprofitable transaction. Not only had he exerted himself, but he had also incurred additional costs. It was a vexing situation. Cursing under his breath, Lin kicked the arrow tower in frustration. D-grade steel arrow tower, lightning enchantment. What was this? Lin rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. Indeed, there was an additional notation of lightning enchantment following the name. He quickly examined the attributes. While the other stats remained unchanged, a new passive effect was appended at the bottom. Lightning enchantment. Passive attacks inflict an additional 50 lightning damage. This meant that during the long hours of being struck by lightning, Lin's continuous repairs had prevented complete destruction, allowing the power of lightning to merge with the steel arrow tower, resulting in this unique lightning enchantment. The additional 50 lightning damage was no small matter, though he wondered whether it would carry a paralyzing effect and if future upgrades might eliminate this skill. Subsequently, information regarding his fate flooded his mind, and Lin pondered its implications. Essentially, this situation was not part of the standard upgrade sequence for game defense towers, but rather a serendipitous occurrence. The power of lightning had indeed fused with the structure, and subsequent upgrades would continue to yield lightning effects. However, as the level increased, the proportion of the added lightning effect would gradually diminish, meaning that the additional damage percentage would decrease. To avert this, One would need to incorporate electric materials during upgrades or utilize special advancement blueprints to redirect the upgrade path of these 4 arrow towers toward an electric-based route. The challenge lay in the fact that, within this fantastical worldview, electric energy was a variant of the elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire. And solitary electric materials and monsters were rarely encountered. They typically manifested only in specific geographical environments, making acquisition considerably challenging. Just as water elements, not to be confused with elemental energy, but rather elemental life forms, could only be found in frigid mountains and glaciers, electric materials and elemental life forms might only be discovered in areas frequently struck by lightning, such as mountaintops and storm centers. Of course, if one possessed sufficient technical skill, it was possible to construct buildings and magical arrays to convert common elements, though the difficulty was immense. This involved not only energy consumption but also a series of challenges related to continuous transformation, storage, compression, and fusion, tasks beyond the capabilities of most mages. Understanding the complexities involved, Lin chose not to dwell on this matter further. What was gained was fortunate, and what was lost was fate. The enchantment effect on these 4 arrow towers was an unexpected surprise born of serendipity. Should an opportunity for further enhancement arise, it would be splendid. Yet he could not force the issue without disrupting his own developmental rhythm. The game once again engages in verbal trickery. Just how many is some? If the intensity of this trial were to diminish, I might as well go eat my hat. Disregarding the game's trap for now, he resolved to first attend to the day's myriad tasks before confronting it. Initially, he would finalize the recruitment slots and the output from the wonders, then equip the new soldiers, as they would be needed for the upcoming trial. While they might not play a significant role, they could help alleviate pressure and absorb damage. And they might level up more quickly as well. Next came the highlight, harvesting D-grade wheat. After considerable effort, Lin was finally poised to complete a planting and harvesting cycle on his floating island territory. With the application of 10 units of D-grade fertilizer, today, the wheat, which had been made more vibrant by yesterday's storm, rapidly matured under the fertilizer's influence. The lush green transitioned swiftly to a rich golden hue. D-grade wheat, fully matured wheat, ready for harvesting. After applying the D-grade fertilizer 4 times, the yield increased by 40. Lin swiftly harvested the 10 units of wheat, and under the system's influence, the entire field of wheat became transparent before vanishing. You have obtained D-grade wheat seeds, X20, D-grade wheat, 112 kilograms. D-grade plant straw, X10. Even though he was already aware of the potential harvest, the reality of the yield brought him immense joy, the thrill of reaping filling his heart. Indeed, farming was a source of satisfaction wholly distinct from the exhilaration of slaying monsters. Imagining his territory transformed into a bountiful landscape, alive with the sense of fruits and the sight of grazing livestock, invigorated him with a surge of motivation. Alas, at present, the wheat and straw had no immediate utility. Food requires processing buildings, and to cultivate straw, one must first raise animals. Then the question arises, where can one capture suitable animals? Setting aside distant matters for now, Lin Yi sowed the harvested seeds once more, watering and fertilizing them, leaving the rest to time. Next, he needed to tackle today's trial task. Judging by yesterday's game dynamics, today's challenges would surely not be less daunting. It was entirely plausible that a goblin chief would emerge, accompanied by a dozen or so minions. Lin Yi suspected the game was capable of such feats. Once the monsters appeared, the 3 warriors were to stand aside and absorb experience, while the apprentice mage could contribute some damage from the back. Having arranged the soldiers in formation, Lin Yi began to summon the game to commence the trial. This time, the game extravagantly deployed a grand visual effect, enveloping the clearing in a blinding white light, rendering the previous trials utterly insignificant. However, this approach only served to underscore the likelihood that this trial would be challenging. Since the advent of Blizzard, the once popular Fireball had fallen to a secondary position. Unless conserving mana or facing a weak opponent, the wider area of effect and sustained damage of Blizzard, coupled with its slowing effect, made it far more appealing than Fireball. As Lin Yi confirmed his readiness for the game, he commenced the incantation for Blizzard. The rare large-scale refresh by the game afforded him ample time to cast. As the white light dissipated and the goblins revealed themselves, he had reached the 4th second of his chant. In the next moment, his gaze fixated on the imposing goblin amongst the horde, and the completed Blizzard descended upon them. With a flurry of damage notifications, the attributes of the goblin he was focused on materialized. D-level goblin lowly commander LV10, leader health, 397, for 60, mana, 6060. Physical attack, 3, 510, magic attack, 0, physical defense, 55, magic defense, 5, attack speed, 1 attack per second, maximum movement speed, 6 meters per second. Poisonous weapon. Passive attacks inflict an additional 6 points of poison damage, lasting 5 seconds, stackable up to 3 times. Battle roar. Active, emits a tremendous roar, reducing the physical attack power of enemies within 30 meters by 20 and increasing allies' physical attack power by 20, lasting 10 seconds. Mana cost, 20 points, cooldown, 1 minute. Low-level command aura. Passive increases physical and magical attack power of allies within a 200-meter radius by 12. Note: Commander-type leaders possess unique aura skills suited for commanding troops. The Apprentice Mage prepared Arcane Missile, focusing fire on the Goblin Commander. Undoubtedly, a leader monster with such an aura effect must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. Not to mention, this Goblin Commander not only boasted an attack power enhancement aura, but also had the ability to weaken enemies with its Battle Roar. Allowing it to roar multiple times could certainly create considerable trouble for Lin Yi. As for its poisonous weapon, it was merely a supplementary enhancement to combat capability. Compared to its group amplification, it could almost be disregarded. To be honest, compared to the pressure exerted by the previous Undead Mage and Slime Waves, this Goblin leader felt like mere childish play. Moreover, Lin Yi was fighting on his home turf, surrounded by stone arrow towers and the newly enchanted iron arrow towers. They were no mere decorations. After issuing commands, Lin Yi leisurely reviewed the attributes of the remaining dozen or so Goblin minions. They were level 8, with 260 health points, 255 physical attack power, and 25 physical defense. The only skill they possessed was a weakened version of the poisonous weapon, inflicting 3 points of damage for 5 seconds, stackable up to 3 times. It seemed that the minions were not worthy of more potent poison. As the 10 seconds of Blizzard concluded, few monsters remained standing. All of them mere ordinary goblins, while the commander had long since succumbed to the concentrated fire of the apprentice mages. Under Lin Yi's Soldier Tower, terrifying burst of power relative to their current level, the supposedly high-difficulty final stage of the novice trial was resolved in under 15 seconds. The territory was invaded, talent, disaster, activated. Invasion forces rated D-level, received D-level treasure chest, 1. You have passed all novice trials. Chapter 60, Trial Rewards 1. You have passed all novice trials, and you received an invitation letter from the War God. He invites you to become his follower, to fight for him and spread his glory. Do you accept? Please note, this choice holds significant consequences. Choose wisely. Lin Yi's primary concern was whether refusing would incite retaliation. Certainly, even if retaliation were a possibility, he would still choose to refuse. Was it wiser to accept a fate that could open doors or to heed the implications of the prompt? Not to mention, having benefited greatly from a powerful ally for such an extended period, abandoning ship and jumping to another vessel could lead to dire consequences. One could only wonder how the powerful ally would react. Moreover, no matter how one viewed it, the prestige of fate far surpassed that of this insignificant war god. Even if he had to endure retaliation, he would undoubtedly choose to face the war god's wrath. After all, it was merely a battle. Who feared whom? But should fate decide to demonstrate its might, could divine intervention withstand the rigors of destiny? It would not affect the war god's attitude towards you. He appreciates those who dare to refuse and dare to fight, but the attitude of his fanatical followers cannot be guaranteed. Refuse the invitation. You have declined the war god's invitation. Would you like to sequentially review invitations from other deities? Decline all. All invitations have been declined, proceeding to the next step. Lords who have successfully completed all novice trials may choose a title to become their exclusive number or code. Once determined, this title becomes unique among peers, cannot be used by others, and will be highlighted in speech and transactions. Note, this title is recognized by the game and protected by its power, making it immune to impersonation, locking, cursing, and other negative acts. Would you like to begin setting it? Code 9 Boss. After verification, the code 9 Boss is in use and has become the Lord's exclusive title. Now commencing panel modification. Lin Yi hurriedly opened his panel, only to find that the number section had vanished, replaced by a golden highlighted title, 9 Boss. At this point, Lin Yi had effectively become a well-known figure across the region. Any attempts to play the fool would be futile. Anyone who saw that a player had acquired a special title from the game would undoubtedly recognize them as a formidable individual. Those who had him on their friend list, if they checked their panels for private messages, would likely see this flashy golden title prominently displayed. However, compared to the game's direct protection of the title, other drawbacks seemed trivial. Now commencing the distribution of rewards. First, distributing today's trial completion reward, D-level treasure chest 1, for free attribute points. Next, distributing the novice trial completion reward, unlocking the level system. Choose 1 C-level personal equipment, 2 C-level building upgrade stones, 2 C-level troop bloodline upgrade stones, 1 C-level wonder upgrade stone. A-level self-selected bloodline opportunity once. Lastly, distributing additional rewards. This reward is provided by the War God. You have received C-level territory treasure, Warhorn. When selecting optional rewards, please directly call the game to make your choice. After a series of rewards were dispensed, the game's prompts vanished abruptly, leaving Lin Yi in a stupor from the overwhelming bounty. It took him quite a while to regain his composure, feeling an urge to leave a negative review for the game. Such a multitude of high-value prizes arrived all at once, without consideration for whether the recipient could process it. How utterly perfunctory. While rubbing his temples, he navigated the interface, determined to sort through the information. Without further ado, he allocated his newfound 4 attribute points. He decided to invest them all in intelligence, further enhancing his inherent advantage. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Wait, why can't I add the 4th point? Detecting that one attribute has reached 10 points, would you like to designate this attribute as your primary attribute? Please note that each individual may only possess one primary attribute, which will gain additional growth according to their level tier upon each level up. For instance, D tier gains an extra 1 per level, while C tier gains an extra 2. Hold on, what is this new feature? He anticipated that even the simplest task of adding an attribute point could entail such complexities. In essence, the primary attribute serves as an additional innate talent. Just as some individuals are naturally strong, others exceptionally agile, or possess remarkable endurance, these attributes signify extraordinary talents in specific areas developed through growth and training. Now, from a fair perspective, the game grants each player an opportunity to excel in a particular aspect. However, one must ponder whether such opportunities can still be deemed talents if everyone possesses them. Moreover, this configuration is a hidden one. Only upon reaching 10 points in a specific attribute does it activate. Thus, Lin Yi, having decisively chosen the path of a mage, allocated all his initial reward points to intelligence, inadvertently triggering the condition for a primary attribute at level 1, while his other attributes remained at a mere 1. This advantageously positioned him far ahead of those who only discover their primary attributes at levels 8 or 9, granting him a significant lead in attributes. Should a melee-oriented player, for instance, distribute points evenly, achieving 9 points in all 3 melee attributes, one might wonder if such a scenario is merely a stroke of luck or misfortune. This disparity undeniably places them at a disadvantage compared to those who were privy to this information earlier, resulting in a deficit of several attribute points. Of course, individuals like Lin Yi, who can define their primary attribute at level 1 and gain additional growth benefits, are exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in a million. Typically, only those of considerable power can ensure their offspring start ahead of the curve, obtaining a primary attribute at level 1. In reality, freeborn individuals who receive excellent education and upbringing from birth generally only begin to level up once their attributes reach 5 points. This is due to the exorbitant time and resources required to elevate attributes to 10 points through sheer training, rendering it an inefficient endeavor. Given the same time and resources, elite individuals are likely to have advanced to C tier. Furthermore, leveling up upon reaching 5 points only incurs a loss of 5 attribute points compared to Lin Yi's situation. When tiered growth transitions to C tier or higher, this loss becomes negligible. Thus, one should not perceive freeborn individuals as mere static NPCs. They possess their own set of operational principles and judgment standards that allow them to thrive in this perilous world. Their adaptability and resourcefulness far surpass those of Lin Yi and his peers, who hail from a peaceful existence. Confirming intelligence as his primary attribute. Body modification complete. Your intelligence attribute will now gain additional growth upon level increases. Although Lin Yi noted the game's declaration of body modification, he felt no discernible change. Perhaps this was the game's extraordinary power at work. As for the final point of free attribute, he intended to invest it in Constitution. For a mage, every little bit counts. Detecting the player is adding points to an attribute nearing 10 points. Would you like to break the game's restrictions and continue adding points? Please note, if the player has not acquired a complete hero template, breaking the limit prematurely will result in the permanent loss of the opportunity to obtain exclusive hero skills. Although there are still ways to acquire a hero template later, the disparity in growth compared to naturally developed heroes will be immense. The requirements for naturally obtaining a hero template are as follows. All attributes must reach 5 points, and one attribute must reach 10 points. Note, would you like to continue adding points? A hero template? Lin Yi had long been aware of its significance, having sought methods to obtain it without any detailed information, not even a hint from fate. It now appeared that the game had imposed stringent information barriers, granting explanations only to those who meet the criteria. Although he had suspected from the onset that this Lord game was a grand selection process, He hadn't foreseen the abundance of hidden filters. The game's description made it clear. Heroes who accumulate strength naturally to obtain a hero template differ fundamentally from those forged through external forces. Setting aside the potential undiscovered attribute growth discrepancies, the exclusive hero skills are certainly not to be underestimated. Now that Lin Yi had the chance to acquire something superior, he would certainly not pursue something inferior. Opting not to add points to intelligence, he redirected that single point to constitution. Game. Will the natural growth conferred by the primary attribute during level-ups break the restrictions? No. Natural growth is an intrinsic part of oneself and will not affect the limits. The game's reply relieved Lin Yi, as long as it wouldn't cause any repercussions. He felt reassured. As for the gaps in other attributes, he truly did not concern himself much. After all, he still had an optional A-tier bloodline reward awaiting collection. A bloodline of A-tier caliber should indeed grant a substantial 45 points of attributes per level. Otherwise, it would hardly live up to its rating. Lin Yi massaged his temples to alleviate the fatigue that accompanied extensive cognitive exertion, then splashed cold water on his face to invigorate himself. He never anticipated that the seemingly straightforward act of adding an attribute point could unravel such a web of complications. Next, he turned his attention to the 2 D-tier treasure chests. He felt it prudent to open them first, as selecting subsequent rewards would be hindered otherwise. If he were to choose equipment first, only to later discover better or duplicate C-tier items from the chests, he would be at a significant disadvantage. You have opened D-tier treasure chest 2. The talent Fortune has activated, and you have opened C-tier treasure chest 2. You have obtained. Chapter 61, Trial Rewards 2. You have acquired C-tier Monument Upgrade Stone 1, C-tier Building Upgrade Stone 1, D-tier Skill Book, Battle Roar, Blueprint, D-tier Food Processing Workshop, Blueprint, D-tier Blacksmith Shop, D-tier Specialty, Coffee. Blueprint, D-tier Food Processing Workshop, a factory capable of processing and producing D-tier food. Depending on the raw materials supplied, it generates corresponding recipes, which, upon confirmation by the Lord, will commence automatic production. Construction requirements: a minimum area of 500 square meters, wood 400 units, stone 200 units. D-tier Specialty, Coffee upon use. Grants 10 units of raw coffee beans, which can be directly processed into finished coffee or cultivated in suitable environments. The finished coffee possesses invigorating properties, enhances cognitive function, and accelerates the recovery of magical energy. The coffee tree, however, grows at a leisurely pace and is rather particular about its growing conditions. Thus, one must pay careful attention to the cultivation environment and the supply of fertilizers. Fate hint: Wonder Grove will soon welcome its first transplanted plant. As for the Wonder Upgrade Stones and Building Upgrade Stones, there is little to elaborate on. Coupled with the rewards from the game, they will fully satisfy Lin Yi's recent upgrade needs. Initially, the game only rewarded him with a single Wonder Upgrade Stone, leaving him to ponder whether to invest it in the spring to hasten water output or to enhance the cave for Advanced Stone. Now, however, as a mature player, he desires to acquire both. With the expansion of his territory, he need not relinquish any. He already possesses a blacksmith shop, but he might inquire among his friends to see if anyone is in need. If they can offer a fair price, he would consider the transaction. As long as Lin Yi does not incur a loss, it would serve as support for his allies. The Battle Roar is evidently a skill revealed from the Goblin Chief, and it is indeed remarkable. It reduces enemy damage, boosts ally output, has low mana consumption, and a brief cooldown period. If employed multiple times in a single battle, it could significantly alter the tide of combat. However, Lin Yi finds himself at a crossroads regarding the disposition of this skill book. It does not align with his character, as he is a mage who prefers to maintain distance in battle. The skill is more effective when executed by frontline combatants, and it would be imprudent for Lin Yi to risk positioning himself in the fray simply to unleash a shout. Should the enemy capitalize on this opportunity to strike him down, the consequences would be dire. Yet, the practicality of the skill is undeniable. To forsake it would be a lamentable loss. Its value is indisputable, and if he were to sell it, he could command an exorbitant price, akin to his blizzard. Even if he ultimately opts to sell it, it would likely be to a close friend. Surely he wouldn't part with such a valuable asset to bolster the enemy. After contemplating for a while, he decides to refrain from learning it for the time being and sends a message to his friends, suggesting that if they come across any magical items, they might exchange them for this skill book, which he will temporarily reserve for them. He is soon inundated with flattering messages from his friends, eager to pay their respects. Indeed, with the title of Boss 9 now recognized by the game, his reputation has ascended to a golden legend. Who wouldn't want to cling to such a powerful ally? Interestingly, his circle of friends was already small, yet among them, he discovers two who have recently cleared the 6th level. One is the kind-hearted Lao Wang, who had previously inquired if Lin Yi needed assistance. And the other is the fortunate Huang boss, who has gifted him valuable items twice. It is worth noting that only 6 players in their region managed to clear the 6th level last night, with Lin Yi included. The 3 of them represent half of their region's aspiring elites, though only those like Lin Yi, who have thoroughly conquered the novice trials, can truly be deemed as true elites. Let us not underestimate the significance of these aspiring elites. Even as such, they are formidable figures. Lao Wang and Huang Boss first extend their congratulations to Lin Yi before promptly inquiring about the difficulty of today's trials. Having experienced the sudden spike in difficulty yesterday, they regard today's vague task description with trepidation. Originally contemplating whether to forego today's trial, Lin Yi seizes the opportunity to provide them with insights. Upon noticing the change in Lin Yi's title, they deduce that he has undoubtedly succeeded in the trials. After offering their congratulations, they shamelessly beseech him for advice on today's challenges. Lin Yi, not one to withhold information, recounts in detail the characteristics of the trial monsters he faced, cautioning them about the potential strength of the enemy forces led by a chief, which could far exceed their previous encounters. He advises them to exercise caution unless they are entirely confident in their territory's combat capabilities. The two agree to deliberate carefully before concluding their conversation. The remaining treasures from the chests are indeed significant, comprising items he urgently requires. The food workshop will transform the wheat he cultivates into consumable D-grade bread. While it may not entirely replace flesh energy as a source of restoration, it will at least have the consumption of flesh energy. As Lin Yi's farming scale gradually expands, the number of soldiers under his command will likewise increase, leading to a skyrocketing demand for D-grade food in the market. Provided he does not exploit the situation with exorbitant pricing, he can amass wealth effortlessly while enhancing his reputation. As for the subsequent D-grade specialty, coffee, it is even more intriguing. In the real world, Lin Yi was not merely a coffee enthusiast, but frequently indulged in it, particularly favoring lattes with milk that mask the inherent acidity of coffee and temper its bitterness. To him, American coffee was akin to dishwater, unpalatable. Now, in this game world, he has the opportunity to cultivate coffee from the ground up. Moreover, in this magical realm, the coffee appears to confer numerous mental enhancements, making it the quintessential choice for mages. It invigorates weary minds, clarifies muddled thoughts, and accelerates the recovery of magical energy. Aside from avoiding consumption before meditation or sleep, it is conceivable that mages could keep this magical coffee at hand throughout the day. Of course, this presupposes that the mage is sufficiently affluent to afford such luxuries. Given that this is a D-grade specialty crop with a considerable price tag, even the most basic D-grade food required for sustenance is not inexpensive. Thus, these luxuries would undoubtedly command a higher cost. If, and that is a significant if, one can cultivate it like Lin Yi, then all challenges are surmountable. Without the Wonder Grove, he might have found himself perplexed about how to cultivate coffee and regretting the missed opportunity of the overpriced arcane garden. It is essential to recognize that coffee trees are not easily nurtured. Their native habitat is the warm, humid jungles of South America, where temperature and humidity are relatively stable. Relocating them to an environment with fluctuating temperatures, from -10 degrees one day to over 40 the next, or subjected to thunderstorms and gales, would be quite the challenge. He should first check if his coffee possesses resilient traits akin to his wheat. Fortunately, he does possess the Grove Wonder, which makes the transplantation and cultivation of coffee feasible. The reason the Grove is deemed a wonder is precisely because it enhances the vitality of the plants within, accelerates their growth, and inherently maintains the environmental conditions necessary for their development, including temperature and humidity, regardless of the sweltering heat or torrential rain experienced yesterday. Lin Yi is curious as to how the trees within have remained unaffected and lush. Upon stepping within the confines of the wonder, he realizes it is an entirely different realm. It is evident that it is a wonder formed under the influence of higher powers, a far cry from the ordinary and garish entities found elsewhere. The trivial rains and winds outside have no bearing whatsoever. Lin Yi understands that coffee trees require years to mature in the real world, yet he reiterates, "I have a wonder." With ordinary magical soil and fertilizers, the growth cycle of wheat can be measured in days, and with the enhanced capabilities of this wonder, he is confident that he will be able to enjoy coffee cultivated by his own hands within a fortnight, not to mention the subsequent support from fertilizers and the upgraded C-grade stream, which possesses water element energy to nourish the plants. In fact, Lin Yi plans to recruit a cadre of flower fairy subjects capable of using nature magic to promote plant growth, allowing them to thrive within the grove. A mere thought evokes a profound sense of potential. Additionally, there exists an intriguing fact that many may be unaware of. Coffee cherries are not solely valuable for their beans. The flesh of the coffee fruit itself possesses considerable utility. For instance, The fruit is rich in antioxidants, effectively combating free radicals, which is why concentrated fruit extracts are often incorporated into anti-aging cosmetics. This has been thoroughly substantiated by research. Furthermore, there are effects that remain unexplained, yet undeniably exist. An experiment indicated that after consuming 100 milligrams of concentrated coffee fruit, levels of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, surged by an astonishing 143 within just 2 hours. It is essential to recognize that BDNF is a vital protein necessary for the survival and growth of brain neurons. Elevating BDNF levels in the brain can lead to noticeable enhancements in learning and reaction capabilities over time. Moreover, increasing BDNF levels has a significant impact on slowing cognitive decline. Thus, ultimately, biotechnological advancements must return to the study of natural products. Perhaps, in years to come, the emergence of a cognitive-enhancing substance akin to NZT-48 may not be far-fetched. With merely these two benefits, Lin Yi has already conceived a vision for developing high-value products. Chapter 62. Selection of A-class bloodlines. Firstly, a beauty elixir could be formulated. Have you not seen how longevity potions and fantasy novels fetch astronomical prices at auctions? If you were to successfully create a magical version of a beauty potion based on researched antioxidant effects, would not the mature female warriors compete fervently for it? Brothers, just imagining it is exhilarating. Cosmetics boast astonishing profit potential. Lin Yi never anticipated that upon arriving in this world, he would have the opportunity to delve into the realm of magical cosmetics. What once seemed like an unattainable dream in his previous life has unfolded into a bountiful opportunity here. Not to mention, if he were to produce a limited edition product of the Plus, Pro, or Max variety and cultivate relationships with some formidable female warriors, he would have a powerful ally. Furthermore, if coffee fruit flesh can enhance the nutritional environment of the brain in the real world, could it not be combined with magical herbs in the magical realm to create potions that enhance intelligence attributes? If enhancing mental prowess can elevate intelligence attributes, then why could he not improve the brain's functionality to enhance intelligence? To take an extreme hypothetical, even if the effects do not reach the level of attribute enhancement, any improvement in cognitive processing and learning ability would still yield a highly sought-after product, ensuring robust sales. He even needs to devise strategies to protect himself from others seizing this product. The continuous production of a product that mages particularly require, which maximizes profits while simultaneously heightening risks. Who does not understand that in a fantastical world, mages are both the wealthiest and the most impoverished, representing the pinnacle of productive power, military might. Earning their coin is a delicate dance of risk and reward. In light of this, Lin Yi's construction plan for the magical city of New Dalaran is still in its infancy, yet has already established its first research direction for a specialty product. Shaking his head to dispel his wandering thoughts, he must now focus on processing the remaining rewards. It is time for the rewards for completely clearing the novice trials, which represent the most valuable portion, setting aside a series of C-class stones and C-class equipment. The mere presence of an A-class selected bloodline elevates the value of this reward to unprecedented heights. Without hesitation, the 2 C-class troop bloodline upgrade stones will certainly be allocated to Big G and the apprentice mage. As for the C-class building upgrade stones, aside from upgrading 2 barracks and the blacksmith shop, there remains 1 extra stone. The Dalaran Battlemage Inheritance Stone replaces 1. When the time comes, if there are no particularly valuable buildings, he will choose between upgrading the compost yard and the beast arena. The Wonders Upgrade Stone is just sufficient to elevate both the cave and the spring. However, it is foreseeable that the upgraded Wonders will require more land area, continually increasing the pressure on territorial space. Indeed, I prefer to save surprises for last. Let us first select C-class personal equipment. The game awaits my equipment choice. Request received. The list of selectable equipment has been generated on the panel. Selections are final and non-refundable. Let us eliminate physical equipment from consideration. I shall not choose a staff or necklace, as my current ones are already C-class and do not require replacement. The vacant equipment slots on my person include a hat and an offhand weapon. However, rings and necklaces are generally the rarest and most valuable items among equipment of the same level. Not selecting these feels like a missed opportunity, leading to considerable indecision. After much deliberation, Lin Yi ultimately found himself torn between a C-class offhand weapon, the Grimoire, and a C-class magic storage ring. The Grimoire enhances magical attack power significantly and allows for the pre-recording of a D-class spell, enabling its immediate activation when needed, akin to a reusable magic scroll. The sole drawback is that this effect can only be utilized once per day, and although skills are activated instantaneously, spells like Blizzard, which require sustained casting, would terminate after the first second, inflicting damage solely in that brief moment. This considerably diminishes the appeal of this offhand weapon for Lin Yi, especially since Blizzard is currently his most powerful area of effect skill. Could he really store an instant cast, Fireball, in the book? Such an item would be better suited for spells like Flame Storm and WoW, which require high mana expenditure, possess lengthy casting times, and can unleash instantaneous bursts without guidance, ideal for magical reserve. However, this is merely a thought experiment. Not to mention that Flame Storm in the Inheritance Stone is at least a C-class version, far beyond his current learning capabilities, which necessitate a minimum of 15 points in base intelligence, something he can only attain post-acquisition of the hero template. Furthermore, this C-class equipment can only store lower-tier D-class skills, rendering Flame Storm incompatible. On the other hand, the C-class Magic Storage Ring serves a straightforward yet practical purpose. As its name suggests, it can store mana. One can pre-fill it with personal mana, which can later be drawn at a rate of 10 points per second when needed, with a capacity of up to 300 points. It significantly enhances Lin Yi's error tolerance and firepower output, effectively acting as an infinitely usable mana potion. The drawback lies in the relatively slow mana recovery speed. 10 points per second is rather meager during intense combat, unlike mana potions, which can instantly replenish over 100 mana points. This equipment requires careful planning to gauge combat intensity. If a significant mana expenditure is anticipated, he must begin drawing from the ring at the onset of battle. Of course, aside from the inherent skills of the equipment, all C-class personal equipment grants a uniform attribute boost of 5 points to intelligence, which remains consistent. After considerable contemplation, Lin Yi ultimately opted for the Magic Storage Ring. After all, as a lord, he would predominantly not act alone. The grimoire, suitable for solo adventurers facing unexpected situations, does not constitute essential equipment for him. Conversely, the Magic Storage Ring would greatly enhance his sustainability. With improved endurance, battles would conclude more swiftly, thereby indirectly reducing casualties among his territorial soldiers. C-class personal equipment, Magic Storage Ring, a precious ring forged from mana-conducting metal, embedded with mana storage pearls and enchanted for enhancement. It is one of the most coveted adornments among novice mages. It can store 300 points of mana, allowing for retrieval at a rate of 10 points per second when needed. Intelligence 5. Equipment requirement, base intelligence 10. The personal equipment of grade C unexpectedly began to impose basic attribute requirements, yet fortunately, I am able to meet them. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled those physical-oriented lords who demand proficiency in all 3 melee attributes. Should they acquire free attribute points, it is certain they would not allocate them solely to one aspect. If there were other formidable individuals akin to himself who chose grade C equipment, only to discover they could not fulfill the equipment prerequisites, the ensuing chaos would be considerable, not to mention the significant delay in triggering their primary attributes and hero templates. Next comes the long-anticipated grade A bloodlines, and I hope they do not disappoint. The game prompts the selection of bloodlines. Now commencing the selection of grade A bloodlines. A flurry of bloodline information materializes on Lin Yi's panel, each boasting remarkably high bonuses that leave him utterly dazzled. Upon inspecting the names, he finds them all to be well-known legendary creature bloodlines, none lacking in prestige. Such as the following 2 examples. A grade pureblood giant bloodline. Each level increase grants 3 strength, 1 agility, and 2 constitution. Immunity to control and negative effects below one's own tier, and a reduction of 60 in physical damage taken. Experience penalty of 500, maintenance cost increased by 500. A grade pureblood dragon bloodline. Each level increase grants 2 strength, 1 agility, 2 constitution, 1 spirit, immunity to control and negative effects below one's level, and a reduction of 30 in both physical and magical damage taken. Experience penalty of 500, maintenance cost increased by 600. Delving into each major category reveals further subdivisions, each corresponding to one's attribute inclinations, accompanied by respective bonuses and penalties. For instance, within the pureblood dragon category lies the red dragon bloodline, which, on top of the grade A bloodline benefits, bestows an additional 50 fire attribute damage and damage reduction, albeit with a casting penalty for water and ice magic. It is crucial to note that the corresponding attributes do not become weaknesses of this bloodline, resulting in increased damage. Rather, the associated magic incurs heightened costs, diminished damage, and extended casting times during both learning and release processes. It merely signifies a choice in specialization, relinquishing proficiency in the corresponding field. This aligns perfectly with the principle of gains come with losses. By favoring a particular attribute, one reaps its benefits while simultaneously facing penalties in the opposing area. Lin Yi, however, merely glanced at the options favoring specific attributes before dismissing them. He aspires to become a grand mage. How could he possibly commit to a singular attribute in the early stages, walking a narrow path to oblivion? In Lin Yi's perspective, for a mage, recklessly discarding an attribute is a perilous endeavor, rendering one susceptible to adversarial targeting and ultimately a fool's bargain, willingly forsaking one's professional advantages. Should not a mage possess a diverse array of tactics, exhibiting adaptability to various circumstances? Continuing to scroll down, Lin Yi encountered bloodlines such as a grade energy entity bloodline and a grade spirit entity bloodline, both heavily inclined towards magic. The augmentations these bloodlines offer to spells and magical energy leave him thoroughly envious. Yet, upon observing the accompanying penalties, he extinguished any thoughts of exchange. While these magical bloodlines are undeniably potent, they impose significant penalties in physical attributes. For example, this spirit entity bloodline at grade D increases Constitution by 1 with each upgrade, yet subsequently diminishes both strength and agility. If one wishes to avoid a premature transformation into a purely ethereal being, the allocation of that solitary free attribute point must unequivocally be directed towards Constitution, an egregious case of extreme specialization. Chapter 63, A Grade Mythical Walker. Selecting such bloodlines would equate to bidding farewell to the hero template, embarking on a path even more radical than specializing in a particular elemental attribute. Of course, should one invest sufficiently, that notion could be disregarded, amplifying input in the early stages through various precious potions and artifacts. It remains feasible to achieve the minimum requirement of 5 points across all attributes. However, Lin Yi remains unconvinced that the hero template is devoid of tier distinctions. The goblin leader encountered in the trial possessed an order aura, prominently labeled as low level. This indicates that stronger intermediate and advanced auras certainly exist, with the known auras reserved for monster leaders of that tier. If auras are tiered, can the leaders themselves not be classified similarly? And what of the heroes corresponding to these monster leaders? Are they not also tiered? It is evident that the hero templates accessible in the early game must be of the lowest tier, with ample room for enhancement in the future. Achieving 5 points across the board is manageable, but the subsequent challenges will be far more daunting. In an already arduous situation, why would one choose a bloodline laden with attribute penalties, if not to invite unnecessary hardship upon oneself? Continuing to scroll, Lin Yi soon encountered the ubiquitous angel and demon bloodlines. A grade angel bloodline. Each level increase grants 2 to all attributes. Immunity to control and negative effects below one's level. Experience penalty of 500. Maintenance cost increased by 600, requiring regular consumption of soul crystals of the same tier. Increases all output by 30, but inflicts an additional 100 damage from negative energy. A grade demon bloodline. Each level increase grants 2 to all attributes. Immunity to control and negative effects below one's level. Experience penalty of 500. Maintenance cost increased by 600, requiring regular consumption of soul crystals of the same tier. Increases all output by 30, but inflicts an additional 100 damage from positive energy. Lin Yi felt that the term overpowered could hardly encapsulate the nature of these two antagonistic bloodlines. Each level increase bestows them with more attribute points than previous bloodlines, with these two boasting an increase of 8 points per level, as opposed to the standard 6 points of other grade A bloodlines. Not to mention their additional output boost of 30. Yet, these bloodlines remain unattainable for lords like Lin Yi. The stipulation of requiring regular consumption of soul crystals of the same tier relegates them to the category of sycophants. It is preposterous. Who among the common folk can procure such soul crystals? Lin Yi's collection of soul crystal fragments has only reached grade C, while complete soul crystals attain grade B, coveted even by the upper echelon of realms. What grounds do they have to assume they can regularly consume them? Unless one serves the righteous gods of the upper planes or acts as a servant to the malevolent deities of the lower realms. How can one guarantee the acquisition of soul crystals? Ultimately, one must perform tasks for others, heed their commands, and only upon satisfactory execution might rewards be bestowed. It is entirely plausible that the powers one possesses are merely gifts granted by others. Upon further reflection, one might question how much of oneself remains truly one's own. This is precisely why Lin Yi categorizes them as sycophant-exclusive bloodlines. In his view, they embody the essence of servitude. Should one insist on gathering them, that is acceptable. However, during the D and C grade phases, it may be feasible. What of the B and A grades that follow? Through warfare? Through widespread slaughter? What a natural-born harbinger of dread. It must be noted that the souls of the faithful belong to their respective masters, who oversee them. While these followers are alive, their higher-ups wish to nurture them further, promoting their growth. Should one venture to destroy their orchards and harvest their fruits, one can only imagine how the farm's owner would respond. Now, Lin Yi possesses the soul altar, enabling him to gather soul energy and refine soul crystals. But can he truly operate it? Even if he managed to coax the activation method from the lower realm's overlords, would he dare to indiscriminately accumulate souls? The monsters he previously defeated lacked souls, thus evading scrutiny. However, let him attempt mass slaughter of soul-bearing beings. Those creatures, in Lin Yi's eyes, may be mere wild beasts. Yet within the game, they are classified as free citizens. Even a lowly goblin has a goblin god, with a divine rank that is not negligible. One can only imagine how meticulously the ranchers delineate their domains. Today, you vanquish a goblin tribe, and it is highly likely that a formidable army comprising both great goblins and bear goblins will assault your territory in the following days. Upon inquiring, you learn that the tribe's shaman has received a divine oracle stating that your annihilation will be rewarded. Naturally, the higher-ups are unlikely to intervene personally unless provoked to the extreme. After all, the world operates under certain rules. Any outer planar entity wishing to directly interfere with the material plane must pay a substantial price. As long as you can withstand relentless waves of increasingly potent assaults, only then might they unleash angels or avatars against you. If your strength is such that you can obliterate their avatars, then you need not worry. They will refrain from provoking you further, merely instructing their followers and kin to maintain their distance. If you cannot measure up to such strength, you must adhere to the unspoken rules and refrain from excessive actions. Of course, if you have a powerful ally who can contend with their own top brass, you may find yourself in a more advantageous position, as they would afford you some respect. This illustrates the distinction between having support and being alone. Those with protection are often spared, while those without are swiftly dealt with. The notion of having backing does not necessarily imply complete allegiance, but rather that the other party can advocate on your behalf. Returning to Lin Yi and his soul altar, he had long established his boundaries, determining that he should not harvest soul energy exceeding the C-rank threshold. In other words, he should avoid achieving the level necessary for crafting B-rank soul crystals in one fell swoop. The nature of petty theft is decidedly different from that of grand larceny. Furthermore, Lin Yi recognized the necessity of varying his targets, as persistently preying upon the same race would inevitably draw attention and lead to complications. He promptly adjusted the list to its lowest tier, as it is well known that valuable items typically appear either at the beginning or the end of the drop list. If he had not encountered anything satisfactory in the earlier entries, it was only prudent to check the conclusion. A-rank Mythwalker. For each level gained, all attributes increase by 1, with primary attribute receiving an additional 2. Immunity to control negative effects below one's level is granted, alongside an increase in all output based on 10 times one's divine points, while all damage received is reduced by 10 times one's divine points. There is an experience penalty of 1,000, and each equivalent elevation requires sufficient divine points. Note, Mythwalker is another name for a divine being. Upon selecting this, one embarks on the path to divinity. The game offers a masterless divinity pathway for players to awaken their bloodline. This was it. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi instantly knew this was precisely what he required. Ascending to divinity, something he had never dared to dream of before. His greatest aspiration had merely been to establish a new Dalaran and indulge in a life of debauchery. Now that this opportunity lay before him, he would certainly not let it slip away. Who would choose to be a sycophant when they could become a deity? Moreover, the enhancements fully satisfied all of Lin Yi's requirements. Aside from high growth in primary attributes, the other attributes grew evenly, showcasing considerable potential without any energy attribute bias, thus not hindering future development. Naturally, this bloodline was not without its drawbacks. Its overwhelming emphasis on potential and future growth rendered its current enhancements relatively weak. With the masterless divinity bloodline acquired from the game, he possessed only 1 divine point, resulting in a mere 10 increase in damage output and reduction, rather insignificant compared to the typical 30 boost from other A-rank bloodlines. Not to mention the 10-fold experience penalty, alongside the challenge of being constrained by the number of divine points when advancing in rank. While the experience penalty could be mitigated through increased combat, the latter issue posed a far graver concern, as it entailed direct confrontation with deities. Divine essence is one of the foundations of a god. Its rarity is self-evident. Not only do the gods require it, but countless powerful beings at the pinnacle of freedom who aspire to ascend to divinity also covet it. Attempting to scheme for such a resource is akin to pulling teeth from a tiger, an endeavor fraught with peril. For Lin Yi to continue elevating his rank, he must repeatedly engage in the perilous act of extracting divine essence, venturing further down the path of God's layers. This places him squarely in the spotlight, center stage, a stark contradiction to the steady path he had always envisioned for himself. Yet, he found himself compelled to choose this alluring path. Fortunately, The number of fallen deities in every world is substantial. By excavating their graves and seizing the remnants they have left behind, one can obtain some divinity. This ancestral legacy would allow Lin Yi to navigate through the vulnerable early stages without facing insurmountable foes right from the outset. However, whether these legacies are willingly bestowed or passively retained, and how well they can be assimilated, remains an entirely different matter. Moreover, Lin Yi overlooked a critical issue. He was about to encounter a demon lord from a lower plane. Before this meeting, he had acquired a fragment of divinity. One must wonder how the demon lord would perceive such a delectable morsel presented to him. Game, I choose the A-rank Mythwalker bloodline. Selection confirmed. Masterless divinity. Transmission in progress. Commencing fusion. As the game's prompt faded, Lin Yi felt as though a river of molten lava had been thrust into his soul. A searing heat emanating from the depths of his being, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of expansion that threatened to rupture his essence, flooding his consciousness. Alongside this sensation came an indescribable agony. He felt himself shattered into countless fragments, yet under the influence of this force, he could not perish. Acutely aware of the myriad parts of himself merging with the lava,